Introduction asterisk. The world is distinctly layered, encompassing both the realm of reality and the realm of fantasy. Due to the existence of the tangible world, these realms exert mutual influence upon each other. Such influences transform the world of imagination into bursts of inspiration that manifest in reality, giving rise to timeless classics. Chapter 1. The Rift in Space. At this moment, Li Geng lay languidly in a retro room, his short legs flailing and his small hands waving aimlessly. Beside his bed stood two striking young men, adorned with platinum hair and violet eyes, who were intently observing him. The slightly younger of the two playfully teased Li Geng, speaking in a fluent tongue that he could not comprehend. Meanwhile, he seemed to be showcasing something to the older, handsome companion. Li Geng, unable to grasp a single word, noticed a beautiful woman lying next to him. Her pallid complexion was complemented by a face that could captivate nations, yet bore an air of elegance and gentleness. As the two young men continued to amuse him, the lovely woman appeared concerned that their antics might bring him to tears. Her serious expression conveyed her worries as she engaged in conversation with the two young men. Li Geng sensed an undeniable bond among the three, an intrinsic connection that made it clear they were his family. Most notably, the beautiful woman beside him, whom he recognized as his mother. Upon his birth, when he first opened his eyes, he had seen her in a weakened state, which filled his heart with a piercing pain. In that moment, he feared that his arrival might cost his mother her life, a mingling of guilt and remorse consuming him. He was deeply apprehensive that the scene would unfold as it had in his past life, where his family, particularly his mother, had perished due to his birth. Just as despair enveloped him, a voice echoed in his mind, urging him to gently touch his mother, assuring him that such an act would restore her vitality and bestow upon him a certain blessing. Desperate, he fought to reach out to her, his movements drawing the attention of an eccentric old man who stood by his bedside. The old man's expression was one of curiosity, yet he promptly handed Li Geng to the frail woman. Upon contact with his mother, a warm current surged from his hand into her, as if she had received a rejuvenating energy. Gradually, her pallor faded, and her waning form began to regain its color. The old man and a maid anxiously observed the miraculous transformation, uttering words that Li Geng could not understand, their faces a picture of prayerful hope. He understood that they likely believed a miracle had occurred, and they prayed with utmost humility. Li Geng focused intently on his mother's robust heartbeat, feeling reassured as he realized she was recovering. He soon succumbed to sleep, awakening to find himself in his current state, being playfully teased by the two handsome young men. Having spent his childhood in an orphanage, Li Geng's unique upbringing had rendered him somewhat reclusive. He often felt out of place in social situations, lacking the ability to forge meaningful connections. Throughout his 25 years of life, friendships had been scarce, as he preferred to immerse himself in his own little world. Not long ago, he had been a tall and handsome young man, still without a girlfriend, yet popular in his modest workplace. His aversion to socializing, however, led to a sense of alienation among his peers. Each day, he adhered to the monotonous routine of clocking in and out of work. His recollection lingered on a particular evening when, while traversing a familiar path, he felt an inexplicable force draw him into unconsciousness. As a result, he found himself in this incomprehensible realm, having witnessed a series of extraordinary events. His mother had regained her color, appearing far from the frail figure of a new mother. The peculiar old man from the previous day had now come into focus, clad in a gray robe seemingly woven from hemp, adorned with a metallic chain that jingled with each step. His weathered face, streaked with gray hair and framed by a myriad of wrinkles, suggested advanced age. Yet, Li Geng noted his steady gait and keen gaze. The old man's attire and demeanor bore resemblance to that of a monk from a medieval religious order. Through the light, he began to discern his surroundings, noting that the architectural style echoed that of medieval foreign structures. Li Geng mused internally. The stone and timber construction is dim, with poorly positioned windows. Even in daylight, illumination relies on candles and torches. This is hardly reflective of ancient Chinese architecture. Even in the least affluent of times, ancient China never suffered such a lack of natural light. Moreover, it was evident from my observations that I had been born into a family of considerable wealth. The poor lighting suggests significant issues. The surrounding environment starkly contrasts with traditional Chinese designs, resembling castle-like edifices. This clearly indicates a world reminiscent of the medieval era. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he felt himself being lifted. The eccentric old man was cradling him, examining him closely. He then carried Li Geng to his mother, speaking in that unintelligible language. His mother nodded gently, seemingly relieved, before gesturing to the two young men beside her. They responded with eager nods, patting their chests as though making some sort of promise. Clearly satisfied, Li Geng's mother affectionately patted their heads before sending them away. At that moment, Li Geng, oblivious to the conversation, felt a sudden pang of hunger, which did not go unnoticed by his mother. Without hesitation, she commenced the feeding process. Li Geng, shedding any sense of shyness, instinctively began to eat voraciously. After satisfying his hunger, a wave of embarrassment washed over him, causing his small hands to cover his eyes. His mother, noticing his reaction, erupted into a melodious laugh, gently patting his back as if to soothe him to sleep. True to expectation, after a hearty meal, Li Geng succumbed to slumber. Once asleep, he found himself transported to a peculiar space. The surroundings featured a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy clouds. Now transformed into a young boy with platinum hair and violet eyes, he stood beside a colossal black dragon with magnificent wings. Not far away, a similarly winged dragon, slightly smaller in size yet adorned with a golden exterior, soared through the air. Chapter 2. The Dream of Dragons. Li Geng sensed an innate affinity with the two colossal beasts from the depths of his bloodline, yet he was unable to shake off his trepidation towards these terrifying creatures. Although he was uncertain why he had found himself in such a peculiar place, the moment he felt a connection to his bloodline, an irresistible urge to reach out and touch them seized him. Each time he considered this, fear gripped him. Would the beasts lash out unexpectedly? This internal turmoil left Li Geng in a state of constant struggle. In his previous life, he had been somewhat reclusive, a typical youth yearning for his own mythical creature to traverse the skies. While indulging in novels, he often daydreamed of such adventures. However, witnessing the reality before him was an entirely different matter. Even standing nearby made his heart race. Could this be the fabled tale of the man who adored dragons? Just as Li Geng mustered the courage to reach out to the golden dragon, he abruptly awoke to find the peculiar old man he had first encountered on the day of his birth patting his backside. The old man was babbling in a strange tongue. Nearby, a beautiful woman resting on the bed seemed to relax, appearing to breathe a sigh of relief. This enchanting woman was none other than Li Geng's mother. And thus, time flowed gently onward. A month passed, and a companion had joined Li Geng in his small cot, a golden egg, nearly half his size. Though unsure of what kind of egg it was, he found warmth in holding it close, feeling a profound connection to it. Dreams of a black dragon and another dragon with golden hues, akin to the egg's shell, often visited him. Having conquered much of his initial fear, he still found himself startled awake whenever he was on the verge of touching the golden dragon, as if some external force sought to prevent him. Nevertheless, he persevered, and one night, after much endeavor, he made remarkable progress. He could finally touch the golden dragon and had begun to attempt to climb onto its back. The golden dragon never resisted as he climbed, and Li Geng felt the bond between them grow ever clearer. I am on the verge of achieving the legendary unity of man and dragon, he mused. No, that's not right. It should be the union of man and dragon. Yet, just as he was about to ascend completely, he would awaken abruptly, only to drift back to sleep, the cycle repeating itself. Li Geng shook his small head, trying to dispel his worries. He found it peculiar that he had yet to meet his adoptive father. However, on the third day after his birth, a woman resembling his grandmother had come to visit, adorned with a crown embedded with various gemstones. She brought with her the golden egg and placed it in his crib. For the following month, she visited frequently, cradling Li Geng each time, and he could feel her deep affection for him. His days were far from dull, as his mother and two brothers often took him outside for strolls. Li Geng discovered he resided within a grand red castle, complete with an expansive garden, teeming with armored guards and servants attending to his needs. He also encountered a peculiar sight, a pale, withered tree, whose trunk bore a strange face, with two blood-like streaks marking its eyes, as though they had been drawn on without any evidence of actual bleeding. Li Geng speculated that the face was artificially painted. His reasoning was sound. After all, it was not every day that a tree bore a bleeding face. Such phenomena were characteristic of fantastical realms or worlds imbued with magic. Additionally, he found it hard to believe, as he had yet to discover other oddities. The most unusual aspect was the castle itself, filled with towering structures that seemed incongruous with contemporary production capabilities. Moreover, the strength exhibited by the armored guards was somewhat exaggerated. He had observed several guards clad in white armor and robes, wielding swords typical of the medieval era, never once seen without them. These armors appeared to be forged from iron, each weighing no less than 40 to 50 kilograms, seemingly layered with soft chainmail beneath. Despite their heavy attire, these individuals moved with remarkable agility, as though their armor were as light as paper. During this time, Li Geng had encountered an abundance of unusual phenomena, yet he felt fortunate to have been reborn in such a realm. Indeed, this is undoubtedly an extraordinary world, he concluded. Reflecting on his birthplace, it was evident he hailed from a noble lineage. Thus, he lived a carefree existence, indulging in food and slumber, frequently engaging in dreams where he conversed with the two dragons. Since the golden egg was placed beside him, he had begun to dream of soaring through the skies atop the golden dragon. Though he felt perplexed and wished for answers to his questions, he lamented his inability to speak, being but a mere child. Nevertheless, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes and the force propelling his growth, he could roughly comprehend the words of his mother and brothers, diligently absorbing knowledge in his mother's embrace. Having spent over a month in this new world, he felt an escalating power within him, growing from a mere trickle to a substantial force, strengthening as time passed. This made the 1-month-old Li Geng appear comparable to a 3-month-old child. Of course, due to his tender age, he could only manage baby sounds, unable to articulate words. During this period, he had ventured beyond his living quarters and surmised that he inhabited a place akin to a royal palace. He had seen numerous guards and maids, as well as the middle-aged woman he presumed to be his grandmother, her crown and speech lending credence to his belief. Li Geng felt increasingly certain that he was born into a royal family. Although he had 2 elder brothers, and the throne seemed a distant dream, a stable life appeared well within reach. Li Geng mused about a future free from toil, envisioning a life of leisure and abundance, a thought that brought him immense joy. Now, his mother had fully recovered and appeared healthier than ever. As she cradled Li Geng, they strolled through the garden, her mood seemingly buoyant as she hummed an unknown melody. After a while, she sat with him in a pavilion, whispering softly to him, "My child, your father and your grandfather, King Victory, have returned triumphantly. Upon his arrival, I implored your grandfather, my father, to bestow upon you a name worthy of your stature. My child, had it not been for your words, I might have already met my demise. I believed I would never see you again, my newly born child." Li Geng's mother paused momentarily, her exquisite brow furrowing in contemplation. It seemed she recalled something and continued, "Ah, and your 2 brothers, along with your father. In that moment, I was engulfed in despair. To my astonishment, you merely caressed your mother gently, and miraculously, I began to recover. It was nothing short of a miracle. At that time, I found it utterly inconceivable. You, my child, are the harbinger of light. Surely, the gods of Illyria have favored you." Listening to his mother's murmurs, Li Geng reminisced about the day of his birth. To this day, he found it quite peculiar, indeed as his mother had recounted. Following the inner voice within him, he had simply brushed his hand against her cheek, and thus, his mother had miraculously survived, growing stronger with each passing day. This astonishing turn of events left Scholar Lori, the eccentric old man, utterly astounded. As the one who assisted in Li Geng's delivery, Scholar Lori was acutely aware of the condition of the mother at that time. He had assumed that Li Geng's mother would not survive long after his birth. However, to his great surprise, her health improved daily, even surpassing her previous vitality. Naturally, Scholar Lori informed both Li Geng's mother and grandmother of this remarkable development. This was also why his grandmother brought him the golden dragon egg on the 3rd day. Li Geng's understanding of the dragon egg stemmed from his mother's frequent whispers beside his ear. He gradually discerned that the dragon egg was not a gift to be given lightly. Only with the king's consent, and when the royal offspring had completed their 1st month, could a dragon egg be placed beside the child by the king himself. It was because his grandmother, upon hearing of Li Geng's miraculous healing of his mother, without hesitation, prepared a beautifully crafted golden dragon egg for him. Chapter 3. The king is named Aegon. Li Geng lived a carefree life until 1 week later. He received news through a raven that the king had returned victorious. The king, known as the Old King, the Arbiter, the sagacious Aegon Targaryen I, was none other than Li Geng's grandfather in this lifetime. During this period, Li Geng also came to realize that he had arrived in a realm of swords and sorcery, serendipitously becoming the grandson of Aegon Targaryen I, the pinnacle of the Targaryen dynasty and the 3rd son of Balon. Upon gathering the fragments of information, Li Geng confirmed that he was indeed within the pages of a certain novel, one that had been adapted into a visual drama. Moreover, it was set in the early days of A Dance with Dragons, where his uncle Eamon and his father Balon were still in their youth. The revelation nearly overwhelmed Li Geng's mind, prompting him to abandon further contemplation and choose to relax instead. Among the members of the royal family, including the current Li Geng, they had early on arrived at a vast, cavernous structure atop the Rainey's Hills in King's Landing, known as the Dragon Pit. At the inception of the Dragon Pit, a church named the Hall of Contemplation was erected on the Rainey's Hills, established by the conqueror Aegon I in memory of his sister Rhaenys, who perished in Dorne during the reign of Maester Targaryen I. It served as a base for the church's armed faction. After being obliterated by Maester riding the fearsome dragon Vhagar, the remnants were cleared away, and a monumental edifice was constructed in its place. This structure featured a circular design crowned with a hemispherical dome, aptly named the Dragon Pit, designated as the resting place for the dragons. At its deepest recess resided the kingdom's steadfast protector, the mightiest dragon, Vhagar. Today was particularly lively, as an army of over 200 men, along with the King's Guard, gathered to welcome the victorious king and prince. After a 2-hour wait, the first to appear was the king, riding the bronze dragon Vhagar. The dragon emitted a resounding roar, flapping its powerful wings. As the dragon gracefully sought a suitable landing spot, the king, Aegon Targaryen I, with a smile gracing his face, dismounted from the saddle. The king, in the prime of his life, possessed a robust, middle-aged physique, characterized by his thick and iconic silver gold hair and striking violet eyes. He radiated an aura of leadership, possibly intensified by the recent conflict. As he returned basked in the afterglow of victory, exuding a formidable presence that dissuaded others from meeting his gaze. As the king descended from the dragon to the ground, a hoarse yet piercing roar echoed, announcing the arrival of a slender crimson dragon, which also descended gracefully. From the crimson dragon emerged a composed and mature young man, his uncle, Aemon Targaryen. The long, serpent-like crimson dragon that accompanied him was his dragon, Caraxes. Due to its slender form and crimson hue, it is commonly referred to as the bloodworm. Subsequently, a colossal bronze dragon descended gracefully, landing heavily upon the ground, causing the earth to tremble. This figure is none other than Balron Targaryen, the father whom Li Geng's mother oft speaks of, lacking a bit of the scholarly demeanor. He exudes an aura of valiant authority, commanding the mightiest dragon after the Black Death, Vhagar, and reigning as its dragon rider. Vhagar, approximately 130 years old, was born on Dragonstone around 52 years prior to the conquest. It remains one of the 2 existing dragons today. Besides Vhagar, Balerion the Black Dread stands as the largest dragon of House Targaryen, nearing 200 years of age. It has served 3 dragon riders, Aegon I, Maester I, and Princess Aeria Targaryen, who rode Balerion to the eastern continent 56 years into the conquest and is his aunt. Upon her return, Princess Aeria was gravely weakened, and the world's largest dragon bore severe wounds. The same year Aeria Targaryen returned, she succumbed to death, her body covered in scales. This event resonated for many years, as a dreadful plague had erupted, leading people to believe it was brought by the princess, a notion that has faded into obscurity over time. Simultaneously, the great dragon, Balerion, has returned to a feral state, devoid of a rider even to this day. As Li Geng pondered, the dragons swiftly retreated to their designated areas under the guidance of the dragon guards. The crowd immediately bowed, proclaiming, "Welcome back from victory, your majesty." The king waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such formalities." Queen Alysanne Targaryen approached first, embracing the king, followed by affectionate embraces with his 2 sons. She then gently remarked, "Balron and Alyssa have welcomed a strong son into the world, eagerly awaiting a name from his royal grandfather." Jaehaerys chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "It appears we are doubly blessed. Not only have I and my 2 sons returned victorious, but the Targaryen line has gained a robust heir." The 2 young men beside him smiled faintly, particularly Balron, the father, who was overjoyed. He swiftly approached Li Geng's mother, Alyssa, gazing at the infant in her arms, softly saying, "Thank you, Alyssa. I appreciate your efforts. May I see the little one?" Alyssa nodded gently, handing Li Geng to her husband. Balron first kissed his wife's cheek, then looked down at Li Geng with a warm smile. Kissing the baby's cheek, he beamed, "My child, I am your father." "Balron, call me father." Li Geng's elder brother, Aemon, covered his forehead in disbelief. He found it perplexing that his brother Balron, with whom he had grown up, could be so childish. Unable to restrain himself, he interjected, "Balron, the little one is merely a few months old. At this moment, it is perhaps not yet appropriate to speak, is it?" Let us first allow His Majesty to bestow a name upon the little one. Baelor, cradling the infant Li Geng, offered an awkward smile and lamented, "Indeed, it is fitting for His Majesty to name the child first." Baelor approached his father, King Jaehaerys, and respectfully requested, "Might I implore your Majesty to grant a name to your grandson?" Every individual present gazed expectantly at the king, eager to discover the name he would choose for the child. Jaehaerys took his small grandson into his arms, gazing into Li Geng's bright violet eyes. He mused inwardly, sensing that this child holds great potential, perhaps destined to achieve greatness akin to his grandfather, Aegon the Conqueror. After a brief moment of silence, Jaehaerys slowly pronounced, "Let him be named Aegon, Aegon Targaryen." Chapter 4. Baelorian. Upon concluding his statement, the king continued to address the crowd, declaring, "Let us celebrate the kingdom's return to peace and the arrival of new life." The atmosphere momentarily fell into silence as all eyes turned to the child in the king's arms. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the crowd, swiftly followed by a chorus of exuberant voices. "Long live King Jaehaerys! Long live King Jaehaerys! Aegon Targaryen! Aegon Targaryen!" Li Geng, or rather now Aegon, blinked his bright eyes, listening to the jubilant cheers surrounding him. He waved his tiny hand gently, as if greeting those around him. Jaehaerys observed his grandson, the light in his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts, before he broke into a gentle smile. Amidst the cheers, a deep and resonant roar echoed from the depths of the dragon's lair, triggering a chain reaction of thunderous roars. The atmosphere erupted into chaos. Boom, boom. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and within moments, a fearsome dragon had emerged, followed by its massive, coal-black body gradually revealing itself. The crowd was left in stunned silence, while the king's guard instinctively positioned themselves protectively before the king. They swallowed hard, awestruck by the colossal creature before them. How could they not be frightened? For emerging was Baelorian, the Black Death, a dragon that had not been tamed since Princess Aeria Targaryen's time. It had not been seen for decades, presumed dead within the lair. Yet here it was today, the kingdom's mightiest dragon, a sight that even Vhagar could only admire from afar. As the largest dragon of the surviving royal family, it was an undisputed titan. The crowd could not help but tremble at the sight of its sword-like, formidable teeth. Among those present, the king and queen remained the most composed. After all, their brother, the uncrowned Aegon, had perished at the jaws of the Black Death. His niece had once commanded this greatest of dragons. Thus, while astonishment coursed through them, they could not fathom why it would appear at this moment. The dragon rider's beast had nearly emerged, alongside the king's dragon, the Bronze Fury, Vhagar. The queen's dragon, Silverwing, and Prince Aemon's dragon, known as Bloodworm, stand alongside Berlon's dragon, Vhagar, and Aegon's mother's dragon, Meliss, the Red Queen. Numerous dragons fixed their gaze upon the central black dragon, their eyes betraying a profound dread of the Black Death. Vhagar, the mightiest of them all, has weathered countless battles, and his aura of ferocity and regality commands the respect of all present dragons. Vhagar disregards the surrounding dragons, slowly advancing toward the king. Vormissal regards the Black Death with wariness, his eyes devoid of fear, instead brimming with fierce resolve, remaining steadfastly by his dragon rider's side. A low growl escapes him, met only with the Black Death's merciless roar. While the other dragons seethe with anger, none dare to be the first to act. They merely respond with subdued growls, unwilling to yield. Vhagar, the irritable female dragon, unusually remains silent, instead lying protectively beside Berlon. The Black Death's human-like eyes scan the surroundings with indifference. Tension grips the hearts of those present, anticipating the eruption of a dragon war. Yet they can only watch in silence as Vhagar's next move unfolds. Among them, some harbor secret delight, while others are steeped in anxiety. Although Vhagar's once sleek and majestic form has lost its luster, his skin shows signs of sagging, and his jaw has begun to droop. The scars and markings upon his wings bear witness to the formidable and terrifying dragon he once was. These scars, however, do nothing to diminish his imposing presence. Just his mere stance prevents the surrounding dragons from baring their teeth. The dragon guards of the lair breathe a sigh of relief, fearing chaos among the dragons. Yet Vhagar's imposing presence grants them some respite. Following his instinct, Vhagar approaches the king, fixating intently on him, or more precisely, on the child, Aegon, cradled in the king's arms. Meanwhile, Vormissal is wrought with tension. The king, gazing closely at Vhagar, who is now sniffing the air, looks down at the child in his embrace. His heart tumultuous with realization. It dawns upon him that the child he holds is likely the cause of this gathering. The others watch the king anxiously. The two princes have even mounted the dragon's back, ready to rescue their father and brother at a moment's notice. The king stands resolute, gently pulling the child closer. As expected, his movement stirs Vhagar, who inches closer, the immense dragon's head now scenting the child in the king's arms. Aegon, too, feels a swell of emotions. Gazing at the colossal dragon before him, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Is this not the enormous black dragon he often dreams of? Could it be the Black Death, Vhagar? Though he has interacted with it in dreams many times, witnessing it in reality is an entirely different experience. Suppressing the fear within, he gently extended his small hand. To his astonishment, Balerion lowered his head ever so slightly, allowing Aegon's hand to make contact. As Aegon touched Balerion, a wave of warmth radiated from the dragon. His small hand glided over the dragon's scales, which resembled steel tempered by fire. Rather than feeling discomfort, Aegon felt as if he were enveloped in his mother's embrace. At the moment Aegon made contact with the Black Death, the king felt his heart leap into his throat, a sentiment shared by those around him. Yet, witnessing the Black Death, behaving like a docile kitten, allowing a mere infant to touch him without any sign of resistance, was utterly astonishing. The onlookers were left in disbelief, internally remarking, "Oh, Black Death. It's one thing to frighten us, but to allow a child to stroke you is quite another." Aegon's two older brothers looked on with envy. After all, what boy wouldn't he wish to possess a dragon as formidable as a bomber, particularly the largest dragon of their lineage? The prospect of riding such a magnificent beast, a symbol of majesty and valor, was exhilarating. Moreover, the idea of having a companion that could also fight alongside you was the epitome of utility. Truly, it was the quintessential companion for both travel and home. Balerion, observing the small stature and hands of Aegon, clearly recognized that this fledgling dragon rider was not yet capable of commanding him. After permitting Aegon to touch him for a brief moment, he let out a resounding roar and, unhurriedly, retreated into the depths of the dark cave. As Balerion vanished into the inky corridor, a collective sigh of relief swept through the gathered crowd. They felt that the spectacle witnessed today would be a tale to recount for a lifetime. The kingdom's mightiest dragon, the Black Death Balerion, had approached the mere months-old Prince Aegon, a veritable conqueror in their midst. Aegon gazed quietly at the departing Black Death, absorbed in the moment. Meanwhile, the king pondered whether this truly was the reincarnation of a conqueror or a dragon lord. Shaking his head, he cast aside such ludicrous thoughts and first coordinated with the dragon guards to usher the dragons back to their designated area. Clearly, these dragons did not possess the innate awareness of the Black Death and required the guidance of their dragon riders to navigate into their lairs. Chapter 5. The Assassin Incident. Year 92 of the Conquest, Long Summer. King's Landing, the Red Keep. 8 years had elapsed since the Dragon Lair incident, and Aegon, much like his father in his youth, had struck Balerion on the nose, earning himself the reputation of a brave Balerion chosen. He was bestowed with numerous, imposing titles: the Natural Dragon Rider, the Dragon's Friend, and even whispers in the shadows labeled him as the Young Dragon King. Aegon remained indifferent to these names, but that did not imply others shared his apathy. At present, he was focused on training alongside his two brothers. Viserys, with an almost supernatural gaze, observed his younger brother Aegon. Now, at the age of 12, Aegon bore no significant difference from Daemon, their 3-year elder brother, who had always been endowed with extraordinary strength from an early age. However, his third brother seemed to possess a distinct advantage over the second brother during their duel, clearly indicating that his strength far surpassed that of Daemon. Aegon and Daemon were clad in protective armor, wielding swords and shields designated for their contest as they engaged in a display of swordsmanship. Their mother stood nearby, incessantly offering guidance. Aegon gazed at his mother, who had once been gentle and nurturing during his infancy, now transformed into a boisterous figure, reveling in directing the bouts between her 3 sons. Her silvery gold hair and mismatched eyes, one violet and the other emerald, radiated warmth and affection for her children. Under the stern yet caring supervision of their mother, the 3 brothers made considerable strides in their swordsmanship. Even the eldest, Viserys, who had previously shown little interest in martial arts, exhibited remarkable improvement under her watchful eye. As 2 hours elapsed, the brothers set aside their training weapons and took a seat on the steps. Their mother, Alicent, approached them while clapping her hands, exclaiming with pride, "I never imagined these 3 little rascals would progress so swiftly. It seems my guidance has borne fruit." The brothers, well acquainted with their mother's formidable presence, obediently replied in unison, "It is all thanks to your wise instruction, mother. Without it, we would not have advanced so rapidly." Alicent appeared thoroughly pleased with their response, her face beaming as she continued, "Thus, I have decided to reward you today." Daemon, ever the spirited one, eagerly interjected, "Mother, are you taking us out for some fun? Have you captured those assassins? Can we finally leave the Red Keep?" Upon hearing the word assassins, Alicent's demeanor darkened considerably, clearly harboring a deep-seated loathing for those who sought to harm Aegon. Indeed, those vermin lurking in the sewers have been apprehended and confined to the dungeons, awaiting their fate, either execution or a shroud of black. Though Viserys possessed a somewhat timid nature and was easily swayed, he remained steadfast in his loyalty to his brothers. Upon learning that the assassins had been captured, he sincerely congratulated Aegon, saying, "Congratulations, brother. Soon we will be able to visit the dragon's lair and see Balerion, the Black Dread." Daemon, after a moment of contemplation, managed to utter, "Me too." Hearing the news of the assassin's capture, Aegon smiled broadly and replied, "Thank you, brothers. It has been far too long since I last visited Balerion." They all shared an eager anticipation to mount the dragon and experience the grandeur of the heights. Viserys remarked, "Today is truly a day of double joy. Not only have we received the delightful news of the assassin's apprehension, but we are also to be rewarded by Mother. I believe a celebration is in order." Daemon and Aegon nodded in enthusiastic agreement, recognizing the significance of the good news. Since the incident with the assassins, Aegon had not been to the dragon's lair for quite some time. Yes, you heard correctly, assassins. Following the dragon's lair incident, various factions had suddenly taken an interest in this young dragonborn, who had interacted with Balerion the Black Dread since infancy and now was growing up. Naturally, there are those who are reluctant to see the Dragon King family acquire a dragon rider capable of commanding the Black Death. Consequently, assassins have been incessantly dispatched to eliminate him. For several years, his father, Balon, has been investigating this matter. When Aegon was 5 years old, he nearly lost his life in his own bedroom. The Red Keep is riddled with countless tunnels, much like a network of rat holes, and no one is privy to their intricate structure. As a direct descendant of House Targaryen, he resided in Maegor's Holdfast, which evidently also had passages beneath its foundation. Aegon gazed at his hands, which bore 2 shallow scars. These marks reminded him of the wound on his chest. On that fateful night, after completing his nightly rituals as usual, he lay in bed and drifted into his dragon dreams, placing a golden egg beside him. As he entered slumber, the golden dragon and the black dragon unexpectedly unleashed their flames upon him, startling him awake. Upon abruptly opening his eyes, he found a masked brute poised to pierce his heart with a dagger. The intruder, taken aback by Aegon's sudden awakening, hesitated momentarily, the dagger suspended in the air. As the assailant regained his composure and prepared to strike, Aegon instinctively reacted, grasping the dagger with both hands. There was no time for contemplation. His instincts propelled him into a struggle. As blood began to flow, Aegon's heart raced and adrenaline surged through him, his sole desire at that moment being to survive. With the dagger firmly in his grasp, he called out for his guards. Ser Criston Cole, a knight personally assigned by King Jaehaerys to protect him, heard Aegon's cries for help. He swiftly kicked open the door, dispatching the assassin in a matter of moments. Aegon looked at his steadfast protector, Ser Criston, a member of House Cole, who possessed commendable martial prowess. Since becoming Aegon's guardian, he had thwarted numerous lethal attempts on the boy's life. Their mother, Alysanne, observing her 3 sons' fervent passion for dragons, and buoyed by the morning's news of the captured assassin, decided to reward them with a visit to the dragon's lair. As an energetic and spirited mother, Alysanne also yearned to see her dragon, the Red Queen, Melisandre. Clapping her hands, she announced, "I have another splendid piece of news. I have decided to take you to the dragon's lair to see your magnificent dragons." Of course, Alysanne would not openly admit that this excursion was as much for her enjoyment as for her sons. To frame it as a reward for them felt far more dignified. Upon hearing of such a reward, the 3 brothers were elated. Viserys and Daemon, as princes, each possessed their own dragon eggs, which had notable origins, purportedly from the dragons of Malaise. However, their brothers had yet to hatch their eggs. 6 years prior, after Aegon infused the 2 eggs with his life force, they had been imbued with renewed vitality and soon hatched. Since the arrival of Aegon, the fates of several individuals around him have begun to transform. Originally destined to be the rider of the Black Death, Vhagar, his brother Viserys has now hatched a magnificent silver dragon, which he has named Miraculously. True to its name, Miraculously has grown remarkably fast, now measuring nearly 20 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 36 meters, already reaching the size of an adult dragon. Similarly, Daemon has hatched a dragon adorned with a silver-white underbelly and a red body, which he has named Olax. Its size is comparable to that of Miraculously. Both brothers share an extraordinary affection for their dragons, frequently riding them back and forth between Dragonstone. Chapter 6. The Realm of Life. Aegon and his 2 brothers were filled with joy upon hearing their mother, Alyssa's words. They climbed into the carriage that their mother had prepared well in advance. The carriage was drawn by 4 robust steeds. and Ser Laner promptly mounted his warhorse to lead the way, accompanied by other guards who followed closely. The guards flanked the carriage as they maneuvered through the streets of King's Landing, making their way toward the dragon lair in the Rainey's Hills. The vibrant black and red dragon banners alerted the street vendors to the presence of Targaryens, prompting people on both sides to yield. Thanks to the courtesy of the surrounding crowd, the carriage glided smoothly through the bustling streets. Aegon shared a close bond with his two brothers. His spirit seemed to flutter like butterfly wings, perhaps due to the presence of their mother. His elder brother, Viserys, was characterized by his generosity and gentle demeanor, albeit with a persistent desire for recognition. In stark contrast, his second brother embodied the essence of a natural warrior, vibrant and energetic, seemingly inheriting their mother's dynamic bloodline. Yet Aegon appeared to be a harmonious blend of both. Though mild-mannered, he possessed an inherent spirit of combativeness. While his brothers engaged in lively conversation with their mother, Aegon merely smiled softly, seated in a corner, observing a rudimentary panel visible only to him, crafted from his readings of web novels. It displayed only a few succinct lines. Name: Aegon Targaryen. Attributes: triple human physique. Bloodline: ancient Valyrian dragon king bloodline. 10. Note: your bloodline power surpasses that of 98 of Dragon Lord families throughout history. Abilities: cultivation of life force energy, creation of life force seeds, extraction of life energy from the realm of life. Title: Young Dragon King. Son of the Prince of Dawn, Rider of the Black Death. Pet: Vagor, Black Death. Golden Dragon Egg, unhatched. Items: Realm of Life, basic energy cultivation method, Valyrian steel longsword. It was indeed the life energy drawn from the realm that had aided Aegon in healing his mother. This can be regarded as a boon bestowed upon Aegon following his fervent supplication to the life space. Over the years, Aegon has yet to fully comprehend many of the functionalities of this enigmatic realm. Since the incident involving the assassin, Aegon has seamlessly merged with it, becoming one entity. He possesses a rudimentary understanding of the life space's origins. It is a treasure birthed by the inherent forces of Earth. However, due to the prevailing environmental conditions, the development of this treasure appears to have faltered significantly. The instinctual feedback from the life space indicates that, with the decline of the path of cultivation on Earth, the entire universe has entered an age of desolation. Various methods of cultivation have retreated from the spotlight, supplanted by technology that has ascended to the annals of history. The hope for the life space to mature in the former universe was exceedingly bleak. Thus, driven by its inherent instincts, it tirelessly sought a means to escape the universe. Through perseverance, it discovered a fragile rift on Earth, preparing for its departure. By a stroke of serendipity, it collided directly with Aegon, transporting him into this world. To facilitate Aegon's acclimatization, it reincarnated him into one of the most powerful families of this continent, the Targaryen family. The messages relayed by the life space articulate its current state. It has now become one with him, sharing both glory and misfortune. To ensure his survival in this world, it bestowed upon him a foundational method of cultivating battle chi, which it had fortuitously recorded during its quest for escape. Moreover, to enhance his vitality and longevity, it granted him the ability to freely draw upon the life force contained within the life space. This capacity is the reason Aegon can infuse life force into the dragon eggs of his two elder brothers. Concurrently, the influence of the life space has imbued him with a rich life force, further purifying his dragon bloodline, culminating in the formidable lineage of the Valyrian dragon. This purification process attracted the attention of the only surviving dragon from the freehold of Valyria, the Black Death, Beleren. Now, under Aegon's nurturing of life force, and with the life space's assistance, this ancient dragon has rejuvenated into a magnificent creature. Its current mental state and physique surpass those of any adult dragon. Perhaps owing to the vitality it has received, the Black Death, once stunted in growth, is now rapidly ascending in stature. The sagging skin that signified its age and the scars of past warfare are gradually vanishing, rendering its form increasingly taut and restoring its former grandeur. Such remarkable transformations in the Black Death have naturally captured the attention of the king and the higher echelons of society, eliciting astonishment and bewilderment. The scholar Bas, in particular, has expressed continuous wonderment at this phenomenon. Bas is indeed a legend, having risen from the son of a blacksmith to become the king's right hand. As the king's foremost advisor, he has had the privilege of engaging with the dragons of the Targaryen family, drawing upon a wealth of knowledge and experience. He authored a renowned work titled Dragons, Lizard Dragons, and Long-Winged Dragons, the unnatural evolution of the dragonkin, abbreviated as the Unnatural History. However, The extraordinary transformation of Balerion evidently shattered previous perceptions. The king, too, was taken aback, burying his inquiries deep within his heart. Naturally, he did not forget to caution those privy to such matters, for this occurrence was indeed extraordinary. The carriage swiftly arrived at the dragon's lair, with Alysanne being the first to alight. She then turned to the 3 children inside and called out, "Aegon, Demon, Vagor, come down, we have arrived." Upon hearing his mother's summons, Aegon hastened out, while the contemplative Vagor withdrew from his thoughts. Steeling himself, he gradually made his way toward the carriage. The lair was permeated with the pungent scent of sulfur, surrounded by elderly and infirm figures, along with approximately 120 individuals dedicated to serving the dragons, known as the Dragon Watch. The establishment of the Dragon Watch stemmed from Princess Arya Targaryen's audacious act of riding Balerion away, although she later returned with the Black Dread. This incident alerted King Jaehaerys to the gravity of the situation. To prevent such occurrences in the future, the Dragon Watch was instituted in the 56th year of the conquest. Their confident approach to the lair was due to Alysanne's prior communication with the king. At that time, she had justified her request to allow Aegon to bond with the Black Dread by claiming that the assassin had been dealt with, earning the king's approval. The king, pleased with the request concerning his favored grandson, readily acquiesced, granting Aegon the privilege of visiting the lair freely. Thus, Alysanne cleverly leveraged her son's name to persuade the king, who was fully aware of her intentions. As for this spirited daughter, the king allowed her to indulge her whims. Alysanne, brimming with anticipation, addressed her 3 sons, saying, "I trust you are quite familiar with this place, so I shall not accompany you any longer. Please take care of yourselves. I must go see my Red Queen Miraculously." With that, and without waiting for the brothers' response, she instructed the Dragon Watch to guide her to her dragon. Rarely shedding his usual calm demeanor, Aegon eagerly declared, "I shall not accompany you 2 either. I want to see my Miraculously. Let us meet on Dragonstone later." Demon, without uttering a word, dashed off. The 2 brothers, under the watchful guidance of the Dragon Watch, set out to find their dragons. The lair was constructed to protect the young dragons and to ensure that they did not harm others. Consequently, some of the dragons within the lair were secured with massive iron chains, as they were no longer under the control of their riders. Chapter 7. Soaring Aegon rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation as he ventured deeper into the heart of the lair. As he drew nearer to Balerion, the temperature began to rise dramatically. "I apologize, Prince, but we cannot accompany you any further. The heat here is simply too intense," one of the Dragon Watch members cautioned. "That's quite all right. I shall proceed on my own. Wait for me. I will soon emerge riding the Black Dread. You would best exit now, lest you be overwhelmed." Aegon replied, "As you wish, Your Highness." The Dragon Watch members, unfazed by Aegon's determination, acquiesced to his request. Due to the sweltering heat, they could only halt at a distance from the Black Death. However, Yegen was unlike the Dragon Guards. Possessing the bloodline of the ancient Varelia Dragon King, he, as the most authentic heir of this lineage, found the temperature to be a trivial matter. Even if he were to plunge into a sea of flames, the worst consequence would merely be the damage to his garments, for he had already acquired a fireproof constitution. Perhaps when his Varelia Dragon King bloodline reaches 100, it may herald the dawn of his extraordinary transformation or even semi-divine status. Who knows what changes might unfold once his bloodline attains such a level? With the assistance of the life space, it is merely a matter of time. The life energy from the life space continuously enhances Yegen's physical attributes and bloodline. He can now disregard high temperatures and flames, yet he still cannot contend with the flames of Balerion. Presently, the black-red flames of Balerion could effortlessly dissolve anything in their path. However, this remains Yegen's conjecture, as they reside in a magical realm, rife with countless unknowns. Roar, roar. Balerion had unmistakably caught the scent of Yegen, emitting low growls from the depths of the cave. Tremors reverberated through the dragon lair, and with each step Yegen took, the ground quaked, resonating deep within his heart and soul. The colossal beast, Balerion, had arrived before Yegen. Gazing upon the battle-hardened creature, Yegen felt no fear. After all, they had forged a unique bond through the life space. Turning, Yegen gently waved his hand, and Balerion, without hesitation, followed suit. As Yegen led the enormous beast out of the dragon lair, he could distinctly sense Balerion's pent-up frustration. It seemed the lair could hardly accommodate such a massive creature, and Yegen found himself at a loss regarding their future destination. In contemplating the gigantic form before him, Yegen suddenly recalled a significant place, smacking his forehead in disbelief at having forgotten such an important location. The place he thought of was none other than Dragonstone Island. As the ancestral home of House Targaryen, It was typically reserved for the heir to the throne, commonly referred to as the Prince of Dragonstone. The current Prince of Dragonstone was none other than his father's brother, Prince Aemon, the eldest son of the king and Yegan's uncle. While Yegan was lost in thought, Balerion had emerged. The dragon appeared constrained within the passage, its head nearly touching the ceiling. Upon exiting, it immediately let out a roar, seemingly eager to express its discontent. Silence. Balerion, Yegan commanded in High Valyrian, the ancient tongue of Varelia. Balerion rolled its eyes in a distinctly human-like manner, but quickly complied with the command, quieting down. Yegan continued in High Valyrian, Balerion, did you miss me? Once I have resolved my matters, I will come to see you without delay. Balerion, as if possessing a sentient spirit, nodded his immense head while emitting a gentle growl. Aegon observed the creature's response and turned to the awestruck dragon guards beside him, saying, please step aside. While I am commanding Balerion, his colossal form may obscure your presence, potentially leading to unintended harm. Kindly retreat for your safety. Yes, your highness. The dragon guards replied without hesitation, moving aside. Since the establishment of the dragon guard, their greatest reverence had been reserved for the two founding dragons, whose immense size and unpredictable temper had instilled both awe and caution. The dragon guards had experienced several instances of being trampled by the great beasts, and it was Aegon, the current rider of the Black Dread, who first showed genuine concern for their well-being. Aegon turned and, continuing in High Valyrian, called out, come forth, my grand companion. Lower your magnificent form to facilitate my ascent. Balerion, possessing a head adorned with two massive, backward-curving horns, gradually lowered his head. As the last surviving dragon of Old Valyria, his majesty was undeniable, and the prominence of his horns added an air of regality to his visage. This was the only dragon Aegon had encountered whose head approached the grandeur of the Eastern dragons, a fact that compelled him to assist this aging titan at any cost. For the dragon was immensely to his liking. Aegon was thoroughly pleased with the appearance of the Black Dread. After observing for a moment and noting no issues, he proceeded to the ladder designed for ascending and descending such a colossal creature. The ladder had been newly replaced by Aegon for the convenience of mounting the dragon. Once atop the saddle, he patted the giant scales of the Black Dread, which had already been renewed, and commanded in High Valyrian, take flight, Balerion. Having benefited from Aegon's healing and restoration, Balerion was now capable of challenging two of his former peak selves in single combat. Revitalized by the essence of life and their shared understanding, he crawled forward using both wings and limbs, reaching the edge of the Rhaenys Hills. There, Balerion spread his enormous wings. Thanks to the nourishment from the essence of life, the protruding bone spikes on his wings had transformed into formidable claws, enhancing his adaptability in aerial combat. His fighting style was no longer limited to mere biting and fire-breathing. He could now also use his limbs to tear and grasp. Such transformative changes in the Black Dread were likely only recognized by those intimately familiar with him. Balerion leapt from the precipice, sweeping his massive wings as he swiftly ascended into the heavens. This dragon, measuring over 170 meters in length with a wingspan exceeding 400 meters, soared through the sky, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. The Black Dread was virtually unparalleled, his sheer size rendering him the largest creature in existence, coupled with an abundant reserve of flame to unleash without interruption. This had been demonstrated long ago during the Battle of Harrenhal, when Aegon I rode him into glory. As he gazed at the horizon, he saw his two brothers and mother vanish into the sky. At this moment, although Balerion was ascending rapidly, Aegon felt no discomfort. Rather, he reveled in the exhilaration of soaring into the sky, embracing the sensation of freedom. The surrounding air and chill were rendered inconsequential in the presence of the great dragon, whose formidable heat and warmth effectively dispelled the cold currents aloft. Regardless of the dragon's size, the intense temperature emanating from its body created a protective barrier for its rider. Aegon, riding Balerion, swiftly caught up with his mother and brothers, who had departed earlier. He soon spotted them atop their dragons, a silver one and two red ones. Although Balerion was not renowned for speed, the vitality he had absorbed had granted him a longevity and nurturing capability that surpassed that of his kin. His current velocity was even greater than that of the enhanced Red Queen. It was likely that the swiftest dragon in Westeros could not match Balerion's pace. As a distinguished dragon of his generation, Balerion greeted his descendants with a resounding roar, a declaration of his presence accompanied by a warm salutation. Indeed, the other three dragons momentarily faltered upon hearing Balerion's mighty call, perhaps internally lamenting, "What ancestor, what harbinger of doom has arrived?" Initially gliding gracefully, They were suddenly hesitant to associate with such a formidable presence. Unwilling to be outdone, Balerion flapped his enormous wings with determination, rapidly accelerating to close the gap. Soon, the shadow cast by his colossal wings enveloped the three smaller dragons, whose combined mass was less than a third of Balerion's shadow. Thus, the quartet of dragons, led by Balerion, swiftly traversed the Blackwater Bay, passing by Tideshead Island, until they encountered a massive volcano emitting smoke. Chapter 8. The Dragonstone Saga. The black dragon soared swiftly above the clouds, cleaving them in two with its remarkable speed. Spotting the volcanic ash in the distance, the four dragons, unwilling to concede, vigorously flapped their wings in a bid to hasten their flight. From afar, it was evident that the black dragon was gaining ground, swiftly overtaking the three beneath it. The immense wings of Balerion cast a shadow over the castle below, where the inhabitants looked up in trepidation. Look, there are four dragons. It is Balerion, the Black Dread, the Red Queen Meraxus, and Vagor and Euloris. We must inform Princess Rhaenys and Prince Aemon in the Great Hall at once. Yes, my lord. The soldiers stationed at Dragonstone Castle, recognizing the colossal figures overhead as part of their duty, quickly prepared to relay the news. Upon encountering the familiar dragon, the assistant promptly notified Prince Aemon, who was currently on the island. The soldier, eager to relay the message, hurried down the corridor towards the heart of the castle to report this matter. Dragonstone, as a symbol of House Targaryen, boasts a formidable military fortress. The architectural craftsmanship of this stronghold hails from the masonry techniques of the Valyrian era, with legends suggesting that magic was employed during its construction. Since the destruction of the ancient freehold of Valyria, it has stood as the singular castle in Westeros. The fortress is forged from immense black stones, adorned with a variety of water droplet-shaped battlements along its walls. From these walls emerge claws that serve as torches, their oil burning incessantly to illuminate the grandeur of this magnificent castle. Among its most striking features is the tower, shaped like a dragon. Beneath the wings, intricately carved into the stone, lies a forge and an armory. The dragon's tail forms an archway, complemented by outdoor staircases and bridges. It can be said that the design both inside and outside the castle is predominantly dragon-themed, perhaps reflecting the Targaryen family's dominion over dragons and their cultural connection to these majestic creatures. Though this was not Aegon's first visit, he remained profoundly awed by the island and its majestic architecture. He was the first to descend upon the mountainside, riding his dragon, Balerion, the Black Dread. A slender, blood-red dragon appeared before Aegon, eyeing the black dragon with a wary expression. Balerion, having been nourished by Aegon's life force, possessed intelligence and abilities that surpassed all other dragons of the present. To Balerion, the other dragons might have seemed akin to uncivilized beasts, for it held its head high, ignoring their presence. Once Aegon dismounted, the dragon called Clorax approached him, sniffing and inspecting him closely. Recognizing him, Clorax ceased its scrutiny. Aegon was well acquainted with these dragons, having spent considerable time with them over the years. He was generous towards those dragons that chose to approach him, bestowing upon them a measure of life force, allowing them to grow and develop at a pace several times faster than those who had not received such blessings. This, in turn, would likely result in a much longer lifespan for them. Consequently, most dragons, if not for the imposing presence of Balerion, would likely have clung to Aegon. Upon receiving the soldier's message, Prince Aemon, in preparation for welcoming guests, dispatched his daughter, Rhaenys, to greet them. Rhaenys hurriedly approached, and upon seeing Aegon tenderly caressing Clorax, she remained silent, having witnessed Aegon's remarkable abilities countless times before. The familiarity with the bloodworm Clorax elicited no surprise from her. "Welcome to Dragonstone, dear brother," Rhaenys said, her steps light and arms outstretched. Aegon reciprocated, embracing his cousin gently. "Thank you for your warm welcome, sister. Please wait a moment. My mother and two brothers are a tad slow. By the way, sister, is our uncle still on Dragonstone?" Rhaenys nodded and replied, "Indeed. Father is in the council hall of Dragonstone. It seems there has been an issue on Tarth, and he is currently receiving Sir Cameron from Tarth alongside my husband, Corlys." As they conversed, their mother and two brothers, who had lagged behind Egan, descended upon Dragonstone's rear mountain atop their dragons. Rhaenys gazed at them with a hint of envy, reflecting on the changes brought about by Egan. She was meant to be the dragon rider of the Red Queen, Melisandre. Yet due to Egan's mother still being alive, Rhaenys had yet to claim her destiny as a dragon rider. "I truly envy you dragon riders. Soaring through the skies on your mighty dragons, it must be so convenient to travel anywhere you desire," she remarked. Egan teased lightly, "My dear sister, there is no need for envy. I believe it will not be long before you too can become a dragon rider. Isn't Dreamfire residing on Dragonstone? Since grandmother Rena passed away in Harrenhal, Dreamfire has returned to Dragonstone, now a dragon without a master. Perhaps you could attempt to tame her. She has been in her cage long enough and must be quite bored. She might even accept you. Rhaenys eyes brightened at this thought, only to dim again shortly after. She shot him an exasperated glance and replied in a resigned tone, "Taming a dragon is not as simple as you think. Do you believe everyone is like you?" Egan awkwardly scratched his head, managing a forced smile. He could hardly reveal that he possessed an advantage, could he? To do so would be akin to courting disaster. In the end, Egan suggested, "How about after visiting Uncle Eamon, I accompany you to the rear mountain where Dreamfire resides?" Rhaenys seemed to have anticipated his words, her face lighting up with joy as she declared, "Brother, you said it. After I meet with Father, you must take me to find Dreamfire in the rear mountain. No backing out." Without waiting for Egan's response, she dashed toward their mother, then turned back to Egan, prompting him to realize he had been ensnared in her scheme. He helplessly tapped his head, shaking it gently. "Alas, have I been caught in a trap? It seems she has been waiting here to ensnare me. I still have much to learn." Demon leaped down from his dragon, throwing an arm around Egan's shoulders. "I recall you were the last to take flight. I never expected Vagor to be so swift, showing no sign of diminishing the power recorded in tales of old." Egan, shedding his worries, tilted his head back with pride and declared, "That is only natural. Just look whose dragon it is." Nearby, Vagor seemed to sense the praise, letting out a mighty roar and releasing a plume of black and gold dragon fire. The display startled the other dragons present, who quickly distanced themselves from Vagor. After all, even their combined strength would pale in comparison to that of Vagor, whose size dwarfed them all. Egan observed the astonished expressions of those around him and raised an eyebrow with a smug grin. "So, what do you think? Do you now recognize the might of my dragon? There exists a profound connection between us, a kind of telepathy. Perhaps you should all take a moment to learn from this." Mother Alyssa observed Ijen's rather mischievous expression, gritting her teeth in disapproval as she rushed forward to grasp Ijen's ear. In a voice tinged with a hint of frost, she admonished, "Young man, I did not expect such audacity from you. How dare you challenge your mother's authority and flaunt your bravado before me? Are you prepared to face the wrath that awaits?" "Oh dear, please be gentler, Mother. My ears might just fall off, and then how will I find a wife?" Ijen yelped in protest, pleading for mercy as he continued, "Mother, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Meanwhile, his two brothers stood by, torn between laughter and restraint, their faces flushed as they watched Ijen's plight. Rhaenys, initially thinking her aunt was genuinely upset, prepared to intervene, but soon realized the ruckus was merely playful banter. Alyssa was not truly angry. Perhaps it was her innate maternal instinct that led her to playfully engage with her children, especially relishing the opportunity to jest with Ijen. Chapter 9. Aemon Targaryen. Eventually, Ijen and the others ceased their playful antics and followed Rhaenys to the Grand Hall of Dragonstone. At the center of the hall lay the map of Westeros, crafted by the Conqueror himself. This map was meticulously designed for the purpose of conquering Westeros, chronicling the journeys taken by him and his two sisters as they rode their mighty dragons across the continent. It was sculpted by skilled stonemasons and, when illuminated by the flickering light of burning candles, vividly displayed the mountains, rivers, castles, and cities of Westeros. "Your Highness, you must send troops to rescue your people. These marauders are wreaking havoc, committing heinous acts of violence. They do not only covet our food and wealth, but are also slaughtering the inhabitants of the island. Half of Tarth has already fallen, transformed into a veritable hell on earth. I will report this matter to the king immediately. I shall lead the Valyrian and royal fleets to drive these brigands away alongside you." "Thank you immensely, Your Highness." "Your Highness, Princess Alyssa has arrived, along with 3 young princes," a guard hurriedly announced as he entered the chamber, addressing Prince Aemon. Upon hearing of his sister's visit, Aemon's spirits lifted, and he joyfully exclaimed, "Quickly, invite them in. I am surprised to see my 3 nephews and sister." "As you wish, Your Highness," the guard replied dutifully. Seated comfortably, Aemon began to draft a letter regarding the dire situation on Tarth. Once completed, he entrusted it to a nearby scholar, instructing, "Please ensure this message reaches King's Landing swiftly via Raven." "Understood, Your Highness," the scholar nodded respectfully before making his way towards the Ravenry. "Uncle, we have come to see you," Ijen called out exuberantly as he entered the hall behind Rhaenys. Hearing the familiar voice, Aemon's face lit up with joy. "Little Ijen, what brings you here from Red Keep? Have the assassins who targeted you been apprehended? Otherwise, I find it hard to believe that our esteemed king would so readily release you, whom he cherishes dearly." Under the tireless efforts of the guards of King's Landing, all the assassins have finally been apprehended. Consequently, my grandfather, the king, has lifted my restrictions. Otherwise, I would not have had the opportunity to venture out. The exhilaration of regaining my long-lost freedom is truly overwhelming. Moreover, with the protection of the Black Death, my grandfather feels reassured about my release. Furthermore, under the tutelage of the Iron Guard, Ryan, I have diligently honed my swordsmanship. Now, even my uncle might not stand a chance against me. After extensive training, I have transformed into a stronger version of myself compared to a year ago. I am now capable of defending myself and protecting our family as well. His two elder brothers greeted him, standing somewhat awkwardly to the side. Unlike the boisterous Egan, who incessantly chatted and flaunted his modest muscles, their mother, Alessa, entered behind him and playfully rapped his head. Although pride radiated from her face, she softly admonished, "How can you speak to your uncle like that? It's quite all right. I quite like this lad," Iman replied, waving his hand dismissively. He greatly appreciated his nephew's carefree demeanor, which sometimes seemed mature, akin to that of an adult. Yet at other times, he embodied the unrestrained spirit of a child. "Prince Iman, your highness, and esteemed princes, I shall not intrude on your reunion any longer. I humbly request that the prince expedites the deployment of troops to eliminate the brigands from Tar's Island." Sir Cameron, hailing from Tar's Island, first extended his greetings before reiterating the urgent situation they faced. "Rest assured, I have already dispatched a raven to King's Landing, and shortly, I shall ride a dragon back to report this matter. We will swiftly mobilize forces to address the crisis on the island," Iman assured him. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave and not disturb the esteemed princes and princesses further." Once Cameron exited the hall, Demon, an impassioned young man, eagerly inquired about the turmoil occurring within the kingdom. Iman, with no intention of concealing the truth, spoke slowly. "A group of failures from Meereen has arrived on Tar's Island. They fled during the contest for the governorship. Initially, they planned to recuperate on the Stepstones before returning to Meereen to vie for power. However, upon their arrival at the Stepstones, they were expelled by Lord Tyros. Subsequently, they resorted to piracy along the Narrow Sea, leading to the invasion of Tar's Island. Sir Cameron is now seeking the kingdom's assistance. Given the current situation, it is dire indeed. I suspect this is a deliberate provocation from Meereen against our Targaryen lineage. It may also be a test of our limits. Demon, a naturally combative spirit, could not be changed. Every Targaryen is born like a coin tossed into the air, possessing both sides of greatness and madness, often embodying both concurrently. Egan's elder brother, Demon, stands as a coin upright, exemplifying this duality. Though his character has slightly altered due to his mother's influence, the inherent combative spirit remains unmistakably evident, mirroring that of their father. "Uncle, when the time for battle arrives, may I accompany you? I wish to witness the harsh realities of war and learn the art of combat to safeguard our family in the future." Eldest brother Viserys, despite his gentle and magnanimous nature, also longs to experience the tumult of war. Perhaps it is the ripple effect of his mother Alyssa's nurturing guidance that has shaped his character, rendering him less inclined towards a pleaser's demeanor. His love for his elders remains unwavering, as does his affection for his younger brothers. "Uncle, I too yearn to bear witness," Viserys expressed. "I wish to learn from your side how to navigate urgent military affairs." Iman felt a surge of delight at the eagerness displayed by his two nephews. After all, the legacy of their family, forged in blood and fire, is not merely a saying. This reputation is built gradually, and aside from the pride in their lineage, the presence of dragons is indispensable. While I am indeed inclined to agree with you both, it is essential to consider your parents' perspectives. You must secure their consent. And once obtained, I shall welcome you with open arms. Aegon, unwilling to be overshadowed, interjected, "Uncle, you cannot favor one over the other. I wish to join as well." Iman cast a glance at his sister, whose countenance was frosted with disapproval, and then at the enthusiastic trio of children, chuckling softly. "Very well, you may all join, provided you meet the aforementioned conditions. However, before that, I must make a trip to King's Landing. Sister, though I would love to host you, time is of the essence, and it appears you have made an unnecessary journey." Alyssa shrugged nonchalantly. "No matter, brother. The matters at hand are pressing. I merely intended to take the children for a brief excursion. I did not anticipate this turn of events. Perhaps we should return to King's Landing together." Iman nodded in agreement, acknowledging that beyond dragons, the sea, volcanoes, and stones, Dragonstone Island holds little of interest. The only forms of entertainment available are the gathering of dragon eggs or fishing. Chapter 10. The meeting at King's Landing. In King's Landing, at the Red Keep. Since the Conqueror's arrival, a political center for his 7 kingdoms has been established atop the hill where he first set foot, a place he named Aegon's Hill. King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne do not often reside there. Since his ascension, the king frequently traverses the continent aboard his dragon, Vhagar, while the queen rides her dragon, Silverwing, accompanying her husband on his journeys. Thus, it is not uncommon for the people of Westeros to witness the playful antics of the great dragons soaring through the sky. The sight of these colossal creatures has become routine for the populace, with taverns along the Rose Road and King's Road often buzzing with discussions about them. Vhagar and Silverwing are frequently regarded as a pair. Within the Red Keep, King Jaehaerys I, unusually absent from his travels, soon received a letter from Dragonstone, promptly delivered by Maester Alyssa. Though the king typically exhibits a gentle demeanor towards others, he is, at his core, imbued with the essence of blood and fire, a testament to his Targaryen lineage. This is evident in the character of his dragon, Vhagar, known for its fierce temperament. It can only be said that he possesses remarkable control over his emotions, as a sovereign does not readily reveal his feelings. After perusing the contents of the letter, he remained largely impassive, merely stating to the Iron Guard captain, Gales, please inform the others. Assemble the ministers and prepare for a royal meeting to discuss effective solutions to this matter. Yes, your majesty, Gales replied with a respectful nod, his white cloak billowing as he bowed slightly, before swiftly exiting the room to relay the king's command to the ministers in King's Landing. Queen Alysanne, standing beside King Jaehaerys, recognized the gravity of the situation reflected in his unchanging expression. She was aware that the king tended to become even more composed during times of significant crisis. Alysanne chose not to speak further, silently remaining by his side, just as she had during his ascent to the throne. Despite having had their share of disagreements, their bond had been restored through the mediation of their children. He sensed the subtle shifts in his wife's emotions and gently patted her hand, saying, "It seems our travels across the continent shall be postponed for a while." Alysanne responded, "It matters not. The affairs of the kingdom take precedence. No matter how long it takes, once we have resolved the state matters, we shall have ample time to ride dragons across the land." Aemon had donned a set of custom black armor bearing the Targaryen sigil, a three-headed dragon embroidered in red upon his black cloak, and at his side hung a Valyrian steel sword. The previously refined Aemon now exuded an air of authority. He addressed his son-in-law, Corlys Velaryon, asking, "Are the supplies and personnel for the fleet ready?" Without hesitation, Corlys began his report. "The personnel have been arranged, but we lack sufficient fresh water and provisions for the journey. We will need to procure these either in King's Landing or the Stormlands." Upon hearing this, Aemon contemplated the necessity of attending the impending royal meeting in King's Landing. It would be prudent to take the fleet along to replenish their supplies, thus saving time. Since we are short on food and fresh water, we shall first proceed to King's Landing to gather the necessary resources. After we have resupplied, you may set sail. I will catch up with the fleet on Dragonback once the meeting has concluded. Understood, Your Highness. Corlys replied before promptly preparing to notify the fleet to embark towards King's Landing. Once Aemon had arranged the fleet's affairs, he turned to his sister and nephews, directly inquiring, "Do you plan to remain at Dragonstone, or will you accompany me back to King's Landing?" Alyssa answered without hesitation, "Naturally, we shall return to King's Landing. For this journey was not solely for a leisurely ride with the dragons, but also to visit you on Dragonstone." Aegon's two elder brothers did not oppose his decision, for they were generally obedient to their mother and harbored a certain trepidation towards her formidable presence. Aegon, however, recalled his promise to his cousin Rhaenys to help her tame a dragon. This task, he deemed, would be an effortless endeavor. Thus he resolved to dedicate a brief moment to assist her in the taming of a dragon. Following this, he intended to embark on a campaign to Dragonstone alongside his uncle. After all, his memories revealed that his uncle Aemon had met his demise in that very conflict. "Mother, Uncle Aemon, I plan to stay here for a day. I have arranged to meet Rhaenys, and together we shall venture behind Dragonmount to see if we might assist her in taming Dreamfire. I also wish to explore the wild dragons that reside beyond the mountain. I have heard tales of a particularly unique creature among them, known as the Devourer, which has long inhabited the region, feasting upon the eggs, hatchlings, or remains of dragons. I intend to bring Balerion to witness this extraordinary dragon." The two adults listened quietly, offering no objections. With Balerion present, their concerns for Aegon's safety were alleviated. With the Black Dread by his side, he was safer than ever. Aemon, as the Lord of Dragonstone and a respected elder, was the first to speak. "In that case, I respect your decision. I am also pleased that you wish to aid Rhaenys in becoming a dragon rider. This endeavor not only empowers her, but also fortifies our Targaryen lineage. I am deeply grateful for your generosity, young Aegon, and I wish you both success." Aegon, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head, and met Eamon's gaze. "Uncle, this is a promise I intend to fulfill with utmost resolve." Eamon merely smiled with satisfaction, choosing not to elaborate further. Alyssa observed her son's earnest demeanor and refrained from interrupting his intentions. She was acutely aware of the bond between her husband, Balon, and his brother Eamon, and therefore held no objections to her son's desire to assist Rhaenys in taming a dragon. She understood all too well that Ygonn's familiarity with dragons far surpassed that of any member of the royal family, and even controlling multiple dragons was a task he could accomplish with ease, something others could scarcely fathom. Since he wished to help, she decided to honor his commitment. Gently patting his shoulder, she spoke earnestly. "Young Ygone, since you have made a promise, you must fulfill it like a true man. I trust that with Balerion by your side, your safety is assured, yet you must remain vigilant. I only hope that upon fulfilling your vow, you will return safely to King's Landing. Your brothers and I shall return to the city now." Ygone nodded solemnly. "I understand, mother. Are you still worried about me? You needn't fret. I will return promptly." Alyssa simply smiled, choosing not to say more. From childhood to adulthood, Aegon never caused her a moment of worry. Eamon stated, "Since everything has been arranged, we shall set forth to King's Landing at once. The king may already be awaiting our arrival, and we cannot keep him waiting." Daemon and Viserys, the two brothers, said nothing but shared a fervent embrace with Aegon. Then, under the guidance of their uncle Eamon, they proceeded towards the dragon's lair. Before long, the iconic sound of Caraxes, the blood worm, echoed as it ascended into the sky with its distinctive serpentine takeoff. Following closely were the dragons of his mother and two brothers, soon vanishing into the horizon. Concurrently, a formidable fleet navigated along the trajectory of the dragons, heading toward King's Landing. Chapter 11. Dreamfire. Aegon gazed at the now tranquil Dragonstone, noticing his cousin Rhaenys beside him, who remained lost in the reverie of becoming a dragon rider, oblivious to the departure of her father Aemon and her husband's fleet. Unable to contain himself, Aegon interrupted her daydream. "Sister, Uncle Eamon has already left. Shall we venture behind Dragonmount to attempt to tame a wild dragon and make it your companion?" "Ah, what?" Rhaenys snapped back to reality, realizing her lapse, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Yet she quickly regained her composure, saying, "I apologize. I was not paying attention. We can certainly head to Dragonmount immediately. I can hardly wait." Rhaenys appeared lost in memories as she spoke to herself. "Since childhood, I have envied the dragon riders who command dragons. Each time I witnessed someone soaring above me on a dragon, I would often fantasize about the day I could ride alongside them. I yearned to become a dragon rider like my ancestors, Queen Visenya and Queen Rhaenys, and to traverse the continent like my grandmother, Alysanne." Aegon watched Rhaenys. Admiration and anticipation etched on her face as she recounted the tales of female dragon riders. He affirmed, "You too shall soon become a dragon rider like them, and then you can manifest the ideals that reside within you. I hope that with your assistance, I, little Aegon, may realize my long-held dream of becoming a dragon rider. As you possess an innate affinity for dragons, enhancing the likelihood of my aspirations coming to fruition." With utmost seriousness, Aegon patted his chest, declaring, "Rest assured, I shall handle this splendidly. What are we waiting for? Let us depart immediately." He then turned to glance at the colossal form of Vhagar, who, sensing the moment, lowered its immense head, allowing Aegon to gently pat it. "Our safety is entrusted to you. Be strong, brother." Vhagar let out a soft rumble, as if to reassure him. "Fear not. These are mere small creatures, easily subdued. Now, let us proceed. I shall take you behind Dragonmount. I presume this is your first time venturing there. Despite your many visits to Dragonstone, are you not curious? This time, I will ensure you witness the wonders it holds." Upon hearing Aegon's words, Rhaenys exhibited no pretense and resolutely led him towards the rear mountains, engaging in continuous conversation along the way. Balerion had already ascended into the sky, tirelessly circling above like a loyal sentinel guarding Aegon. Rhaenys and Aegon traversed several small hills, arriving at a locale frequently visited by dragons. Rhaenys exhaled deeply, gesturing towards a vast cave ahead as she declared, "We have arrived. This is the abode of Dreamfire. According to my father, since the passing of Queen Rhaenys, Dreamfire has often remained here alone, seldom emerging except for necessary hunts and meals, as if mourning the late queen. He is typically wary of strangers. Even members of our Targaryen family would elicit a warning from him." Rhaenys glanced at the young man beside her, seemingly awaiting his response. Before Aegon could utter a word, a shadow loomed over them. Balerion, sensing the presence of kin, descended swiftly, landing on a patch of grass not far from them, sending up a spray of earth as his massive form occupied the space. The imposing figure of Balerion instilled a profound sense of security in both Rhaenys and Aegon. Without hesitation, Aegon emanated a vibrant aura of life, along with the concealed essence of his dragon blood. Balerion, vigilant and scanning the surroundings, caught the scent of these two alluring essences and could not resist moving closer to investigate. The irresistible allure of these scents was evident, even to the likes of the Black Death. Simultaneously, Rhaenys felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if she could cast aside all her worries. While Aegon and Rhaenys waited in silence, a commotion arose from within the vast cave. It was Dreamfire, having been roused from slumber by the intoxicating scents wafting through the air. As a dragon who had endured the trials of the Great Dragon War, Dreamfire, upon awakening, not only detected the enticing aromas but also a familiar scent, one that evoked memories he wished to avoid, the presence of Balerion, the Black Death. Once a dragon of Queen Rhaenys, Dreamfire frequently encountered Balerion during the reign of Maester the Cruel, who had forcibly taken Rhaenys as his queen. It is often said that dragons mirror the personalities of their riders, and this held true for Dreamfire, who bore striking similarities to his rider, Princess Rhaenys. At that time, Rhaenys, known as the Uncrowned, was the wife of the pretender Aegon, and at merely 20 years of age, she learned of her husband's tragic demise alongside his dragon, Silverwing. At the hands of Balerion under Maester's command at the God's Eye, the news shattered her, leading her to marry Maester the Cruel for the sake of her two daughters. Rhaenys' life was marked by turmoil and uncertainty, ultimately choosing to spend her twilight years in Harrenhal. Dreamfire had been jostled for quite some time, and after Rhaenyra's demise, chose to return to Dragonstone, shunning contact with the outside world. This rendered Dreamfire reminiscent of Rhaenyra in her later years. Now, Dreamfire could no longer resist the allure of the two essences emanating from Aegon, choosing to bear the fear of Vhagar. Upon her return to Dragonstone, she made the unprecedented decision to engage with a foreign presence. Dreamfire soon revealed her majestic form. She was a pale blue dragon adorned with silver stripes, possessing delicate, light blue wings and silver scales along her spine. A creature of elegance and grandeur, Dreamfire was over 50 years old, having reached the maturity of a dragon. However, due to having laid several eggs, her size was less than 50 meters. Aegon harbored doubts as to whether dragons, while producing eggs, might draw upon their own growth nutrients. As Dreamfire's natural development, according to the typical growth rate of dragons, should have exceeded 50 meters. Although Dreamfire's stature paled in comparison to Vhagar's, she was nonetheless a fully grown dragon. The prospect of taming a dragon that had emerged from her own eggs seemed more advantageous than the uncertainties of nurturing a hatchling. Nevertheless, mature dragons were not easily tamed. They possessed their own consciousness, and during the selection process, dragons would autonomously choose their riders. Of course, exceptions existed for extraordinary individuals like Aegon, whose capabilities defied conventional reasoning. As Dreamfire glanced up at Vhagar and noted the absence of any threatening movements, she lowered her guard and slowly approached Aegon. Chapter 12, Rhaenys and Dreamfire. Aegon observed the cautious Dreamfire and the stunned Rhaenys. He impatiently guided Rhaenys before Dreamfire. Sensing Aegon's pleasant aura, Dreamfire refrained from displaying any warning gestures, yet she was wary of making any sudden movements, especially with the Black Dread watching her closely. Aegon addressed the dragon, his voice resonating with authority in High Valyrian. Dreamfire, lower your head. We have come to visit you, so please do not harbor any apprehension. He repeated this several times, and gradually, Dreamfire eased her trepidation, lowering her magnificent head. Aegon then gently raised his right hand to caress her head, softly stroking her pale blue scales while channeling the life force from his own essence into her being. The remnants of her vigilance melted away as she reveled in the vitality Aegon imparted. Aegon took Rhaenys' hand and whispered in her ear, "Communicate with her in High Valyrian, allowing her to sense your benevolence and your determination to befriend her. The dragon will gradually come to accept you." Rhaenys nodded earnestly, her trembling hand gently caressing Dreamfire, while Aegon did not forget to engage with the dragon as well. Dreamfire did not reject Rhaenys' touch, for she sensed the bloodline of House Targaryen within Rhaenys. Aegon spoke to her. "Dreamfire is a female dragon, relatively gentle in temperament. Her acceptance of your contact signifies her acknowledgement of you. You may continue to attempt communication with her, and then you can try to mount her back, officially becoming a dragon rider." At this moment, Rhaenys was so overcome with emotion that she could scarcely speak, tears of joy streaming down her face as she embraced Aegon tightly and whispered, "Thank you so much, Aegon." Aegon gently patted her back, glancing at Dreamfire, who had already accepted Rhaenys, and said, "We are family. and you are my sister. It is my duty to assist you. Dear sister, you should not keep your companion waiting too long. Rhaenys, now smiling through her tears, lightly tapped Aegon and turned her gaze to Dreamfire. The dragon blinked her golden eyes, as if to say, "Why do you humans have so much drama? It's rather awkward for me to watch. This female human is the sister of the male human who provides me energy. I should grant her the honor of becoming my rider. Perhaps I shall request more energy from the delightful male human to replenish myself, compensating for the residual effects of my recent hatching." Rhaenys noticed Dreamfire's expressive eyes and softly remarked to Aegon, "Her eyes are so lively, almost brimming with wisdom." Aegon, possessing a powerful spirit, could clearly perceive Dreamfire's mental waves and was unperturbed by the messages she conveyed. He found the dragon to be incredibly intriguing, for the intelligence of these dragons was akin to that of a child in their early teens. Despite their wisdom, most of their actions were governed by instinct. Unfazed by the inexhaustible life energy from his own life space, Aegon continued to stroke Dreamfire while imparting life force to her. He answered Rhaenys' inquiries. An adult dragon is comparable to a child of around 12. They can understand our expressions clearly. Therefore, you should attempt to communicate with Dreamfire more frequently. This will enhance your synergy. Now, you may attempt to ride her. Be bold and confident as you ascend. However, remember to hold tightly onto the saddle. Refrain from executing complex maneuvers initially. Start with simple flights. Gradually adapt, and as your partnership grows more harmonious, you can then attempt more advanced actions. Rhaenys listened intently. Like a child eager to learn from a mentor, Aegon gazed at the elegantly proportioned azure dragon, lightly tapping her glimmering scales, and cautioned Dreamfire, "When you fly, do so at a slower pace. It is vital to protect your rider. If you perform well, I shall reward you afterward." Dreamfire seemed to comprehend this, vigorously nodding her massive head while emitting a low, soft growl. Rhaenys had ascended onto the back of the dragon, Dreamfire, which was already poised for flight. A look of encouragement adorned Aegon's face as he gazed at his sister, who nodded resolutely, continually urging herself on within. "You can do this, Rhaenys. Hold on tightly." Dreamfire, seemingly invigorated by the essence of life, trod lightly to the edge of the precipice. With a buoyant leap, it executed a gliding maneuver, skimming the surface of the sea. Rhaenys' heart raced as she cried out in elation. She had done it. She truly had. Dreamfire sensed that its rider had nearly acclimated to the art of flying, and with a sudden burst of speed, it flapped its wings vigorously, lifting off the water and ascending to greater heights. Both the dragon and Rhaenys adjusted to one another, the blood of fire coursing through her veins, enabling her swift adaptation to the flight. Below, Aegon observed from Dragonstone, watching Rhaenys, who was exuberantly shouting with joy, and reminiscent of his own initial experience riding the Black Death, filled with fear, acceptance, overcoming, and ultimately, enjoyment. Rhaenys circled Dragonstone 5 times atop her companion Dreamfire before excitedly guiding it down to land. Yet, upon touching the ground, the exhilaration waned, giving way to a wave of nausea. Aegon, mistaking her condition for motion sickness, grasped her hand and infused her with a surge of life force, which visibly improved her state. Despite the infusion, Rhaenys continued to retch, prompting Aegon to focus his mental energy to assess her condition. After a moment, he distinctly sensed a powerful life force intertwined with a faint one. A sudden realization struck him. His sister was married, and the dual life forces indicated she was with child. Approaching her with congratulations, he exclaimed, "Sister, congratulations. A double blessing." Rhaenys offered a faint smile before pausing, her first surprise being the possession of her own dragon. Yet she questioned the source of the second surprise. Is there another surprise aside from having a dragon? Isn't that the only one? Aegon, not one to tease, responded straightforwardly, "Congratulations on expecting your own child." "Ah, is it true?" Rhaenys exclaimed with astonishment, and Aegon nodded seriously at her. Upon receiving his affirmation, a radiant smile illuminated Rhaenys' face. Chapter 13. The Dragon Egg. As Rhaenys basked in her happiness, her thoughts turned to her newly acquired dragon, Dreamfire. She looked at Aegon, who, though merely 8 years old, had already grown slightly taller than her. Having been nurtured by the vitality of life, Aegon has indeed reached a height of approximately 173 centimeters. The Valyrians, endowed with the bloodline of the ancient dragon lords, are universally striking in appearance, and Aegon's looks are no exception, having inherited the best traits from both his mother and father. A fleeting glimmer of peculiarity crossed Rhaenys' eyes, quickly concealed, as a wave of shame washed over her. She was a woman with a husband and soon to be a mother. How could she entertain such absurd thoughts? Aegon, perceptive as he was, noticed the subtle shift in her demeanor. Although he felt a tinge of discomfort, He maintained his composure and swiftly diverted the conversation, stating, "Your dragon, Dreamfire, may have laid an egg. It is likely the reason for her restlessness." Rhaenys seized upon this new topic. Her curiosity piqued. "Are you suggesting there is a dragon egg in Dreamfire's lair?" Aegon, relieved at the successful change of focus, spoke without hesitation. "Indeed. There may be more than one. Based on Dreamfire's growth rate, as a descendant of Vhagar, she should not merely measure 50 meters in length. After all, Dreamfire was capable of carrying 12-year-old Queen Rhaena across the skies when the Conqueror was only 35 years old. Now, nearly 52 years have passed. And aside from the rapid growth in her first 3 years, a dragon typically grows about 1 meter annually thereafter. Dreamfire, now over 60 years old, should have reached around 70 meters, yet she languished at a mere 50. Following this pattern, and considering my observations, it seems that any dragon from our Targaryen lineage that has laid an egg experiences a significant slowdown in growth during the nesting period. Dreamfire's cave must harbor 1 or 2 eggs, though I might be mistaken. External factors could also be hindering her growth. Dragons, as embodiments of blood and magic, are undoubtedly influenced by various other factors. Rhaenys suggested, "Shall we not simply go inside to see for ourselves? After all, seeing is believing." Aegon nodded, aware that Rhaenys had dismissed his subsequent thoughts, but he chose not to comment. After all, if there were indeed eggs, it would merely be a delightful bonus. Rhaenys picked up a torch she had brought along, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she considered the possibility of leaving an egg as a gift for her unborn child. She was determined that her offspring would not repeat her own experience of taming a dragon in her 20s, aided only by her brother. She longed for her child to grow alongside the hatchling, fostering a deeper bond between dragon and dragon rider. Aegon silently followed, while Dreamfire, though concerned for her offspring, felt reassured by Aegon's remarkable abilities, keeping a watchful eye on the imposing black figure of Balerion nearby. Unbeknownst to Dreamfire, a dark dragon lurked at a distance, its eyes gleaming with an emerald glow. The colossal dragon, as dark as coal, has surpassed Dreamfire, its body now stretching nearly 100 meters in length. It has eclipsed all other dragons, save for the 3 founding dragons of House Targaryen. This dragon exhaled green flames, casting a wary glance at Balerion, who was nearly twice its size. With a sense of trepidation, it quickly retreated from the area, flying off into the unknown. Balerion, having caught a whiff of other scents besides that of Dreamfire, chose not to investigate further in order to protect Aegon, merely casting a fleeting glance before refocusing on Dreamfire. At that moment, Aegon and Rhaenys, deeply engrossed in their treasure-seeking adventure within the cave, remained blissfully unaware of these events. The cave's uneven terrain and utter darkness delayed their progress, and it was not until approximately 5 minutes later that they arrived at the spot where Dreamfire frequently rested. Noticing a small mound of earth nearby, from which smoke was billowing, Aegon instantly recognized it as the dragon's egg-laying site. Despite it being his first foray into searching for dragon eggs, this recognition stemmed from a period when he was beset by assassins and, to alleviate his boredom, often immersed himself in the Targaryen family's vast collection of tomes for nearly 2 years, absorbing much knowledge about dragons. "Rhaenys, come over here. I found something." Aegon called out to Rhaenys, who was diligently searching nearby, without turning his head. "Is it a dragon egg? How many are there?" Rhaenys inquired as she approached him. Unfazed, Aegon, clad in deer-hide gloves, swept aside the viscous layer covering the eggs. As he did so, a cloud of smoke erupted, and he waved his hand to disperse the sulfurous fumes, quickly revealing 6 dragon eggs nestled at the bottom of the pit. Before them lay 2 pale blue, 1 black, and 3 green dragon eggs. Having not anticipated the presence of dragon eggs, they had brought no tools for their transport. Aegon, therefore, removed his outer garment, fashioning it into a makeshift container for the eggs. After carefully collecting the 6 eggs and ensuring no remnants remained, he turned to Rhaenys and said, "Let us head outside. The sulfur fumes here are rather overwhelming." Rhaenys nodded in agreement and followed Aegon out of the sulfur-laden lair, situated deep within the belly of the volcano, replete with various acrid odors, likely appealing only to creatures of fire and blood like dragons. Upon their exit, they were met with a comical sight: a black and blue dragon, their massive heads locked together in a wrestling-like embrace, limbs and wings entangled, glaring at one another. Clearly, Balerion had the upper hand, dominating Dreamfire, who seemed unwilling to concede. Aegon and Rhaenys couldn't help but burst into laughter at the absurdity of the scene before them. After encountering Aegon, Balerion did not engage in playful antics with Dreamfire. Instead, he nudged Dreamfire gently and then slowly approached Aegon. Aegon bestowed a wave of life force upon him, followed by another for Dreamfire, and then caressed Black Death before standing before Rhaenys. He unveiled the dragon eggs secured to his back and stated plainly, "Rhaenys, choose one that you favor for my future nephew. The remaining eggs shall be taken back to King's Landing, where I will merely inform my grandfather, the king, as a matter of courtesy. Alternatively, you may accompany me to King's Landing." Rhaenys gazed at the dragon eggs resting on the ground, selected a pale blue one, and then returned it. She raised her eyes to Aegon and declared, "I shall choose this egg, and for now, I entrust it to you. I will join you on your journey to King's Landing. It seems more prudent." Aegon replied, "No problem, let us depart at once." After securing the 6 dragon eggs, Aegon confidently mounted Balerion, who soared into the sky. Dreamfire, not to be outdone, took to the air with Rhaenys in tow. Chapter 14. The invisible smoke. Following their discussions, Aegon and Rhaenys flew directly to King's Landing. Black Death maintained its customary swift pace. However, to avert any misconceptions among the inhabitants of King's Landing regarding a wild dragon invasion, it flew in tandem with Dreamfire. As they traversed Blackwater Bay, they spotted a massive fleet that had set sail hours earlier. The 2 dragons swiftly glided over the formidable armada, covering over 700 kilometers in less than an hour. Upon reaching the skies above King's Landing, both dragons let out exhilarating roars, drawing the attention of various individuals within the city. Black Death loomed like a moving mountain, its expansive wings casting a shadow over the entire Red Keep. Although Dreamfire was also colossal, it appeared slender and agile in comparison to Black Death. Roar, roar, a dragon. It seemed to be Black Death, accompanied by another unidentified dragon, its hue reminiscent of pale blue, displaying elegant lines rare for dragons. "I believe I have seen that dragon before," remarked a blind elder, exuding a fierce aura. "That must be Dreamfire, the dragon of Queen Rhaenys. I never expected the lost dragon to be tamed once more." The people of King's Landing had not laid eyes on such a graceful dragon for a long time, evoking a sense of both familiarity and novelty. Dreamfire was a descendant of Vhagar, born approximately in the 27th year of the Conqueror's reign. By the 35th year, it was already capable of bearing the 12-year-old Queen Rhaenys. Dreamfire was classified among the second tier of dragons and had now been tamed again, reappearing above King's Landing. Aegon and Rhaenys soared over the Red Keep, situated on Aegon's Hill, and soon arrived at the dragon lair located in the hills of Rhaenys. The dragon guards of the dragon's lair naturally beheld the 2 colossal dragons soaring in the sky. The younger guards involuntarily twitched their eyelids, while the more seasoned guards exhibited a subtle grimace at the corners of their mouths. The dragon's lair had become increasingly populated by these magnificent beasts, and with the limited number of guards, they were subjected to the whims of the dragons on an almost daily basis. In the past, the most arduous encounters were with the notoriously irritable twin dragons from the era of founding, which had left them utterly exhausted. Presently, however, Vhagar was less of a concern. Ever since Aegon had tamed him, he had not caused any disturbances. Moreover, Vhagar's presence provided a degree of comfort, as the other dragons tended to temper their tempers in his formidable presence. In contrast, Vhagar, being of the same period, remained unyielding, thus presenting the guards with considerable challenges, particularly due to his persistently foul disposition. The conditions for replenishing the ranks of the guards were exceedingly restrictive, as candidates needed to possess Valyrian blood, be fluent in the ancient Valyrian tongue, and have an intimate understanding of the dragon's behaviors. Aegon gently patted Vhagar, who cooperatively descended onto the vast open space before the dragon's lair. Aegon skillfully slid down from Vhagar, followed closely by Dreamfire, who also landed gracefully in the clearing. Surveying the surroundings, after more than a decade, Dreamfire had returned to this place, and Rhaenys descended slowly from the dragon's back. 2 elder dragon guards, accompanied by 5 younger ones, approached respectfully and stated, "We greet you, Prince Aegon and Princess Rhaenys." Aegon waved his hand dismissively, observing the 2 elder guards before softly replying, "There is no need for such formalities. The Black Dread can no longer reside in the dragon's lair. You need not concern yourselves with its accommodation. As the most senior guards, you should be well aware of Dreamfire's temperament. Simply prepare a suitable dwelling for her." The guards responded, "Rest assured, Your Highness and Princess. We have had the privilege of caring for Dreamfire in the past, and will ensure she is provided with the finest quarters." After giving his instructions, Aegon took his seat in the carriage that had been awaiting him. Meanwhile, within the Red Keep, fervent discussions unfolded between Aemon and Balon. Aemon had recently been appointed as the Minister of Justice. Similarly, Balon, due to his exceptional martial prowess, had been entrusted with significant duties, now serving as the commander of the City Watch of King's Landing. With their royal lineage, They were naturally entitled to participate in the council meetings. The principal members of the council presently included the king's hand, Ser Basiar, the Minister of Finance, Lyman Beesbury of House Beesbury, and the former Minister of House Tully. Martin Tully, who had resigned from his position, now replaced by Lyman. Also in attendance was Grand Maester Eldon, who had served as a maester for over 20 years, along with the current master of ships, Count Corlys Valerion of House Valerion. Aemon turned to his father, King Jaehaerys, and spoke softly, "Your Majesty, I believe this is not merely a simple war. While we must support Dragonstone, we are acutely aware that this involves a faction of the free folk. I suspect that the Kingdom of the Three Daughters seeks to exploit this war for their own gain, undermining our Iron Throne's interests in the Stepstones. Should they succeed, the Iron Throne would incur significant losses in maritime trade. Therefore, we must approach the motives of these Myriades with utmost caution. When we deploy our fleet, I implore you to allow me to command the Dragon, Claw, to once again meet with Sir Cameron Tarth, who has returned to Tarth Island. Prior to the fleet's arrival, we should conduct a probing attack to ascertain whether the Kingdom of the Three Daughters and Dorne are involved. After all, Dorne has harbored long-standing grievances against our Targaryen family, and I fear this matter may be driven by them from the shadows." As Aemon concluded, a brief silence enveloped the meeting. Belron, who shared a close bond with his brother, upon seeing their father, the king, chose not to remain silent. He quickly echoed, "Your Majesty, I believe Aemon speaks wisely. Dorne is akin to a foul stone in a cesspit, both odious and unyielding. I sense their involvement in this affair. I beseech you to allow me to march alongside Aemon. Let us show them the blood and fire of our Targaryen lineage. Let them witness the fate that awaits those who provoke the Dragonlord's family." As the Minister of Naval Affairs and a seasoned fleet commander, Corlys interjected, "Prince Belron, the security of King's Landing necessitates your vigilance. Since your ascension, crime within the city has markedly decreased, resulting in an unprecedented peace. This conflict involves merely a band of insignificant Myriades pirates. With Prince Aemon's dragon, Claw, and the kingdom's fleet, alongside the forces of Storm's End, this war should be easily resolvable, provided the Kingdom of the Three Daughters and Dorne do not meddle." Though Corlys' words were undeniably rational, they carried a different undertone, prompting even the contemplative king to glance toward the young Minister of Naval Affairs. The meeting fell into an odd silence, while the king had reached a decision in his heart, as a wise ruler. He understood the importance of heeding the counsel of his advisors, merging their insights with his own thoughts to learn and adjust. Chapter 15. The conquest of the Valyrian steel sword. The lords in the Red Keep's hall voiced their opinions, while the king remained silent, merely observing. After settling Rhaenys, Aegon visited his mother to express his wishes. Upon hearing that her 8-year-old son wished to partake in the war, Princess Alicia opposed it without hesitation. Aegon, with heartfelt persuasion, reassured her of his formidable dragon's protection, promising he would not engage in battle himself, and with his eager brother Daemon vowing to keep him safe, Alicia, as a mother, reluctantly acquiesced. However, she stipulated one condition: he must be accompanied by Ser Laenor Valerion, the king's guard. Eager to seize this opportunity to prove himself, Aegon readily agreed to his mother's terms. Upon witnessing his son's acquiescence to his conditions, Alicia refrained from opposing Yegan. Simultaneously, Eey's mother felt immense relief at her son's aspirations, which had now surpassed her own height. Had Yegan been a few years older, he likely would have embraced the idea without hesitation, for he was still but 8 years of age. Gazing at the towering figure of the Iron Guard before him, Yegan felt an overwhelming desire to establish his own retinue. However, he pondered the reality that, apart from his royal status, the financial support provided by the crown, and a plethora of titles, he lacked any additional identity or source of income. As he meandered back to his chamber, he contemplated whether he could seize this opportunity to secure a castle or earn a noble title for himself. Upon returning to his room, he gestured for Sir Ryan to close the door before turning to guard him. After a moment of contemplation, Yegan earnestly regarded the aging Iron Guard, whose hair was beginning to show signs of gray, and asked, "Sir Ryan, can I trust you?" Sir Ryan, who had watched the young prince grow and had imparted to him the chivalric values of knighthood, swordsmanship, and horsemanship, found it peculiar that Yegan would pose such a question. Although Yegan's claim to the Iron Throne was quite distant, Sir Ryan discerned in him the echoes of Conqueror Yegan I and the current King Jaehaerys I. From the moment the king had chosen him to serve as Yegan's protector, he understood that their fates were intertwined. Though he remained an Iron Guard, he had become indistinguishable from Yegan's personal guard. Without hesitation, Sir Ryan drew his long sword and knelt on one knee, declaring, "Prince Yegan, since the king entrusted me to safeguard you, I have pledged my loyalty to you." Should your highness require assistance, I shall wield my sword to clear your path. Witnessing Sir Ryan's act of loyalty, Yegen swiftly helped his guardian and mentor to his feet. I am grateful for your allegiance. Rest assured, sir, my table shall always have a place for your milk and bread, and a seat beside my hearth shall forever be reserved for you. In the sight of the 7 gods and the old gods, I speak nothing but the truth. Sir Ryan regarded the youthful prince, realizing their destinies were forever bound together. Thank you, Prince Yegen. Yegen then declared, I shall now seek to procure a means of self-sufficiency. The current incursion by the milkers presents a fortuitous opportunity. Sir Ryan inquired, does Prince Yegen intend to achieve glory in this war? Yegen replied, is this not an excellent opportunity, sir? Indeed, it is a splendid chance. Leveraging the prince's dragon and capabilities, the kingdom shall gain a commendable reputation, Sir Ryan affirmed. Yegen responded, then allow me to express my gratitude in advance for your words of victory, sir. As Yegen spoke, he made his way to his armory, filled with an array of remarkable items. Among them, the most striking were 3 long swords and the armor he had donned since childhood. His collection of treasures surpassed that of most impoverished lords. These items were gifts bestowed upon him by his grandparents and relatives on each of his name days. Approaching the sword he had crafted, he reached for the exquisite blade resting atop the rack. Grasping the hilt, he slowly drew it from its sheath. This was a 2-handed sword, adorned with wavy patterns along the blade. It was the very sword he had personally selected from the royal treasury in King's Landing on his 6th name day, granted permission by the king himself. Clearly, it was a Valyrian steel longsword. The Targaryen family, as one of the surviving dragon lord families of ancient Valyria, possessed a rich heritage. What is Valyria most renowned for? Dragons, fire magic, and the unique craftsmanship of Valyrian steel. Although their family did not possess the specific methods for forging Valyrian steel or wielding fire magic, they had inherited numerous Valyrian steel artifacts. Yet, the brilliance of the dragons often overshadowed these treasures. Upon entering the treasury, Yegen was momentarily blinded by the radiance of the items within. He had never anticipated the presence of a dozen Valyrian steel artifacts, including 3 swords. Among these weapons, he instantly gravitated towards the 2-handed sword he now held. Thanks to the unique properties of Valyrian steel, the material was remarkably lightweight, allowing him to wield the sword with ease. One could scarcely imagine a 6-year-old wielding a sword nearly the same height as himself, measuring approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters in length. Its sharp, lightweight blade naturally drew him towards the art of grand swordplay. Caressing the sword, Yegen murmured, this time, I shall carry you to glory on the battlefield, letting blood forge your renown. After acquiring this sword, he aptly named it Conquest. Yegen quickly donned a suit of black plate armor, a feat only achievable by someone of his extraordinary strength, 3 times that of an average person. Sir Lion personally draped the battle cloak over him, a black garment emblazoned with the red, 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen. Once fully attired, he stepped out with Lion, only to find Demon, his neighbor, already clad in his own gear. Demon wore a lightweight chainmail, and, upon seeing Yegen emerge in heavy armor, lightly tapped his chest with an expression of admiration, saying, it is truly unimaginable what grants you such formidable strength. I find myself quite envious. Holding his helmet in one hand and Conquest in the other, Yegen shrugged and replied, of course, it is simply a matter of going to bed early, rising early, and engaging in ample exercise that has bestowed me with such power. After all, we bear the bloodline of the dragon lords, known for their essence of blood and fire. Daemon, with an expression of exasperation, shrugged his shoulders and said, I have heard you utter that phrase for several years now. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Viserys could not help but interject, I have followed your advice, yet it seems nothing has changed. Unlike you, endowed with innate strength and possessing a silver tongue, I, as your elder brother, find myself thoroughly deceived. A mischievous grin spread across Aegon's face as he replied, that merely indicates that you have not exerted yourself sufficiently. The trio, engaged in light-hearted banter, made their way to the throne hall. Their intentions unmistakably clear. They were there to participate in the impending war against the Myrish. Chapter 16. The 3 brothers volunteer for battle among the guardians of the throne room. The members of the Kingsguard included Robin Snow, Harold Westerling, and Clement Clear. Robin Snow, a humble knight, had earned the king's favor during a tournament, thus securing his position within the Kingsguard. Clement Clear, a young knight hailing from the Clear family of the Crabclaw Peninsula, had recently been appointed as a member of the Kingsguard by the king. Harold Westerling, a knight from the Westerling family of the Westerlands, was a middle-aged man with a bald head, serving as a member of the Kingsguard, alongside the ever-watchful Captain Gales Morrigan, who was perpetually at the king's side. The three Targaryen brothers soon arrived at the entrance of the throne hall. The trio of Kingsguard led by Robin Snow stood resolutely, guarding the hall to prevent any outsiders from disturbing the king's council with his lords. Upon noticing the king's favored three princes, who were fully armed and accompanied by their comrade, Ser Lane, the hearts of Robin and his fellow guards began to race involuntarily, their eyes twitching in response. Robin tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, the familiar texture bringing him back to a semblance of calm. As the eldest among the Kingsguard, he subtly raised his hand to signal the princes to halt their advance. Seeing the tense stance of the three Kingsguard, Aegon released his grip on the hilt. Holding his helmet in one hand, he stepped forward, saying, "Sir Robin and esteemed knights, we have urgent matters to present to His Majesty, and we kindly request that you allow us entry." The three Kingsguard, upon realizing that the princes did not intend to engage in conflict, felt a wave of relief wash over them and offered a slight bow in apology. Robin replied, "We apologize, Prince Aegon, but His Majesty is presently engaged in significant discussions with his council. We ask that you, noble princes, bear with us for just a moment longer." Daemon, known for his impatience, abruptly interrupted Robin, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "You three can simply let us in. There is no need for such formalities. We have come to participate in this council, and it is absurd to keep us waiting outside." Robin's demeanor remained firm. As a knight of the Kingsguard, sworn to the king, he held his pride in high regard. "Prince Daemon, as knights of the king, our loyalty lies with His Majesty. Without the king's decree, we cannot permit your entrance." Daemon's face was contorted with anger, as if he longed to draw his sword and cleave the man before him. As the elder brother, Viserys naturally sought to quell the escalating tension. He pulled Daemon aside, his expression apologetic as he addressed the three lords. "I beg your pardon, sirs. Daemon's temperament is somewhat unruly." He then expressed a hope that Robin could convey their urgent need to speak with His Majesty. Aegon, sensing Robin's wavering resolve, seized the moment to interject. "Sir Robin, a mere message is all that is required. This is not an insurmountable task. His Majesty will not hold you accountable, and my brothers and I will be immensely grateful for your assistance." Robin, aware that these three princes were no ordinary nobles but rather the heirs to dragons and the king's most favored progeny, gritted his teeth and replied, "Please, esteemed princes, wait a moment. I shall inform His Majesty at once. Whether or not His Majesty receives you is beyond my control. Then we shall trouble you, Sir Robin." They acknowledged in unison. With that, Robin instructed the two nearby lords to push open the heavy doors and enter. Upon entering the assembly, Robin was struck by the eerie silence, feeling the weight of the gazes from the lords and the king. The atmosphere was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the stillness. He mustered his courage and announced, "I have come to pay my respects. Your Majesty, greetings to all esteemed lords." Jaehaerys, observing this knight he had elevated to the status of Kingsguard and who had disrupted the stalemate of the meeting, was familiar with him. Thus, he uttered the first words since the meeting commenced. "Sir Robin, do you bear important news?" Seeing that the king did not reproach him but instead inquired further, Robin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He replied, "Your Majesty, the three princes, Aegon and his brothers, have urgent matters to discuss with you and are awaiting outside the hall." The king responded, "In that case, let them enter. I am keen to hear what they have to say before me." "Your command shall be obeyed, Your Majesty," Robin affirmed. Meanwhile, Balon felt a surge of anxiety at the prospect of the three rascals approaching the king, fearing they might cause trouble during such a significant meeting. Without hesitation, he stood and suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps it would be prudent to send these three away for now and allow them to meet you after our meeting concludes." The king waved his hand dismissively, rejecting his son's proposal. Balon, seeing this, refrained from further comment, inwardly praying for the boys to avoid any mischief. With the king's directive in hand, Robin swiftly exited the hall and approached the entrance. Without hesitation, he announced, "Esteemed princes, by the king's command, you may enter." Without a moment's hesitation, the three brothers of the Targaryen lineage left Sir Lion outside and boldly entered, fully armed. The king and his ministers did not have to wait long before they were graced with the sight of the three princely figures, resplendent in their battle attire. Belron gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Good heavens! What do these rascals intend by entering in full armor?" The king, however, along with the others, regarded the trio with amusement, feeling a deep sense of pride. The very fact that his favored grandsons had chosen to don their armaments signified their unwavering stance, that of a commitment to war. Recently, 2 meetings had convened wherein the Grand Chancellor and the Prime Minister had assessed the kingdom's recuperation, suggesting a strategy of appeasement in light of the invasion from Tarth Island. especially with the looming shadows of the kingdoms of the three daughters and Dorne. Yet, the king exhibited a marked shift from his usual gentleness, seeking to employ a fierce hand to eradicate those who dared bare their fangs at the Targaryen family, ensuring they understood that the legacy of blood and fire associated with their name was not without significance. The three brothers, undeterred by their father's piercing gaze, addressed the king seated at the head of the table. "Your Majesty, we implore you to permit us to command the dragons and vanquish those enemies who threaten our Targaryen kin." Unlike their father, Prince Aemon and the king regarded the three descendants with admiration, as their declaration echoed the sentiments of the royal family. The astute ministers, recognizing the resolute expressions on the faces of the two men, grasped the inevitability of war. Chapter 17, where the moment Jaehaerys smiled. A collective realization dawned upon all present. The king had long harbored intentions for external conflict, aiming to seize this opportunity to proclaim the wrath of the Targaryen family to the free cities of the three daughters on the eastern continent. The king was thoroughly pleased with his grandson's response. However, he quickly retracted his smile, adopting a grave demeanor as he inquired, "Are you certain you are prepared? If you have any doubts, now is the time to voice them. Should you falter on the battlefield, punishment awaits." The three brothers, resolute and unflinching, met their grandfather's gaze with unwavering determination, responding, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we are indeed prepared. We await only your command to hasten to the battlefield, so that the kingdoms of the three daughters and Dorne may once again witness the Targaryen legacy of blood and fire." Belren's expression darkened. As a father, he was acutely aware of the perils his sons faced, especially with one being merely 8 years of age, thrust into the uncertainties of war, fraught with dangers that could erupt at any moment. The battlefield was no trivial matter, and he feared that his children might never return. As he contemplated speaking out to halt their advance, he was met with a stern glare from the king, which silenced his protests. Balon was about to voice his thoughts but swallowed them back, casting a worried glance at the youthful faces of the three boys. He was apprehensive about the impending reprimand from his wife, Alicia. Unbeknownst to him, the trio had already convinced their mother, which explained their presence here. The king observed his three grandsons. Their arrival had curtailed what might have been a protracted discussion at the court, for his benevolence had been far too deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people, causing him to overlook the blood-soaked legacy he bore. He couldn't help but reflect that the prosperity of the third generation of his family was within reach. "Viserys, Daemon, Aegon," the king proclaimed, "I grant you permission to join your uncle's forces, hoping you will embody the glory of House Targaryen, forged from fire and blood." After speaking, he turned his gaze to his two sons and the attending ministers, surveying them with a piercing look. He then asserted, without room for dissent, "My lords, prepare the supplies, and declare this a war to purge the seas of pirates." "At your command, Your Majesty," replied Baelor, the prime minister. "I shall dispatch the ravens to summon Duke Borman Valerion of Storm's End and the lords of the Crownlands as the king's most trusted aide." Their collaboration had led to the kingdom's current tranquility and prosperity. Without hesitation, Baelor assured, "Your Majesty, I will send out the ravens immediately to contact the lords and prepare them for war." The king nodded in satisfaction, considering that his three sons were headed to battle. Baelor resolved to petition the king to partake in the conflict. "Your Majesty, I wish to lead the forces of House Valerion in this battle." However, he was interrupted by the king, who stated, "Baelor, your primary responsibility now is to ensure stability within King's Landing and to learn how to be an effective commander of the guard. If your concern lies solely with the safety of those three boys, rest assured, not only do they have Aemon by their side, but the adult dragons they command are sufficient to vanquish any threat." Baelor fully comprehended his father's resolve. Though gentle in demeanor, the king's authority was unquestionable. He also recognized that his children were under the protection of Balerion, Meraxes, and Vhagar, ensuring their safety. Suppressing his worries and dispelling his despondency, he replied, "I understand. Your Majesty, I will devote my utmost efforts to fulfill my duties. Brother, I hope you can keep an eye on these three. They are not the most docile of children," Aemon said with a warm smile. "Rest assured, I will keep them close and ensure they learn the art of warfare," he reassured. The court meeting proceeded smoothly, culminating in a decision that Aemon would lead the Targaryen fleet alongside the Valerion fleet, setting sail from the sea to encircle the Isle of Tarth, severing reinforcements from the kingdom of the three daughters on the eastern continent while preventing the escape of personnel from Tarth. Meanwhile, the forces in the Stormlands and the Reach, led by Duke Beaumont, effectively severed the Dornish reinforcements to the pirates of Tar's Island, thwarting any escape attempts by the marauders to Dorne. Armies across various regions were clandestinely preparing, yet the militiamen stationed on Tar's Island had already sensed the looming specter of war. Under the leadership of Klenya, their fervor for pillaging the surrounding villages intensified. Klenya, far from satiated, set their sights on the Twilight Hall. As the political nucleus of Tar's Island and the stronghold of House Tars, Twilight Hall was rendered vulnerable due to the swiftness of the assault. Cameron had already evacuated the citizens and guards to the mountainous center while en route to Dragonstone, establishing a temporary encampment. Consequently, the pirates, led by Klenya, were left with nothing but meager provisions and an empty fortress, inciting Klenya's ire. Additionally, traces left behind by the Tars Islanders in their hasty retreat allowed scouts to discover the pirates' temporary encampment. The arrival of the three Egan brothers to the maritime fleet, riding upon dragons, was swift, taking less than 2 hours to reach the heart of Tars Island. They quietly accompanied their uncle, Prince Aemon, to a clandestine meeting with Sir Cameron. Meanwhile, the pirates tasked with surveilling Cameron became aware of the four who approached for the secretive meeting. Unbeknownst to the others, Egan understood the gravity of their situation. He was acutely aware that his uncle Aemon had perished during a similar clandestine rendezvous with Cameron. Thus, he remained vigilant. Gripping the hilt of his sword, his brothers and uncle, upon their arrival, laughed heartily, dismissing Egan's concerns, assuring him that this was Cameron's stronghold and no threats loomed. The pirates, equally perplexed, were unfamiliar with the newcomers. Their sole mission was to monitor Cameron, with intentions of assassination should the opportunity arise. Cameron, oblivious to the peril that surrounded him, joyfully rushed out to greet Prince Aemon and his three nephews upon receiving word of their arrival. A scene that was fortuitously observed by the lurking pirates. As they beheld Cameron, the pirates discreetly prepared their crossbows. Over 40 deadly bolts aimed at Cameron and the Egan brothers. Egan's eyelids twitched with a premonition of impending doom. He gripped the sword hilt tighter, scanning the dense foliage and the nearby guards with furtive glances, attuned to the encroaching danger. Subtly, he donned his helmet, noting the presence of several ill-intentioned individuals within Cameron's retinue. While the attention of others was fixated on the four, they remained oblivious to the subtle movements among Cameron's guards and subjects. Chapter 18. Krenya on the 10th of March, 92 years after the conquest. My lord Krenya, we have discovered the rebels on Taz Island. Shall we command our crossbowmen to execute them? The pirates swiftly relayed this news back to Krenya, whose face illuminated with excitement. He immediately rose and commanded, "Take me there at once. I wish to witness this Cameron, the one who has persistently thwarted my plans, for myself. I shall see what manner of man he is." At this moment, as the leader of the exiles from Myr, Krenya was consumed with thoughts of seizing more wealth and resources. He harbored plans to direct the wrath of the Iron Throne towards the current rulers of Myr and to capture the populace of Westeros, selling them into the slave base. His ambition was to amass enough gold to procure an army and reclaim Myr, seeking vengeance for his slain family and kin. His hatred for the current ruler of Myr, Rodley Reagan, burned fiercely within him, propelling him forward. Each night, he recalled a particular evening in May of the conquest year 91. His father, the then governor of Myr, Roga Krenya, had been assassinated in his study by the Reagan family. The Krenya and Reagan families, the two most powerful clans in Myr, traditionally took turns holding the governorship, with the most favored governor often serving consecutive terms. Roga Krenya had fortuitously been re-elected for 2 terms. As the time approached for the election of the new governor in the conquest year 92, it was expected that his father would continue on for a 3rd term. This expectation had incited discontent within the Reagan family. On a fateful night in January of the conquest year 91, Rodley Reagan, the current patriarch of the Reagan family, visited Roga Krenya and expressed his grievances openly. Krenya, unwavering, retorted that the election of the governor was solely determined by the merit of Myr's citizens and that he could not infringe upon their rights. He brusquely dismissed Rodley, escalating the already strained tensions between the two families to an irreconcilable state. In the ensuing chaos, Myr, one of the free cities of the eastern continent, descended into turmoil. Over time, 2 rival factions emerged, led by these 2 families, vying for control of the city through unscrupulous means. Assassinations, riots, poisonings, rapes, hangings, torture, and naval battles became commonplace. In May of the conquest year 92, Roga Krenya met his demise in his study. The Krenya family lost their grip on power in Myr and were expelled from the city. As the last surviving son of Roga Krenya, Krenya embarked on a clandestine investigation into his father's death. All evidence pointed towards Rodley Reagan of the Reagan family. Considering his own limited strength, Krenya gathered a multitude of exiles and outlaws, initially intending to reorganize his forces on the Steppes Islands. However, fearing the wrath of the mighty Tyrosian lord, who drove them away, and unwilling to share their profits on the Steppes Islands, the pirate kings, alongside mercenaries from the disputed territories, united to expel him. Despite amassing over 6,000 individuals, Klenya lacked food, weaponry, and equipment, rendering him no match for the well-armed mercenaries and the pirates with their vast fleets. After enduring a series of setbacks, he set his sights on the bountiful coastal regions of Westeros. Once he gathered his spirits, fueled by a fervent rage and hatred, he chose to embrace danger. In January of the year 92 of the Conqueror, he swiftly organized the exiles and crossed the narrow sea, quickly arriving at Tarth Island, located in the Stormlands. With the advantage of numbers, he soon occupied the eastern part of Tarth Island, although he did not find the population he sought. As a major producer of gemstones, he uncovered many gems, which proved sufficient to replenish his dwindling finances. However, before he could revel in his fortune, he was met with a fierce counterattack from the island's contemporary lord, the Earl known as Cameron the Dusk Star. Undeterred, Klenya promptly organized his men for a counteroffensive. Despite Cameron commanding a fully equipped cavalry, the overwhelming numbers of Klenya's forces forced Cameron to momentarily retreat from Klenya's fierce onslaught. Klenya was no fool. He understood that Cameron would seek aid from the kingdom. Thus, he knew he must eliminate Cameron before the kingdom could intervene, preventing any news from spreading. Unbeknownst to Klenya, Cameron had already secured support from the kingdom. Under the false impression that Cameron had yet to disseminate the information, Klenya hastily assembled his band of pirate exiles, surrounding Cameron's south secret gathering place. As Klenya approached, he observed Cameron and a small entourage of 5 patrolling the camp. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, he signaled to the nearby exiled pirates. His astute subordinate promptly handed over a crossbow to their leader, the one who had led them from Mill and ensured their sustenance. Klenya swiftly nocked an arrow, and seeing his movement, the pirates followed suit, readying their bows. With a decisive twang, Klenya released his arrow. Yorn, due to his keen perception, had already been vigilant of the surroundings. The moment the arrows were loosed, he reacted instantly, pushing his uncle aside and shielding him from the oncoming threat while seizing a shield from a nearby soldier. He shouted loudly, "Enemies are attacking! Enemies are attacking!" Cameron and Aemon were taken aback by the sudden onslaught, bewildered, and their surrounding soldiers, who had been steadfastly defending their side, were caught off guard, swiftly transformed into pincushions by the unexpected rain of arrows. In their state of confusion, they soon heard Ing's commanding shout, prompting them to react promptly. "Do not panic. Form a defensive formation." Cameron immediately set about organizing the soldiers, brandishing shields for protection. Under Cameron's rallying cry, the soldiers swiftly assembled into a defensive line. Aemon and Ing's 2 brothers unsheathed their swords and seized the shields abandoned by fallen comrades. Ing's shield was already riddled with arrows, yet it remained resilient. Crafted from a robust wood known as oak, Ing steadfastly positioned himself at the front, fending off wave after wave of arrows. Glancing back at his uncle Aemon and his 2 brothers, who had also raised their shields to block the arrow barrage and appeared unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ing simultaneously pondered how he had begun to alter the fate of his uncle, who had perished from a hail of arrows on Tar's Island, plunging the future into an unpredictable state. Chapter 19. Direct Confrontation. Klenya, realizing he had missed his target, discarded his crossbow bolt and surveyed the ragtag band of outlaws he had gathered nearby. He noted the mere 100 or so soldiers remaining at Cameron's camp, nearly all of whom were fully armed. In contrast, Klenya's own forces were a motley crew, comprising both well-equipped pirates and a majority armed with pitchforks, wooden clubs, and long swords. The best equipped among them wore only half armor. Klenya had not idly waited since his exile. The gathering of over 1,000 soldiers around him stood as testament to his efforts. Most of these pirates donned half armor, plundered by Klenya, embodying his hopes for vengeance. Naturally, he held high expectations for them. After the initial charge of cannon fodder, the true elite would make their grand entrance. Given the current circumstances, Klenya felt compelled to deploy them, potentially leveraging their numerical superiority to annihilate Cameron on this very ground, quashing any resistance on Tar's Island. Without hesitation, Klenya drew his long sword and bellowed, "Kill Cameron, and you shall be rewarded with wealth and beauty. The gleaming gold lies before you. Slay Cameron, and all of Tar's Island will belong to us, allowing us the means to return to Mill. Kill, kill." The pirates, thoroughly indoctrinated by Klenya, surged forward, their voices echoing the battle cry. Prince Aemon, as well as his brother Viserys and Count Cameron of Tar's Island, exchanged grave glances as they surveyed the throngs before them. The soldiers organizing their defenses trembled involuntarily at the sight. Upon their arrival, Fearing that Klenya and his men would discover that Eamon and his dragons had come to their aid, they dispersed and concealed themselves in the far corners of the island, causing themselves inconvenience. Thus, they chose to hide the dragons, allowing them to transport them to the Cameron-controlled area before distancing them from Taz Island. The plan was to lure out the exiles represented by Klenya before executing a decisive strike. Concurrently, there was apprehension about inadvertently harming their own, leading to unnecessary complications. Prince Eamon had already unsheathed his long sword, gripping it in one hand while holding a shield in the other. He fixed his gaze intently on the charging pirates and instructed his 3 nephews beside him, "Stay close to me, do not stray too far." These well-equipped pirates were evidently organized military personnel. Their dragons were somewhat distant and would require time to arrive. Remember, the battlefield is no child's play. Although we can command dragons, we are not deities. Without them, we are vulnerable amidst the throngs. Yet, Ijen and Daemon were brimming with excitement. Seemingly oblivious to their uncle's warnings, their blood coursing with exhilaration. Ijen, in particular, had recently enhanced his physical prowess, achieving a 5-fold improvement through relentless training over the past 8 years. He was eager to validate the fruits of his labor. As the onslaught of arrows ceased and the time for close combat approached, he discarded his oak shield, now riddled with arrows, and unsheathed his sword with swift precision. Gripping the hilt firmly while steadying the sheath, he planted the sheath into the ground, revealing the shimmering waves along the blade of his steel sword. With one hand wielding the two-handed sword, Ijen focused intently on the advancing pirates, mere hundreds of meters away. His fervor surged as he mused, 123 against 2,000. The advantage is mine. He quickly pulled down his visor, wielding his sword with both hands, and struck down the first pirate who had reached him. Blood splattered onto his armor, yet the blade remained untainted. The steel sword continued to gleam ominously. The other pirates, witnessing Ijen's formidable weapon, began to feel a twinge of apprehension. Simultaneously, the once carefree pirates revealed a covetous glint towards the sword. The 12 pirates encircling Ijen seemed to reach a tacit agreement, nodding to one another as they swiftly formed a tight circle around him. Ijen, however, paid them no mind, fully confident in the defensive capabilities of his armor. Unless struck by a massive crossbow bolt capable of piercing him, he believed that the pirate's strength and weaponry would leave nothing more than superficial marks on his armor. The pirates, not lacking in wits, encircled him quickly but refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, they maneuvered cautiously, acutely aware of their advantages and Ijen's vulnerabilities. They surmised that his heavy armor could not withstand the onslaught for long. It appears that they intend to exhaust Egan's stamina before delivering a fatal blow. Yet, it is evident that they have grossly underestimated Egan's extraordinary physical capabilities, which surpass those of an ordinary person by 5-fold. Egan discerned their plan at a glance. Observing his uncle and 2 brothers struggling behind him, Egan took the initiative to launch an attack, revealing a significant vulnerability in his wake. The 6 pirates behind him seized the moment, thrusting their swords toward Egan's back. Clearly, they had overestimated their strength and the potency of their weapons, while simultaneously underestimating the defensive prowess of Egan's heavy armor. As they made their move, Egan parried the sword aimed at him from the front and executed a splendid lateral slash. His lightweight, sturdy, and razor-sharp sword, measuring 1 meter and 30 centimeters, combined with his superhuman strength, rendered this seemingly unadorned strike capable of cleaving through the bodies of the 2 armored pirates before him. Despite their protective gear, they fell as if unarmored, swiftly dispatched by his hand. Before the remaining 12 pirates could comprehend the situation, 3 of their comrades had already perished. Egan wasted no time, swiftly slaying 3 more from the side. After losing 6 of their number in quick succession, fear began to manifest on their faces, overshadowing their greed. They muttered incessantly, "By the gods, this is no man before us, but a demon among mortals. A demon. He is a demon." These pirates had clearly begun to descend into madness, spewing nonsensical words. At this moment, Egan, fueled by a bloodlust, paid no heed to their frantic prayers or ramblings. His singular desire was to annihilate them and then rush to the aid of his uncle and brothers. Adrenaline surged within him as he dispatched his foes with simple yet devastating strikes. Wherever Egan tread, no complete corpse remained. His outer armor appeared as though it had been soaked in snow melt, crimson liquid cascading down its surface. Prince Aimon's gaze transformed into one of sheer horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. The once serious expression on his face now faltered as he muttered, "By the Valyrian gods, have the deities returned to the realm of men?" Chapter 20. The Battle of the Twilight Hall. Daimon stood in utter shock, his mind racing with thoughts. "Oh, damn it. Egan clearly unleashed the sea's fury during our duel. It seems I must intensify my efforts. Viserys repelled a nearby pirate with a sword strike, gazing at Egan, who had carved a bloody path through the fray. Mouth agape in astonishment, wide enough to cradle a dragon egg. He had not anticipated that Egan's martial prowess had ascended to such heights. As his elder brother, he felt woefully behind. It was clear that he needed to exert himself further. Aemon, witnessing his nephew's relentless slaughter, could not help but reflect on the scene before him. I fear that Aegon's martial prowess has now surpassed that of any knight chronicled in the annals of House Targaryen. Cameron's eyes brimmed with astonishment, mingled with a faint trace of reverence and trepidation, much like the pirates surrounding Aegon, who gazed upon him, bloodied with rage. While Crenna urged the pirates to mount their assault from behind. Witnessing the low spirits of his men, Crenna realized that if he did not devise a means to slay or subdue the seemingly demonic Aegon, the morale of his gathered pirates would wane, rendering them reluctant to advance. A nefarious thought crept into Crenna's mind as he observed his loyal guards, who had just retreated from the battlefield alongside him. Crenna was not so foolish as to charge recklessly at the forefront. Rather, he was astute. Having fought briefly before discreetly withdrawing with his most devoted followers to oversee the battle from a safe distance. He too beheld Aegon's rampage on the field, a chill of dread coursing through him. At that moment, he felt a surge of relief at having exited the fray early, glancing at the mangled bodies strewn about Aegon. Grateful not to have joined their ranks. This solidified his conviction. To seize Dorne, he must first eliminate Aegon. Understanding that time was of the essence, his expression darkened with malevolence as he commanded his loyal guards, "Bring forth the scorpion crossbows supplied by Dorne. If we do not bring this demon down, he shall become an insurmountable obstacle on our path to vengeance." The guards, trembling in fear at their once benevolent lord's now sinister visage, dared not delay in their response. "We shall obey your will, my lord." They hastened to the rear, locating their camp storeroom, where they promptly ordered the doors to be opened. 3 massive crossbow platforms were wheeled out, mounted on carts drawn by horses. Nearby lay an array of arrows exceeding 3 meters in length, each arrowhead forged from fine iron, glinting with lethal brilliance. These bolts could fell even dragons. Indeed, it was the scorpion arrows that struck the eye of the dragon Miraculously, leading to the demise of both Miraculously and Queen Rhaenys, the wife of Aegon I. As they plummeted into Dorne, their fates unknown. Although Aegon I and Queen Visenya later exacted a bloody retribution upon Dorne riding their dragons, Vhagar and Balerion, House Targaryen forever lost a kind and beautiful queen. Following the ascension of Dorne's new prince, a missive was dispatched alongside Miraculously's skull to negotiate with Aegon I, ultimately leading to the cessation of hostilities in Dorne. This conflict served as a testament that dragons are not invincible. Indeed, even an adult dragon could meet its end if struck in vital areas. The potency of the scorpion arrows was evident, necessitating constant vigilance and distance to avoid their deadly reach. Although Crenna's guards hailed from Meereen, they were not oblivious to these tales, for such knowledge was no secret. The soldiers present, upon contemplating the prospect of deploying such a terrifying war machine against the formidable and almost mythical Egan on the battlefield, could not help but feel a chill of dread. They wasted no time, swiftly organizing their ranks to push their weaponry towards the old battleground. At that moment, Egan remained blissfully unaware that he had become the target, intent on utilizing his crossbow to strike down foes. He resembled a relentless war machine, tireless and devoid of emotion, charging forward with an indifference to the carnage around him. The bodies accumulated beside him, forming a small hill of the fallen. A no-go zone had emerged around him. Any pirate who dared to confront him trembled uncontrollably, their swords quivering in their grasp. Were it not for the enforcing troops behind them, they likely would not have dared to face such an inhuman adversary as Egan. Cameron, accompanied by over 100 soldiers, found himself with fewer than 30 comrades remaining after countless clashes, desperately protecting Prince Aemon, the second favorite of the king, from Dragonstone. A sense of powerlessness and a tinge of despair welled up within Cameron. As Egan escorted his uncle and 2 brothers into Cameron's protective fold, he turned and commenced an indiscriminate assault on the nearby pirates. Uninhibited by the influence of his uncle and brothers, he unleashed a ferocious wave of slaughter. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the pirates, they were utterly decimated before his unparalleled might. His once black armor became stained crimson, and his dark cloak transformed into a shroud of blood. The red 3-headed dragon emblem of House Targaryen, once a symbol of majesty, now appeared grotesque, akin to a ravenous beast that dared not be gazed upon. After dispatching 2 adversaries with brutal efficiency, Egan was met with the iconic roar of a dragon, a signature sound heralding the arrival of bloodworm clerics. Accompanying this was a deep, commanding roar, his dragon, the fearsome Balerion. Two youthful voices chimed in, belonging to the burgeoning dragons, Miraculously and Ulrax, now of considerable size, yet still bearing the innocence of their 6 years. Perhaps influenced by his Targaryen bloodline, Egan found the brutality of war to be as familiar as the comforts of home, leaving no mark upon his spirit. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over the battlefield, enveloping it in darkness. Egan shared a profound connection with Balerion, who, sensing his peril, arrived with haste, outpacing the other 3 dragons. Upon reaching Egan's side, Balerion unleashed a torrent of blackened gold flame, incinerating hundreds of pirates in an instant. The dragon then descended heavily beside Egan, sweeping his tail through the ranks of Cameron's assailants, scattering them like leaves in an autumn breeze, sending them to meet their fate. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. The desperate crowd found a renewed sense of hope, while the pirates descended into despair. Upon encountering the formidable Targaryen family, the founding dragon of their lineage, Clenya recognized that the tide had turned unfavorably. However, he maintained his composure, swiftly regrouping a cadre of fleeing soldiers alongside his loyal guards, and made the decisive choice to retreat to the Hall of Evening. Although shaken, Clenya compelled himself to remain clear-headed, opting to seek refuge in the Hall of Evening, intending to use the numerous inhabitants of Tarth Island as hostages to negotiate a chance for dialogue. He was convinced that Cameron would not forsake his people, as some of his kin were among them. Chapter 21. The one-sided war. The sea breeze from the narrow sea, laden with moisture, swept across both shores, attempting to disperse the stench of blood from the battlefield of Tarth Island. Aegon, gripping the conqueror, beheld the defeated pirates before him, and with force, plunged the sword into the earth, embedding only a fraction of its length due to the sheer weight of its power. He winced, his arm aching from prolonged exertion. Cameron, alongside the remaining 30 soldiers and civilians, was diligently clearing the battlefield. As they worked, the remaining soldiers and citizens cast wary glances at the young prince, merely 8 years of age, who exuded an aura of both enchantment and terror. Their feelings were a complex tapestry of admiration, longing, respect, and an undercurrent of fear and apprehension. The battlefield bore witness to over 200 gruesome corpses, each more horrific than the last, none intact. Some bodies were cleaved in twain, while others were rendered into multiple fragments. The younger victims, though not yet fully formed, were grotesquely expelled from the chaos. Yet, after a brief moment of emotional upheaval, the people steeled themselves, fueled by wrath and grim satisfaction as they tidied the carnage around them. Recent tumult had befallen the populace and knights of Tarth Island, as this marked their only victory against the pirates since their landing. Their harrowing experiences left no room for sympathy towards the marauders. Instead, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in their eyes. Clenya's alliance with the pirates had unleashed relentless warfare upon the people of Tarth Island, stripping them of their homes and loved ones. Aegon's valiant stand not only avenged a segment of the populace, but also kindled hopes among others that he might rescue their kin trapped within the Hall of Evening. From Cameron, Aegon learned that at least 3,000 pirates still congregated within the hall, alongside a portion of civilians who had failed to escape in time, amounting to over 6,000 souls holed up in the castle. Through his dragon, Aegon discerned that the orchestrator of this turmoil had gathered a significant number of the routed soldiers, preparing to descend upon the Hall of Evening. Aegon understood all too well that should this leader reach the hall, a new and more brutal conflict would ensue. Unlike the current unrestrained skirmish, warfare within the castle would necessitate consideration for the civilians of Tarth Island. At that time, it was evident that the dragons, those colossal beasts of war, could not be employed for such purposes. To preserve the honor of the Iron Throne, it was imperative to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence that could fall into the hands of others. Should any such remnants remain, the ever-emboldened church would undoubtedly exploit the situation, leading to potentially reckless actions that would greatly disadvantage the Targaryen family. Aegon could not afford to delay, despite the pain in his hands from excessive wielding. He urgently sought out his uncle, Prince Aemon. As the heir to the kingdom, Prince Aemon was no ordinary man. Before Aegon could utter a word, Aemon, with a grave countenance, interjected, "Aegon, although we have emerged victorious this time, I observed a noble soldier fleeing eastward upon the arrival of our dragons. I fear they intend to leverage the remaining populace within the Hall of Twilight, bargaining for their lives against us. This poses a significant threat. We must swiftly mount our dragons and eliminate this threat in its infancy. Should we slay the pirate leader and his loyalists, The pirates guarding the Hall of Twilight will witness their fate and likely scatter in fear, allowing us to seize the castle with greater ease. Aegon gazed at his uncle with admiration and replied without hesitation, "We should immediately mount our dragons and pursue them. They cannot have ventured far. Their escape leads them to an expansive plain, which is highly advantageous for our dragon-mounted assault. They likely did not have the time to carry away substantial supplies or heavy weaponry, such as scorpions. Given their hasty retreat, I surmise they left much behind. Without the threat of such weaponry, we on our dragons would be nearly invincible. We must depart swiftly and eradicate them before they can react." Upon witnessing the dragons, Clernia realized that his hopes had dimmed considerably. The arrival of the dragons signified that among those he besieged were members of House Targaryen. His initial audacity in attacking stemmed from disbelief that the Targaryens would risk themselves to negotiate for a mere count. Had he known this, he would have refrained from provoking the Dragon Lords. As a former subject of the Dragon Lords, the free cities had endured the baptism of fire from dragons, and outwardly, they dared not express any disrespect. Internally, they felt similarly. Otherwise, they would not have boasted of their lineage from the ancient Valyria after taking control of the free cities. As Clernia's pirates witnessed the inevitable downfall, they scattered in retreat. Yet, driven by his unwillingness to concede, Clernia promptly commanded his loyal guards to gather the fleeing pirates along with those still holding the rear defenses, directing them to converge at the Hall of Twilight. Though a significant number had fled, he still managed to assemble a force of no fewer than 4,000. Observing such a gathering, Clernia resolved to rally the populace plundered from the Isle of Tarth, amassing them within the Hall of Twilight, intending to use their lives as a bulwark against the cleansing flames of the dragons. Let Aegon and his companions contemplate the lives of these individuals, as they have reached a pivotal moment, questioning whether any agreements can be forged. It is apparent that he has underestimated the resolve of House Targaryen. They had not fled far when they were met with the all-too-familiar roar. Clernia had barely distanced himself when a series of growls reverberated through the sky. Observing the approaching dark silhouettes, he exclaimed with a trembling voice, "Dragons! Enormous dragons are closing in from the Dragon Gate. Quickly seek refuge. Do not gather in clusters." Before Clernia could finish, the four on the dragon's back unleashed flames in various manners. Aegon's two brothers and his uncle, Aemon, shouted in unison, "Drag on fire." Meanwhile, Aegon merely patted the back of Balerion the Black Dread, who understood the cue and released his signature black and gold flames. The bloodworm beast, Vagr, exhaled a vivid red fire, while Malaise, under the command of Viserys, spewed forth a red-silver flame, reminiscent of Malaise' own appearance. Daemon, not to be outdone, commanded his fierce dragon, Caraxes, whose blood-red flames reflected his temperament. On the ground, Clernia witnessed the baptism of diverse dragon fire raining down upon him, watching his hopes of vengeance gradually shatter beneath the flames of the four great dragons. The dragon fire seemed inexhaustible, repeatedly sweeping over the small expanse of land. In despair, Clernia closed his eyes, awaiting the judgment of fate. Chapter 22 captured Clernia beneath the cerulean sky. One black, two red, and one silver dragon wreaked havoc upon the battlefield below, revealing a one-sided trend of war, demonstrating to the pirates the blood and fire of House Targaryen, and revealing the origins of blood and flame. The four, united in purpose, deftly avoided Clernia, their leader, while relentlessly incinerating the fleeing pirates around him. The pirates encircling Clernia were swiftly consumed by the flames. Aegon was the first to descend beside Clernia, who gazed up at the towering dragon. It was Clernia's first time observing a dragon at such close quarters, witnessing the legendary creature birthed from blood, magic, and fire, igniting the flames of vengeance within him. His once dull eyes sparkled with newfound intensity. Deep down, he harbored plans, fully aware that House Targaryen would find great satisfaction in this method of cooperation. As he pondered, Aegon had already dismounted from his dragon, joined by his uncle and two brothers. Upon meeting, Aegon exchanged silent nods with the others. The aura of lethal intent still clung to him, his blood-soaked armor a testament to his formidable strength and the brutal battles he had faced. Clernia regarded this formidable presence, akin to a god of war on the battlefield. Deep within his being, the soul trembled involuntarily, instinctively sensing a profound oppression. Aegon approached Clernia, one hand resting on the hilt of his long sword, the conqueror, while the other lifted the mask that cloaked his face, revealing his youthful cheeks and his signature silver-gold hair. Clernia, upon beholding this youthful visage, felt a surge of astonishment within. It was difficult for him to fathom that the formidable presence, akin to a demigod on the battlefield, was embodied in such a tender youth. He was certain that this boy had not yet surpassed the age of 13, Yet he had rendered this seasoned man, who had lived for over 30 years, utterly defenseless. Krenya lowered his proud head once more, recalling the last instance he had bowed in humility, when he was expelled from Tylos by its sovereign. Egan scrutinized the middle-aged man before him, perceiving no remarkable traits, making it hard to believe that such a figure could rally so many pirates and exiles. Ayman had also arrived before Krenya, his eyes appraising the man who had dared to shoot at him. Although Krenya appeared disheveled, Ayman noticed the glimmer of fervor and a hint of madness in his gaze, imbued with a deep yearning. Though Ayman could not decipher the meaning behind those eyes, even if he did, it would not concern him. He sensed that this armored figure was far from ordinary. As the highest commander of this military force, Ayman squinted and inquired, "Surely, you, this seemingly ordinary man, are the leader of this band of pirates? What is your purpose in seizing the lands east of Tar's Island under the guise of piracy?" Krenya regarded the individual questioning him, quickly deducing that this must be the commander responsible for the siege against his forces. He first broke into a smile, then erupted into hearty laughter. Prince Ayman assumed the man had been rendered senseless, mistaking his mirth for a ruse to evade the inquiry. Thus, he spoke sternly, "Please answer my question directly, or I shall unleash my dragon to reduce you to ashes. You will face the wrath of House Targaryen. Should you disclose your intentions for landing on Tar's Island, perhaps we can show leniency and spare you from the flames." Krenya's gaze fixed intently on the young leader before him, observing his eyes and shimmering hair, and suddenly he felt a pang of envy for those of dragon blood, capable of commanding dragons. Confronted with the stern questioning, Krenya did not resort to deceit. Instead, he spoke candidly, "We are merely a band of the Forsaken, a collective yearning for vengeance. Those filthy, shameless families have ascended to positions of power as governors, while we, the vanquished, are hunted down mercilessly. I long to see those lofty individuals ground to dust. We all harbor a desire to personally exact vengeance upon our enemies within our lifetimes, compelling us to tread the path of swift monetary gain, through plunder, warfare, and the ravages of violence. This, without a doubt, represents the quickest means of amassing wealth. We find ourselves bereft of alternatives, mere forsaken souls cast aside by the gods. Taz Island lies across from Mill, replete with an abundance of sapphires, rubies, and a myriad of other gemstones. Should we claim this bountiful land as our own, the riches we harvest could enable us to procure an invincible army of subservience. Thus, we would harbor hope for retribution, not only for ourselves, but also for my family. We could see the current governor of Mill, Li Geng, swinging from the gallows at the harbor of the city-state, rendering justice upon the wicked. However, just as we began to revel in our aspirations, the Iron Throne responded, swiftly and unexpectedly. I had not anticipated that this humble exile would find himself confronted by 4 colossal dragons and 4 noble scions of dragonkind. Upon sighting the dragons, I realized the futility of my situation, yet I still yearned to struggle. I could not forsake my quest for vengeance, nor could I erase the haunting memories of my family's brutal demise. The blood-soaked enmity has sustained my existence thus far. My sole remaining aspiration is to personally slay my enemy, Rodley. Egon and his 2 brothers, along with their uncle Eamon, listened intently. While Egon's brothers felt a mix of indignation and sympathy for this exile, they were also astonished by the speed at which he had gathered such a formidable following. Egon, too, was touched by the narrative, aware that the world was shrouded in a mysterious veil that concealed its fantastical essence. Yet, the age-old truth of survival of the fittest remains immutable. The weak are destined to be subjugated by the strong, and the strong shall endure. Egon's aspirations intensified, fueling his resolve to become a powerful figure. He yearned to unveil the mysteries of the world and transform into a force to be reckoned with. This was not merely a dream. It was a confidence bestowed upon him by the very essence of existence, a conviction that through relentless effort, he could ascend to strength. The battles of today resonated deeply with him. In solitary combat, unless one possesses absolute power, individual strength is but a whisper in the face of overwhelming odds. Were it not for the dragons encircling them, he feared he might have been left standing alone in the aftermath of battle, for he possessed the means to escape. This realization underscored the necessity of having one's own army, an invincible force that would serve as the most potent ally on the path to growth. Egon felt an urgent desire to expedite his progress. This notion solidified within him with greater fervor. As he contemplated this newfound understanding, Eamon was equally engaged in reflection. Prince Eamon gazed intently at the individual before him, recognizing an opportunity, a chance for the Targaryen lineage to seize control over the city-state. Chapter 23. The conclusion of war. After hearing Krenya's account, the 3 brothers, Eamon, Aegon, and their kin, sensed that this situation held significant potential. For individuals, accompanied by the pirate chief Crynia and Cameron, arrived at the halls of King's Landing. Under the looming threat of dragons and Crynia's persuasive counsel, the pirates of King's Landing, along with those left to guard the ships, capitulated to the Iron Throne. This clever maneuver allowed them to seize King's Landing, which had remained under siege for over 2 months, without a single loss of life. They also acquired the entire fleet of Broken Ship Bay, consisting of 5 large vessels, 25 medium-sized ships, and over 30 smaller crafts. With slight modifications, these vessels could be transformed into formidable warships, granting the Iron Throne a naval fleet of considerable strength, second only to the Valyrian family and the Iron Islands. This newfound maritime dominance would significantly enhance the Iron Throne's control over the seas, birthing a fleet that could rival the third most powerful in the realm. The influence and trade rights in the Narrow Sea would see a remarkable elevation, much to the delight of the Targaryens at the Iron Throne, though the Valyrians bore the brunt of discontent, as they found their share of trade profits in the Narrow Sea diminished. Fortunately, the concessions and assurances from King Jaehaerys of the Iron Throne, along with the steadfast support of Aemon, the heir to the Iron Throne, and the diplomatic efforts of Rhaenys, brought some degree of solace to the Valyrian family, particularly to the sea snake, Corlys Velaryon. The ravages of war, accompanied by blood and fire, gradually subsided. In Storm's End, the Baratheon family remained vigilant, tasked with guarding the vicinity of Storm's End to thwart any enemy reinforcements or retreats from Dorne. However, this arrangement proved unnecessary, as it became apparent from Crynia that the exiled wanderers and pirates had largely congregated on Terra's Island, despite the encouragement and support in arms from the Dornish. These wanderers seemed apprehensive of another fiery onslaught from the Targaryens, and thus refrained from sending any representatives to give the Targaryens a pretext for action. They merely provided some military supplies and ships. As time swiftly passed, a month had elapsed, filled with the acceptance of captives and the organization of their fleet. The Ravens had long since returned to King's Landing following the victory of war, bringing joy to its inhabitants as the news spread throughout the city. After a month of fermentation, the tidings reached the ears of the great lords of Westeros. Although many lords had already made up their minds, they were taken aback when the news finally arrived. On Terra's Island, Cameron gathered the residents who had fled to the desolate mountains, reorganizing the remaining military forces. He warmly welcomed Aemon and his 3 companions, and after a month of recovery, Terra's Island had nearly erased the scars of war. The devastated areas were slowly being restored, and the subjects of Terra's Island expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards the Iron Throne and the 4 companions of Aemon. On the 5th day following the cessation of hostilities, Duke Boros of Storm's End led the Storm's End army alongside the forces of the Crown to Terra's Island. Part of his troops were dispatched to the border between Storm's End and Dorne, instilling a sense of trepidation among the Dornish forces. As the Lord of Storm's End, Cameron warmly welcomed the Duke and his entourage, which included the Baratheon heir, Boros, the son of Beaumont. At merely 12 years of age, Boros Baratheon already exhibited a tall stature, his gaze directed at the 3 Aegons imbued with a hint of martial fervor and a trace of disdain. Beaumont, upon witnessing this, refrained from intervening, though Prince Aemon did utter a few words, as he had a fondness for his fellow Targaryen nephew. Boros displayed a capricious temperament, a trait already apparent at his tender age. While Viserys and Aegon paid little heed to this, Daemon, the one forsaken by the gods, was provoked by Boros's behavior. Observing Boros, who was a year his senior, the dragon blood coursing through Daemon ignited a spark of madness within him. He unsheathed his sword and charged at Boros, engaging him in combat. Aemon, witnessing this scene, was about to intervene, but Beaumont, with a knowing tone, remarked, "Your Highness, Prince Aemon, my son has grown accustomed to arrogance. It is time for the valiant son of Baelon, Prince Daemon, to impart a lesson, lest he become oblivious to his place in the world. Such a confrontation may prevent future troubles and unnecessary discord, which would be beneficial for both the Iron Throne and Storm's End." Aemon clearly discerned the deeper implications of Beaumont's words. He looked at his uncle, the Duke, with surprise. Although Prince Aemon shared an excellent rapport with his brother Baelon, their respective factions were in constant conflict, a situation only mitigated by the presence of King Jaehaerys, who maintained a delicate balance that prevented the brothers' relationship from fraying. Beaumont's mention of the Iron Throne subtly hinted at Aemon. His wife, Jocelyn Baratheon, was Beaumont's sister, thus intertwining the sigils of Wind's Rest and Storm's End with Aemon's legacy. Currently, Baelon found himself without formidable allies, while the Dukes of the Seven Kingdoms favored Aemon. Balon was merely a commander of the city watch in King's Landing, serving under his brother Eamon, the master of laws. However, as the old king aged, it was inevitable that treacherous thoughts would arise among the court. Power has a way of corrupting the heart, igniting the deepest desires within. On that day, Aegon observed the fierce clash between Daemon and Boros. Although Daemon was slightly younger, his dedication to martial arts, spurred by Aegon's influence, allowed him to rapidly gain the upper hand through skill and strength, while Aegon remained focused on the skirmish. His keen intellect also caught Beaumont's words directed at his uncle Aemon. Aegon was acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, discussing matters of inheritance was fraught with complexity. Although in the previous generation, his uncle Aemon's standing as the undisputed prince of Dragonstone was unquestionable, the dynamics had shifted in their own generation. Aemon had but a single child, his cousin Rhaenys, while his father Balon, as a younger brother, had sired Aegon and his two siblings, whose progeny were numerous. In feudal times, whether past or present, male inheritance rights eclipsed those of females. Should the current king and the brothers Aemon unexpectedly perish, a fierce struggle for power would undoubtedly ensue among their generation. The lords of the realm would never permit a woman to hold dominion over them. Even if Aegon and his brothers were reluctant to ascend to the throne, they would inevitably be thrust into the fray, compelled to don the crown and occupy the spiny Iron Throne. Chapter 24. The Bloody Night on the Isle of Tarth. The newly commissioned fleet in Shipbreaker Bay had adorned its masts with the Targaryen sigil, a black field emblazoned with a red, three-headed dragon. After a month of preparation and acclimatization, the fleet, carrying knights eager to return home, was set to sail, despite their lack of direct involvement in the recently concluded war. Amongst the shadows of adversity, there was also light. The prospect of everyone returning unharmed was indeed a positive note. The conscripted civilians, having been involuntarily summoned, could only wish for a future devoid of warfare, as such a reality would ensure the preservation of their lives. The four Aegons, blessed with dragons, swiftly took to the skies towards King's Landing, their dragons soaring effortlessly. As they approached, they beheld the bustling city below, which reminded Aegon of the last time such fervor filled the streets, during the triumphant return of King Jaehaerys I alongside his father and uncle Aemon. It was at that moment that Aegon had received his name from the king. Now, merely 8 years had passed, and upon their victorious return, they had seemingly transformed into the protagonists of their own tale. The citizens of the realm had been informed through the month-long broadcasts of their Prince of Dragonstone, and the 3 young princes achieving victory on Tarth, driving out the invading pirates and capturing the majority of their vessels. This had bolstered the kingdom's naval strength, endowing the king with a more formidable army to protect the realm's subjects. As the 4 dragons approached, Aegon deliberately instructed Vhagar to reduce its speed, mindful of preserving his uncle's grandeur. The dragons soon descended into the vast courtyard of the dragon pit, where the king had already gathered with members of the royal family, awaiting their arrival in serene anticipation. The assemblage swiftly dismounted, and after descending from their dragons, the dragon keepers promptly calmed the other 3 dragons, excluding Vhagar, as they entered the dragon pit. Given Vhagar's considerable size, Aegon chose to let it rest in the expansive courtyard rather than attempt to enter the confined space of the pit, within the depths of the dragon's lair. The colossal dragons had, over the course of 8 years, come to understand the temperament of Balorion, thus no longer exhibiting the vigilant demeanor that had characterized their behavior 8 years prior. Aegon and his 2 elder brothers had matured significantly through the brutalities of war, now carrying an aura tinged with a hint of lethal intent, a transformation that was aided by their month-long recuperation on Dragonstone. It was only after the fleet had set sail that they took to the skies upon their dragons, soaring towards King's Landing. Now, they bore the weight of iron and blood, shedding some of their youthful innocence. After a month of restraint, their fierce energies had indeed diminished considerably. The king and queen approached hand in hand, embracing their son Aemon and their 3 grandsons. Following them was Aegon's father, Balon, alongside his mother, Alyssa. Also present was their aunt, or perhaps more accurately, their cousin, Jocelyn Valerion, a member of House Valerion and a half-sister to the current king and queen. She was the same Jocelyn who had clashed with Daemon on Dragonstone. Her gaze, laced with hostility, fell upon Aegon and his brothers, likely a result of her having learned of the events surrounding Daemon and Boros' offspring. Jocelyn Valerion had never held any fondness for Balon and Alyssa's 3 sons, particularly as she had but one daughter, Rhaenys. She harbored a deep-seated fear that her husband, Aemon, might suddenly perish, causing her daughter to miss the opportunity of ascending to the Iron Throne. Jocelyn was acutely aware of the ironclad grip of the aging king, She recalled the disputes that had arisen during her childhood between the king and queen over the issue of succession, disputes that had ultimately favored the king. Queen Alysanne Targaryen had once ardently supported her daughter Daenerys as the rightful heir to the kingdom. However, the king had unequivocally opposed this notion, as did many other lords who resisted the idea of a female heir. Consequently, Daenerys was overlooked, and the title of Prince of Dragonstone was bestowed upon their third child, Aegon's uncle, Prince Aemon. Thus, armed with the knowledge of such secrets, Jocelyn Valerion was profoundly anxious about the potential sudden death of her husband, fearing that the succession of the Iron Throne would bypass her daughter Rhaenys, favoring Aegon's father Baelon instead. Had Aegon been privy to her innermost thoughts, he might have exclaimed in admiration of her astuteness. Although Aegon noted the fluctuations in her expression, he remained oblivious to her true intentions. Since Aegon had rescued his uncle, he had gained a greater mastery over the precious realm of life and space. At the same time, he sensed several undercurrents of malice, distinctly perceiving hostile intentions emanating from the north and several sources in the eastern continent. Aegon recognized that he had altered the course of history, reshaping the trajectories laid down by certain individuals. He was acutely aware that the forthcoming blood-soaked dragon dance and the impending calamity of the dragon's extinction were orchestrated by a formidable hand lurking in the shadows. Aegon paid no heed to his aunt's disdain. His thoughts were solely occupied with how to augment his own strength. Upon his return, he learned from his uncle that his grandfather, the king, intended to personally knight him, with additional rewards promised. After exchanging pleasantries with the assembly, the venerable monarch declared with vigor, "Today, Aemon has expelled the pirates from Tar's Island, capturing them and seizing a fleet of magnificent ships. This victory has been witnessed by the entire kingdom and the free cities, instilling fear in the hearts of those brigands. The blood and fire of House Targaryen have imparted the true meaning of their intertwined fates. Let us cheer for our valiant hero and celebrate the triumph of our kingdom." The guard of King's Landing was diligently maintaining order around the dragon pit, preventing any potential stampede among the nobles, ministers, and citizens gathered in the vicinity. Their voices rang out in jubilant celebration of this victory. King Jaehaerys remained greatly esteemed by the populace and the lords alike. It was under his reign that stability was restored, ensuring the people's well-being, which naturally garnered their gratitude and support. As the cheers gradually subsided, the king proceeded with further honors. "Let us bear witness to the emergence of our kingdom's youngest knight, instilling dread in our enemies, my most proud grandson, Aegon Targaryen." With a gentle gaze, the king turned to Aegon, while Captain Gales of the Iron Guard presented the Valyrian steel sword, Blackfire, a symbol of royal authority, to the king. The monarch beckoned Aegon forward, who, without hesitation, knelt before his grandfather. Chapter 25. The Vindel Peninsula, the Dragon Pit of Rhaenys Hills. The nobles of King's Landing bore witness to the crowning of a knight who had shattered historical records. Aegon's ascension to knighthood signified that valor and merit, rather than age, determined a knight's worth. The expressions of the nobles varied. Some were filled with blessings, others with envy, and some harbored shadows in their eyes. Yet, before the crowned king, a portion of them recalled the arbiter's formidable methods. King Jaehaerys, with a grave countenance, proclaimed, "Today, I shall personally knight you in the manner of the faith of the Seven. As the king of Westeros, of House Targaryen, the Undull, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the guardian of all the realm, I hereby knight you in the name of the sacred." The king placed Blackfire upon Aegon's left shoulder and, with utmost sincerity, intoned, "In the name of the Father, may you wield your blade in the sacred name, upholding the kingdom's justice and ensuring righteousness prevails." He then transferred the sword to Aegon's right shoulder. "In the name of the Mother, may your heart be filled with compassion and mercy for all." After a solemn pause, he again rested Blackfire upon the left shoulder. "In the name of the Warrior, I hope you emerge victorious in all endeavors, wielding your sword to secure peace and triumph for the kingdom. Once again, the mantle of responsibility rests upon your shoulders. In the name of the Blacksmith, may you utilize your strength to safeguard the hard-won tranquility and stability." After the king's address, he extended a hand to lift his grandson, Aegon, who knelt before him. Aegon, whom he had watched grow, exhibited traits that hinted at a boundless future. As Aegon rose, applause erupted from the surrounding nobles, whether genuine or feigned. The facade was impeccably maintained, leaving no room for criticism. Daemon looked on with a hint of envy at his younger brother, yet among the youth, his prowess was second only to Aegon's. He too aspired to receive the king's grandfather's favor one day. The king regarded the 8-year-old Aegon, noting his composed demeanor, and could not help but inquire, "Do you have any requests? Given your significant contributions, If there were a better way to reward you, it would not merely be a knighthood. Feel free to express your desires, though I must caution against excessive demands. Aegon, observing the king's earnest expression, pondered briefly before articulating. Your Majesty, I wish to acquire a modest parcel of land within the kingdom, which would provide me with some additional pocket money. Furthermore, the dragon's lair can no longer accommodate Balerion. I would like to ensure he has ample space to rest. I humbly seek your approval. Aegon raised his gaze to meet the king's, who remained silent, studying him intently. Finally, the old king spoke softly. Your request is reasonable. I grant it. The land will be situated in the royal hunting grounds, on the small peninsula adjacent to the confluence of the Vinder River and Blackwater Bay, near Dragonstone. It is merely 2 days' journey from King's Landing and remains untouched. I hope you will make good use of it. Upon hearing he had secured a fief, Aegon felt immense joy, though the notion of it being uninhabited left him feeling somewhat at a loss. Just as he was about to inquire with his grandfather for assistance, the old king seemed to anticipate his thoughts and remarked, for your needs, you may select from the refugees of King's Landing and the landless populace. This will provide them with employment while alleviating the overpopulation and chaos in this city. I will additionally fund you with 5,000 golden dragons and provisions for the first 2 months. After that, it will be up to you. 3 months should suffice for your endeavors, no matter how slowly you cultivate the land. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. I shall not disappoint you, Aegon replied, his mind momentarily stifled by the weight of the king's expectations. Yet he accepted the challenge with a mix of joy and pressure. In the capital, one could casually recruit personnel, and with a substantial sum of 5,000 gold dragons, along with the essential provisions that could sustain him for 3 months. He was assured that he need not worry about food during that period. Additionally, the location designated by the old king was adjacent to the royal forest, teeming with wildlife and abundant game. As Aemon listened to the conversation between the old king and Yegan, he occasionally furrowed his brow but refrained from voicing his thoughts. He had witnessed Yegan's military prowess firsthand, and thus had no objections to his nephew receiving these resources. In fact, he felt that the king's offerings were somewhat meager. However, considering that the old king's intention was to train Yegan, he chose to remain silent. Belron gazed at his son with a puzzled expression, struggling to comprehend why his son would opt for such a reward, perceiving it as an invitation to hardship rather than a privilege, and believed it would be wiser to remain in the capital. Alessa, upon hearing of Yegan's reward, felt overwhelmed, equally perplexed, and unable to fathom Yegan's decision. Despite her son's maturity, she refrained from expressing her opinion. The nobles at the dragon's lair exhibited varied reactions. Some admired Prince Yegan's pioneering spirit, while others looked down upon him, dismissing his actions as a form of exile devoid of any glory, far less honorable than remaining in the capital. They lamented that Yegan seemed to squander an opportunity to enter the center of power. Yet, Yegan was exceptionally pleased. His participation in this conflict was driven by a desire to better assess his martial skills and to claim a small territory to bolster his own influence. Regardless of future unforeseen events, whether to advance or retreat, he wished to face them with composure. Yegan contemplated seeking his uncle's assistance in utilizing a recently captured fleet to transport wanderers and pioneers from the capital to the Windy Peninsula. The maritime journey from the capital to the Windy Peninsula took merely 2 days, while the overland route, circumventing the royal forest, would require approximately half a month. Thus, he intended to commandeer this newly acquired fleet to escort personnel and supplies, significantly saving on both expenses and time. Without hesitation, Yegan approached the 2 highest authorities in the kingdom, stating, Your Majesty and Uncle Aemon, I wish to borrow the recently captured fleet to assist in transporting a batch of supplies and personnel. Upon uttering these words, the others present could not help but inwardly criticize Yegan's meticulous calculations and audacity. Chapter 26. The emissary of Mill. The king patted Yegan on the shoulder, eagerly anticipating the surprises that Yegan would bring forth. After the king conferred knighthood upon Aegon, he turned his gaze towards the adjacent Aemon and his granddaughter Rhaenys. As Aemon's eldest daughter, Rhaenys was now wed to Corlys of House Velaryon, thus becoming part of their lineage. Initially, the king had no intention of preparing a dragon egg for Rhaenys' unborn child. However, given her lineage and the remarkable achievements of Aemon's son, along with the involvement of House Velaryon, the old king, persuaded by Aemon and Queen Alicent, reconsidered. Taking into account Aegon's unique abilities, he decided against retracting the dragon egg destined for Rhaenys. The Targaryens were acutely aware that their dominion over the continent was sustained by the might of dragons, whose significance was undeniable. Yet, following Aegon's birth, His exceptional capabilities began to quell their anxieties. The king understood that Aegon's existence would serve as a stabilizing force for their family. Aegon seemed capable of commanding all dragons. How the king came to this realization is a testament to his wisdom. Over the past 8 years, he had observed his grandson closely and discerned that Aegon possessed an extraordinary affinity for dragons. Every dragon Aegon approached exhibited a remarkable closeness to him, including his beloved dragon, Vhagar. The joy Vhagar displayed during their interactions was palpable to the king. However, the king chose not to disclose this information, for the magnitude of his grandson's ability was formidable. Should it attract the attention of those with ill intentions, it could spell disaster. While the king was acutely aware of the dragon's power, he understood that they would not always be by the side of their riders, the members of House Targaryen. Though claiming a divine connection as ancient dragon lords, were mere mortals, not omnipotent beings, though they boasted of their lineage. Only a select few possessed the gift of dragon dreams or the resilience against extreme heat. With a self-deprecating smile, the king reflected on how his worries had multiplied over time, leading him to a more sentimental disposition. He had accomplished much in his reign, and he believed that future matters should be left to those who would follow. I have instructed the servants to prepare a feast in celebration of the kingdom's great benefactors, to honor the victors, and to commemorate the knights who sacrificed for glory and family, though they fell on the battlefield. Their honor and loyalty will echo through the verses of wandering bards across the realm. The Red Keep was adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes and sweet wines, ready to celebrate yet another victory for the kingdom. As per your command, your majesty. That evening, the grand hall of the Red Keep was filled with tables and chairs, laden with exquisite food and drink, as servants continued to bring forth dish after dish. The grand hall was filled with esteemed nobles, engaged in heartfelt exchanges with familiar acquaintances, while others cast disapproving glances at one another, each reciprocating with a fierce stare. The king sat upon his throne, surrounded by various bloodlines of House Targaryen, as well as distant relatives. Observing the lively scene before him, the king felt a wave of satisfaction and joy. The younger generation had not disappointed him, demonstrating their capability to stand on their own. With a gentle cough, he signaled for the nobles to quiet down. Upon hearing the king's cough, the nobles immediately ceased their conversations, setting aside their food and drink. The king nodded appreciatively, pleased with the current atmosphere. Gathered in the hall were lords and nobles witnessing the birth of the youngest knight in the kingdom's history, a testament to the new generation of House Targaryen, now capable of independent action. It also served as a warning to the restless and ambitious individuals who sought to provoke the Dragon Lord's family, revealing to them the true essence of blood and fire, which was no mere coincidence. Let us raise our goblets in a toast to victory. The nobles echoed his sentiment, raising their cups and exclaiming, to His Majesty, to victory. After finishing his drink, the king was promptly served another cup by his attendant, while the servants poured wine for the noble knights beside them. Once again, the king lifted his cup, proclaiming, let us also raise our goblets filled with fine wine, to honor the heroes of this occasion, to the great benefactors. After toasting to the king and the great benefactors, the king, with a serious demeanor, addressed the nobles below. Let us also toast to the knights who shed their blood for victory, to those who have lost their lives in the pursuit of glory. The banquet then resumed, the atmosphere reaching a crescendo as discussions among the nobles turned to the cost of their recent triumphs in battle. Egan listened intently, amidst a variety of conversations, some praising him, while others, filled with envy, sought to undermine his achievements. A faction of nobles appeared particularly fond of Egan, who, possessing a physique surpassing that of adults, had been exposed to the trivial discussions of such individuals from a young age. As the evening wore on, the banquet continued late into the night, and Egan found joy in obtaining what he desired, having given his all on the battlefield. He engaged in lively discussions about the amusing and tense moments of war with his two brothers and close companions. The following morning, as was his routine, Egan was awakened promptly by his internal clock. After washing up and dressing, he commenced his daily regimen of rigorous training. His two brothers, having indulged in the festivities of the previous night, had yet to rise. After completing his training, Aegon prepared to set forth with a portion of the provisions and gold dragons bestowed upon him by the king the previous day, intending to gather a contingent in the flea market of King's Landing for a journey to the Vendor Peninsula. However, he learned from Ser Leon that 3 envoys had arrived from the Red Keep, dispatched by the governors of Myr. Aegon surmised that the intentions of these Myrish envoys were far from benign. Lord Rodley of House Regan had likely been informed of the Iron Throne's triumph over the Myrish exiles and pirates. The Myrish delegation was undoubtedly intent on shifting all blame onto the exiled Clara, who had been ousted from Myr. as Aegon anticipated. Upon receiving news that Clara was not dead but rather captured by the Targaryens, Rodley, as a usurper governor of Myr, feared the Targaryens might leverage Clara's name to threaten his standing in Myr. There was a significant risk of his expulsion from the governorship. Chapter 27. The city-state of the Three Daughters Myr, protected by the tranquil waters of the Myrish Sea, is renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship and artistic ambience. However, militarily and in terms of armed forces, it pales in comparison to other city-states. As a city ruled by a coalition of nobles and merchants, they typically recruit only a token number of guards to maintain the city's security, resorting to mercenaries solely when their interests are under threat. Upon hearing that the son of the former governor, long believed to be deceased, had resurfaced and was once again in the clutches of the Iron Throne, Governor Rodley dispatched envoys to negotiate with the Iron Throne, seeking to disassociate himself from the captured Clara. Simultaneously, he secretly conspired with Tyros and Lys to prepare for any sudden assaults from the Iron Throne, ensuring they were not caught off guard, and to instill a sense of caution in the Iron Throne. As one of the colonies of Gavaleria, Myr frequently endured harsh exploitation by the Dragon Lords of Gavaleria, leading to a deep-seated resentment toward the Dragon Lord family. Yet, as the weaker party, they often had to compromise, recognizing the formidable power of dragons. Having witnessed the might of dragons, the city-state could not foolishly confront the Targaryens, who possessed them. Thus, appropriate concessions were deemed necessary. After a protracted journey, the Myrish envoys finally arrived at the port of Blackwater Bay. They were quite disdainful of the environmental conditions in King's Landing. However, as representatives of the governor, they were burdened with an important mission and did not wish to offend the city's rulers. Reluctantly, they traversed the dilapidated, muddy path, landing at the port known as Mudgate. Originally called Rivergate, it had earned its unflattering moniker due to its poor road conditions and susceptibility to flooding, which rendered the paths exceedingly muddy. The envoys, bearing the governor's commands, wasted no time and hastened to the Red Keep. Although the king had received the news, he chose not to personally meet the envoy, but instead entrusted the matter to Prince Aemon of Dragonstone. The king, accompanied by the queen, embarked on yet another journey across the continent aboard their dragons. Early in the morning, after completing his exercises, Aegon was enjoying his breakfast when he was summoned by a servant from the Red Keep. Aegon, slightly astonished, repeatedly confirmed the servant's words. "You say that Uncle Aemon has summoned me to the throne room to meet the envoy from Myr? Could it be that you have relayed the message incorrectly? Shouldn't the envoy be received by my father?" The servant, somewhat intimidated by Aegon's presence, felt a shiver run down his spine. Ever since Aegon's return from battle, tales of his prowess had spread throughout the continent. Though the servant resided within the confines of the Red Keep, he had heard others speak of Aegon's godlike performance on the battlefield. If it weren't for Prince Aemon's direct request, he would have been reluctant to face this increasingly formidable young prince. The servant dared not meet Aegon's gaze. And although he could not see Aegon's expression, the authority and latent menace in Aegon's voice made him tremble as he responded, "Yes, Your Highness. Prince Aemon is very eager for you to attend. Prince Balon has also been summoned, along with other lords." After confirming once more, Aegon glanced at the quaking servant and, not wishing to make him uncomfortable, said, "I understand. In that case, I shall proceed to the throne room immediately. You may leave. I need to change my attire." The servant replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Aegon changed out of his training garb and donned a suitable black outfit before following the servant to the throne room. As he stepped through the grand door, he heard his uncle Aemon's voice. "Rest assured, envoy, the Targaryen family is benevolent. As long as you do not provoke us or conspire behind our backs, our dragons shall not darken the skies above your city. However, should we discover that your city has participated in this pirate affair, you will face the blood and fire of the Targaryen family." Before the envoy could respond, Aegon entered the chamber, instantly drawing the attention of all present. "Prince Aegon," the assembled lords respectfully exclaimed, their demeanor betraying no hint of negligence. Prince Balon looked upon his son with pride. Ever since he learned of Aegon's combat prowess and his distinction as the youngest knight, he had felt a swell of pride and honor. Uncle Aemon nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing toward Aegon's seat beside Balon with a smile, saying, "Aegon has arrived. Take your place behind your father. As a victor in the battle against the pirates, you possess the right to listen and offer counsel. Let us hear the envoy's excuses from Myr." Facing a grave atmosphere, Yegong's gaze swept across the envoy from Myr, scrutinizing him intently. The envoy possessed a striking appearance, yet said nothing, merely nodding to Yaemon and gently acknowledging the surrounding ministers before taking his seat behind his father. When Yegong directed his attention towards him, The envoy felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. Li Geng's eyes bore a cold indifference, akin to that of a predator fixating on its prey. How could this not instill fear in the envoy? Your highnesses and esteemed ministers, the recent incidents involving the pirates plaguing the Mire Wanderers are merely the machinations of ill-intentioned individuals seeking to instigate a conflict between the Iron Throne and Mire, thereby undermining our friendship. This is a baseless accusation and an outrageous act. Our governor, Lord Li Geng, has sent me to clarify this misunderstanding in the interest of our camaraderie, and to see that those with malicious intent are brought to justice. Once he regained his composure, the envoy continued to advocate for Mire's interests and protect the interests of the avaricious Governor Li. He had no choice but to defend. Should this affair collapse, he would likely vanish without a trace upon his return. Li Geng, observing the envoy before him, couldn't suppress a bemused smirk. This was an opportune moment to extort the governors of the free cities. They would not relinquish it easily, lest the war be fought in vain. As Li Geng had anticipated, his astute uncle Yiman interjected, "This envoy's defense is utterly unfounded. Among those we have captured, the vast majority are Mirans, all of whom have confessed their intentions after their capture. To claim this matter is unrelated to Mire is to evade the crux of the issue. Did these individuals trespass into our realm for plunder due to negligence on the part of your city's governor, or was it a deliberate act?" The envoy wiped the cold sweat that continuously beaded on his forehead, his mind racing with counter-strategies. He understood that without some form of concession from their city-state, it would be exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves from this predicament. Chapter 28. Mire's Compromise in the Throne Hall. The warmth of the season failed to bring any comfort to the envoy, who felt as though he had been cast into a frigid void. Beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. Yiman's authoritative voice resonated once more. "Since you are unable to make decisions, it is essential for you to confer with those behind you regarding reparations to the Iron Throne. We hope you will thoughtfully consider whether you prefer the arrival of dragons over your city or our amicable discourse. It is vital that your governor treats this matter with the seriousness it deserves, rather than dismissing us. Our demands are modest, only 3 points." The envoy, left with no alternative, steeled himself and replied, "Please, your highness and esteemed ministers, articulate your requests clearly so that I may relay this information to our governor." Yiman promptly articulated the 3 stipulations that had been previously deliberated. Firstly, he demanded that the governor grant amnesty to the members of the Klenya family who had suffered persecution, and simultaneously, to open the ports for our trading vessels to enter and exit freely. Secondly, he requested the acquisition of a substantial tract of land, claimed by the Targaryen family and the nobility of Westeros, near the city-state of Meereen, to be sold to us at the lowest possible price by the Iron Throne. Furthermore, we must be permitted to maintain our own forces to safeguard the land we procure. Thirdly, we insisted that the industrial products and textiles of Meereen be prioritized for sale to the Iron Throne and the nobility of Westeros, alongside a compensation of 3 million gold dragons to the Iron Throne. Our demands are not exorbitant, and we hope that you will consider them earnestly. As the envoy listened to these demands, he continuously wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling the immense pressure weighing upon him. Regret flooded his mind. He wished he had never accepted the task of this mission. Yet, there exists no remedy for regret, and he felt as vulnerable as meat upon a butcher's block. Surrounded by eyes that glared at him like ravenous wolves, anxiety gnawed at him. He feared that uttering a single negative word might prevent him from exiting the hall. Thus, he steeled himself and replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall convey the message faithfully and ensure that every detail reaches our governor without omission. I shall take my leave now to relay this information, and I kindly ask all to remain patient. We await news of whether our communication will be cordial or lead to conflict. The choice lies with your governor." The Iron Throne hopes for a satisfactory response. Yiman, recognizing that the individual before him held no power to make decisions, dismissed the envoy. Trembling, the envoy exited the throne hall, and once he was gone, all eyes turned to Aegon. Aegon, sensing their gaze, blinked and smiled at Lord Linman Tully, inquiring, "My Lord Linman, I wonder when the 5,000 gold dragons promised by the king for my recruitment efforts will be delivered." Linman regarded the young prince, silently acknowledging Aegon's forthrightness in making such a request. Fortunately, he had been mindful of this matter since the king had issued the directive, particularly given that Aegon was the youngest knight bestowed by the king. Aware that Aegon was among the king's favored grandsons, he dared not be negligent. Having kept this matter in his thoughts, preparations had already been made on the day the king mentioned it. Linman was keen to seize the opportunity to befriend Aegon. recognizing that having an ally is far more advantageous than acquiring an adversary. Although he held the position of the royal treasurer following Martin Tully, his family did not possess the same wealth or extensive lands as the Tullys, merely ranking as a respectable lordly family. With the court still establishing its footing, it was crucial to cultivate connections, in pleasing these nobles while showcasing his own talents. He aimed to leave a lasting impression on both the king and the heir of Dragonstone. This approach seemed prudent. Prince Yegen, since the king's command, I have not dared to slacken my efforts. I have already prepared the 5,000 gold dragons that the king has graciously pledged for you. Once the meeting concludes, I shall send my assistant to deliver them to you personally. Listening to the courteous tone of the chancellor, Yegen raised an eyebrow, finding favor in this earl from the castle of Hive in Riverbend. After all, this individual demonstrated commendable capability, and coupled with his polite demeanor, he was quite likable. Although Yegen was aware that the man likely sought to ingratiate himself to find a partner in collaboration, he could not resist the pleasant attitude. Despite his general aversion to conversing with schemers, he also found himself ensnared in the vortex of power. In such a vast political center, one requires allies, not for rivalry, but for the efficient execution of affairs. Yegen replied gently, I am most grateful, Lord Linman. I shall treat you to a drink sometime. Upon hearing Yegen's words, Linman felt a sense of relief. Yegen's demeanor signified acceptance of his goodwill. Belron and Ayman exchanged glances, remaining silent. The meeting fell into a brief silence until Ayman spoke first. Since His Majesty has expressed support for Yegen, as his uncle, I must not lag behind. After the meeting, I will personally contribute 2,000 gold dragons to Yegen. Ayman's glance swept across the room, his implication clear, subtly urging those present to consider supporting his nephew Yegen as well. Yegen immediately rose to express his gratitude. Thank you, uncle, for your support. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. I will use these funds to provide new employment for those who have lost their farmland, alleviating the burdens of King's Landing while demonstrating the Targaryen family's benevolence to the populace. Ayman nodded in appreciation, and Linman, not wishing to be outdone, promptly interjected. Prince Yegen possesses a pioneering spirit. Although our Bisberry family is not affluent, I, on behalf of my family, am willing to contribute 1,000 gold dragons to Prince Yegen. I hope you will not find my offer lacking. Yegen responded, I am grateful for Lord Linman's support. I shall not forget your kindness. And on behalf of my future farmers, I sincerely thank you for your generosity. Linman nodded and glanced at the king's hand, Sir Bastian. Sir Bastian remained silent, yet softly spoke with a warm and compelling voice. Prince Yegen, although I hold the position of king's hand and possess no surplus wealth, I have heard of your intention to recruit a multitude of unemployed and homeless individuals. As the son of a blacksmith, having endured much, I understand the suffering of the common folk. Thus, I am willing to offer my entire fortune in support of your highness, hoping to assist both you and the people. Yegen gazed deeply at him, perceiving the sincerity in Sir Bastian's eyes, untainted by deceit. Observing the aged face of the king's hand, Yegen acknowledged that the kingdom's current wealth and stability owe much to this very man. Rest assured, my lord, the funds will certainly be allocated to those recruits, ensuring they have stable employment and a reliable source of sustenance. The learned scholar, Alyssa, has generously contributed 500 golden dragons, while the sea serpent, Corlys, has likewise provided a private donation of 1,000 golden dragons. Ultimately, Aegon received a total of 10,000 golden dragons, not accounting for his personal savings and the additional 5,000 golden dragons bestowed by his father and mother. Thus, his final sum amounted to 15,000 golden dragons. It is worth noting that a single golden dragon can cover the expenses of an ordinary household for an entire year. A splendid suit of full-plate armor costs approximately 10 golden dragons, meaning that he now possesses enough wealth to procure 500 suits of such armor. Should he opt for more economical armaments, the quantity could increase even further. This substantial sum will sustain him comfortably for an extended period, relieving him of any financial worries for quite some time. Chapter 29. The City-State's Compensation Conqueror, April 292. The morning sunlight streamed into Aegon's chamber, vividly recalling the events of the previous days. Aegon reflected on his aspirations and the accomplishments he had achieved. Just the day before, he had been personally knighted by his grandfather, seizing the opportunity to express his desire for a parcel of land. His grandfather did not dismiss this notion. Now, he had acquired his own territory, a vast and undeveloped peninsula. All taxes collected within this domain would be allocated to Aegon. In the political ecology of the realm, characterized by feudalism, an intriguing phenomenon emerged. the vassals of vassals were not subjects of the king. Although the Targaryen family held the highest authority as kings, ostensibly governing the entire continent, a closer examination reveals that their dominion often bore more of a symbolic significance, largely due to the presence of their dragons. The ministers convened in the royal council hailed from various families, naturally representing their respective interests. Additionally, the dukes from the other 7 regions under the king's jurisdiction, along with the lords beneath their command, engaged in strategic marriages and alliances, achieving a delicate balance under the formidable threat of dragons. Should the Targaryen family lose their dragons or fail to possess a wise ruler, this equilibrium would gradually disintegrate, reverting to the conditions that prevailed prior to their dominion. The various dukes and guardians of the kingdom, prior to Aegon's arrival as the conqueror, operated as independent and sovereign kingdoms. Faced with the intimidation of Aegon and his 2 wives dragons, these monarchs chose to submit and forge marital alliances for the sake of their family's continuity. These dukes aspired for the individual seated upon the Iron Throne to share in their bloodline, thereby elevating their family status and granting them not only power, but also the terrifying might of dragons. Thus, forming alliances with the Targaryen family appeared to be a mutually beneficial strategy, prompting these dukes and lords to eagerly vie for such connections. Such individuals, after all, are but a rarity, and the Targaryen family would never casually intertwine the bloodline of the Dragon King with that of others. Perhaps the most successful example lies with the Velaryon family, who, as descendants of the ancient Valyrians, fled the city-state of Old Valyria alongside the Targaryens. Although the Velaryons were a relatively insignificant family within Valyria, the harsh realities transformed their homeland into a desolate wasteland, with numerous dragon lord families either diminished or extinct. This provided the Velaryons, an ordinary family, the opportunity to swiftly develop their maritime fleet, establishing themselves as a formidable power in the narrow sea of Westeros. As one of the staunch supporters of House Targaryen, it was only natural for them to propose a union. The Velaryons, possessing the blood of the Valyrians and being among the followers of the Targaryen ancestors, had repeatedly proven their loyalty and valor. Thus, the king could not overlook their contributions, strengthening the ties between the 2 families while simultaneously augmenting the formidable naval fleet of Aegon's uncle, Aemon. In the present day, the union of Corlys and Rhaenys signifies an even deeper bond between the Velaryons and Targaryens. Aegon, ever contemplative, was acutely aware that his father, Baelon, and his uncle, Aemon, while having nurtured a bond of affection since childhood, could not resist the machinations of those who sought to exploit their relationship for personal gain. In their half-understanding of the situation, the vested interests behind them fervently desired to see their chosen candidates ascend to the pinnacle of power, thereby becoming dragon lords themselves, basking in endless glory and authority. Aegon, however, was determined not to overly rely on those who cared for him. After all, he possessed his own advantages. He would not entrust his fate to the capriciousness of the law. Power, both in capability and martial strength, served as the ultimate instrument for calm discourse. Serlaine, as Aegon's martial mentor, stood as his steadfast protector. Obedient to the king's command, Serlaine unwaveringly ensured Aegon's safety. Observing the earnest and serious countenance of Aegon, Lane found it surreal. It was difficult to fathom the impact of an 8-year-old knight. Word of Aegon's valor on the battlefield had spread among the soldiers who had safely retreated, earning him the moniker of the Bloody Knight. During his skirmish with pirates, the distinctive black armor of House Targaryen became stained with the blood of his adversaries. Under certain lighting, Aegon appeared as a vengeful specter, drenched in blood. Amidst those who sought to belittle or defame him, there were also genuine admirers who recognized his deeds and spirit. In any case, Aegon's reputation had permeated the entirety of the city, and Serlaine had, in recent days, overheard numerous discussions regarding Aegon, filled with both admiration and criticism. Li Geng gazed at the information before him, yet he remained utterly indifferent. He secretly wished for his affairs to spread far and wide. Once he garnered a modicum of renown, whether it be of a commendable or ignominious nature, the paramount concern was to possess a prominent banner. When the time came to recruit personnel, it would facilitate the process considerably. Li Geng lightly tapped the surface of the table, and after a moment of contemplation, he addressed his ironclad guard, Ryan, saying, "My name is nearly sufficient. It is time we commence preparations for the pioneers. Let us recruit a group to begin restoring our resting places. When we arrive, we shall not be encumbered by the chaos of searching for accommodations for our recruits. I have received substantial sponsorship. If we have a considerable span of time, we should strive to enlist as many unemployed individuals from King's Landing, or those fleeing disaster, or landless folk. He added, "When funds begin to dwindle, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall devise a solution." "Your Grace, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once," Ryan replied. Upon completing his directive, Ryan set forth to execute Li Geng's instructions. Li Geng then picked up a parchment contract, a response to the demands of the Myrish envoy. The envoy, who had emerged from the throne room yesterday, drenched in cold sweat, was dispatched by the governor of Myr, a figure of considerable fortitude and patience. It was evident that he would not have obliterated the Clegane family without reason. He exhibited remarkable decisiveness in matters of life and death. However, the emergence of the Clegane flaw had marred his reputation. The ability to grant clemency to one's adversaries and foes undoubtedly bred profound resentment within his family. The Myrish envoy conveyed the information with utmost precision to their governor, who expressed agreement with the terms proposed by House Targaryen. The governor indicated that the 3 stipulations set forth by House Targaryen were acceptable, expressing hope for amicable relations rather than the looming shadow of dragons. In this endeavor, House Targaryen reaped substantial rewards, securing the first territory on the eastern continent while ensuring the safety of Targaryen and Westerosi merchant vessels across the Narrow Sea. The efficient circulation of goods would enrich the commodities of King's Landing in the future. Lastly, it was mentioned that the lands in question were generously bestowed upon them by Governor Roderick. Chapter 30. The Blacksmith as the Seat of Governance for House Targaryen. King's Landing is the most populous city in Westeros. According to the records Li Geng reviewed, alongside his observations of the city's bustling activity, approximately 550,000 individuals were registered within the tax records. When accounting for the impoverished districts, as well as those outside the city and the transient merchants, the total population of King's Landing swelled to around 700,000. This indicates that approximately 150,000 individuals remained unregistered. Excluding the merchants and their attendants who came to conduct business, one could estimate their number to be around 20,000. Approximately 130,000 individuals remain. They are either impoverished souls devoid of stable income or idle vagrants, with a portion being stewards or servants among the nobility. Upon receiving the king's permission, Li Geng, amidst the vast populace of this grand city, found it exceedingly simple to recruit individuals with his current wealth. He granted his knightly protector, Sir Ryan, the authority to utilize certain funds or promises of provisions to initially gather a group of recruits. Their aim was to journey ahead to the acquired territory of the Wind Peninsula, establishing a haven for the recruits and a place for himself to rest. Li Geng, not one to remain idle, after completing a day of rigorous training, once again roamed the city with his guard. This time, he harbored a specific intention. His excursion was not merely for leisure, as he was not particularly fond of the city's atmosphere, despite it being less chaotic than it would become a century later. Yet, signs of neglect were evident, perhaps due to poor planning during its initial construction, as deficiencies in the drainage and sewer systems had led to some areas displaying grimy conditions. Li Geng's destination was Iron Street, located beneath the Visenya Hills, adjacent to the River Gate Market. The further one ascended towards the Visenya Hills, the more numerous and expensive the shops became. Li Geng ventured to Iron Street with the hope of locating skilled artisans capable of crafting armor for him. Since becoming a lord and knight, he had diligently sought to understand the circumstances surrounding the blacksmiths of Iron Street. Fortune smiled upon him, as after several days, his emissaries discovered a rare blacksmith. This craftsman hailed from across the strait in Volantis, possessing remarkable skill, silver golden hair, and pale blue eyes, embodying the quintessential Valyrian visage. However, this talented blacksmith harbored a peculiar temperament, rarely displaying kindness to customers and perpetually wearing a stern expression. Consequently, despite his exceptional craftsmanship, he was not well liked by his peers, and many patrons were disinclined to visit such a master. After all, when spending money on goods, quality is one aspect, but service is equally important. Nobles and knights purchasing weapons and armor do not wish to endure a cold reception while acquiring their wares, for they seek not to be subjected to unpleasantness. Moreover, the purpose of acquiring equipment and weaponry is not solely for the battlefield but often for display or occasional use. Thus, this blacksmith, despite his remarkable skills, had only sold a handful of items in the decade since his arrival in King's Landing, resulting in dismal business prospects. Had it not been for a few loyal customers, he might have closed shop long ago. Those who did purchase from this blacksmith were primarily knights or mercenaries living on the edge, seeking weapons and armor for genuine survival. The choices of these individuals prioritized superior quality and more affordable weaponry. These true mercenaries and knights are indifferent to the opinions of others, making them least concerned about the peculiar temperament of this particular blacksmith. From the informants, Yegen learned that this master blacksmith, renowned for his exceptional skills, is on the verge of closing his shop. Seizing this opportunity, Yegen intends to see if he can persuade this outstanding craftsman to forge equipment for him. What attracts Yegen is not only the blacksmith's artistry, but also his unwavering commitment to completing tasks meticulously. Therefore, he is willing to overlook the blacksmith's eccentricities. For Yegen, the master's exquisite craftsmanship outweighs his quirks, rendering them utterly inconsequential. Accompanied by several guards, Yegen ventured into a secluded corner of Steel Street, where he soon spotted a modest blacksmith shop constructed from wood, stone, and lime mortar. Inside, a dozen forges blazed with fiery flames, while others appeared cold and dormant. A robust man with silver gold hair and a pronounced nose, showing signs of age with wrinkles etched upon his face, was instructing one of the apprentices in the shop. Approximately 30 individuals surrounded him, seemingly his students or apprentices. The blacksmith's stern demeanor and unyielding words commanded attention as he imparted his knowledge. Yet his disciples remained undeterred by his brusque manner, listening intently to his teachings. The apprentice, under the old blacksmith's guidance, diligently corrected his mistakes. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the old blacksmith's stern visage, indicating his approval of the students' willingness to acknowledge and rectify their errors. Yegen observed the serious and austere blacksmith teaching his students without interrupting, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the lesson. After about half an hour, once the instruction had ceased, Yegen approached the master blacksmith and inquired, "I presume, master, that you are the esteemed blacksmith, Master Redolence, hailing from Volantis?" The old blacksmith scrutinized the young man before him, maintaining his customary stern expression, yet not lacking discernment. He promptly recognized Yegen, recently knighted in April of this year, although slightly taken aback by the prince's presence. The old blacksmith remained impassive and, with a hint of confusion, replied, "I have the honor of meeting your highness. I am merely an ordinary blacksmith, unworthy of the title master. You may call me Blacksmith Retol. Pray, does your highness require any equipment or weaponry to be forged?" Upon hearing himself referred to as master by the prince, Redolence was momentarily surprised but quickly regained his composure, responding in the same tone and directly inquiring about Yegen's needs for forging. Not a single word of flattery was uttered. Aegon was not surprised by the old blacksmith's demeanor. After all, he had already discerned his character through prior inquiries. With Master Reader's exquisite craftsmanship, he undoubtedly deserved the title of master. "My purpose for visiting this time is to extend an invitation to employ the master and his apprentices to forge some weaponry for me. Furthermore, I sincerely invite the master and his apprentices to my lands. Surely, the master has heard whispers of recent royal bounties and the acquisition of a territory. Should the master choose to come, he and his apprentices shall not be treated poorly. I hope the master will contemplate this proposition." Chapter 31. Skilled talent. The blacksmith shops surrounding Steel Street were bustling with activity, in stark contrast to Reader's forge, which remained relatively quiet. After making his invitation, Aegon refrained from urging Reader, confident that the master would make the right decision. As he patiently awaited the outcome, he attentively surveyed the other forges and this unique establishment. Reader's students had halted their work upon hearing the commotion, whispering amongst themselves. Though they were among the lower echelons, they occasionally caught snippets of discussions about the Targaryen family or other noble houses. Naturally, they had heard of Aegon, the legendary prince of the Targaryen lineage, and much was spoken of him. The people of King's Landing were well aware of Prince Aegon, who had been remarkable since birth. As he grew, tales of his exploits became commonplace. He was, without a doubt, born under a halo of greatness, son of the Prince of Spring Dawn, the Dragon Master of the Black Death, and the titles of the Black Knight and the Bloody Knight, among others. The recent bestowal of the title Bloody Knight attested to Aegon Targaryen's merit, proving that he was not merely a figure of empty renown, but one truly deserving of such accolades. The younger generation of nobility and the children of commoners in King's Landing held him in great admiration, looking up to him as a role model and idol. Within the taverns of King's Landing, mercenaries, bards, and wandering minstrels sang praises of this legendary prince, leaving the apprentices eagerly anticipating their master's decision. They fervently hoped that their teacher, Master Reader, would accept the prince's invitation and join his retinue, which could pave the way for them to become exceptional blacksmiths or perhaps even be chosen by the prince to become knights. Observing the lackluster state of his forge and the hopeful gazes of his students, Reader seemed to arrive at a resolute decision, a flicker of determination crossing his typically stern visage. "Your Highness, I would be honored to serve you, but I have a humble request. I hope you can accommodate it." Aegon had already surveyed his surroundings, noting the eager expressions of the blacksmith's apprentices and the determined glimmer in Master Reader's eyes. Please, Master Reader, speak your mind. As long as it lies within my capacity, I shall oblige. Upon encountering Egan, who did not pose any inquiries, Redo was further astonished by the prince's fortitude, secretly contemplating that perhaps he had indeed found the right person this time. Witnessing Egan's straightforwardness, Redo, being a man of candor, chose not to withhold his thoughts. He spoke earnestly. I humbly ask, Prince Egan, that you do not despise my apprentices. I hope you might consider taking them under your wing. My students are either orphans or wanderers, all deserving of compassion. Having spent over a decade by my side, they have garnered considerable experience in their craft. Were it not for their desire to repay my kindness, they would have long since ventured out on their own. I am accustomed to their presence and kindly request your generosity in granting them stable employment, allowing them to enjoy a warm meal and a drink. This is my sole request. If your highness can fulfill this, we shall pledge our loyalty and serve you faithfully, crafting exquisite weapons and equipment for your service. Egan regarded the man before him, his countenance bearing a cold demeanor, yet he spoke with utmost sincerity about his students' pasts and the unconditioned condition he proposed. Even Egan could not help but admire this man's profound sense of loyalty and compassion. He felt elated to have encountered such a person, someone capable of such feats, and felt reassured about entrusting him with the creation of his weaponry. The presence of grateful students only heightened Egan's inner delight. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged, and without a moment's hesitation, he declared, I accept your terms. You will not only receive generous remuneration and sustenance, but also a designated residence within my domain. Henceforth, you shall become among the first citizens of my territory. I shall ensure your safety, allowing you to settle comfortably. After completing each task, there will be scheduled rest periods, during which you may also instruct your students. Should you wish to cease your smithing endeavors, you may relinquish a few students and pursue your desired activities, provided they remain within legal bounds. Upon hearing Egan's generous offer, smiles illuminated the faces of Redo and his apprentices, their hearts swelling with gratitude for having encountered such a wise ruler. Redo was profoundly pleased, though his expression remained impassive, a testament to his natural demeanor. I am deeply grateful for your magnanimity, noble prince. May the forge grant you eternal strength and safeguard you always. If I may inquire, when shall we journey to your domain? Egan felt a twinge of embarrassment, as his territory was still largely desolate and required considerable time for development. However, he was relieved to remember that just days prior, he had instructed Sir Ryan to arrange for the initial development of a habitable area on the Windy Peninsula. Ing regained his composure and, feigning calmness, spoke. Master Redo, you and your students may begin to gather your belongings. We are set to depart in approximately 6 days. Redo, perceiving Ying's unease, suppressed his own curiosity and provided a convenient segue. Certainly, Your Highness. 6 days is ample time, especially considering the considerable amount of equipment we must organize. Our forge houses at least 4,000 pounds of iron blocks, along with various other forging materials and auxiliary supplies. We will certainly be occupied for quite some time. 6 days should suffice. Ing glanced at the tools, iron blocks, and coal stacked in the forge's corner, feeling a tinge of anxiety about the potential for unfinished preparations. He thus inquired, Master Redo, how many students do you and your colleagues have in total? Without hesitation, Redo replied, Your Highness, there are 131 of us, all of whom are reluctant to leave the forge. After a brief pause, noticing that Ying's expression remained unchanged, he continued, However, only 35 are present today. As business at our forge has been dismal with abundant competition nearby, many are struggling to afford their meals, and thus, to alleviate our burden. The other students frequently seek work at other forges to avoid starvation. Ing was momentarily at a loss for words, surprised to learn that even skilled blacksmiths could be troubled by a lack of business. He also found himself inwardly pleased at the prospect of having so many individuals available at once. If he could manage to recruit such a number without hassle, that would be most advantageous. 131 individuals, is it? That seems manageable. They shall accompany us upon our departure in 6 days. I hope that when the time comes for you to recruit additional apprentices, you will not hesitate. Redo assured him, Of course not. Given the superior conditions provided by your realm, I believe my students will be quite eager to assist your highness. Ing nodded in agreement. Then we shall meet at the port of Linhaman in 6 days, where a contingent will accompany your blacksmiths to my territory. In the interim, please prepare adequately, and those with families should bring them along. I will ensure proper arrangements are made. The students behind Redo erupted in cheers, expressing their gratitude to Ing. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generosity and kindness. May the new gods and old gods, the King of Light, and the Valyrian deities bless you. Chapter 32. Departure Year 92 of the Conquest Calendar, April. King's Landing. The Red Keep's Magers hold fast. Gazed upon the inky depths of Blackwater Bay and the fleet anchored therein. Time slipped away swiftly. Today marks the day when Li Geng embarks on his journey to the Windy Peninsula. He has bid farewell to his family early on and is now fully equipped. Sword in hand, striding purposefully towards the outside world. The moment of parting is one he detests the most. Yet, for the sake of his own aspirations, to acquire his own strength, to chase the dreams that dwell within his heart, and to witness the vastness of the world, he has chosen this path. Since he became a knight, he has opted to forge the path of a Night Lord, a pursuit that has not been without the support of his family. Were it not for the unwavering backing of his grandfather, the king, and the open-mindedness of his parents, coupled with his own maturity beyond his mere 8 years, he would not have enjoyed such privileges. Li Geng has been diligently recruiting, spending each day immersed in bustling activity, observing his steadily growing ranks. He feels that every ounce of effort he has invested is worthwhile. He first made his way to the Linha Gate, where he beheld a long line of individuals. The sight of these gaunt figures, their faces devoid of color and bearing an air of illness, struck him deeply, as if they were on the brink of death. Li Geng is acutely aware that this is the stark reality of the lower classes. Strength is a privilege reserved for the elite. While those at the bottom live in a state of perpetual hunger, otherwise, they would not be so blindly devoted to the so-called 7 gods. The suffering of the lower classes often breeds a fervent, unquestioning adherence to religious beliefs. Those who cannot survive are frequently exploited by the unscrupulous, who, under the guise of small favors, transform them into fiercely loyal adherents to such faiths. The armed forces of the church are largely composed of these individuals, mere cannon fodder in the grand scheme. The church's true strength lies in the lords and knights who exhibit unwavering loyalty to the divine. It is important to note that in King's Landing, there are at least tens of thousands of souls languishing below the poverty line, with some going days without a warm meal. Li Geng observes the throngs of people boarding transport ships under the management of the King's Landing garrison. These individuals, enticed by his promises of food and work, eagerly vie for the opportunity to travel to the Windy Peninsula. Naturally, Li Geng welcomes the influx of eager souls. He welcomes them with open arms. Besides dragons, in this era, population signifies the potential for war. The greater the populace, the more arable land, and consequently, the more food. This leads to an increase in the number of soldiers that can be summoned, thus amplifying the capacity for warfare. Li Geng watches with satisfaction as Sir Ryan skillfully directs the refugees and landless individuals onto the warships. The vessels are already filled to capacity with the second group destined for the Windy Peninsula. The first cohort, dispatched to establish accommodations for the incoming populace, had arrived at the Windy Peninsula over a week ago. Dis, the leader of the first group, communicated back via Raven after completing the construction of their encampment just a couple of days prior. The initial group comprises only 230 individuals. According to Dis's message, they have found a vast plain not far from Blackwater Bay on the Windy Peninsula. He arranged for the members to be divided into 2 groups. One segment settled by the plains, utilizing local resources to construct a substantial gathering place, while the other began cultivating the alluvial plains along the Windy River in preparation for food production. Knowing he need not worry, Li Geng entrusted the development of Windy Peninsula entirely to Dis, while he focused on gathering provisions and raising funds. He instructed Ryan to oversee the recruitment of future subjects in King's Landing. As Li Geng stood beside Ryan, he observed ship after ship departing from the port at the river gate of King's Landing, feeling a surge of joy and excitement. Yet, he recalled that the provisions collected in King's Landing would only suffice for a little over 2 months. With the addition of this new group, the supplies would likely deplete swiftly. He realized he would need to order a substantial amount of food again, and glancing at the dwindling gold dragons in his pocket, a twinge of worry crept into his heart. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but lament how quickly money seemed to vanish. Without having settled these newcomers, his funds were nearing exhaustion. Fortunately, food supplies in King's Landing were relatively easy to procure, especially during this peaceful period in the kingdom, with the continent enjoying an abundance of provisions. Most of the food in King's Landing originated from the fertile bay and river regions, both of which produced the majority of the grain, and were conveniently close enough for transport via King's Road and Rose Avenue. Thus, concerns regarding food were minimal. However, despite the abundance, food was not distributed indiscriminately, resulting in many still going hungry in King's Landing. Shaking off his thoughts, Li Geng turned to Ryan and inquired, "Sir, How many individuals have we recruited this time? How many ships have set sail in total? Ryan, engrossed in maintaining order at the site, had not noticed Li Geng's arrival. Upon hearing the call, he expressed a hint of regret. I sincerely apologize, Your Highness. I did not realize you were beside me and failed to greet you promptly. Please forgive my rudeness. Li Geng waved his hand to interrupt, knowing Ryan well after many years of companionship, and thus refrained from further apologies. Instead, Ryan succinctly addressed Li Geng's query. Your Highness, considering the recruited craftsmen, blacksmiths, carpenters, masons, along with their families, we have successfully enlisted a total of 321 individuals. Thankfully, Your Highness, we adequately prepared the warships. Otherwise, we could not have transported such a multitude at once. Li Geng nodded, contemplating whether their finances would suffice for sufficient food. He queried, how many gold dragons do we have remaining? Ryan swiftly produced a ledger detailing their expenditures and handed it to Li Geng, stating, Your Highness, although we have spent a portion of our finances on recruiting these people, the 15,000 gold dragons you provided still leaves us with 11,000 gold dragons, having utilized less than 4,000 for this recruitment. Among the 4,000 gold dragons, a portion was allocated for the procurement of food supplies. As Lan spoke, he seemed to recall something and, with a hint of urgency, addressed again. By the way, Your Highness, regarding the food issue, the grain we purchased, given the increase in personnel, will only suffice for approximately half a month. We need to acquire another batch of grain, which will likely require a considerable sum, around 10,000 gold dragons. If we purchase in bulk, we may even secure several tens of thousands of pounds of grain, even with a further increase in population. This should sustain us until our territory's crops mature. Li Geng attentively examined the ledger while listening intently to Lan's account. He noted that the funds allocated for recruitment and the purchase of grain corresponded accurately. In that case, let us proceed as you suggest. Should it prove insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me, he replied. Lan nodded in agreement. Li Geng contemplated that even with an additional 11,000 gold dragons for grain procurement, along with the necessity to continue recruiting personnel, and after deducting various expenses, he would likely retain around 30,000 gold dragons. The total of 80,000 gold dragons would necessitate allocating 30,000 for the manufacture of weapons and equipment, including warhorses, while another 20,000 would be earmarked for daily expenditures, such as the wages and benefits of craftsmen and soldiers. Li Geng could not help but sigh inwardly. Money seemed to vanish all too quickly. Chapter 33. The Seed of Life. Li Geng contemplated Sir Lan before him with a serious demeanor. His total holdings were merely 91,000 gold coins. Although this amount surpassed that of many lords, the expenses were overwhelming. Nearly every thought prompted an action requiring funds. Spending was akin to a flowing river. The cumulative calculations indicated that the 30,000 gold dragons for equipment production, coupled with the costs associated with food procurement and Sir Lan's operational expenses, would total around 11,000 gold dragons. The majority of the expenses would arise from military expenditures, craftsmen, farmers, and the daily costs associated with the escort team brought from King's Landing. To sustain self-sufficiency, approximately 50,000 gold dragons would be required. Altogether, this projected a total expenditure of about 61,000 gold dragons over the next 4 months. With only 91,000 gold dragons at his disposal and accounting for expenses, he would likely be left with around 30,000 gold dragons. The portion allocated for food was relatively minor, even considering the first and second batches of approximately 8,000 individuals, each requiring 2 pounds of grain per day. The daily requirement would amount to 160,000 pounds, translating to 4.8 million pounds per month. Anticipating an increase of 10,000 to 20,000 individuals, estimating for 30,000, the food supply must sustain them until their own crops could be harvested. The cultivation of their own food would necessitate a period of clearing land, planting, and harvesting, which would take roughly 4 months. Taking into account the recruitment of personnel, Li Geng calculated that for a maximum of 30,000 individuals over 4 months, he would need to prepare over 7.2 million pounds of grain. In King's Landing, the current price of grain indicates that a pound of wheat, stored several years ago, costs 12 copper coins. With the exchange rate, 1 gold dragon can be converted into 12,000 copper coins. The purchasing power of the gold dragon remains robust and stable, provided there is no outbreak of conflict. By this calculation, approximately 10 gold dragons would be required for 10,000 pounds of wheat, and around 7,200 gold dragons for 720,000 pounds. Such a substantial purchase would likely yield an excess of several tens of thousands of pounds of wheat. Presently, he possesses over 80,000 gold dragons, sufficient to sustain himself until self-sufficiency is achieved. The funds gathered by his family and the king's ministers are grossly inadequate, compelling him to withdraw 70,000 gold dragons from his personal treasury, in addition to the 11,000 gold dragons previously raised by the ministers. Approximately 10,000 gold coins are earmarked for the procurement of grain, ensuring their sustenance for an extended period. Fortunately, this recent foreign conflict has yielded a considerable bounty of gemstones, augmenting the wealth accumulated over 8 years, leaving him with around 80,000 gold dragons. It is only after assuming responsibility that one truly comprehends the arduous nature of acquiring wealth, yet its expenditure resembles a flowing stream, seeping through one's fingers. It appears that every direction requires financial resources. Once stability is restored, he must devise strategies to generate income. Mere agriculture may not suffice for self-sustainability. After a cursory calculation, Geng did not hesitate to address Sir Leon. "Sir, I kindly ask you to procure grain in King's Landing on my behalf, as this supply will be crucial for our ability to achieve self-sufficiency." Sir Leon, honored by the weight of this responsibility, gazed steadfastly at Geng and solemnly replied, "I am grateful for your trust, Your Highness. I shall not let you down. Rest assured, I will acquire grain continuously and transport it back to Wendell." Geng, pleased with this commitment, understood the necessity of providing motivation. Thus, he generously declared, "From these funds, allocate 1,000 gold dragons for your operational expenses and personnel recruitment. Disperse the remainder as your reward for your efforts. Additionally, keep a vigilant eye on recruitment. Should any developments arise, communicate with me. Your Highness's sentiments are greatly appreciated, and I shall not forget your counsel." The homeless in King's Landing shall be steadily directed to the Wendell Peninsula. Upon hearing of the 500 gold dragons at his discretion, Sir Leon's brow momentarily lit up with joy, though he swiftly composed himself. "In that case, I shall confidently entrust this task to you. I will promptly head to the Wendell Peninsula to oversee matters. Let us anticipate a promising future together, one that undoubtedly belongs to us." With that, Geng boarded the vessel, setting sail alongside the fleet towards his fief. Sir Leon, remaining behind, radiated fervor as the first to be bestowed with the seed of life force. Through the continuous enhancement of this life force, his potential and physical attributes gradually strengthened. This is the formidable power of the seed of life force, and it is precisely this that instills confidence in Geng. At present, he possesses physical attributes at least double that of an ordinary person. The enhancement from the seed of life force has not ceased, according to Gen's assessment. Those bestowed with the seed will experience a rapid augmentation in a short span, potentially achieving physical capabilities fivefold that of an average person. For individuals with exceptional potential, this figure may far exceed expectations. The seeds of life force produced within the realm of life serve as Gen's foundation of strength. Unlike the life force itself, which permeates the life domain, the seeds of life force are produced at a mere 12 each year. Currently, he has accumulated a total of 96. A figure reached over 8 years, during which he also granted the first of his loyal subjects, Sir Ryan, one of these seeds. When he was born, pure life force was bestowed upon his mother, which does not influence individuals, as it is not a seed of life force. The distinction between these two forms of power, while seemingly similar, is significant. This dilemma often plagues him, as he grapples with the decision of whether to bestow such seeds of life upon his parents. At times, he is conflicted, fearful of the consequences arising from the life force. For once an individual is granted the seed of life force, their loyalty to him would be subtly ingrained, along with an enhancement of their abilities. Additionally, there exists a remarkably enticing effect. The greatest advantage is that it endows them with extraordinary vitality, granting them lifespans far exceeding those of ordinary beings. Geng frequently envisions the formation of an army comprised of such individuals clad in heavy armor. What a formidable sight that would be. Surely, it would be an invincible force, unmatched in the world. In such a scenario, perhaps the entire realm would tremble beneath his feet. Yet, while the imagination is splendid, reality often proves to be starkly different. The construction of such an army would require an extensive period of time, coupled with the current societal conditions, unpredictable seasons, and a chaotic social structure. Achieving true unification and coordination remains an elusive goal. What perplexes Geng the most is the paradox of a world infused with magic. where even more creatures like dragons possess remarkably brief lifespans. Can one fathom magical beings living only a little over 2 centuries? In comparison to other magical realms, the disparity in longevity is vast. Of course, when contrasted with those beings that perish at birth, 2 centuries may seem astronomical. Thus, the average lifespan of humans across the continent hovers around 50 years, with some exceptions of longevity. However, those like him, endowed with the seed of life force, are destined for extraordinary lifespans. By continuously unearthing their potential or gradually growing stronger alongside Li Geng, they will ultimately enjoy a lifespan surpassing that of dragons. At present, time is the one resource he lacks not. With his ongoing accumulation, as time progresses, Li Geng will acquire even more seeds of life force. Certainly, he had contemplated the acceleration of acquiring the seed of life force. Through his continuous observations, he discerned a correlation between the production of the life force seed and the powers he possessed. Following the previous battle and his ongoing accumulation of strength, he now boasted attributes exceeding those of an ordinary individual by 4-fold. As he broke through his physical limitations, the condensation rate of the life force seed significantly accelerated. At this pace, he anticipated producing at least 1 additional seed each year. Through meticulous observation, Egan sensed from Ryan that when he possessed 3 times the physical capacity of a normal human, Ryan, who had been endowed with the life force seed, experienced a markedly slow growth in physical prowess after surpassing twice the norm. However, upon Egan's ascension to 4 times the usual physique, Ryan's physical attributes began to visibly flourish. Egan speculated that the growth of any subordinate endowed with the life force seed was intrinsically linked to his own advancement, indicating that his strength would always surpass that of those he had empowered. This notion brought him considerable satisfaction. Chapter 34. Dreamscape, the prophetic dreams of ice and fire. After conveying his matters, Egan embarked upon a warship bound for his territory. The Black Reaper trailed closely behind, its vast wings casting a shadow over the entire fleet. Aboard the vessel, Egan encountered Krenya, whom he had not seen for nearly half a month. He recalled Krenya's expression of terror upon their first meeting, likely instilled by Egan's performance on the battlefield. During Krenya's eventual surrender, his heartfelt openness left a lasting impression on Egan. He held deep admiration for Krenya's relentless pursuit of vengeance, which had driven his relentless development. Egan was acutely aware that Krenya possessed an indomitable spirit, almost frenzied in nature, which seemed to underpin his existence. Egan was not one to adhere to antiquated notions. In this world where humanity often devours itself, such occurrences were commonplace. One of the reasons Egan and his uncle, Ayman, accepted Krenya after his surrender was their understanding of his past. For those Krenya had harmed, they could only offer condolences and adequate reparations. Upon learning about the 8-year-old prince, Krenya was filled with admiration. It was indeed difficult to fathom that such a young child had already been bestowed with the title of knight and granted a territory by the king. Welcome, Your Highness. It is my utmost honor to introduce to you my former flagship, now one of the Iron Throne's warships, the Vengeance. The Vengeance was a warship converted from a merchant vessel, measuring approximately 320 feet in length and 100 feet in width, featuring 3 reinforced decks. It could accommodate 2,000 individuals and included a water reservoir sufficient for 2 months at sea for the same number. The storerooms were equally stocked with provisions for 2,000 sailors. This merchant-converted warship was among the most reputable in the major trading city-states of Essos. Should you require anything, Your Highness, please do not hesitate to instruct me. Now, he is exceedingly willing to serve His Highness. As Ijin listened to Krenya's introduction, he refrained from interrupting. Although he had encountered descriptions of even larger steel behemoths online in his previous life, witnessing a vessel of such grandeur, comparable to the pinnacle creation of the Fortune ship, was truly awe-inspiring. This world possesses a certain magic, and the craftsmanship required to construct such colossal wooden warships demands immense effort and skill. It seems that talent is never in short supply, no matter where one goes. Thus, Ijin expressed his hopes for the Captain of Revenge, wishing that he would not be a burden. He hoped that Captain Krenya would bear no resentment towards him for defeating him on the battlefield, and he urged the captain to be patient. In a few years, his family would undoubtedly support Krenya's quest for vengeance. Ijin understood that there is no love without reason, save for that of family. When a stranger fervently seeks to please you, it indicates that you hold value in their eyes or that they perceive your potential. However, for someone endowed with absolute martial prowess in dragons, such matters were trivial. Aside from confronting the elusive gods, everything else was manageable for him. Ijin subtly revealed his thoughts while also clarifying his stance. As expected, Krinya expressed profound gratitude upon hearing this. After all, he had received the outcome he desired. And he would not underestimate the young prince before him, having witnessed his capabilities firsthand. Moreover, the colossal entity above them served as a constant reminder of the alliance he should seek. Igen's quarters were arranged on the third level, adjacent to the captain's cabin. He was quite pleased with the solitary room. Truth be told, apart from the slight rocking of the ship, the accommodations were more spacious and elegantly simple compared to those in a castle, and they felt less oppressive. After having a light meal, Igen returned to his quarters. The fleet's speed was somewhat sluggish, and it would likely take half a day to reach his territory. Holding a book detailing the reasons behind Igen I's conquest of the continent, he became engrossed in its pages, captivated by the narrative. However, he sensed something unusual about the day as his eyelids grew heavy, and he gradually leaned against the headboard, drifting into a light slumber. In his dreams, Igen felt himself floating in the air, a gentle breeze enveloping him and transporting him to the Hall of Dragonstone. In the center lay a map of Westeros, distinct from those he was accustomed to, illuminated by numerous candles beneath it. Through the flickering light, he discerned various markers along the roads, indicating castles, cities, forests, rivers, mountains, and lakes. 3 figures stood in the hall, a man and 2 women, all possessing short, silvery gold hair and violet eyes. They appeared to be engaged in an earnest discussion. The man's tone resolute and his gaze solemn. The 2 women, seemingly his wives, exhibited unwavering support for him. The man donned a suit of black armor, his dark cloak embroidered with a red, 3-headed dragon, wielding black fire. 2 women clad in black leather armor stood before him, one of whom appeared to be of a more mature age. They wielded a pair of ebony long swords, and Egan instantly recognized them as the Black Sisters of House Targaryen. Gazing at his own translucent form, he felt as if time were unspooling, granting him a sense of omnipotence. Yet, he could not touch the tangible world around him. He was merely a silent observer. As time gradually slipped by, the scene shifted once more to a familiar hall, where a man and 2 women were present. However, this time, they were accompanied by an additional figure of considerable stature, distinguished by striking black hair and dark eyes. Following their gaze, Egan found himself transported to Blackwater Bay, where the once magnificent King's Landing had been transformed into a quaint fishing village. 3 individuals with silvery golden hair stood solemnly atop a high hill. Above them, 3 colossal shadows occasionally swept across the sky, including the dragons he knew so well, Balerion, Vhagar, and the first silver dragon to perish in Westerosi history, Meraxes. Egan noted that the 3 dragons had reached adulthood, 2 of which were familiar to him, alongside 2 well-known swords. This unassuming fishing village had become a significant point in history. For reasons unknown, he was once again witnessing the unfolding of history. The beginning of Aegon I's conquest of the continent. He beheld the burning of Harrenhal, the wrath of fire spreading across the land. He witnessed coronations and the demise of dragons. Aegon I, spurred by an enigmatic dream, a vision known as a Song of Ice and Fire, believed it to be a revelation of the Targaryen bloodline's legacy. He felt it was his duty, endowed with power, to unify the forces of the entire continent, as this dream heralded the commencement of his conquest. Chapter 35. The transformation of treasures. Egan had long sensed his own peculiarities, silently observing Aegon I's campaign. His gaze flitted restlessly. After the conquest, Egan soared northward, witnessing the heavy snowfall beyond the wall, the biting cold, the solitude, and the endless darkness. He began to comprehend the fears that haunted the conqueror, Aegon I. It was no wonder he embarked on the path of conquest, though fueled partly by his own desires. It was predominantly to unite all living forces against the encroaching cold and darkness beyond the wall. Looking southward, he contrasted it with the north. The south teemed with life, a vivid display of vitality beyond the wall's boundary. The struggle between light and dark unfolded before Egan's eyes, and he sensed that the power of the light in the south vastly outstripped the dark forces of the north. In this moment, Egan felt akin to a deity, omnipotent and all-knowing. Yet he recognized this as mere illusion. Curiosity gnawed at him regarding the state beyond the wall, pondering whether the Night King still lurked in the northern shadows a century later, and he yearned to glimpse the legendary giants. With a heart laden with complexity, Yorn disregarded the warnings resonating from the depths of his soul and forcefully traversed the Great Wall, a towering structure, 700 feet high, crafted from ice and magic. This formidable barrier, designed to isolate the cold and solitude, failed to deter Yorn's insatiable curiosity amidst the dark outpost of a snowstorm. Thus, he swept past the Ghost Shadow Forest, the Antler River, and the Ancestor's Fist Peak, crossing the frostbite teeth and arriving in the land of eternal winter. As he ventured further north, the climate grew increasingly severe, the fierce blizzards impacting even his current state. Beneath the millennial-old ice of the eternal winter, a pair of shadowy eyes observed with a blend of confusion and a sense of desecration. The owner of these dark eyes was consumed with fury, his emotions seemingly infecting the surrounding tempest and the endless darkness. The Night King, atop the icy layer, appeared to be stirred from slumber by an unseen force. Adorned with a crown of ice and clad in black armor, draped in tattered robes, he emanated an aura of chill, with ice magic coursing through him. Beside him stood the White Walkers, similarly garbed in armor forged from ice magic, who, too, were awakened and regarded the Night King with reverence. The Night King sensed an anomaly. He had been in slumber, with much time still remaining until the dark epoch of low magic would commence. Pondering why he had been abruptly roused, he scrutinized the land of eternal winter. Soon, guided by the resonance of ice magic, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Yorn's direction. Startled by the sudden intensity of the gaze, Yorn felt as though he were sinking beneath the ice, a chill enveloping him, compelling him to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, aboard the ship Revenge, Yorn was surrounded by the essence of ice magic, which was swiftly engulfed by a green energy. This green energy was akin to an immeasurable cosmos. While the essence of ice magic was but a speck of dust within that vast universe, vanishing in an instant from Yorn's presence. The Night King's formidable aura waned as he collapsed heavily onto the ice, yet, being in the land of eternal winter, he rapidly regained his composure and rose, conjuring an ice spear aimed at Yorn hovering above the land. Upon seeing the incoming ice spear, Yorn was jolted awake, unaware that he was the possessor of those shadowy eyes beneath the ice. First, a flicker of anger crossed him, followed by a wave of fear, before he quickly settled into calmness, as if nothing had transpired. In an instant, Yorn aboard the Revenge was awakened, sitting upright in bed as if he had just surfaced from the depths of the sea, gasping for fresh air. He incessantly replayed the vivid scenes from his recent dream, meticulously observing his own body. Discovering no signs of distress, he released a sigh of relief and continued to reflect on the extraordinary events that had just unfolded. Aegon could sense everything within his dreams as though it were tangibly occurring. He meticulously recorded these visions, for as a member of the Dragon King lineage, Daenerys' prophetic dreams had spared their family from the cataclysm of Valyria, and the dreams of Aegon the Conqueror heralded the dawn of the Conquest Wars. This particular dream, however, seemed to foretell something significant. Thus, he dared not forget it, diligently committing it to memory. A burgeoning suspicion began to emerge within him. It appeared that the puppeteer behind the land of eternal winter was stirring, perhaps due to his own actions. Despite possessing the treasured life space, he felt a sense of urgency, as he had yet to transcend the bounds of humanity. He remained, after all, a corporeal being vulnerable to death. Aegon plunged his consciousness into the depths of his own mindscape and swiftly entered the life space. Upon his arrival, he discovered an expanse of land, 100 zhang in diameter, newly manifested within the space. Kneeling, he scooped up a handful of soil, realizing it still bore the essence of life. Observing the transformation of his space within a mere few hours left Aegon perplexed. He was unaware of the harrowing ordeal he had just experienced, having narrowly escaped the clutches of the malevolent force from the land of eternal winter. Had it not been for the treasure he possessed, he might have fallen prey to the machinations of that dark entity, lured into the abyss of eternal winter. As he grasped the soil, the memories of the recent events flooded back, causing him to feel a wave of relief mixed with dread. He recognized his youth and inexperience. From the information gleaned, he learned that the life space, as an innate treasure, had absorbed the world's magical essence over the years, cultivating extraordinary life force. Upon arriving in this universe, it began to evolve into its current form, having absorbed a trace of the cold god's divine power, which transformed the land into fertile soil through the amalgamation of divine energy and its inherent life force. The tree at the center of this newfound land was a remnant from the treasure's journey through the cosmos, a seed of unknown origin discovered by the universe. This seed was the catalyst for the transformation of the space into a realm of life energy. Originally dubbed the innate space treasure, it became the life space only after the integration of this mysterious seed, following the recent absorption of divine power. This enigmatic seed had flourished into a sapling with a straight trunk and 4 main branches, standing approximately half a meter tall. The roots of this sapling appeared to delve into uncharted depths, drawing nourishment and continuously feeding back into the life space, thereby nourishing Aegon as well. Aegon could distinctly feel his physical attributes elevate from a quadruple enhancement to an octuple one. The sudden surge of strength made him feel as though he could shatter dimensions with a single punch. The sensation experienced by Geng stemmed from the psychological effects of an accelerated enhancement of power. It is estimated that breaking through the confines of this world's space will require a considerable journey. Such strength cannot be possessed at this moment. Chapter 36. The guard, after Geng had organized his gains, he heard the voice of Kalina and the sound of knocking from outside. Knock, 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 knock. Your Highness, Kalina called out, first tapping thrice on the door and then tentatively calling for Geng. Receiving no response from within, he raised his voice a notch, knocking 3 times again and declaring, Your Highness, we have arrived at the Windy Peninsula. I am aware. Please hold on a moment, Captain Kalina. As there were no attendants aboard, Geng donned his armor while responding to Kalina on the outer deck. Being well acquainted with his armor, he was able to don it swiftly. Once armored, he grasped the conqueror's sword that lay upon the table. With a creak, Geng opened the door and immediately beheld Kalina standing respectfully outside. I appreciate your efforts during this journey, Captain Kalina. Your exceptional skill has ensured our safe passage through the Blackwater Bay and our secure arrival at the Windy Peninsula. Kalina, whether feigning modesty or genuinely astonished, replied, I am honored to serve your Highness. I am grateful for your high regard for my work. I shall strive to do even better. As Geng and Kalina walked the deck, they engaged in conversation, soon reaching the bow of the ship. Geng rested one hand on his sword and the other on the railing. Peering into the distance from his elevated vantage point, Geng's gaze fell upon their landing site, a vast, flat alluvial plain. Numerous individuals were already laboring upon the expanse, and at the far edge, near the forest, stood a temporary encampment formed of wooden barriers. There, too, many figures were bustling about. The earlier arriving vessels had begun disembarking civilians who had been aboard for half a day. Under the watchful eye of a black-cloaked guard, they orderly retrieved their belongings, which primarily comprised clothing, tents, provisions sufficient for several days, and tools for land clearing. The black-cloaked guard had been temporarily reassigned from his father's command, with the king's approval, drawn from the garrison of King's Landing. Most wore finely crafted armor and wielded long staves and swords. Due to their dark cloaks, Geng referred to them as the Black Cloak Guard. As part of King's Landing's garrison, they were merely on loan for his temporary use, and their time was limited, approximately 3 months. After this period, they would return to their rightful posts in King's Landing, while Geng would need to establish his own guard during these 3 months. The reason he borrowed this army was due to his financial constraints. Being inherently impoverished, he had to consider various expenses. Adhering to the principle of borrowing when possible, he approached the king and, after some time, managed to secure a battalion from the garrison. This battalion, comprising approximately 800 men, may seem modest, yet it accounted for a quarter of the garrison. Despite their limited numbers, they were exceptionally well equipped. Even in the populous city of King's Landing, the garrison consisted of merely over 2,400 members. Aegon sometimes found it perplexing. Although the productivity of this world was low, sufficient funds were still available. For instance, with a population exceeding 500,000 in King's Landing, the taxes generated from merchants and various establishments yearly could sustain a fully armed standing army of over 10,000 for House Targaryen. However, the family had opted to allocate only a fraction of that wealth, maintaining a garrison of fewer than 2,500 personnel. In such a populous city, relying solely on this meager force for law enforcement seemed inadequate, contributing to the prevalent chaos. A myriad of individuals filled the streets, which posed a considerable disadvantage to their house, as rumors persisted that the Red Keep harbored no secrets. Aegon was inclined to believe this, considering himself one of the victims. From his childhood experience with assassination attempts, it was evident that the security of the Red Keep was alarmingly low, even inferior to that of the fortress on Dragonstone. This reality fostered Aegon's deep-seated disdain for King's Landing, but due to his age, he was compelled to remain there for 8 years. Now, having returned to his domain, he listened to the rhythmic sound of the waves crashing against the shore, creating a melodious symphony. Here, Aegon felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and security, as if a metaphorical shackle had been lifted, allowing him to transcend and attain freedom. As the sunset bathed him in golden light, he appeared like a beautiful ink painting. Leaving Kalina, who stood nearby in awe, regaining his focus, Aegon surveyed his surroundings, and a surge of ambition welled up within him. Captain Kalina, I will need your assistance in overseeing the subsequent personnel transport. Kalina quickly snapped back to attention, responding with utmost respect. It is our honor, Your Highness. It is our duty to execute your commands with unwavering dedication. I hope that one day, under your leadership, we can conquer Meereen and display the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen upon the free cities of the eastern continent. Observing Clenya's obsequious demeanor and respectful words, Aegon felt neither surprise nor displeasure at the flattery and implied ambitions expressed before him. Though the insinuations surrounding Clenya are tinged with personal grievances, they do not impede the interests of their family. Rather, the conquest of a free city-state aligns perfectly with their ambitions. Captain Clenya, rest assured, the Dragon King family is true to its word. Within a few years, the vile Rodley Reagan will undoubtedly feel the wrath of the dragon, experiencing the purifying flames of its fury. Upon concluding his remarks, Egan did not await Clenya's contemplative response, but instead strode directly towards the deck, making his way to the shoreline. Sir Dith Rivwin had long since arrived at the water's edge, bowing slightly in reverence. With palpable excitement, he proclaimed, "Your Highness, you have finally arrived. Your presence has granted us a much-needed sense of reassurance. Please, follow me." Sir Dith Rivwin, an acknowledged illegitimate son of the Targaryen family, remains uncertain of his paternal lineage, yet through sheer determination, he has ascended to knighthood. Egan, having discovered this talent in King's Landing, first encountered Dith during a time of apparent destitution. However, Egan's keen intuition discerned that this impoverished bastard was no ordinary individual. Despite his outward appearance of hardship, Dith exuded a remarkable spirit. Egan perceived a certain brilliance in his eyes, a confidence that resonated with the stature of a resilient pine tree, suggesting an unwavering spirit and the honor befitting a knight. It seemed as though no adversity could hinder him, and individuals of knightly honor typically possess commendable character. Egan could hardly overlook such an opportunity. He promptly extended an invitation, and to his delight, Dith harbored aspirations of making his mark, accepting Egan's offer without hesitation. Embracing a philosophy of trust in his subordinates, Egan immediately provided him with splendid armor and a monthly stipend of 10 golden dragons to oversee the renovations on the Windy Peninsula. Chapter 37. The White Warhorse Rylan. Quickly bring forth a steed for his highness. Egan gazed upon the now vibrant Dith and the meticulously managed Windy Peninsula, feeling immensely fortunate to have acquired such a talent. As a knight, Dith naturally revered martial prowess, his tall stature complemented by an intellect seemingly incongruous with his physique. Egan perceived him to be a paragon of both martial and scholarly virtues, and thus felt at ease in trusting this peninsula to his capable hands. Dith Rivwin, possessing silvery golden hair and black eyes, has achieved knighthood through his own efforts and now serves as one of Egan's key aides. As a knight, he naturally has his own squire, though Egan was meeting this attendant for the first time. Rylan, one of Dith's squires, was the first individual he encountered upon becoming a knight. This serendipitous meeting, as Dith would describe it, is a bond that defies explanation. He has taken the young lad under his wing, guiding him as one would an apprentice. Lilene, a genial young man with golden hair and towering nearly 2 meters in height, was first encountered by Dith in the slums. When they first crossed paths, Lilene was merely a child, not particularly tall and rather inarticulate. After being taken under Dith's wing as a servant, it seemed as though a certain shackle had been lifted, and within a few years, he grew to such impressive stature. Though Lilene may not grasp the intricacies of various matters, he exhibits remarkable aptitude in martial arts. Much to Dith's pride as a mentor, seeing Lilene standing there in a daze, Dith felt a surge of frustration akin to the lament of unfulfilled potential, and he playfully tapped the boy's head. Lilene responded with a sheepish smile, seemingly accustomed to his master's reprimands. Scratching his head in mild embarrassment, he said, "Forgive me, sir. This is my first encounter with the legendary Prince Egan. He is my idol. It is said that from a young age, he had a close affinity with dragons, and within just a few years, he became the master of the Black Death. Recently, I have heard talk of his great achievements, having been personally knighted by the king. I am quite overwhelmed with excitement, which is why I momentarily lost my composure. Sir, are we to transfer the white warhorse that has been specially prepared for His Highness the Prince?" Dith chuckled at the boy's earnestness, albeit with a hint of bemusement, and then, adopting a serious demeanor, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is that very white warhorse." Turning to Egan, he expressed his apologies. "I beg your pardon, Your Highness. Please excuse Lilene's indiscretions. He has always been a simple-minded child, speaking whatever comes to mind. I face considerable challenges with his candidness, but I assure you, he has long admired you and may simply be a bit overwhelmed upon meeting you for the first time." Egan waved his hand in understanding, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Sir Dith, what can you tell me about the white warhorse you just mentioned?" Noting that Egan bore no ill will towards Lillian's earlier behavior and had redirected the conversation toward the warhorse, Dis seized the opportunity to elaborate without hesitation. Your Highness, the situation is as follows. Ever since parting from Junlin Zheng, upon arriving at the Windy Peninsula, I observed the lushness of the flora here and the inefficiency of manual labor. Thus, I took the liberty of utilizing the golden dragon you entrusted to me to procure several warhorses and plow oxen from the towns near the hay barn. Fortunately, during this acquisition, I managed to secure a rather unique white warhorse from the lord who trades them, although it cost twice the price of ordinary steeds. Considering your special status, I took the initiative to purchase it. This horse typically possesses a gentle temperament, yet it becomes quite resistant when anyone attempts to mount it. We discovered its peculiar nature a week ago when we brought these animals back. The endurance and self-sufficiency of this horse are remarkably strong. Considering His Highness the Prince's innate ability to bond with dragons since childhood, it is likely that this white steed would make an excellent mount for him. Thus, I spared no expense in acquiring it. Upon further observation, I discovered that this horse is exceptionally intelligent, surpassing the average equine in its cleverness. Therefore, I earnestly hope that your Highness will accept it, and I also wish to request your forgiveness for my presumptuousness in this matter. Taking into account the merit of these warhorses. As Ijin listened, he gazed at the approaching white warhorse, which was quietly trotting ahead, tethered by a long lasso. When his eyes met those of the white steed, he sensed a profound connection to nature reflected in its bright gaze, accompanied by a glimmer of wisdom, as if it were not he who was leading the horse, but rather the horse that was granting him passage. Ijin remarked, Sir, there is no need for such formality. Entrusting my domain to you before my arrival was indeed a prudent decision. I conferred upon you the autonomy to adapt as needed, which has proven to be most beneficial. And not only has it provided me with a fine mount for the land, but I have also grown quite fond of this horse. Let us not dwell on past matters. Upon hearing Ijin's words, Dis felt a sense of relief as this chapter was thus closed. He personally took the lasso and led the white warhorse before Ijin. Ijin, not one to hesitate, stepped forward to caress the mane of the horse, which did not shy away from his touch. Dis, observing this, wore an expression of understanding. Liren looked on with admiration. Yet Ijin remained oblivious to the expressions of the mentor and apprentice, his attention solely on the white steed, admiring its robust limbs and sculpted physique, as if the deities had bestowed upon it all the beautiful qualities a warhorse could possess. Seeing that the horse offered no resistance, Ijin stroked its neck and, with the aid of the saddle, gracefully mounted its back. Let us ride and converse, he declared. Yes, your Highness, Dis replied, also climbing onto the horse's back. What is the current state of our domain? Ijin inquired. Dis, without hesitation, shared all that he knew and had accomplished. Your Highness, after nearly a month of cultivation, aided by oxen, we have cleared approximately 1,000 hectares of fertile farmland on the alluvial plains near the coast of the Windy Peninsula. Additionally, a significant quantity of timber has been harvested near the Royal Forest, and we have collected ample sand and gravel by the Blackwater Bay. The security has been managed by the squadron sent from the capital, and we have constructed 3 substantial temporary granaries. The number of members has increased, and the food in the granary is only sufficient for about a month. This includes the recent catch of fish collected during our leisure moments, as well as the game hunted from the outskirts of the Imperial Forest. Chapter 38. The guard Aegon sat astride his white warhorse, attentively listening to Dis' report. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the sky, only to be followed by a swift return to light. A tremendous roar echoed through the air. The sun was obscured, and all the warhorses, save for the white steed, were startled by the thunderous sound. The disturbance caused by Balerion instigated a brief moment of chaos among the other horses, diverting everyone's attention to their agitated mounts. Once calmness was restored, they instinctively looked upward. Dis paused in his recounting of recent events to also gaze into the sky. Upon hearing Balerion's voice and seeing his imposing figure, despite having encountered him numerous times before, they were profoundly awestruck. Balerion's mountainous form provided an overwhelming visual impact. Though they had heard tales of the legendary dragon known as the Black Death, witnessing him up close elicited a profound sense of wonder, and many became ardent admirers. Those who journeyed from King's Landing were delighted to become Aegon's subjects. The sense of security provided by the Black Death was both palpable and deeply respected. Despite the scarcity of law enforcement, the individuals arriving here seldom caused disorder. They awaited their assignments in an orderly fashion or willingly accepted the tasks presented to them. Upon arriving, they were pleasantly surprised by the generous treatment they received. Not only was free food provided, but they were also assigned work. whether in farming, constructing houses, or gathering timber and other building materials. As long as they toiled diligently, hunger would not be their fate. Those who labored earnestly were rewarded with substantial pay and provisions. Aegon had assured them that for every effort they made, they would have a share in the houses being built. Valyrian's sudden appearance was prompted by his instinctive recognition of Aegon's presence, and he had come forth to greet him. Upon seeing Valyrian after nearly half a month, Aegon felt genuine joy at the sight of his partner, whose form had grown even larger and whose extraordinary intellect was now evident. The Black Death had become a true companion since Aegon arrived in this world. Aside from his two brothers and parents, he had spent most of his time with this remarkable ally. Ever since acquiring this territory, Valyrian had been stationed here, close to one of the largest forests, the Imperial Forest, allowing him the freedom to hunt while also maintaining order in the region. The current embodiment of the Black Death is akin to one of its heralds, wielding an immense aura capable of warding off the colossal beasts lurking within the forest. It also serves to extinguish the impure thoughts harbored by certain individuals. As the Black Death retreated into the distance, the steeds beneath the throng quieted, a testament to the extraordinary prowess of Yegen that they had once again witnessed. Their loyalty to him deepened further. In their eyes, Yegen undoubtedly stood as the most formidable dragon knight in history. His mastery over dragons and the intimate bond he shared with them far surpassed that of any other member of the Dragon Lord families. After calming the warhorses, Dis addressed Yegen. "Your Highness, although we have erected some rudimentary tents to accommodate these individuals, residing in such modest shelters for an extended period may lead to various complications. Certain diseases, beyond our control, could afflict these unfortunate souls, potentially resulting in a loss of life among them. The wooden hybrid structures currently under construction will require several months to complete. Should we pause part of this work to prioritize the construction of these houses?" Yegen contemplated the current state of production, recognizing that to expedite these tasks would necessitate a considerable allocation of manpower, resources, and provisions, alongside meticulous planning. He pondered whether the recent influx of individuals transported from King's Landing might accelerate progress. Observing the emaciated crowd disembarking from the ships, Dis offered a pragmatic assessment. "Your Highness, this group is frail and will require time to recuperate. It would be unwise to engage them in strenuous labor at this juncture. However, we can assign them lighter tasks. There is ample work to be done, allowing them to gradually acclimate. Once they are accustomed, we should be able to expedite our efforts. Within 2 months, from this group of over 7,000, excluding the elderly and young, we should have more than 4,000 able-bodied adults available for labor. We can also arrange for the remaining elderly and children to engage in mending and foraging for wild fruits." Yegen nodded in agreement, recognizing that this plan could mobilize the entire populace. Given the continuous arrival of more civilians, he was initially confident about their endeavors and subsequently elucidated the situation. This approach indeed favored our swift stabilization, not only instilling hope for survival among these individuals, but also ensuring they remained occupied, thus paving a path for their future livelihoods. "Your thoughts are commendable. The influx of more civilians will provide a steady stream of labor. While our current model is effective as the population increases, we must establish our own guard unit for better management. In establishing this guard unit, I entrust you to take the lead alongside your attendants. Recruit additional members and conduct basic soldier training, integrating them into the labor force. Furthermore, it is imperative to establish a reasonable salary system. As the personnel becomes sufficiently abundant, this cohort of guards will evolve into our first standing army. Their sole responsibility will be the defense of our territory, engagement in external warfare, and the execution of daily training and patrol duties. This matter is of utmost importance, and I hope Sir Dis will treat it with the seriousness it deserves, rigorously scrutinizing the recruitment of personnel to prevent any malicious individuals from infiltrating our ranks and causing us harm." Upon concluding his remarks, Yegen noticed that Dis and the surrounding guards were eager to showcase their talents, each brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing of the army's formation, Dis thought to himself, "Is this not my primary duty?" Without hesitation, he thumped his chest and assured, "Your Highness, rest assured, I shall meticulously oversee the recruitment of the guard members, ensuring each individual has a traceable background and embodies loyalty and integrity. Simultaneously, I will train them into an elite force." Yegen naturally trusted Dis's capabilities, as even the simplistic layout of the peninsula revealed a hint of ingenuity. As Yegen ventured deeper into the camp alongside Dis, he observed the strategic placement of the camp nestled between two mountains, with one side bordering the windy river, while only one side was fortified by wooden barricades. The reliance on the natural terrain to construct a rudimentary camp showcased Dis's astuteness, which was precisely why Yegen entrusted him with the management of his territory. The first batch of guards may face some initial hardships, but improvements will follow. Let us recruit 600 individuals for now, and as we continue to increase our numbers, we shall divide them into 2 battalions, each comprising 800 members. Each battalion will further be subdivided into companies of 160 and squads of 16, allowing for a rotation of training and rest. Chapter 39. Edel Saitiga riding upon his warhorse, Yegen articulated his thoughts, with Dis attentively committing every detail to memory. As Yegen discussed the division of the guard personnel, he fixed a serious gaze upon Dis, stating, "Sir Dis, I have faith in your talents, and I hope you will provide me with a formidable and disciplined force to protect our territory and uphold my honor." Immediately, all the guards mounted on their steeds dismounted alongside Dis. Like the surrounding attendants, Dis wore a serious expression, his right fist gently striking his breastplate. Observing this, the attendants swiftly placed a hand upon their chests, each standing tall with resolute gazes, vowing, by the grace of the Valyrian deities, both the old gods and the new, I, Dis, shall be the sharpest sword in the hands of His Highness Prince Yegen, safeguarding the territory and preserving our honor. The direction indicated by His Highness shall be the battlefield where we shall pour forth our blood and defend our glory. In the presence of the gods, we shall remain eternally loyal. The glory of His Highness is, in essence, our own glory. Aegon nodded with satisfaction, having already arrived at the gate with his companions. The guards stationed there exchanged glances but did not dare to intervene, for they understood all too well that had it not been for Prince Aegon's support several years ago, Prince Berlon, the current commander of the guard, would not have assumed his position, nor would he have garnered the king's attention. The present privileges, sophisticated armaments, and the reverence of all social strata towards them are a far cry from the days when they were mere bullies preying on the weak. Today, they stand as the elite guard of King's Landing, tasked with maintaining order in the city, where neither commoners, merchants, nor lesser nobles would dare to challenge them. The true source of their honor is none other than the esteemed Aegon himself, whom they regard with admiration, respect, and, undoubtedly, a healthy dose of fear. For he commands the mightiest dragon in Westeros, the fearsome Vhagar. Today Esgard, clad in black armor and cloaks, has expanded to 200 men after 2 years of rigorous training, each member brimming with spirit. Under Aegon's influence, this formidable force treats citizens, merchants, and nobles alike with utmost civility, while simultaneously cracking down on petty criminals, thus restoring peace to King's Landing. The common folk express their heartfelt gratitude towards this guard, affectionately dubbing them the Black-Cloaked Guardians. The captain of the current contingent hails from House Celtigar, a lineage of the ancient Valyrian freehold, enjoying a strong rapport with House Targaryen, steadfast supporters of the Iron Throne. Their proximity to the free cities has rendered them quite affluent. The Celtigar castle is situated on Crab Isle, mere hours away from Dragonstone. The captain of the Black-Cloaked Guardians is named Edel Celtigar, a member of a cadet branch of his family. Lacking prospects of inheriting Crab Isle, he remained in King's Landing, where he distinguished himself at a tournament with his valor and courage, catching the eye of Berlon, who subsequently took him on as his squire. Following Berlon's ascension as commander of the guard, Edel has risen to become one of the 4 captains of King's Landing, enjoying considerable influence and power due to Aegon's father's regard for him. Having previously served as Berlon's squire, Aegon is well acquainted with Edel, who often engages in friendly sparring and swordplay with Aegon and his brothers. This is precisely why Yegen entrusts the security of his domain to Edel without a hint of hesitation. Through prolonged acquaintance, Yegen possesses an intimate understanding of Edel's character. Edel embodies the virtues of a knight: loyalty, fearlessness, and both bravery and cunning. The members of the Black-Cloaked Guard were already aware of Yegen's arrival by the time he disembarked, and they promptly informed Sir Edel, who was diligently patrolling for potential hazards. Upon learning of Yegen's presence, Edel hastened to meet him, and the two encountered each other at the grand entrance of the Shadow Emperor's domain. Upon hearing the oaths of fealty sworn by the knights and attendants Yegen had personally recruited, it was as though Edel discovered for the first time that Yegen possessed not only martial prowess, but also an extraordinary talent for winning hearts. Simultaneously, he felt a genuine joy for his friend, indeed, a friend. The interactions between Yegen, his brothers, and Edel resembled camaraderie rather than a mere hierarchical exchange. Yegen had long recognized Edel's merit, yet he maintained a sense of trust, for Edel had proven himself to be no idle gossip. Furthermore, The Black Cloak Guard of King's Landing could be described as his father's elite forces, each member meticulously selected and battle-tested warriors. After the oaths of loyalty were fulfilled, Yegan assured them that they would not be wronged and helped each one to their feet. He then turned his attention to the temporary guards from King's Landing, who, upon recognizing royalty, respectfully placed their right hands over their hearts and bowed slightly in greeting, acknowledging, "Your Highness, the Prince." In stark contrast, Edel stood apart from those around him, his demeanor serious as he fixed his gaze upon Yegan, who mirrored his intensity. It had been quite some time since their last encounter. Yegan broke the silence, saying, "Edel, it has been so long since we last met. I scarcely imagined you would rise to such a prominent position." Edel replied earnestly, "To be precise, it has been half a year since we last saw each other, Your Highness. Moreover, you have matured significantly, growing stronger and now exuding the aura of a true sovereign." Having seen battle changes a man, they exchanged a knowing smile and embraced warmly. Yegan, with a serious expression, continued, "I once had the intention of inviting you to fight on Tar's Island. Alas, my father refused to allow it, which was beyond my control. It is regrettable, otherwise, you might have witnessed the brutal realities of war. Now, I must ask, would you be interested in joining me in my endeavors?" Edel raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and responded, "You are so brazenly attempting to poach me. Do you not fear that your father, Prince Chunshao, or Prince Berlong might come to break your legs upon discovering this?" Yegan lightly patted his shoulder, saying, "My father is currently overwhelmed with responsibilities, either assisting Uncle Eamon with his affairs or managing the order of King's Landing. I doubt he will have the time to intervene. After all, you have 3 months during which you are under my employ, and I assure you, I offer very favorable terms. Do not let me down. Edel, of course, Your Highness. We are, after all, dining on your provisions. So it is only natural that we would not jeopardize our own livelihoods." The dialogue between Edel and Aegon resembled a reunion of long-lost friends, infused with a humorous and light-hearted banter that elicited smiles from those nearby. Chapter 40. Commerce. As Aegon and Edel entered the camp, it defied their expectations of disarray. On the contrary, the encampment was remarkably clean and orderly. Construction materials were neatly stacked in certain areas, and the pathways had been laid with tidy cobblestones, with ample drainage systems thoughtfully reserved around them. Many individuals were busily engaged in their tasks. Although there was no supervision at their workstations, they labored diligently, their faces radiating joy. Edel observed the industrious figures around him. Although accustomed to such sights over the past fortnight, he remained deeply impressed by the prince beside him, whose heart was as expansive as the sky itself. "Your Highness Aegon," he remarked, "I must say, you are indeed a prince who cares for his people as a father would. I have never witnessed such an optimistic populace in King's Landing. This has truly opened my eyes. Such genuine affection and enthusiasm, not only in Westeros but perhaps across the entire world, is rare to find in a realm so harmonious and vibrant." Aegon merely smiled softly before responding with a calm demeanor. To achieve such a state, one need only consider the needs of the common folk, allowing them to harbor hope and ensuring that their labors yield tangible rewards. A prosperous future, warm homes, and an abundance of sustenance will naturally inspire them to work diligently for their own well-being. I have merely provided a foundation. The rest is contingent upon their own efforts. Edel, however, held a differing perspective, for how could most lofty lords truly care for the lives of the lowly? Their concerns lay solely with their own interests, indifferent to the sentiments of the commoners, a reflection of the stark realities akin to a medieval society. Aegon understood that in this era, the fundamental needs of the common people were simply food, a warm shelter, and arable land that could sustain them, the subjects of the surrounding lands. Upon seeing Aegon clad in Targaryen garb, recognized him as their lord, the harbinger of stability and sustenance. They offered sincere bows of respect before returning to their labors. Edel and his companions were profoundly moved by Aegon's ability to resonate with the hearts of the people. Edel envisioned that when Aegon would one day call upon soldiers, these very individuals would respond without hesitation, eager to participate. Time flew swiftly, and half a month had elapsed. The calendar now marked May in the year 92 of the Conqueror. Since Aegon and Edel's conversation, a fortnight had passed. For half a month, Aegon has been residing in his territory, becoming quite familiar with various matters. With diligent efforts over this period, the population has significantly increased, thereby augmenting the labor force, which has allowed nearly half of the territory's construction to reach completion. Even the outskirts have been fortified with the erection of an imposing stone wall, enveloping the entire valley. As the population swells, nearly all of the dispossessed from King's Landing have congregated here, with records indicating over 12,000 households and a total populace exceeding 35,000. However, his financial resources have been depleting rapidly, and in order to avoid squandering his remaining wealth, Aegon initiated the trade of timber, spices, and furs from wild animals, a venture that has proven popular among the nobility of King's Landing and beyond. Capitalizing on the vast forest at his back, which serves as a veritable treasure trove, he organized a caravan to distribute these local specialties. The Kingswood, being one of the largest forests in Westeros, boasts a wealth of natural resources, including various spices and timber. During his participation in a hunting expedition, Aegon fortuitously discovered a medium-sized iron mine while pursuing a wild boar over nearly 50 miles. Adjacent to it lay a copper mine, suggesting the potential presence of gold deposits. Following secretive excavations and relentless efforts over the past 2 weeks, he has successfully extracted enough copper and gold to forge nearly 10,000 golden dragons. These minerals, belonging to his domain, represent a substantial source of income. The copper can be minted into copper pennies, while the gold can be fashioned into golden dragons. Given the current extraction rate, he anticipates a monthly yield of approximately 20,000 golden dragons without additional labor. If he were to augment his workforce, this figure could multiply several times over. Based on the reserves, even with increased manpower, the accessible ore should suffice for over 20 years. Now, with such abundant forest resources and several mineral deposits as a safety net, Aegon feels emboldened to welcome more inhabitants and accelerate the development of his territory. Moreover, he has commenced the establishment of salt fields along the shores of the Windwater, which are expected to commence large-scale production of sea salt by next month. The kingdom's demand for salt is exceedingly high, often surpassing supply. Hence, these salt works will soon yield a bountiful harvest, continuously generating golden dragons. Currently, Aegon possesses 3 hens that lay golden eggs, an assortment of furs sourced from the forest, and a steady output of gold from the mines. Soon, he will also have the sea salt available for sale. At this juncture, he finds himself in a position where he can profit effortlessly. With ample financial resources at his disposal, the construction of the Territorial Guards Battalion has accelerated significantly, culminating in the recruitment of a total of 600 personnel. These standing soldiers are equipped with weaponry provided by Li Geng, receiving a monthly salary of 20 silver deer, which translates to an annual income equivalent to 1 gold dragon. Presently, the purchasing power of a gold dragon is substantial, capable of sustaining an ordinary family's expenses for nearly a year. These regular troops need not worry about their armaments, for the discovery of iron mines, coupled with the expertise of Maester Redo and his pupils, has enabled the forging of full suits of armor reminiscent of English plate armor, as envisioned by Li Geng. Additionally, they are armed with long swords akin to the Yinling Dao. After a fortnight of relentless iron mining and continuous forging by Maester Redo and his students, half of the soldiers are now outfitted with complete plate armor, a melee long sword, and a standardized spear. The spear shafts, procured from the Imperial Forest, are crafted from a remarkably resilient and lightweight wood known as ironwood. Given the exaggerated length required, this ironwood was selected for the spear handles, measuring 3 meters in length, with spearheads forged from fine iron, extending 0.5 meters. This 3.5-meter weapon is specifically designed to counter infantry, while also being effective against ordinary cavalry when the spear is thrust into the ground at an angle. With the spearhead aimed at oncoming horsemen, it is sure to send them tumbling. Of course, well-equipped knights typically charge with long lances, and under similar conditions, the momentum of their horses usually gives them an advantage over foot soldiers. However, the reason for the standardized equipment lies in its simplicity of construction, the availability of materials, and its practicality, which facilitates mass production. With Li Geng's current financial strength, combined with the superior plate armor and the acquisition of warhorses, relentless training of these soldiers will undoubtedly transform them into a formidable and well-equipped army. Chapter 41. The vitality of life. Having resolved his intent, Li Geng swiftly envisioned transforming this army into the most elite and loyal force. To swiftly establish such a battalion, he would harness the external enhancement of vitality from the life space, a continuous source of life energy, alongside his foundational body tempering technique, specifically designed for his troops. The cultivation of this technique, supplemented by the inexhaustible life energy, would render this army an unstoppable force, sweeping across the lands. The seed of life energy is bestowed upon one of the key members, for its extraordinary capabilities are unparalleled, with mere regular training. It will inherently enhance the physical attributes of its bearer. Unlike life energy, which requires the foundational body tempering technique for gradual enhancement of various attributes. The seed of life energy operates on a different level. Although one may possess such power, after practicing the body refinement technique, the practitioner, while not harmed, will gradually become blindly devoted to Li Geng, pledging unwavering loyalty to him. In time, Li Geng shall become their only fervently worshipped deity. The inexhaustible vitality, combined with the terrifying effects of the foundational body refinement technique, ensures that within a few years, none shall be able to impede his progress, not even the so-called gods or sorcerers. The growth of the seeds of life force depends on his physical constitution, which has now reached 5 times that of an ordinary human, resulting in an annual increase of 14 seeds of life force. Name: Li Geng Targaryen. Attribute: 5-fold ordinary human constitution. Bloodline: blood of the ancient Valyrian Dragon King. 16. Note: your bloodline power has surpassed that of 99% of all Dragon King families throughout history. Ability: cultivation of life force, creation of life energy seeds, extraction of life force from the life space. Title: Young Dragon King, son of the Prince of Dawn. Wielder of the Black Death, Bloodied Knight. Pet: Valyrian, Black Death, Golden Dragon Egg. Incubating. Items: life space, basic body refinement technique, Valyrian Steel Longsword, Valyrian Steel Black Armor. 96 seeds of life force in the year of the Conqueror May. 5 months have passed since another year, during which 5 additional seeds of life force were acquired, which Li Geng bestowed upon his subordinate, Dis, and his attendants. Li Geng and the key personnel of the territory gathered in the newly established temporary Lord's Hall. Without hesitation, he took his seat at the head of the table, gazing at those beside him, individuals who had been granted seeds of life force, his core members. Li Geng spoke candidly. Please, take your seats. Let us discuss the forthcoming plans. We now possess a stable source of income, continuously flowing into our territory from various regions. It is imperative that we establish a more mature and stable management system, as the previous simplistic approach has proven increasingly burdensome with our growing numbers. Additionally, if any exceptional individuals arise, bring them forth to me. Let them join our ranks as extraordinary beings. Dis, with a respectful demeanor, replied, Your Highness, is it not a bit hasty to grant them extraordinary power in this manner? As the first bearers of extraordinary strength in our territory, I have felt my own strength more than doubled within a mere fortnight, enhancing all aspects of my capabilities. If we are unaware of these individuals' true nature, could bestowing them with extraordinary power lead to exploitation by those with ulterior motives? Li Geng waved his hand dismissively, revealing no apprehension. Do not concern yourself with that matter. As I stated when I granted you extraordinary power, I can easily bestow such strength upon you, just as I can effortlessly strip it away. Thus, there is no reason for concern. Li Geng could not help but ponder, if one cannot master such power, how could it be easily bestowed? Moreover, even without granting extraordinary abilities, the journey of life, paired with the foundational body refining technique of the army, would serve as his ace and support. How many recruits have been gathered now? Has the factory for soap production been completed? Once established, it would not only yield greater profits, but also facilitate the better organization of the commoners recruited from King's Landing, providing them with stable employment and a source of income. Without hesitation, Dis stated, Your Highness, we have now recruited over 25,000 commoners from King's Landing, and our numbers have exceeded 60,000. As for the factory you ordered to be constructed, it is nearing completion. The breeding facility you commanded has been finished, and we have successfully introduced over 50,000 piglets. Nearly 1,000 households of commoners have been arranged to oversee these piglets under the guidance of experienced breeders. Curious about the production and sales volume of salt, Li Geng eagerly inquired, How much salt have we produced? What is the sales figure for this month? Lin, who oversees the salt production and is also Dis's attendant, stood up and replied, Your Highness, our salt production stabilizes at approximately 500,000 pounds per month, with 5 salt fields providing employment for around 8,000 individuals. Due to the intricate processes involved, the output remains relatively low. However, the salt we produce is of exquisite quality, making it highly favored by nobles and lords, especially in King's Landing, where the majority of nobles prefer our salt. As we offer premium products, our prices are slightly higher than those of ordinary table salt, generating nearly 100,000 gold dragons in revenue each month. Currently, our salt supply is still somewhat insufficient. Your Highness, should we consider increasing our workforce? As Li Geng stroked his chin, he listened intently. Upon hearing Lin's inquiry, he responded without hesitation, If additional hands are needed, recruit directly. Did we not just bring in 25,000 commoners from King's Landing? Among them, we can select individuals of good character. Dis hesitated and said, Your Highness, we now require more managerial personnel. Should we request His Majesty the King to appoint a few scholars for us? Although we have discovered several talents during our recruitment, their knowledge is limited and cannot compare to the scholars from the Academy. Egan replied, I will earnestly consider your suggestion. For now, let those we have found take the lead. If any outstanding individuals emerge, do not hesitate to elevate their salaries and benefits. Inform me when the time comes, and I shall assess them personally. Simultaneously, focus more on the military. As for the intricate management affairs, gradually delegate them to the meticulous and bold Delvin. Dis let out a sigh of relief, pondering that he had finally resolved the bothersome matters. Although he was capable of handling such affairs, his true passion lay in commanding the army, a realm in which he felt far more adept. Chapter 42. The Talents of the Territory. The following morning, Yegen rose early, engaging in his daily regimen of physical and martial training. Clad in a neat and tidy outfit, he wielded his sword, the Conqueror, with unwavering focus. Each strike was executed with precision, and his swordsmanship had evolved into a unique style, allowing him to be recognized as a master of the blade. As he faced the morning sun, he inhaled the purest essence of the first rays of dawn. This was the driving force behind his years of steadfast early morning practice. In every realm, the initial breath of morning carries the same invigorating effect, although its potency may vary. In this world, imbued with magic, yet currently experiencing a decline compared to the vibrant era of Guerrilla, the morning's first breath surpassed that of a world devoid of magic. During this time, every cell in his body acted like ravenous predators, eagerly consuming the essence of the dawn. One should not underestimate this vital energy. Absorbing it was more beneficial than weeks of arduous training. This explained the remarkable enhancement of his physical prowess over the past 8 years. Of course, a crucial factor was the life force present within his personal space, and the synergistic effect of these two energies was far more profound than mere addition. Under their combined influence, his body had undergone a qualitative transformation, and his future appeared exceedingly bright. Yegen, having honed his formidable mental acuity, had already sensed the early arrival of Dis. After concluding yesterday's meeting, Dis had tirelessly commenced his quest to gather talent within the territory. Through his relentless efforts, he had accomplished the task assigned to him by Yegen. Thus, he arrived early at the temporary lord's residence where Yegen was currently residing. Observing Yegen immersed in his martial practice, Dis chose to stand quietly at a distance, refraining from interrupting. As one of Yegen's most reliable aides, Dis possessed exceptional qualities. Over the past fortnight, he had nearly discerned Yegen's daily routine. Without fail, Yegen dedicated nearly 2 hours each day to martial training before methodically addressing the territory's affairs. He also delegated responsibilities appropriately, rarely involving himself directly in every matter, for having subordinates at his disposal was merely an invitation to unnecessary complications. Moreover, those who assisted him in managing affairs had been bestowed with seeds of life force upon becoming key members of his inner circle, alleviating concerns regarding loyalty. As long as their abilities were sufficient, he entrusted them with authority. This arrangement afforded him more time for rest and personal training, as he understood his role primarily as a supervisor, allowing him to pursue his own endeavors. Yegen sheathed his sword and exhaled slowly, the breath escaping him in a long, flowing stream, visible even to those nearby. However, those nearby had long grown accustomed to such scenes, and thus, Dis was equally unfazed. Yet, he understood that Yegen's training had come to an end. Observing Yegen's smiling countenance, he couldn't help but think that it was the perfect moment to present the results. Without hesitation, Dis took the towel that had been prepared for Yegen after his training. Once the attendant had handed over the towel, he stepped aside to await further instructions. Yegen, without uttering a word, reached out to accept the towel, wiping away the scant beads of sweat from his face. He then dampened the towel, wrung out the excess water, and gently wiped his visage and hands. Casting a glance at Dis, he inquired, Have matters been arranged? In response to the inquiry, Dis, with a serious expression, replied, Indeed, Your Highness. Following thorough scrutiny yesterday, we have confirmed a total of 500 individuals within the territory, of whom 400 are literate and 100 possess remarkable skills. All of them hail from merchant backgrounds, albeit their fortunes have since waned. They each bear a degree of managerial experience, with 9 having spent time in the academy, though they were dismissed due to violations of its regulations. While they do not possess the scholar's necklace, they are endowed with the knowledge of scholars. Yegen was taken aback by the abundance of talent. To find so many literate individuals was indeed a rarity in a world where knowledge is predominantly held by the nobility. This revelation sparked a glimmer of excitement in him, prompting an eager response. "Oh, since we have discovered such a wealth of talent, let us meet them at once." Dis nodded. "Your Highness, please follow me. These individuals have already been gathered in anticipation of your presence." As Yegen accompanied Dis to the exterior of the temporary lord's residence, they found the courtyard, adorned with stone tiles, teeming with people who were quietly discussing amongst themselves. The subject of their murmurs naturally revolved around the reason for Yegen's summons. Some bore expressions of excitement, envisioning the possibility of earning Yegen's favor, while others wore faces of concern, apprehensive of the potential repercussions from the prince known as the Bloodied Knight. In short, the crowd was a tapestry of emotions, each individual displaying a unique expression. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, Yegen furrowed his brow. Observing his lord's expression, Dis exchanged glances with the nearby guards. One guard, brandishing a spear, raised it slightly and struck the ground with a resounding thud. The tumultuous crowd, confronted by the glinting spear and the fully armed guards, involuntarily shivered and swiftly fell silent. Seeing this, Dis stepped forward and proclaimed, "The individual beside me is our lord, the son of Prince Spring Dawn, the rider of the Black Reaper, the youngest knight in the kingdom, Prince Yegen Targaryen. Whether you gain the favor of his highness will depend upon your own merits. Now, I invite Prince Yegen to address you all." With his silvery golden hair billowing in the sea breeze and clad in a fitted attire that exuded both competence and resolve, Yegen stood before them, ready to impart his words. With the conqueror's long sword hanging at his waist, he emerged from the crucible of blood and fire, exuding an aura as sharp and formidable as the blade itself, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to gaze upon him. Yegen casually surveyed the throng below, noting how they merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before hastily averting their eyes. Without further ado, he inquired, "As long as you possess a skill, the territory of Windy Peninsula shall not neglect you. I shall provide a platform for your talents, and in return, I hope to reap the fruits of your labor. In due time, generous rewards shall be bestowed upon those who excel." He then posed his first question. "Who among you has experience in metal smelting?" Step forward. Two individuals, having learned the art of metal smelting, understood the intricacies of ore extraction and basic metal synthesis. Upon hearing Yegen's inquiry, they promptly stepped forth. "You must already be aware of certain matters upon joining the territory. We possess our own mineral resources, necessitating individuals knowledgeable in metal smelting. I hereby assign you two to oversee this domain. Should you achieve commendable results, substantial rewards await you. Do you have any objections?" Without hesitation, the two responded, "Your Highness's generosity and benevolence are greatly appreciated." Yegen continued his inquiries and soon garnered further insights. One individual, a middle-aged man named Keeman, had studied medicine, magic, and mysticism. His adeptness in treating ailments was remarkable, bolstered by a wealth of knowledge in magical and mystical arts. However, due to engaging in prohibited research within the academic city, he was expelled. Yegen established a dedicated laboratory for him and provided research funding, stipulating that he refrain from conducting experiments on the territory's residents. Keeman expressed profound gratitude and assured compliance with this condition. Additionally, two others had studied corvidology and were knowledgeable about the care of ravens. Chapter 43. The gradual reseeding of magic. Yegen devoted the morning to organizing the 500 individuals. Among the 400 literate ones, a portion was designated as educators for the soldiers, while others were tasked with managing the homeless orphans within the territory. These orphans had already been gathered into a large compound upon their arrival, where Yegen provided them with sustenance and shelter. The remaining literate individuals were entrusted with the education of this group, nurturing them from a young age to become the next generation of administrators and Yegen's foundational personnel. This, with the addition of these aides, could now ensure a smoother operation. He could also redirect his focus to military affairs, while other matters proceeded as usual. "I must also meticulously replicate the surrounding terrain, as this will greatly benefit our development. Please keep a closer watch over the territory. Any issues can be addressed upon my return." Dis nodded solemnly. "Indeed, Your Highness." After meticulously arranging his affairs, Li Geng mounted the magnificent white steed, which bore a bundle of paper crafted by skilled artisans based on Li Geng's vision, specifically designed for the creation of maps. With his belongings in order and accompanied by only a few attendants, he set forth towards the beach where Balilian rested. Li Geng, now possessing formidable prowess, harbored no fear of assassination or poisoning. He had honed his martial skills to an exceptional degree, coupled with a terrifying physical constitution and a formidable mental fortitude. Even the legendary fire magic and blood magic had little effect on him. as the dragon blood coursing through his veins seemed to be a product of the very blood-fire magic itself, allowing him to draw strength from these arcane forces. During this period, Li Geng had sought the fabled Green Prophet, the ancient deity's herald, within the imperial forest. Yet, whether at the Heart Tree of King's Landing or the Heart Tree within the imperial forest, he felt no fluctuations of magical energy. The only peculiar occurrence was a strange dream he had a month ago aboard a vessel bound for the Wendell Peninsula. Despite his relentless searching, he found nothing else of substance. He had also attempted to engage with the Red Priests from Bravos, but to his disappointment, they exhibited no trace of magical resonance. Their fervor directed solely toward the worship of the Lightbringer. Li Geng speculated that perhaps the true wielders of power had long since concealed themselves, no longer active in the world. He could distinctly sense the gradual waning of magical energy in the realm. The ambient magic was far less vibrant than it had been 7 years prior. He surmised that, aside from his unique connection to the life force, which enabled those around him to harness the faint magical energies to enhance themselves, any potential magical beings capable of surpassing him must be exceedingly rare. Were that the case, the tales of the Targaryen dragons would likely have faded into obscurity. Compared to the external force of dragons, those with inherent strength would prove far more agile. According to Li Geng's perusal of the Targaryen records, even during the ancient Valyrian era, the mightiest fire and blood mages could not rival the dragons. Moreover, those imbued with magical power often met untimely ends, frequently engaging in inhumane experiments, practices forbidden by the dragon lords, who would only dare conduct their research in secrecy. Had they wielded true strength, they would not have succumbed to the demise alongside Valyria. Perhaps Li Geng must journey to the distant ruins of Valyria on the eastern continent in search of answers. If he could not uncover the truth there, he would need to venture further into the Shadowlands, where the magical city of Ashai lay. There, he might find the answers he sought, for Ashai was steeped in many legends, including whispers that dragons had originated from that very place. As Li Geng rode upon his steed, he pondered the matters that had occupied his thoughts as of late, reflecting on his unwavering dedication to discovering the existence of those endowed with extraordinary powers. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he realized that he had indeed become quite absorbed in his pursuits. With his current capabilities, bolstered by the formidable dragon Balerion, he had essentially become invincible south of the Wall in Westeros. All that remained was to methodically cultivate his power over the next decade or so, amassing sufficient strength to perhaps venture into realms filled with the unknown and the imaginative. At this moment, the most pressing matter was to gather strength, beginning with a more precise understanding of the entire Kingswood and the accurate topographical location of the Vendor Peninsula. Following that, he would seek to comprehend the entirety of the continent, and ultimately, when his power was sufficient, to grasp the whole world. With his goals firmly set, Aegon, filled with a fervor for exploration, urged his steed onward, hastening towards the beach. Though his guards were perplexed by Aegon's sudden acceleration, they quickly spurred their own mounts to keep pace with their lord. These guards were selected from the realm's finest soldiers, specifically tasked with protecting Aegon. Each of them was a paragon of loyalty and skill, having undergone only a month of training, yet distinguished by their exceptional capabilities. Before long, Aegon and his entourage arrived at a vast beach, where Balerion lay majestically at its center. Aegon instructed his guards to wait there, and clad in agile attire, he effortlessly dismounted from his steed, unfastening the parchment strap to it. He took up a pen of his own making, simultaneously receiving a foldable wooden board brought forth by his guards. Approaching Balerion alone, the dragon let out an exhilarating roar upon sensing Aegon's presence, its voice resonating like thunder across the expanse of the Vendor Peninsula. Gently, Aegon caressed the dragon's robust scales, infusing it with a surge of warm, life-giving energy. The dragon responded with a contented rumble, and after receiving this warmth, it lowered itself, inviting Aegon to mount. With a hint of amusement, Aegon patted Balerion's scales and, raising his voice in High Valyrian, declared, "We have a mission this time. Having bestowed such great benefits upon you, you must cooperate." Balerion responded with a low growl, indicating his agreement. Nurtured by the life force and their long companionship, Balerion had transcended the brink of death, becoming stronger and wiser. Aegon, reassured by the dragon's compliance, continued in the Valyrian tongue, "This time, I intend to meticulously chart the terrain surrounding our domain, and you shall carry me in low flight to facilitate my observations. Upon completion of this task, I shall grant you further life energy as a reward, perhaps even a seed of life." Upon hearing of the reward, Balerion's eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he nodded emphatically, signaling his readiness. Aegon grasped the paper and pen, swiftly climbing onto Balerion-S back, taking along the foldable wooden board crafted by the blacksmiths at his behest. Aegon intended to secure the folding wooden board to the armrest at the front of the dragon saddle, preparing it as a surface for his forthcoming illustrations. Climbing aboard with remarkable dexterity, he commenced the installation, an endeavor made feasible by his extraordinary physical prowess, which surpassed that of ordinary men fivefold. This formidable strength allowed him to remain steadfast upon the dragon's back, while his exceptional mental acuity endowed him with an impeccable memory. With these advantages, he was confident in his ability to produce superior drawings. Once the board was affixed, Aegon patted the scales of Balerion. The great dragon swiftly sensed Aegon's intent, executing a smooth two-step run before unfurling its immense crimson wings and soaring into the sky. Chapter 44. The King and the Queen. The sky today was exceptionally luminous. Above the Vendir Peninsula, a shadowy form glided, ceaselessly hovering in the expanse. Aegon reclined on the dragon saddle, with a vast drawing unfurled upon the table secured in front of him. This illustration had been meticulously crafted throughout the morning. As the sun ascended to its zenith, its fervent rays nurtured the world below. The drawing began to reveal its vibrant details, clearly marking every tree and blade of grass, every mountain and waterway of the Vendir Peninsula. It even indicated the locations of newly discovered mineral resources within the expansive royal forest. Aegon, aboard Balerion, circled the skies repeatedly, utilizing his keen eyesight and remarkable memory to annotate the map meticulously. Over the course of 3 days, he painstakingly refined this map, ultimately creating a representation far more detailed than any other on the continent. Every footpath was distinctly marked, encompassing the city of King's Landing, the castle of House Baratheon at Storm's End, the Hay Hall of House Eller, the copper-gated city of House Buckler beneath Storm's End, the castle of House Fair at the edge of the Stormlands, the Red Mountains, and the green city of House Mud beneath the Bay of Rivers. He traced the course of the Blueburn River to reach the town of Stonehaven near the source of the Mander River, and crossed the Blackwater River to arrive back at King's Landing. The map Aegon had crafted represented a vast territory, a labor of 3 days' exertion. During this time, he had lived almost entirely in the wilderness. On the day he completed the map, its appearance was akin to a droplet poised to fall. Having finished, Aegon hurried back to his domain, not only weary of life in the wild, but also having received news that the king and queen, his grandfather, King Jaehaerys Targaryen I, and his grandmother, Queen Alysanne Targaryen, were arriving in his territory, riding their own dragons. Although Aegon was uncertain of the reasons for their visit, he quickly gathered his belongings and rode swiftly back to his lands. Unlike a month ago, the territory has transformed dramatically with the increase in numbers, evolving day by day, and the strength of the guards has risen several levels. The first batch of recruited knights, having undergone relentless and rigorous training for a month, bolstered by the essence of life and fundamental body refinement techniques, along with an unyielding supply of meat, are on the verge of being forged through blood and fire into the mightiest force in the entire kingdom. Each individual is fiercely fearless, possessing an unwavering faith in Aegon, and is accompanied by formidable steeds. These horses have been meticulously selected and nourished with life-infused grasses, endowing them with endurance that surpasses that of ordinary war horses by several folds. Coupled with expertly crafted saddles and superior weaponry, this army has evolved into a formidable force of heavy cavalry, while training the newly recruited second batch of soldiers. They also oversee the security and patrol duties of the territory. A contingent clad in black armor, adorned with the black Targaryen family sigil, rides armored warhorses as they patrol the land. From high above, Aegon observes with clarity, soon spotting 2 colossal dragons. One, a bronze dragon known as the Bronze Fury, second only in size to the founding duo of dragons, and the other, a graceful silver dragon with shimmering scales, named Silverwing. Aegon swiftly rides his dragon and descends directly upon the construction site of the dragon's lair. This lair is a product of Aegon's research into the ancient Valyrian era, designed for the nurturing and resting of dragons. Aegon understands that dragons are untamed, freedom-seeking, magical beings birthed from blood and fire. They should not be confined to dark lairs, but rather provided with expansive, well-lit structures elevated above the ground. The dragon's lair was initially constructed on a high mountain adjacent to a valley to provide a resting place for the colossal Balerion. Although this mountain stands only a few hundred meters tall, it features a natural platform, which has been excavated to create ample space to accommodate dozens of dragons of Balerian size. Continuous efforts have been made to dig deeper over the past month. Yet the current depth remains insufficient for Balerian stature. Excavation continues, gradually lowering the slope's height, with the gathered stones and earth repurposed for the valley's construction. Taking advantage of the slope, the surrounding walls have been reinforced on the existing foundation. From above, the area resembles a vast basin, albeit one with an open side facing the valley, which has been left as a large square entrance. Presently, Aegon's grandparents' 2 dragons reside here. Apart from the personnel responsible for delivering food to the dragons, no other figures are present. 2 colossal dragons, upon noticing a massive figure, instinctively lifted their heads and recognized it as Balerion. With a low growl, they quickly shifted their gaze toward the back of the imposing silhouette. Elated, the 2 magnificent beasts emitted gentle low roars and swiftly approached the position of Aegon. Observing the actions of the 2 younger dragons, Balerion issued a loud roar filled with a warning tone. Although the temper of the bronze dragon Vhagar was notoriously volatile, he possessed a keen awareness of the situation. Upon hearing Balerion's displeased roar, he promptly halted alongside his mate, Silverwing. Aegon understood the source of the dragon's excitement well. As a being of exceptional uniqueness, the benefits bestowed by the essence of life were not overtly apparent. Whether dragon, human, or any form of flora, the allure of life's essence was nearly impossible to resist. The pair of dragons, often seen together, had not previously received the essence of life from Aegon, as their encounters had been infrequent. Apart from the dragons of Aegon and his brothers, as well as Dreamfire, Caraxes, and Vhagar, the others had not been granted this life force. Vhagar and Silverwing had yet to experience the nurturing effects of the essence. Yet their innate magical sensitivity rendered them acutely aware of Aegon's captivating aura, which exerted a fatal attraction. Recognizing the cause, Aegon sought to soothe the dragons beneath him. Gently patting their scales, he swiftly gathered his belongings and slid down from Balerion. Holding the parchment in his hands, he approached the dragon couple. Both dragons had been born in the years 34 and 36 of the Conqueror's reign, making them nearly 60 years old, fully matured dragons. Vhagar's body gleamed with a copper hue, complemented by a pair of brown wings. As Aegon stood before Vhagar, the dragon lowered its massive head, sniffing intently to confirm the lineage of its rider. The bloodline within Aegon resonated more intensely than that of his progenitor. Having ascertained this, Vhagar's gaze softened, and he gently nudged Aegon with his colossal head. Aegon, well aware of his own uniqueness, did not hesitate to reach out and stroke the temperamental dragon while simultaneously channeling the essence of life from within his own being. As Vhagar felt the life force surge into his body, a comfortable low growl escaped him involuntarily. Silverwing, observing with curiosity, noted Vhagar's newfound benefit and, despite the reluctance to break free from Aegon's touch, nudged him with a gentle push. Engaging in a low growl, Vhagar communicated with Silverwing, who obediently lowered her head and affectionately brushed against Aegon. With the strength of his formidable mental prowess, Aegon understood the dragon's communication. Amused by the exchange, he smiled and addressed Vhagar in Old Valyrian. Well deserved, you have a mate. Even amidst your good fortune, you do not forget your partner. Truly, you are a splendid dragon. Aegon, generous in spirit, bestowed a wave of life essence upon Silverwing as well. After a brief pause, feeling quite satisfied, Aegon noticed Balerion intently gazing at him from the side. Amused, he playfully patted the dragon's scales and smiled, saying, "Do not be so stingy. It will not diminish your share." He then addressed the 3 colossal dragons in Valyrian, urging them, "Go and relish the delicacies brought by the guards. Do not harm them, and refrain from squabbling among yourselves. Otherwise, I shall withhold your lifeblood." In unison, the 3 dragons nodded and began to indulge in the sumptuous feast provided by the guardians of their realm. Chapter 45. A warm inquiry. Once Aegon had dispatched the dragons, he swiftly gathered his belongings and returned to the Lord's manor accompanied by the guards. Lyran, ever attentive, handed him the reins of his warhorse while anxiously stating, "Your Majesty and the Queen have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Sir Dis is currently standing in for you, attending to the King and Queen." Aegon exhaled in relief and inquired, "Have their Majesties conveyed any messages during this time?" Lyran shook his head, responding, "No, they merely instructed us to inform you." With that, Aegon refrained from further questioning. The Lord's manor, situated in the heart of a vast valley, necessitated the use of warhorses for travel due to its considerable expanse. Aegon spurred his steed and soon arrived at the manor. Upon entering the grand hall, he heard the sounds of conversation. Adjusting his attire, he stepped inside, and the surrounding guards respectfully placed their right hands over their hearts in salute. Aegon acknowledged them with a subtle nod. Hearing the commotion, Alysanne Targaryen and Jaehaerys Targaryen ceased their discussion and turned toward the entrance, where they spotted the travel-worn Aegon. Approaching his grandparents, Aegon swiftly greeted them. "Welcome, grandfather and grandmother. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting for so long." Alysanne rose with a gentle smile, saying, "Child, how can you be so formal? Your grandfather and I have been preoccupied with riding dragons to intimidate the restless Dornish and the Kingdom of Three Daughters, neglecting to visit you sooner. We should feel the embarrassment, not you. You have always been exceptionally wise and considerate, never causing your parents any concern, and you have never troubled your grandfather and me. Just months ago, you achieved remarkable feats. You are the pride of our family." The king, listening nearby, nodded in agreement, seeing the shadow of a conqueror in Aegon. "Your grandmother and I took a stroll through your domain and found that you have managed it exceptionally well, revealing the prosperity of the Vunder Peninsula. It seems that calling you forth was indeed a wise decision. The Vunder Peninsula has transformed from barren to thriving. Your capabilities are beyond doubt, and they have reinforced our family's hold over the principality. I have also witnessed the army you have trained, which surpasses that of any lord, including the Iron Throne. It is difficult to fathom that such remarkable creations could emerge from the hands of an 8-year-old child. The soaps and sea salts you have devised are not only immensely popular within King's Landing, but are also generating nearly 1 million in revenue each month. A feat that even the Iron Throne cannot achieve. Your accomplishments evoke a tinge of envy within me." Aegon listened attentively, while the queen gazed upon her grandson with a benevolent expression. Observing his humble demeanor, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "Very well, Jaehaerys. Now that you have reached a certain age, it is time to learn to be more open-minded. Since Aegon possesses such remarkable abilities, he should not allow them to go to waste," the queen stated, collecting her thoughts before continuing. "Moreover, you must be aware of what truly distinguishes Aegon's most significant talent amidst these trivial matters." Upon hearing the queen's words, the previously lively atmosphere shifted into one of gravity. After a moment of contemplation, the king, with a complex expression, remarked, "I am indeed fully aware that Aegon's abilities transcend our mortal comprehension, whether it be his affinity with dragons or his capacity to hatch them. Achieving such feats at the tender age of 8 is no ordinary power." Aegon had never deliberately concealed his abilities, yet he refrained from speaking of them openly, for the powers of the realm of life are simply beyond belief. A secret remains a secret only when it is known to no one or just one individual. Revealing his secret would bring only detriment to their family, never benefit. It is essential to recognize that this world is inhabited by gods. Although their miracles are rare, they are not non-existent. Thus, exercising caution and prudence is indeed wise. The king turned his gaze to Aegon, his stern expression softening as he spoke gently. "Child, do you know why our Targaryen family ascended to the Iron Throne? Why did our ancestor, Aegon the Conqueror, not seek to conquer the prosperous free cities and the vast lands of the East?" Aegon lowered his head, having found only fragmented phrases in books, and hesitantly ventured to respond. After earnest contemplation, he said with a serious countenance, "Our ancestor, Aegon the Conqueror, relied upon the might of the Black Dread, Balerion, and the dragons of his 2 wives, Vhagar, the mother of dragons, and Meraxes. The power of these 3 dragons subdued Westeros. Grandfather, regarding the great undertaking of our ancestor, I have merely encountered snippets in literature, which suggest that prior to his conquest of the continent, he experienced a peculiar dream, a vision of death, coldness, and boundless darkness. It was this dream that solidified his resolve to unite all forces upon the continent of Westeros. As for the rest, I am not well acquainted." The king nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Aegon should understand what our family, as the surviving dragon lords from ancient Valyria, has relied upon." Aegon spoke without hesitation. "Our family possesses not only the ability to ride dragons, but also the extraordinary gift known as the Dreamwalker, which allows us to glimpse the future." The king replied, "Indeed. Had it not been for the vision of Daenerys Targaryen, the daughter of the head of House Targaryen, foreseeing apocalyptic calamities, and had the then patriarch not believed resolutely, bringing the entire family to Dragonstone, we might not exist today. It has become abundantly clear to our lineage that we not only wield the power of dragons, but also bear the presence of remarkable individuals who can foresee fragments of the future, enabling us to avert impending disasters. It was the conqueror Aegon I who, upon dreaming of endless cold and darkness, resolved to commence the war of conquest, ensuring that one day, his descendants would inherit his legacy, commanding dragons and uniting forces to triumph over the chill and shadow. Child, have you ever dreamt similarly? Have you envisioned extraordinary events?" Upon hearing this, Aegon appeared conflicted. Queen Alicent Targaryen, noticing his distress, encouraged him. "Dear child, there is no need for concern. If you have, simply acknowledge it openly and speak boldly. There is nothing that cannot be shared among us. We are family." After reflecting on her words, Aegon nodded resolutely and took a deep breath, deciding to reveal the 2 dreams that had haunted him. Chapter 46. Conversation. Aegon paused, hesitant to conceal anything from his loving family. He had intended to discuss his thoughts with his parents and grandparents in due time. But now that his grandparents had broached the subject, he seized the opportunity to voice his inner uncertainties. "Grandfather, grandmother, while I am unsure if I possess the gift of a dreamwalker, I have experienced some unfathomable visions. Just a month ago, during my journey to Windhaven, I dreamt as if I had a divine perspective, witnessing the life of the conqueror. I then saw my grandparents on their journey to the north, where I beheld my grandmother riding the gentle dragon Silverwing, attempting to cross the wall of despair. Yet, this most docile dragon of House Targaryen seemed resistant to her will, reluctant to surmount the towering structure. An unseen force appeared to threaten Silverwing. Driven by curiosity, I attempted to exert control over my actions, and astonishingly, I succeeded. I crossed the wall of despair into the haunted forests beyond, known as Frostfawn. With incredible power, I reached the fabled land of eternal winter, a place perpetually shrouded in blizzards and ferocious snowstorms. There, I encountered the extraordinary, a realm teeming with countless white figures, their eyes glowing with a blue luminescence. As I sought to delve deeper, one of the figures adorned with a crown of frost and snow unveiled its enchanting eyes, imbued with a captivating magic. Those eyes remain etched in my memory, persistently seducing and alluring the souls of wayward travelers. At that moment, I was utterly terrified by their gaze. An endless chill permeating my very essence, a sensation so profound that even the extraordinary state I found myself in could not shield me from its grasp. I cannot ascertain how much time passed. Was it a fleeting moment or an interminable epoch? That inexplicable force seemed provoked, striking back with a warmth so boundless that it liberated me from the shackles and tribulations of darkness. The ethereal figure, seemingly wounded, appeared to awaken the realm of eternal winter surrounding it. An overwhelming wave of cold darkness surged towards the beleaguered entity. The figure seemed called forth by some unseen force, casting a lingering glance my way before retreating into the shadows. It was as if 2 deities were engaged in conflict for some elusive prize. Ultimately, the incredible power that enveloped me emerged victorious. Yet, the reluctant darkness and cold retaliated, delivering a blow to my bewildered state. In an instant, an endless void of darkness enveloped me, jolting me awake. As I regained consciousness, drenched and disoriented, I sensed nothing amiss. Reflecting on the terrifying ordeal from a month prior, an unsettling chill still coursed through my heart. The king and queen listened intently, their focus unwavering, as if they were unwilling to overlook a single detail. Once Aegon concluded his tale, the elderly couple remained enraptured by the dream he had recounted. The king was the first to regain his composure, fixing Aegon with a grave stare. His voice, laced with authority, broke the silence. "Is there more?" Aegon shook his head. "Grandfather, I have only experienced such a dream once, and it has not recurred since. Yet, even that solitary dream remains vivid, as if inscribed upon my heart, impossible to shake off." The queen, too, returned to herself, though her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, as if haunted by unpleasant memories. "Jaehaerys, do you recall our visit to the Duke of Winterfell? He incessantly uttered the family motto, 'Winter is coming.' At the time, we paid it no heed. After all, the dragon, being our family's mightiest asset, could easily eclipse any castle with its flame. I took the opportunity to inspect the realm, venturing towards the town of Rearcrown for a patrol. I also visited the Black Castle of the Wall to offer solace to the night's watch." The queen continued, her expression darkening as she recalled an extraordinary incident. "I cannot fathom how my empathic bond with Silverwing was so fiercely resisted for the first time. It seemed to recoil at the thought of crossing the wall, as if a dreadful creature lurked beyond, compelling Silverwing to halt in defiance. I once shared these thoughts with you, do you recall?" Aegon listened quietly, refraining from interrupting. The king nodded gravely. "How could I possibly forget?" Reflecting upon the dreams spoken of by Aegon and the events we encountered while traveling to Winterfell, it appears that a hidden darkness and fear lurk beyond the wall. The conqueror Aegon I left behind prophetic dreams and warnings for his descendants, knowledge that only each king or heir who ascends the Iron Throne can truly comprehend. When considering the shadows and chill beyond the wall, alongside the blood and fire of our lineage, it seems that our fate is already sealed. The king seemed to be addressing Aegon while also engaged in self-reflection. He murmured to himself, then turned his gaze toward Aegon. his whispers gradually transforming into a voice of authority and resolve. Aegon, my child, as the purest scion of the Dragon King's bloodline, the truest Targaryen, I entrust you with a grave responsibility. Are you prepared? Aegon straightened his posture and replied with unwavering determination, Your Majesty, whatever command you bestow, I shall endeavor to fulfill it with all my strength. The queen observed the tender exchange between grandfather and grandson with a gentle expression, lightly stroking Aegon's silver-gold hair, and softly remarked, My child, I hope you feel no pressure. Do not forget, you have family by your side, and dragons as well. The king, witnessing the warm scene, could not help but interject, The matter is not overly complex, and you are more than capable of managing it. However, it pertains to the continuation of our entire lineage, to whether our family can grow stronger. Throughout history, from old Valyria to now, it seems that only you possess the ability to accomplish this task. As you bear the weight of our family's rise and fall, your unique bloodline, the blood of the Dragon King, surpasses that of any king before you, as evidenced by the dragons you have encountered, especially the surviving dragon of old Valyria, Balerion, the state of which improves with each passing day, even surpassing that of younger dragons. Even the dragons recorded in old Valyria at the age of 200 did not match the vigor of the Black Death's current condition. He has become comparable to the dragons of the 40 kings of old Valyria, the ancestral dragons of any house. Perhaps the fate of this era rests entirely upon your shoulders, my child. Yet, do not feel burdened, for this is your instinct, your rightful ability. Aegon listened intently, growing increasingly perplexed, and thus inquired, Grandfather, what exactly is the task you wish to entrust to me? Chapter 47. The Keeper of the Dragon Eggs. The king let out a deep sigh. Child, do you understand? You could almost say that you are the finest member of our family, yet also the most guarded. You seem to trust no one, not even us, your kin. While I am uncertain why you harbor such wariness, I cannot help but notice it. Experiences and encounters often exceed what one might envision, my child. I have patiently awaited your willingness to converse with me, yet I have found none. Ultimately, I, as this aging man, have come to seek you out, hoping we may engage in an open dialogue. Each of us harbors secrets, and I do not wish to compel you, for you are free to share as you choose. However, mutual trust is paramount, as we share the same bloodline. When Aegon heard these words from his royal grandfather, it struck his mind like a heavy hammer, rendering him momentarily dazed and forgetful of his thoughts. His breath quickened, and the flow of blood within him surged dramatically. Aegon incessantly reminded himself to remain calm, to maintain his composure. The queen regarded him with a hint of sympathy, while the king's gaze remained stern and unwavering, as if unaffected by the unfolding events. Perhaps he had already foreseen this conclusion. After a prolonged moment, Aegon managed to steady himself, akin to a drowning man gasping for air, savoring the freshness of the outside world. The king spoke. Child, your presence heralds a transformation for our family. You may already grasp this, or perhaps you have yet to fully understand. As a scion of the Dragon King lineage, one of the families most deeply entwined with dragons, any rider who forms a close bond with these majestic creatures can, to some extent, sense their emotions, including their fears. The deeper the bond, the more pronounced the sensations become. Aegon absorbed this information, relieved that he could indeed feel a portion of what was being conveyed, and was actively exploring these mysteries. The king's countenance remained solemn as he awaited Aegon's comprehension. Aegon, who had once held himself upright with pride, now found himself shrinking into his seat. The queen tenderly caressed his hair, and gradually, Aegon began to awaken to the warmth of his grandmother's love, feeling a long-lost comfort envelop him. Deep within, memories that had lain dormant began to resurface, transporting him to a time of ordinary life devoid of magic and dragons. Only the simplicity of technology and the tranquility of everyday existence. As time slipped away, the shackles within his heart began to fracture bit by bit. Aegon confronted his past self. The dissonance between body and soul was gradually diminishing, leading to a sublime union of the two. This newfound harmony fortified his will, fostering a deeper connection to his familial ties in this world. Aegon straightened in his chair, his demeanor transforming. His eyes sparkled with determination, as though no obstacle could deter him. In this state, he seemed to achieve the legendary unity of heaven and man, resulting in a continuous enhancement of his physical form, as well as his soul and resolve. The king and queen, witnessing the remarkable transformation in Aegon's spirit, could not help but smile with relief, rejoicing in his liberation from the shackles that had long confined him. Queen, my dear child, although we may not fully comprehend the changes in your physique, we can certainly perceive the transformation in your spirit, which has become increasingly splendid. We are genuinely delighted for you. May you forever uphold this indomitable spirit." A glimmer of tears sparkled in Igen's eyes as he spoke with a slightly trembling voice. "Thank you. I am grateful for the love of my grandparents." This heartfelt expression from Igen moved the two elders deeply. The king repeatedly exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent! We are truly proud of you, my child." "King, at this juncture, you have begun to confront your innermost self, and it is now time to entrust you with an important task. This task bears significant implications for the prosperity of our entire family. Do you have the confidence to fulfill it?" Without hesitation, Igen nodded affirmatively. Observing this, the king promptly rose to his feet, with the queen steadfastly following suit. Curiosity washed over Igen as he pondered the task his grandparents were about to assign him. The king advanced with measured steps, the queen resolutely trailing behind. As they walked, the king spoke earnestly. "My child, you now possess the mightiest dragon of our lineage, potentially the strongest dragon in the world." Upon hearing this, Igen replied without hesitation, "Indeed, grandfather, Vagr, the Black Death, is undoubtedly the most formidable dragon." The king conceded, "That is indeed the case, my child. The most powerful dragon of our family rests in your hands, and currently, we boast 9 dragon riders within our lineage. Your Uncle S branch, as heirs to the throne, has only 2 dragon riders, a result of your assistance. In contrast, your Father S line, including yourself, has 5 dragon riders, one of whom is uniquely attuned to nearly all of our family's dragons. Given the relationships between your father and your uncle, I do not worry about the balance of power within our family being disrupted. With your grandmother and me at the helm, the various dukes dare not overstep their bounds, and your father's generation shares the same caution. For they fear the dragons and the blood and fire of our lineage. My true concern lies in the time after your grandmother and I have departed this world, and a century hence, when your father and uncle are no longer here. The ambitious dukes and lords, ever watchful and covetous, may seek to divide your generation, pitting you against one another. Certain nefarious elements lurking in the shadows excel at employing underhanded tactics, constantly provoking the madness, pride, and bloodlust within our family. Yet now, with your growth and the remarkable events unfolding around you, I find myself less apprehensive. This fills both your grandmother and me with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the day when dragons soar across the skies. However, I wonder if you are truly capable of shouldering this responsibility. It seems you have not disappointed your grandmother and me. You are destined to become the greatest among us." Listening to the praise from his royal grandfather, Igen felt a surge of happiness intertwined with a hint of pressure. Ultimately, those who rendered judgment upon him were the venerable king. Beloved by both the lord and the populace, and the arbiter, Igen had resolutely decided, regardless of whether the seed of life would have any repercussions, to administer it to his family. When faced with the tangible enhancement of strength and longevity, all else paled in significance. Henceforth, they would truly become the race closest to the divine in the annals of Govalyria. I shall strive to ensure our family's flourishing, and in due course, you shall witness the dawn of prosperity." Before long, as they conversed while walking, they arrived at an adjacent storeroom, where Igen discovered several enormous wooden chests, the floor strewn with a layer of open netted iron chains. The king, without hesitation, drew forth his black steel sword, Blackfire, as a symbol of sovereignty and legitimacy. With a creak, Chapter 48, Intentions, began. The king employed his Valyrian steel sword, Blackfire, to pry open the colossal chest before him, and Egan's curiosity was piqued. He gazed intently at the unfolding scene. The wooden chest yielded effortlessly, and the king, with a grave expression, sheathed his sword and retrieved an object from within. Inside lay their family's most treasured possession, dragon eggs. Egan harbored some suspicions, yet his uncertainty dissipated the moment the chest was unveiled, for it emanated a searing warmth, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of sulfur, reminiscent of a volcano. "Grandfather, could it be that these chests contain dragon eggs?" The king's serious demeanor softened momentarily, a smile gracing his lips. For the first time, Egan beheld the smile of his grandfather, a visage transformed from that of a stern and formidable figure into a warm and genial elder. "Indeed, my child, these dragon eggs were originally meant to be stored in the vault on Dragonstone, as that locale provides the ideal conditions for their incubation and growth. Dragons, as magical beings, are innately sensitive to magic and flame, which are fundamental to their existence. This collection comprises nearly all the dragon eggs of our lineage." It was precisely this rationale that compelled the founder of the Targaryen family to settle upon the resource-scarce and inhospitable island of Dragonstone. Even now, The majority of the island's inhabitants are either illegitimate offspring or branches of our Targaryen bloodline. Li Geng, still shrouded in curiosity, inquired. If the island is so suitable for the growth of dragons, why, grandfather, would you bring the dragon eggs here? Upon hearing this, the king's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, exuding an aura of ironclad resolve. The monarch, renowned among the kingdom's lords and common folk as the arbiter, was no soft-hearted individual. He possessed the means to enforce his will, with many a rebel having met their end at his hands. Indeed, that is the case. Yet this particular locale has harbored a gluttonous predator. This wild dragon is not only vicious and cunning, but possesses formidable strength. And it has taken to pilfering dragon eggs and hatchlings. Though I, alongside your grandmother, once undertook a formidable assault against the bronze-wrought wrath of Vagor and silvery-winged foes, this colossal wild dragon, remarkably astute, refuses to fall for our traps. Consequently, after each instance of dragon eggs hatching upon Dragonstone Island, a portion of them inexplicably vanishes. In our helplessness, we have no choice but to sequester the gathered dragon eggs within the subterranean vault of the castle on Dragonstone. Aegon, pondering the possibilities, soon wrapped his head in frustration. He and his grandparents had recently discussed the extraordinary abilities he possesses. Given their intelligence, they should have surmised that he harbors a more profound power. Yet, they remained oblivious to his possession of a life space, leading him to express his confusion. But grandfather, the environment here is even less conducive to dragon hatching than Dragonstone. Surely, your and grandmother's decision to transport the dragon eggs here is not solely based on that reason? The queen, with a gentle demeanor, chuckled softly and playfully patted Aegon's shoulder. You little rascal, do you truly believe your grandparents are oblivious? Aegon, slightly embarrassed, shook his head, while the queen continued in her usual gentle tone. Your two elder brothers, Viserys and Daemon, those great dragons, Vagor and Meraxes, were indeed hatched using your unique abilities. Had they been capable of hatching their own eggs, they would have possessed their dragons long before your birth. The king nodded in agreement. Having occupied the Iron Throne for 44 years, he had seen it all. Yet, he could not decipher the enigma that was his grandson Aegon, who exuded an aura of mystery, strength, and wisdom. Rarely did he leave a negative impression, and he was exceedingly close to his family. If it were not for the intricate system of succession in Westeros and the fact that his two sons were in their prime, Jaehaerys often impulsively contemplated bequeathing the Iron Throne to this grandson. However, considering the convoluted relationships among the lords and the ever-volatile influence of the Faith of the Seven, which had previously incited chaos in King's Landing through impoverished zealots, the king was burdened by this instability. After all, the armed church had provided significant support during his rebellion against his uncle Maegori. Though they had ultimately relinquished their arms under the intimidation of his dragons, many discontented individuals remained active and restless across Westeros. Fortuitously, he was blessed with two commendable sons. His third son, Aemon, inherited his gentleness and intellect while also possessing iron-fisted resolve. His fourth son, Balon, was endowed with unwavering courage, adhering to the chivalric code and holding deep respect for his elder brother. Moreover, the existence of Aegon, a scion of both wisdom and strength, was a source of great reassurance for him. Otherwise, he feared that upon his return to the embrace of the Valyrian deities, irrevocable upheaval may ensue. Contemplating these matters, the king's expression grew increasingly serene. Observing the king's softening demeanor, Aegon scratched his head in perplexity. Upon witnessing his demeanor, the king, with a hint of irritation, gently rapped his knuckles against the lad's head. What is the matter with you, boy? You seem to have lost your courage. This is not the character I know you to possess. Otherwise, you would not have named your longsword Conqueror. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards the sword, Conqueror, that hung at Aegon's waist. Aegon felt the weight of the king's scrutinizing eyes, which only deepened his embarrassment, prompting him to instinctively touch his own head. When he had chosen that name for the sword, it had indeed been tinged with a youthful exuberance, perhaps fueled by the unmatched physical prowess he possessed at that time, along with a fervent desire to achieve greatness. Observing Aegon's flustered expression, the king spoke with earnest gravity. As a member of our lineage, I take immense pride in you. As a scion of the Dragon King bloodline, you are meant to embody the relentless ambition to forge ahead and conquer all. Moreover, you must treat this sword with the utmost care. It is one of the few Valyrian steel blades that our family possesses, rumored to carry an ancient legacy. It is said to date back to the early days of Old Valyria, wielded by a formidable Dragon King. After a long series of transfers, it eventually found its way to our Targaryen family, where it has rested in our treasury, gathering dust. Now, To come into possession of this sword seems to be a matter of destiny. Egan nodded resolutely, affirming, I shall, grandfather. The king, satisfied, nodded back. These dragon eggs I entrust to you bear no ulterior motive. Rather, I hope you will safeguard them well. If possible, endeavor to hatch them. Given your affinity for dragons, your bond with them is exceptional, whether they are former or current dragons of a master. If you can successfully hatch these dragons, they will be more inclined to bond with you as their nurturer, coupled with your abilities. Our family may very well witness a revival of the ancient splendor of old Valyria. Chapter 49. The plan. The king paused briefly, gingerly placing the dragon egg he had lifted back in its original position. There were 50 dragon eggs here. There could have been many more, but most had either been devoured by greedy creatures or perished shortly after hatching. At this point, the king, slightly agitated, remarked, and let us not forget the last time, when you audaciously acted without my consent, bestowing the Dreamfire egg upon that child, Rhaenyra. Though you later informed me, it undermined my authority. How am I to manage the entire family with such occurrences? He continued, moreover, while the Velaryon family is loyal to us, the current sea snake has been engaging in incessant schemes. Had it not been for your uncle Aemon's influence, I would have reprimanded him long ago. As he spoke, a flicker of anger passed over the king's face, and he raised his hand, only to lower it once more, as if recalling something. Egan, looking sheepish and remorseful, bowed his head. Grandfather, I acknowledge my error and shall not repeat it. The king huffed in response, choosing to remain silent. Upon witnessing the gaze of the queen, the king, a man who cherished his wife dearly, felt compelled to uphold her dignity. Moreover, he was reluctant to chastise Aegon. He immediately shifted his tone, saying, let this be a lesson, my child. Remember, every member of House Targaryen, upon their birth, is as if the gods are casting a coin. They either become mad or great. Among our many offspring, though your father and uncle are both remarkable, they were not nearly as exceptional in their youth as you are now. Alas, I shall say no more, as verbosity may prove detrimental to you. But always remember, we are family. As the king spoke, he let out a gentle sigh, and in that moment, he seemed less a sovereign and more a kind-hearted elder. His warm gaze swept over Aegon, the queen, and the dragon eggs he had brought. These dragon eggs are entrusted to you. Should you succeed in hatching the hatchlings, remain ever vigilant against gluttonous foes. Aegon nodded earnestly, responding, I shall do my utmost to ensure their healthy growth. The king, satisfied with this reply, nodded appreciatively and, without lingering, took the queen's hand. Just as they were about to depart, a thought occurred to him, prompting him to say, Aegon, my good child, as I approach the 45th anniversary of my ascendance to the Iron Throne, I intend to host a grand tournament to celebrate our kingdom's 45 years of peace. Additionally, I shall seek a suitable match for your brother, Viserys, during the festivities. Do you have any thoughts on the venue for the event? Aegon pondered seriously for a moment, internally deliberating whether his brother would marry the daughter of the Lord of the Vale, as was once anticipated. A smile broke upon his face. After all, this was not a worry for him, for he had his father, mother, uncle, and wise grandfather to guide such decisions. Grandfather, I have no objections. Although I have experienced a tournament before, I was quite young then and did not grasp the intricacies of organizing such an event. The king, reflecting on this, acknowledged that although Aegon possessed a mature demeanor, he was merely an 8-year-old child with limited experiences. Not wishing to burden him further, he surveyed the surroundings and stated earnestly, this location is indeed quite splendid, with its mountains and waters, ample space, and proximity to the royal forest. Under your stewardship, it has transformed into a remarkable venue. I plan to hold the tournament here early next year. Do you agree? Aegon wholeheartedly concurred, recognizing that this would not only allow him to observe and engage with the local lords, but might also provide an opportunity to promote his goods and generate greater income. I wholeheartedly agree, grandfather. The king gazed at him with a smile, and Aegon suddenly felt a wave of unease. After a moment of seriousness, he spoke. Young Aegon, when the queen and I arrived, we observed the wonders of the Vendor Peninsula under your governance. We discovered many intriguing items here, such as the highly sought-after sea salt from King's Landing, as well as soap and deer antler furs. It seems the production of these goods is quite substantial. In just a few short months, I imagine you have reaped considerable rewards. The queen chimed in, Child, your finances must be overflowing in your little treasury. Why not spare a portion to support your grandmother? Perhaps she could host a grand tournament. Aegon recalled his treasury, which had accumulated over 1.5 million golden dragons through months of relentless sales. Observing the king and queen's bemused expressions, he forced a polite smile and replied, Grandfather, grandmother, I am nearly destitute. Surely it is not as exaggerated as you say. The profits from my goods barely suffice to sustain the development of my territory. The king raised an eyebrow, declaring, exaggerated? I think not. As the lord of a royal territory and my direct subordinate, should you not alleviate some of your grandfather's burdens? Consider investing several 100,000 golden dragons in this tournament. Wouldn't you want to make it a more splendid affair? Moreover, I promise that with just a small contribution to support this grand event, I will permit you to recruit more refugees to bolster your domain. Upon hearing this, Igen's eyes brightened. Such an opportunity was indeed enticing. Before he could voice his thoughts, the king continued, furthermore, I have already decided to hold the tournament here under your auspices. As the lord of the Vendor Peninsula, should you not also make a show of support? The queen and I have observed the armaments of your territorial guards, and I dare say, even in King's Landing, few can boast of better equipment than yours. Perhaps none at all. I cannot help but feel envious, seeing the full suits of fine iron armor, the spears, the long swords forged from excellent iron, and such magnificent war horses. I also noticed your soldiers training in an unusual manner, each clad in armor as effortlessly as donning a garment. I am astounded at how you have managed to make your soldiers as robust and powerful as wild bulls. Sometimes I wonder if you have mastered some arcane power. I am tempted to peer into your mind to uncover how such a young individual possesses such profound knowledge and capability. Igen, unusually silent, contemplated his plan to use the seeds of life to benefit his family, but he recognized that the right moment was crucial. Was not this opportunity laid before him by the king? A brilliant idea suddenly struck him. He resolved to employ magic to conceal the seeds of life and the life force generated from his spatial realm. After resolutely making up his mind, he addressed the two elderly figures with a serious and earnest expression. Grandfather, grandmother, you may find it hard to believe, but you have indeed guessed correctly. The king and queen momentarily froze, perhaps contemplating whether young Yang was truly serious. Chapter 50, Revelation. Turning to face them, the king and queen exhibited expressions of astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. Before their eyes unfolded a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. The child they had watched grow, Yang, now radiated an ethereal brilliance, akin to a celestial being. He exuded an aura so alluring that one could almost inhale it, reaping innumerable benefits in return. Surrounding Yang were iridescent streams of energy, seemingly alive, frolicking around him like mischievous children suddenly granted freedom, joyfully leaping at his side. Initially, the king and queen had assumed Yang was jesting, but they soon realized he was wielding the power of magic. This revelation quickened their breaths, despite their status as sovereigns. They had never witnessed a true magician in action. Even their encounters with such extraordinary beings had been limited to the fragmented accounts found in ancient tomes. Naturally, they felt a profound sense of reverence, resistance, and anticipation toward those who commanded such transcendent powers. Yang observed the astonished expressions of the two, along with the ever-changing emotions of his grandparents: shock, delight, fear, curiosity, and ultimately, joy. Although the king and queen's expressions seemed composed, Yang's acute perception allowed him to sense the subtle shifts in their feelings. Not wishing to be enigmatic, Yang, noticing their inquisitive gazes, spoke directly and earnestly. Grandfather, grandmother, this is the magical power I now possess, which I refer to as the life force. Nodding in encouragement for him to continue, his grandparents urged him on. Yang paused momentarily, taking a breath, and veiled the concept of his life space, presenting it instead as an innate ability. This power felt as if it were a natural part of him, continuously transforming his body, rendering him stronger and more vigorous, seemingly enhancing his lineage as well. Moreover, each year, it appeared capable of producing seeds of this power, which could be bestowed upon others. This force brimmed with vibrant life, and the seeds of life force I had cultivated seemed to endow me with the longevity and strength akin to that of a dragon. Even now, I have yet to fully comprehend the methods of harnessing this power. The life force surrounding me danced with exuberance, resembling a magical essence, capable of bestowing strength upon dragons and others alike. The king and queen had regained their composure, listening intently to their grandson's account. With each revelation, their astonishment grew, transforming into euphoria upon learning that the life force could prolong life and strengthen bloodlines, an opportune moment for their family's ascendance. Yet, ultimately, he regained his composure. The king, deep in thought, unexpectedly posed a question. Young Egan, such power cannot merely possess advantages. Surely there must be some limitations, otherwise, would it not defy the very heavens? Egan was taken aback, for it is common for any monarch to overlook certain nuances when presented with the prospect of extended life. As who would not relish the allure of prolonged existence? He nodded, resolving to speak candidly without unveiling the conditions of the life space, and replied earnestly, "Grandfather, there are indeed ramifications. The first pertains to the life force, the magical energy that flows around me, which can gradually enhance those to whom I bestow such power. Aside from the relatively slow process of bestowal, there are no other repercussions. The second is the life force seed I have created. This seed allows an individual to temporarily attain 4/5 of my physical prowess. As time progresses, their capabilities will incrementally improve alongside my own. Yet they will forever remain slightly inferior to me. Furthermore, those who receive this power will gradually develop a loyalty towards me." The king and queen exchanged knowing glances, for it was evident that power easily obtained would inevitably bear some constraints. Much like dragons, one must possess the bloodline of a dragon king to wield dominion over them. After hearing this, the king fell into deep contemplation. Power and life are coveted by all, and this presented a momentous opportunity for their formidable family to surpass the ancient Govalyria. He pondered how to navigate the choices surrounding this power. Unable to restrain his curiosity, the king inquired once more, "Young Egan, what do you mean by loyalty in relation to the second type of power? Does it imply that those who accept this power become mere puppets, subject to manipulation?" Egan, having observed those endowed with the second type of power, noted their unwavering loyalty, yet recognized they still experienced their own emotions. With certainty, he responded, "Grandfather, while those endowed with my second type of power become exceedingly loyal to me, I have bestowed this upon certain individuals within my domain. Through my observations, I can attest that they retain their own emotions, joys, and sorrows. Beyond that, there are no other concerns. What a remarkable power this is," the king murmured to himself, his heart in turmoil. As a sovereign, his worldview had been reshaped yet again today, and the impact on his psyche was profound. This reflection led him to recall Bellerin. He vividly remembered the tragic sight of Princess Arya returning to King's Landing atop the wounded Bellerin. The moment he first beheld the injured princess and the dragon, he comprehended that even the mightiest dragons were not invulnerable. The most powerful dragon of their lineage could also sustain wounds. During its period of injury, the searing blood flowed like a volcanic eruption, causing the old dragon to struggle for decades to regain its senses. By the time Aegon was born, the ancient dragon had regained its vitality and grown even stronger. Additionally, during Aegon's birth, his daughter Elise nearly perished but miraculously survived, not only recovering swiftly, but also flourishing in health. All of this transformation could be attributed to Aegon, prompting the king to reflect once more on Aegon's remarkable composure since childhood. The king exchanged a serious glance with the queen, who then spoke, "Young Aegon, you possess such extraordinary abilities, and we have prepared ourselves for this revelation." Upon hearing this, Aegon, with utmost sincerity, replied, "Indeed. It is through the heartfelt guidance of my grandparents and the warmth of my family that I am able to articulate these thoughts. By voicing them, I feel an immense sense of relief, for harboring a secret is no trivial matter. Today, in sharing this, I feel as though I have attained freedom." The king and queen nodded in understanding, the king beaming with a smile as he earnestly inquired, "Young Aegon, in what ways have you applied these powers?" Aegon retracted the life force he had been emanating, responding with ease, "My abilities are primarily utilized in the guard I have assembled. During my time in King's Landing, I studied numerous valuable texts, combining the knowledge I acquired to develop an exceptionally effective training regimen, coupled with unique magical prowess. I aim to cultivate a formidable guard through prolonged training. Considering the need for discipline and loyalty within the military, I have made certain amendments to the original training methods, instilling a sense of loyalty to House Targaryen. Although the revised regimen is considerably weaker than the original, it is more beneficial to our family." The king and queen wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that extraordinary power can often attract those with inflated ambitions. Chapter 51. The choice after a series of inquiries. The king seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. "Then let me experience this life force. I wish to witness its wonders." The queen, standing nearby, appeared troubled. Her expression conflicted as she cautiously asked, "J. Harries, are you certain you wish to accept the life force and magical seed created by young Aegon?" The king replied calmly, "Naturally. While there may be limitations, the path to strength lies here. I cannot easily forsake this opportunity." Observing the king's tranquil demeanor, the queen felt a wave of nostalgia, reminiscent of their struggles decades ago against their uncle Maegor, when the king exuded similar wisdom that captivated her deeply. As partners who had weathered adversity together, the queen, seeing the king's unwavering resolve, stated, "In that case, I shall join you in accepting this life force seed." Both prepared to embrace the magical seed forged by Aegon. leaving him momentarily taken aback as he sensed the weight of their gaze and quickly regained his composure. The king gazed at the bewildered Yang, a hint of intrigue in his voice as he spoke. "What is it? Are you surprised?" Yang scratched his head, nodding earnestly. The king continued, "Child, there is no need for you to overthink this. As a member of our family, would you ever wish to harm us? The very fact that you can voice your thoughts indicates that you feel our affection for you, suggesting that you are indeed willing to accept it. If that is the case, why should we not embrace your goodwill? Why dwell on so many uncertainties?" Listening to the king's words, Yang was profoundly moved. However, given the deep trust his grandparents had placed in him, he could not afford to hesitate. He swiftly immersed his consciousness into the realm of life, observing as the space gradually expanded, continually absorbing the life force surrounding it. It nurtured the life tree at the center of the small land, which seemed to take root in the void, drawing in external energies while reciprocating with a purer life force, establishing a robust cycle. He communicated through his spirit whether the life force seeds could reclaim loyalty. The life tree at the center quickly conveyed that this was an inherent ability and could not be discarded. Yang nodded with a tinge of regret. Just as he was about to withdraw, the life tree swayed its branches, transmitting another message. As the master of this life space, Yang could create combat energy seeds. Unlike the life force seeds, which foster unwavering loyalty, these seeds would foster a sense of closeness to Yang, their creator. Surprised by this sudden revelation, Yang promptly expressed his desire to create 2 combat energy seeds. The life tree swayed gently, and within the space, 2 whirlpools of life force emerged. The more refined life energy that lingered around the life tree was continuously compressed, ultimately forming 2 orbs resembling elixirs, exuding a pure essence of life. He was well acquainted with the attributes of these 2 combat energy seeds. While their effects were not as potent as those of the life force seeds, they could still absorb the wandering energies of the external world. Their limitations were relatively minor. Although the enhancement of the physical and mental attributes of those endowed with the seeds would occur at a slower pace than with Yang, the absence of loyalty constraints would merely result in a stronger affinity and fondness towards him. Yang immediately withdrew his consciousness, observing the serene expressions of the king and queen before him. "Well then, grandfather and grandmother, I shall commence." "Proceed, my child," they responded, their faces calm as they awaited his action. With a flicker of his mind, Yang produced the 2 combat energy seeds and infused them into the bodies of the royal couple. Moments later, the pure life force began to manifest its effects within them, absorbing the surrounding energies and progressively enhancing and refining their physical and mental faculties. After a few minutes, the lines on the faces of the 2 individuals began to gradually diminish. Egan, wielding his formidable mental prowess, cast a subtle glance and observed that the effects of the Dookie seed were extraordinary. Both the king and the queen exhibited no discomfort. Instead, within a mere few moments, they experienced a doubling of their physical capabilities beyond the limits of ordinary mortals. Slowly, the king and the queen opened their eyes, feeling the abundant vitality coursing through their bodies, as if they had reverted to their youth, brimming with inexhaustible energy. Both displayed satisfied smiles, their gazes towards Egan becoming increasingly amiable. Egan beheld the 2 elders, whose excitement resembled that of children. After this initial thrill, they composed themselves. The king was the first to speak, stating, "Young Egan, you have indeed given us a tremendous surprise. I never anticipated that the magical seed, referred to as the seed of life, would be so miraculous. It surpasses even your descriptions of its effects, proving to be even more exceptional." The queen, her face aglow with joy, remarked, "My child, you have bestowed upon us a second chance at life." The king continued, "Let us refrain from sharing today's events for the time being, as they are too astonishing. As for the inhabitants of King's Landing within our family, you need not inform them just yet. Let us wait for a while. Are you not currently training a formidable army? If you are confident in your ability to cultivate a strong force, feel free to intensify your efforts and train as many as possible." He then glanced at the dragon eggs stored nearby, reminding Egan, "Do not forget about these dragon eggs. Ensure they are safely secured. Once a mighty dragon lays eggs, aside from one that shall be bestowed upon the offspring, all others will be collected and entrusted to you." Egan nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that it would not be a problem. In his mind, a wild idea began to take shape: the establishment of a dragon knight army, a thought that intensified with fervor. "Grandfather, grandmother, I have an immature idea that I wish to propose. I wonder if it is feasible?" In an exceptionally good mood, the king nonchalantly replied, "Whatever good idea you have, do not hesitate to share it. Only through discussion can we discover its potential." Egan surveyed all the dragon eggs, his expression earnest and articulated. Grandfather, grandmother, could we possibly form an army composed of dragons? To create an immensely powerful cadre of dragon knights. Akin to the formation of the White Knights many years ago. The king and queen were visibly taken aback, clearly astonished by this proposition, for they understood all too well the ramifications of possessing dragons. This could be evidenced from the era of mage, where families with dragons experienced devastating civil wars. The king and queen recalled the tragic fate of their brother Egan and the dragon Shanin, who perished beneath the shadow of Balerion. Had it not been for Mage's sudden demise, their family would have faced an even more catastrophic dragon war. This realization heightened the king's vigilance, leading him to ensure that each dragon egg was meticulously documented. Aside from their own kin, no other bloodlines or illegitimate offspring from Dragonstone would be permitted the opportunity to wield dragons. Even the dragon lairs in King's Landing were under the vigilant watch of the Dragon Guard. Thus, they gazed thoughtfully at Aegon regarding the matter at hand. Finally, the king struck the table decisively, stating, "There is no need for haste in this affair. First, nurture your army. Though we are aware that the forces you cultivate will ultimately pledge unwavering loyalty, I cannot shake a sense of apprehension. Let us set this aside for now and revisit it after the upcoming tournament." The queen interjected, "My child, while we are eager to support you, remember that it is the dragon lords who have experienced such trials. You must understand that only a Targaryen can bring ruin to another Targaryen, just as dragons can vanquish dragons." Aegon, acknowledging the weight of history, refrained from rebuttal, for he possessed some knowledge of this narrative, albeit limited by the sparse records within the Red Keep. Chapter 52. The meeting, initially intending to revel for several more days, the sudden developments compelled them to rest only one night. At dawn, the king and queen insisted on escorting Aegon to King's Landing. In the crisp morning air, 3 majestic dragons soared skyward, their roars resonating with the winds. Balerion grasped a colossal chest with one claw, effortlessly dragging it beneath him as if it bore no weight, thereby maintaining his swift flight. Following the previous day's discussions with the king and queen, they resolved to keep this matter under wraps until after the tournament. Reluctantly, Aegon produced 300,000 golden dragons, earmarking the funds for the tournament's organization. Given the considerable distances between the lords, messages would need to be relayed by Raven, suggesting that the event might not occur until the following year, perfectly allowing Aegon the time to develop the necessary infrastructure, as his city's construction remained incomplete. However, bolstered by the king's promise to recruit additional commoners, Aegon's urban development plans began to accelerate alongside the burgeoning population. The realm was overseen by Dis and the others whom he had imbued with the essence of life, granting him peace of mind regarding the safety and progress of his lands. He consented to accompany the king and queen to King's Landing and attend the forthcoming meeting. Soon, the 3 dragons swiftly traversed the Kingswood, crossing the Blackwater River to arrive at Dragonstone in the Rainey's Hills. After securing the dragons, with the assistance of the dragon guards, the largest chest was swiftly hoisted onto a carriage. Aegon, along with the king and queen, boarded a lavish carriage that would take them to the Red Keep, the epicenter of power. Awaiting their arrival at the entrance of the Red Keep were numerous lords, including Prince Aemon, Prince Balon, and the captain of the King's Kingsguard, Ser Gerald. They had likely heard the dragons' roars as they passed overhead, prompting them to greet the king and queen promptly, despite the hurried circumstances. The carriage came to a steady halt before the assembly, and Aegon, as a respectful scion, graciously opened the carriage door and lifted the curtain for the king and queen. Although the king and queen had possessed the dragon seed for merely a day, the essence they absorbed from the surrounding magic had rejuvenated them, shedding years from their visages and erasing the weariness that had once marked their features. As the king and queen made their entrance, the assembly expressed their astonishment, only to quickly regain their composure and bow respectfully, addressing them as Your Majesty, the Queen, and Prince Aegon. Despite their surprise, the two, as sons, maintained their decorum. Gaius, the captain of the Iron Guard, fulfilling his duty, after offering his greetings, promptly positioned himself behind the king to safeguard him. However, as the longest-serving captain, he could not help but notice that the king appeared to have regained decades of youth, and his aura had grown more formidable. In truth, Gaius's observations were not unfounded, as the seeds of martial energy continuously absorbed external forces. They nourished both the king and queen, rendering them ever more robust and youthful. Aemon, the Prince of Dragonstone and their third child, was acutely aware of his parents' condition. Although he noticed the changes they had undergone, he opted for silence, refraining from inquiries. Balon was similarly reticent, choosing not to delve into the matters concerning his beloved parents and brother. Not only did Balon possess extraordinary courage, but he also wielded considerable wisdom, which had enabled him to ascend to the position of Hand of the King. Aemon seemed indifferent to the transformations of the king and queen, deliberately avoiding the topic. Your Majesty, weren't you both on a tour of the continent? Is there something urgent? The king waved his hand dismissively, replying, not at all. In fact, there is good news. Balon followed closely behind, casting a questioning glance at his brother, who merely shrugged in response. Frustrated by Aemon's nonchalance, Balon gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, to which Aemon responded with an air of indifference. He then whispered to Balon, Father, if you continue this way, be wary. I might inform Mother that you are disregarding parental dignity and resorting to threats against her son. Just imagine how she would react. Upon hearing this, Aemon raised an eyebrow playfully, while Balon shivered at the thought. You had best not tell your mother, otherwise you shall experience the might of a father's love. The queen observed this exchange, a smile gracing her lips, feeling deeply gratified by such familial harmony. The king, engrossed in conversation with Aemon, remained oblivious to the interactions behind him. Aemon, during this excursion with your mother, we visited your nephew's domain, and it was truly an eye-opener. Your nephew possesses remarkable abilities. He has managed his territory with exceptional skill and is constructing a grand castle. The various enterprises he has initiated would make anyone envious, even me. I dare say he is wealthier than the Iron Throne itself. Look, he has provided 300,000 golden dragons for the upcoming tournament, celebrating my 45 years on the Iron Throne, while also seeking suitable matches for Balon's first and second sons. I have already arranged the marriage for Viserys, which is with the daughter of the Duke of the Vale, Emma Arryn, who is the sister of your sister, Daenerys. Upon hearing this, Aemon did not reveal any emotion. Instead, he nodded seriously and remarked, Indeed, the daughter of my sister Daenerys is quite suitable. This union would greatly benefit both the Vale and the Iron Throne, and we have ample time to prepare. With 6 months ahead of us, he inquired whether their father had already decided upon the venue for the ceremony. The king nodded earnestly, affirming, Indeed, I have conceived an excellent idea in my mind, and my intention is already set. However, we must convene a council to discuss the proceedings. Aemon recalled his nephew Aegon, who had returned with the queen, and glanced back at the father and son engaged in conversation, internally confirming the location the king had chosen. Yet, a tinge of concern prompted him to ask, Is Aegon's castle still under construction? Will it be ready in time? The king slowed his pace slightly and replied gently, Do not underestimate this lad. His lands are currently sheltering many refugees, and due to their financial prosperity, his territory is undergoing rapid transformation, which even I envy. I am certain that once Aegon's castle is completed, the queen and I will likely spend more time there than in this foul city of King's Landing. The ministers following Aemon listened to the king's assessment of the capital, their faces displaying awkward yet polite smiles. What could they say? Should they admonish the king for his remarks about his own capital, or suggest that it was their incompetence that led to such a situation? Chapter 53. The decision. As the murmurs behind him suddenly quieted, the king observed his ministers exchanging glances, unsure of how to respond. After all, King's Landing had developed over nearly a century from a small fishing village to its current state, thanks to the conqueror's decisions and the burgeoning population. The rapid increase in population had given rise to numerous slums and squalid conditions, which even the reformed city guard struggled to manage. The accumulation of waste, garbage, and the improper construction of drainage systems, compounded by the city's vastness, had resulted in the current predicament. Fortunately, Aegon's Red Keep, perched on a hill overlooking Blackwater Bay, benefited from its elevated position, somewhat mitigating the unpleasant odors that plagued the southern part of King's Landing. The ministers, well aware of the situation, wisely chose to remain silent rather than provoke the king's ire. With the discussion stilled, their pace quickened slightly. Aegon, who had been enjoying a pleasant conversation with his father, was affected by the surrounding atmosphere, prompting the father and son duo to pause. Swiftly traversing the front garden and ascending the rather narrow staircase, he arrived at the throne hall, the grand chamber that houses the Iron Throne, capable of accommodating over 1,000 souls. The king, a rare sight upon this formidable seat that has withstood the reigns of 4 monarchs, settled into the Iron Throne, crafted from the swords of vanquished lords by the conqueror himself. This throne, a symbol of dominion, is forged from nearly 1,000 blades, melted down by the infamous Black Death using its vile essence. Due to its recent creation, certain edges remain perilously sharp. It is said that the former Maester met his demise upon this very throne. The conqueror's original intent was to instill a sense of vigilance in the future kings, urging them to approach Westeros with rationality rather than indulgence. As the king gently took his place upon the Iron Throne, his authority seemed to amplify, while the queen stood beside him, a rare occurrence. The assembled lords and dignitaries bowed slightly, and as the foremost among them, Maester Baelish stepped forward, inclining his head with a troubled expression. "Your Majesty," he began. "Recent tidings from across the Narrow Sea suggest that the Kingdom of the Three Daughters has formed an alliance and is actively recruiting a considerable number of mercenaries. The previously chaotic, disputed territories now appear to be divided into three factions. Tyrosh, Myr, and Lys have secretly allied against Volantis in the east. Furthermore, the Stepstones have descended into further turmoil, plagued by rampant piracy, seemingly orchestrated by the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. The vessels trading with King's Landing have been significantly affected. Fortunately, Lord Corlys Velaryon, representing both his family's fleet and the Royal Navy, has managed to mitigate the spate of piracy through diligent efforts, forcing many marauders to retreat to their isles. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of the Three Daughters is vigorously preparing for war, enlisting more soldiers than ever before, sharpening their blades for impending conflict. This matter has been a source of considerable concern for me, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this news, the king displayed no surprise, for he had long anticipated the eventual alliance of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. However, he had not foreseen their audacity in recruiting such a formidable force of troops and mercenaries. "We must remain vigilant," he remarked. "Their large-scale mobilization, while impressive, will require time for training. They may be preparing to confront Volantis, or perhaps they intend to challenge us. We must be on our guard." Baelish nodded earnestly, continuing, "Indeed, Your Majesty, we should proceed with caution." At that moment, the queen, rarely speaking up, interjected, "I possess a general understanding of the situation. According to intelligence gathered by the Iron Throne's network, several skirmishes have already erupted between Volantis and the Kingdom of the Three Daughters in the disputed territories. Volantis, as you all know, proclaims itself the eldest daughter of Valyria, having been the first to rebel against Valyria following its cataclysmic downfall. Their leaders often belong to the factions of the Green and Gold parties, individuals with grand ambitions to bring these three city-states under their dominion. Thus, control over the vital maritime routes of the Stone Steppes archipelago is established. It is anticipated that war may soon erupt, as turmoil continues to plague the opposite shore, which is overwhelmed by unrest, with many from Slave Bay being discovered amidst the chaos. The king and his ministers are deep in contemplation, harboring no doubts regarding the queen's words, for she, who now commands the intelligence network of the Iron Throne, possesses knowledge beyond their grasp. Additionally, some of this intelligence can be gleaned from the merchants engaged in trade across the strait. As the Minister of Naval Affairs, Corlys, a seasoned navigator of the Narrow Sea and the Summer Sea, rightfully earns the moniker of Sea Serpent, a title reflective of his extraordinary qualities. He embodies unparalleled courage and a spirit of adventure, attributes indispensable for one who dares the ocean's depths. Much like the creature he is named after, the sea serpent lurks in the shadows, delivering lethal strikes to its prey. Corlys is no different, which explains his rise to the position of minister at such a young age, and his status as the son-in-law to Daemon. Initially, Corlys intended to dissuade the king from hosting the tournament on the island of Driftmark, yet upon witnessing the resolute expressions of both the king and queen, he realized the futility of his intentions and quietly suppressed his thoughts. He chose to stand behind Daemon, minimizing his presence, for once a decision has been made, no amount of contemplation could alter its course. Furthermore, the old king's authority has only intensified, exuding an air of command that compels respect as he occupies the Iron Throne. When the king observed that no further contributions were forthcoming, he decisively proclaimed, "Given that the opposite shore is in disarray, aside from reinforcing our forces, we shall refrain from involvement, especially in light of the capriciousness demonstrated by the free cities. Let them engage in their turmoil, as long as it does not affect us. We shall simply monitor their movements." Pausing momentarily, the king turned to the Minister of Finance, saying, "Lord Lyman Beesbury, you shall manage the finances for this tournament. The total allocation amounts to 300,000 golden dragons, which should suffice for your needs. Do not let Prince Daemon's generosity go to waste." Lord Beesbury, bowing respectfully, replied, "I assure you, Your Majesty, I will not disappoint. I shall oversee the expenditures meticulously, ensuring that each coin is spent judiciously, honoring the goodwill of Prince Daemon." Upon hearing the minister's response, the king's gaze shifted to Daemon in the corner, who feigned ignorance, merely shifting slightly behind his father. "Daemon," the king continued, "once the minister arrives in your domain, you must ensure proper oversight. Also, do not forget our agreement. since the tournament is to be hosted in your territory. You must safeguard its integrity. As for your merchandise, should the sales double, remember to allocate a 10% profit to the Iron Throne, while the remainder is yours to manage as you see fit. Realizing he could no longer evade the conversation, Demon stepped forward, acknowledging, "Yes, your majesty." The king's words were not solely directed at Aegon, but rather addressed to all the ministers present, including his son. Chapter 54. The Reformation Plan. The assembled nobles, along with Balon and Prince Aemon of Dragonstone, were struck with incredulity. They were not fools. They were well aware that Aegon had produced a plethora of goods on the Windwater Peninsula, which had been thriving in the capital, King's Landing, leading to a situation of overwhelming demand. As lords, they had undoubtedly conducted their private inquiries. Had it not been for Aegon's possession of the kingdom's most formidable dragon, Vhagar, and Aemon's stern prohibitions, they might have already engaged in covert actions. As they pondered, the king continued, "In that case, BAS, send ravens to the lords." It was likely that the distant north and south would require considerable time to reach King's Landing. It would be more prudent to direct them to the Windwater Peninsula, Aegon's domain. By the time they arrived, Aegon would have made significant progress in developing his lands. BAS, as Prime Minister and the king's trusted aide, had no objections and nodded in agreement. "I shall dispatch the ravens immediately, your majesty." However, should we ascertain the precise timeline? Perhaps they should arrive by March of next year, which gives them over 6 months to prepare, as it is currently only June. We must also allow young Aegon sufficient time, correct? The king turned to Aegon. "Would you not agree, young Aegon?" Aegon, of course, had no objections. "Indeed, your majesty. I shall return to my lands at dawn the day after tomorrow to oversee the progress of their construction." The king nodded, then glanced at his own son, Balon, and Aemon. "Balon, the security of King's Landing must not falter. Seek to learn from your brother Aegon. I find his method of establishing a guard for his territory quite commendable. You may select a contingent of young men to travel to his lands for training." Balon appeared somewhat perplexed, first glancing at his son, then at the serious expressions of the king and Aemon. He hastily nodded and replied, "As your majesty decrees. So shall it be. However, how many young men are we to gather?" The king turned to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lord Linman Pike, inquiring, "What sum can the Iron Throne allocate?" As the Chancellor, Lord Linman Pike oversaw a portion of the Iron Throne's finances dedicated to development. Reflecting on the available funds, he stepped forward with a pained expression, "Your Majesty, based on our current finances, we cannot summon too many young men." Although the kingdom had enjoyed a prolonged period of peace, leading to a notable increase in various revenues, after accounting for expenditures on supplies, maintaining the castles, dragon lairs, armor, weapons, and the ongoing costs of the army, a significant portion of the gold dragons had already been spent. Furthermore, the expenses for feeding the dragons constituted a considerable burden. The king listened attentively, without impatience, yet ultimately inquired, "Then, how many gold dragons can the Iron Throne feasibly allocate?" "Your Majesty, to prevent a sudden outbreak of war that might leave us short of gold, the Iron Throne can likely spare around 200,000 gold dragons." The king had never anticipated such poverty, realizing he could only muster 200,000 golden dragons. Nevertheless, with a glimmer of hope, he inquired, "Is this a one-time sum or an annual allocation?" Count Lyn Mambus Burley responded with a hint of trepidation, "It is an annual sum, your majesty." The king's eyes brightened. He had initially believed it to be a one-time payment, but to his astonishment, it would be dispersed annually. Given the circumstances, he estimated that around 100,000 could be allocated each year, unexpectedly doubling the amount. "Is this truly the case? I recall that based on the revenue surrounding King's Landing, such a sum seemed implausible," he remarked. Count Lyn Mambus Burley nodded earnestly, stating, "Indeed, your majesty. The Iron Throne has significantly bolstered revenue, thanks in no small part to the various commodities developed by Prince Aegon. These goods have attracted numerous merchants from across the narrow sea, greatly enhancing King's Landing's prosperity. In just a few months, the city has flourished even more. Of course, if not for the overwhelming stench, the growth could have been even greater." "Is that so?" The king mused, stroking his chin in contemplation, then muttered to himself. He turned to his heir, Aemon, with an inquisitive expression. "Aemon, what are your thoughts on this matter?" As a prince who would spend considerable time in King's Landing, Aemon had naturally taken notice of these issues. After a moment's reflection in response to the king's query, he replied, "Your Majesty, the current state of King's Landing has persisted since the Conqueror's time, nearly a century. Addressing it would require substantial golden dragons. To improve this situation, we must tackle the flea-infested areas and slums within the city. However, due to the sheer size of King's Landing, this endeavor would undoubtedly present challenges and could even incite panic among the populace. The king, lacking a solution himself, surveyed the assembled ministers, noting their bowed heads. Amidst the crowd, he spotted Aegon, standing nonchalantly. Aegon sensed the scrutiny and turned to meet the gaze of the king and queen, who regarded him with smiles. Before he could gather his thoughts, the king inquired directly, "Young Aegon, do you have any viable suggestions? Do share them with us." Aegon felt an urge to slap himself, regretting his wandering gaze. Yet, aware of the king's inquiry and his own dissatisfaction with King's Landing's environment, he steeled himself and said, "Your Majesty, I do have an immature idea, though I am uncertain if I may share it." The king replied assertively, "Speak your mind boldly. Your grandfather is here." After a nod of agreement, Aegon began to outline his thoughts, his demeanor lightening as he continued. "The first suggestion is to establish farms and to lift the restrictions preventing commoners from entering the royal hunting grounds. Within a certain scope, we shall facilitate the relocation of all commoners from King's Landing to the opposite bank of the Blackwater River, allowing them to form agricultural communities comprising 100 to 200 individuals. They will engage in land cultivation and the planting of crops, which we, the Iron Throne, shall uniformly collect and compensate them with a modest sum of gold. Surely, these commoners, yearning for a stable livelihood, will be eager to participate. Once they secure a steady income, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of other commoners, who, upon receiving word of their success, will spontaneously organize themselves. Initially, we shall provide some assistance, but eventually, they will yield a continuous supply of grain for us. This harvest can be utilized for our own needs or sold in the north, where large quantities of grain are difficult to procure. The second approach involves the reconstruction of drainage systems to manage pollutants. Much like the copper pipes we have already installed, we could consider utilizing stones to fashion drainage outlets along the sides of the roads, directing waste directly into the Blackwater River or Blackwater Bay. The third method is rather straightforward. We shall offer employment opportunities to the commoners, spearheaded by the Iron Throne, providing them with a daily wage and sustenance. We will demolish the slums and shanty towns, and during the reconstruction, we shall ensure proper sewage management. Although the initial investment may be substantial, it will provide work for the populace, and we will promise them new accommodations afterward, which will surely be welcomed by the commoners. King and ministers gazed at Aegon in astonishment, with Balon rendered utterly speechless, as if seeing his son for the first time. In Chapter 55, Aegon articulated 3 remarkably simple proposals, yet these ideas left the assembly in disbelief, their expressions reflecting incredulity. Not only the king and queen upon the throne, but also various ministers, including his father and uncle, exhibited profound surprise. They finally comprehended how Aegon managed to establish a remarkably prosperous domain in a mere few months. Some attendees expressed incredulity, while others revealed deep unease. However, those with ulterior motives, upon contemplating the line of succession, exhaled with relief, realizing that this prodigious youth would not pose a threat to their aspirations for the throne. Aegon's father and uncle regarded him with excitement. Aegon, selectively disregarding the gazes of those around him, continued, "These are my immature suggestions, of course, and they can be integrated together." Aemon, as the heir, humbly smiled at his nephew and inquired, "Aegon, these are all excellent methods. Any one of them could rejuvenate King's Landing. Which do you believe would be most advantageous for its revitalization?" Looking at his inquisitive uncle, Aegon patiently replied, "If we seek immediate results, I would recommend combining the first and second methods, as they would entail relatively lower expenditures. However, if one wishes to rejuvenate King's Landing, one may opt for the first and third methods. After all, the city is plagued by numerous ill-conceived structures that mar its appearance, and these impoverished areas frequently correlate with elevated crime rates. Should we succeed in ameliorating the current state through judicious planning, not only would the city attain a more streamlined and stable demeanor, but it would also attract a greater influx of newcomers." Aemon could not help but exclaim, "Aegon, I truly marvel at your ingenuity. It seems the adults present are outmatched by your insights, which are immensely beneficial to the Iron Throne." Aegon merely scratched his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Who does not relish praise? Count Lyman Beesbury, serving as the master of coin, interjected with a query, "Prince Aegon, I must commend you on your excellent proposals. However, the Iron Throne has already allocated 200,000 gold dragons for military recruitment. It may prove challenging to procure additional funds in the near term. Your Highness's methods, I presume, will also demand considerable financial resources, and the expenses incurred prior to their fruition could be substantial, not to mention the anticipated depletion of provisions. Aegon nodded in agreement, stating, expenditure is indeed inevitable, without investment. The prosperity of King's Landing cannot be fostered. The king, queen, and those present were momentarily taken aback. It was their first encounter with the notion that spending could lead to prosperity. Despite the wealth of the Iron Bank across the narrow sea in Braavos, they were oblivious to its operational intricacies, only aware that gold dragons could be borrowed at seemingly exorbitant interest rates. Braavos, a burgeoning city-state that emerged over the past century, had abolished slavery and was home to the renowned assassin guild, the Faceless Men. Their economic practices were remarkably advanced, flourishing in various sectors, and they commanded a formidable fleet. While the Targaryens possessed dragons, they could not underestimate the prowess of Braavos' naval might. In contemporary times, Braavos maintained a low profile, consisting of refugees from Valyria, well acquainted with dragons, thus wary of provoking their wrath. It is truly astonishing to consider that such a young child as Aegon possesses such profound knowledge and can proffer such commendable strategies in a council meeting. Naturally, while some proposals may incur costs, the assembly could not help but ponder this fact. Aegon glanced at the kind expressions of the king and queen before surveying those around him. He then proclaimed a stirring declaration, since this plan originates from me, and my desire is to see King's Landing flourish, I shall provide funds to the Iron Throne to implement these proposals. Upon uttering these words, the throne room erupted in lively discussion, with ministers eagerly engaging in conversation. Prince Aegon is exceedingly generous, they exclaimed. Indeed, indeed. Aemon surveyed the chaotic scene and immediately raised his voice, addressing the assembly. Esteemed lords, please maintain silence. This is the throne room, not a flea market. Apologies, your highness. Upon hearing Aemon's reprimand, the crowd quickly fell silent. Observing the sudden tranquility of the throne hall, Aemon turned to his nephew, who stood just slightly shorter than himself, and earnestly said, Aegon, will your financial contribution prove too burdensome? Your territory is still under construction, and you bear the significant responsibility of facilitating His Majesty's participation in the Iron Throne's 45th tournament. I fear that funding the proposed renovations for King's Landing may strain your resources. Aegon displayed a gentle smile and replied softly, Thank you for your concern, uncle. Although my finances may not compare to the immense wealth of House Velaryon or the famed Golden Lion of the West, I can still manage to allocate some resources for the reconstruction of the military village. The king and queen, witnessing such a harmonious exchange, felt genuine joy. The king then spoke, Aemon, rest assured, since Aegon has committed funds, the Iron Throne has no reason to withhold its support. If the Iron Throne can allocate 200,000 gold dragons for the recruitment of youth, I have decided to withdraw half of that amount to implement Aegon's proposal. Even with just 100,000 gold dragons, the Iron Throne can recruit approximately 5,000 able-bodied young men, coupled with the existing garrison of 3,200 in King's Landing. I believe this army will fulfill its duties admirably and uphold the honor of the Iron Throne. The king spoke with ease, then turned to Aegon below. I will take charge. Aegon need contribute a little less, as he has significant responsibilities. What do you think, young Aegon? Aegon could hardly contain his delight. Though he earned a substantial income, his expenses were considerable. With the king's endorsement, he naturally felt obliged to keep pace, responding with a relaxed demeanor. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. I will ensure that these young recruits receive superior training methods and provide them with a complete set of equipment, so that the Iron Throne may forge an indomitable army. A smile graced the king's face. He had not felt this lighthearted in some time, and neither had the queen. Aegon had brought him numerous pleasant surprises, despite also presenting a rather terrifying dream. However, this did not detract from the king's current happiness. This was also the reason behind his vigorous military expansion, for he held unwavering faith in Aegon. Not only had Aegon become proficient in magic, but the prophecies left by the Conqueror further reinforced his belief. Chapter 56. Time flies. June 92, during the Conqueror's reign. The simple meeting that Aegon had participated in gradually drew to a close. After the meeting, Colas, the Minister of Naval Affairs, requested an extended leave from the king to attend to his pregnant wife. Observing his distracted son-in-law, Aemon permitted him to leave once the king acquiesced. Prime Minister Both, due to his advanced age, seldom spoke at the assembly. However, the king, retaining his trust in this long-time confidant, dismissed queries regarding the selection of a younger successor. In the king's own words, my prime minister remains wise and capable of providing sound counsel to his sovereign. He is my most loyal companion and steadfast supporter. As for the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Earl Linman Bisberry, Though relatively new in his position, he enjoyed the king's confidence, which facilitated his management of the royal finances with remarkable ease. During the conference, with the support of the king and queen, as well as his uncle, Prince Aemon of Dragonstone, and his father, Commander Belron, the proposal put forth by Egan was adopted. The king resolved to allocate 100,000 golden dragons each month for the development of the foul-smelling city. He instructed Egan to draft a master plan, allowing him a fortnight for investigation, during which he would work alongside the Chancellor to oversee initial efforts. Once the renovation was underway, the Chancellor would assume control. Meanwhile, Egan was tasked with returning to the Windyish Peninsula with 5,000 newly recruited young men. On the day the meeting concluded, Egan paid visits to his mother, Alyssa, and his two elder brothers. Since acquiring their dragons, his brothers rarely remained in King's Landing, often soaring across the continent on their majestic beasts. At times, Egan found himself envious of them. Despite holding nominal positions within the city's garrison, they delegated nearly all responsibilities to their subordinates, who dared not refuse. Consequently, their father, Belron, admonished them on several occasions, leading them to show some restraint. Under their father's insistence, they diligently pursued knowledge and trained the members of their garrison. Upon learning of Egan's return, his brothers eagerly set aside their affairs to greet him. This time, their father refrained from comment, merely shaking his head in disbelief, occasionally expressing his perplexity to his wife, Alyssa. As the elder sons, how can they fall short of their younger sibling? I am at a loss as to whether to rejoice or lament. Upon hearing this, Alyssa administered a severe reprimand to Belron, leaving him bedridden for several days. From that moment onward, Belron dared not utter a word on the subject. Egan commenced his observation of King's Landing, traversing every nook and cranny of the flea-infested and impoverished districts over the course of 10 days. During this period, had it not been for his extraordinary physical attributes enabling him to evade numerous aerial assaults, and his ability to suppress his sense of smell through certain techniques, he might have met an unfortunate end before his mission even began. However, the guards accompanying him were not as fortunate. Upon returning to the barracks, they were beset by nausea, their faces pale and drawn. While meticulously drafting the blueprints, Egan did not neglect to engage with the inhabitants of the slums. Initially, these individuals were vehemently opposed to him and resisted his efforts. However, through his persistent endeavors, wandering among them daily, sketching designs, and providing copious amounts of free food to those on the brink of starvation, he gradually won their favor by extolling the benefits of the proposed construction. The resistance from the people of the flea market softened, and although several confrontations arose during this period, they were fortunately not severe. Additionally, Egan had summoned a cavalry unit from his territory, comprising predominantly former residents of the slums, who were familiar with their erstwhile neighbors. Egan skillfully utilized his strengths, promising provisions, financial support, and housing, while the soldiers from the slums advocated for the project among their former acquaintances, spreading the word further. The original neighbors, witnessing these spirited individuals clad in knightly armor atop splendid steeds, could scarcely believe they hailed from the same destitute environment, had it not been for the recognition of those around them. When Egan had previously recruited from the flea market, many had adopted a wait-and-see attitude, only to later lament their missed opportunity with heartfelt regret. Among the inhabitants of the flea market were numerous astute individuals. Once they learned that the king intended to enhance their living conditions and provide employment, they spontaneously organized themselves without hesitation. Those who had been uncooperative, now under the formidable deterrence of military might, saw around 100 ringleaders of dissent depart. This shift led to a newfound cooperation, as the clever ones swiftly enlisted for the agricultural development work across the Blackwater River. With leaders in place, everything progressed smoothly. Furthermore, the costs incurred were slightly less than initially estimated. As the population of the flea market gradually diminished, the remaining individuals found themselves living better and more dignified lives, questioning who would wish to remain in such squalor. With the emergence of buildings along the outskirts of the imperial forest across the Blackwater River, hope was rekindled for the people of the flea market, and everything began to fall into place. The majority of the elderly and a small contingent of able-bodied young men were tasked with developing the farms on the opposite bank, while most of the young men were recruited to dismantle and clear the chaotic structures that had previously existed. Egan, riding his great dragon, spent 2 days circling the skies above the flea market in King's Landing, meticulously annotating every street and devising a coherent plan. After 12 days, he submitted his draft to his grandfather, having even optimized the mud doors port and city gates. This planning document, refined through collaboration with his scholars, set into motion the commencement of action. In the year of the Conqueror, July 92, after a month of diligent effort. The flea market and the vast majority of the slums were razed, with some valuable materials preserved while the useless debris was used to backfill the mud door port. Although Egan had spent a month in King's Landing, he remained ever vigilant regarding the development of his territory. The 5,000 able-bodied youths destined to become soldiers had already been brought back by Dis for training. Naturally, Egan could not let such free labor slip through his fingers. Upon completing their training, these individuals would receive a modest sum of money to contribute to the construction of the Windy Peninsula. Grateful for the financial support and the ample provisions provided by Egan, they harbored no grievances and were eager to work even harder. Across the Blackwater River, a vast expanse of farmland had been cultivated, with certain areas already sown with crops, tender shoots breaking through the soil. The king and queen gazed upon the ever-improving King's Landing, their hearts swelling with genuine joy. Chapter 57. Returning to the territory, Egan had successfully fulfilled his mission, bidding farewell to the king, queen, his parents, and 2 brothers before soaring back to the Windy Peninsula upon his mighty dragon. From the lofty heights, the once chaotic landscape of the peninsula had transformed. Fertile fields had emerged, separated by a network of roads crisscrossing the land. Along these thoroughfares, fully armed cavalry patrolled, maintaining order. The laborers in the fields nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing them, unperturbed by fear, a stark contrast to other lords who would often chastise farmers with a whip. In other realms, nobility was deemed sacred and untouchable, with commoners lacking the right to engage in discourse unless accompanied by formal titles. Here, however, peace reigned, and tranquility enveloped the land. The common folk of the Windy Peninsula enjoyed a genuine sense of serenity, as long as they toiled diligently in the fields. A promising future seemed within reach. With a commendable spirit prevailing, the populace approached the cultivation of farmland and nurturing of seedlings with exceptional dedication. Consequently, the tender shoots on the fertile fields were flourishing, swaying gracefully in the breeze. Even the earliest cultivated plots were now laden with bountiful harvests, the golden waves of grain rippling across the landscape. The initial settlers exhibited a markedly higher level of contentment compared to those who arrived later, their enthusiasm evident as they traversed the wheat fields, engaging in lively conversation. The imposing fortress, constructed against the backdrop of the canyon, revealed its majestic silhouette. Encompassed by towering walls, the structure appeared even grander than King's Landing itself, boasting a broad foundation and ascending layers of stonework. The battlements atop the walls were robustly built, tapering from a wide base to a narrower summit. Yet, even at its narrowest point, 5 fully armored knights could pass side by side. Egan's ambitious construction required a substantial allocation of manpower and resources. Thus, nearly all able-bodied youths recruited from the outset were engaged in building the city. Fortunately, the provision of simple pulley systems for transporting larger stones and timber significantly enhanced their efficiency. Moreover, there exists a formidable cohort of soldiers, each endowed with remarkable strength. Beyond their fundamental training, these soldiers are divided into 2 groups, taking turns to partake in the construction of the city. It is precisely due to their involvement that efficiency has markedly increased and the pace of urban development has accelerated. Within the city walls, thoroughfares and drainage channels have been established, with the sewage discharge system extending further afield. Utilizing the advantageous topography, Lord Egan has implemented a stratified sewage treatment approach. This significantly mitigated the risk of encountering unpleasant odors reminiscent of King's Landing. Additionally, he has meticulously planned for public restrooms to be constructed along every street to manage waste disposal. Initially, the populace found it difficult to adapt. In pursuit of a pristine environment, Egan intensified the penalties for public urination and defecation, resulting in job loss and hefty fines for offenders. After addressing several incidents, the residents gradually began to adhere to these regulations. Over time, they came to appreciate the benefits of this initiative, transforming their surroundings from a squalid abode into a realm of cleanliness and order, devoid of the fear of sudden aerial assaults. At the heart of the city, a vast square occupies 110% of the urban area, facing centrally towards a nearby mountain. This mountain, which lies within the city's confines, has already been substantially leveled, revealing the contours of the dragon's lair under construction. The Lord's Manor is situated adjacent to the dragon's den, separated only by a formidable city wall, which has been strategically designed to facilitate swift access to the dragon in case of emergencies. Although the lair has been completed, the dragon will not be permanently stationed there. Egan has no intention of employing chains to restrain the dragon, for any creature that has interacted with it will possess heightened intelligence and will not attack the inhabitants of the city without provocation. Due to the elevated position of the Lord's Manor, The path leading to it directly connects with the central square. The gentle gradient of this thoroughfare accommodates the passage of 20 fully armored knights side by side, with 2 staircases thoughtfully provided on either side. As the first structure to be erected, the Lord's Manor has undergone over 3 months of relentless construction and is nearing completion. Within its confines, the architecture is minimal, comprising merely the essential granary, armory, conference hall, and living quarters, all distinctly separated. Observing these nearly finished edifices from above, Li Geng nodded in satisfaction. After circling the skies on his dragon, Balerion, he descended onto the expansive grounds of the dragon's lair. There, knights had already prepared a feast of several plump cattle and sheep for Balerion, sufficient to satiate him partially. This illustrates the substantial financial investment required to rear a dragon. A burden Li Geng is fortunate enough to bear. Dis and Liren were already fully armed, awaiting the arrival of Li Geng, accompanied by a multitude of scholars who had subsequently joined them. These individuals had been bestowed with the seeds of life, a considerable expenditure of Dis's accumulated vitality. Yet this investment rendered the governance of the territory remarkably effortless for him. With a host of helpers at his disposal, he merely needed to issue commands. Upon Li Geng's arrival, the group organized itself to extend a warm welcome. Li Geng rose from his dragon saddle, and Balerion kindly bent down, his wings slightly inclined, allowing the conqueror Li Geng to gracefully descend. Dis bowed slightly, greeting, "Your Highness, welcome back." Li Geng approached and patted Dis on the shoulder, saying, "There's no need for such formalities. During my absence, you have tirelessly led everyone in fulfilling their duties." The crowd immediately responded with enthusiasm. "For your Highness. All service for your Highness. You have all done splendidly. I have witnessed your remarkable accomplishments. Sir Dis, remember to consider a raise for everyone at the year's end." Just as Dis was about to respond, Li Geng interjected, "This is the reward you all rightfully deserve. Let us return to the Lord's Manor. This is not the place for discussion." Dis nodded, and Liren, as perceptive as ever, promptly cleared the path for the group. After a brief moment, they passed through the walls that separated the dragon's lair from the Lord's Manor. At the entrance stood 10 fully armed soldiers on guard. Upon seeing Li Geng, they quickly placed their right hands over their hearts and bowed in salute. As the group passed through the gate, they entered a meticulously maintained garden. Inside, the walls were lined with patrols, each individual fully armed. Chapter 58. Steady development. Li Geng returned to the Lord's Manor, which had undergone a remarkable transformation in just a month. He could not help but marvel at the efficiency that comes with numbers. After a moment of appreciation, he took his seat at the head of the table, gazing at the subordinates who stood in 2 rows. "Please, take your seats. There is no need for formality." Upon hearing this, the group immediately complied without hesitation, taking their places in the seats on either side. Once everyone was seated, Li Geng surveyed the room and finally focused his attention on Dis in the front row, saying, "You have worked hard during this time. Recently, you conveyed through the Raven that you had learned of unexpected circumstances on the Stone Steps Islands from a merchant from Riss. You did not elaborate in your letter. Now, please share what you know." Dis took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding in a resonant voice. "Your Highness, the situation is as follows. A week ago, a longtime merchant partner, who regularly purchases soap from us, informed me that the pirates around the Stone Steps Islands have become increasingly audacious, seemingly under the influence of Tyros. According to the merchant, these pirates exhibit rather peculiar behavior. These pirates detain passing vessels for approximately a month, seizing half of the resources aboard merchant ships, and even taking half of the crew, regardless of whether the ship belongs to them. It appears these marauders are resolutely intent on establishing a foothold on this island, as evidenced by the billowing smoke seen from passing ships." After a brief pause, Dis continued, stating that according to the merchant, those who were plundered seemed to have been conscripted by the pirates to construct fortifications. In some distant areas, the landscape of the Stairs Islands is riddled with caves. Upon hearing this, Eggen stroked his chin, meticulously recalling the scene, as if he had encountered it before. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly remembered it was a scene featured in the drama House of the Dragon. Later, Demon had launched a campaign against these pirates. Although Demon possessed a dragon, the pirates had excavated numerous caves on the island, stockpiling resources. Once the dragon entered the fray, the pirates swiftly retreated into the caves, rendering the dragon's fire ineffective against them. This stalemate endured for quite some time, until Demon seemingly feigned surrender, seizing the opportunity to overcome them. Eggen was astonished that these individuals were preparing so swiftly. It was no wonder, after years of preparation, that they could withstand the onslaught of dragon fire. The changes on the Stairs Islands must be known to the king. However, he has not expressed any concern. Even Aemon, The Prince of Dragonstone and an uncle of the king has remained silent, suggesting that they are either well-informed or perhaps still unaware of the full situation. Since the king is not troubled, Aegon felt no need to unnecessarily fret. He merely needed to ascertain the facts. He resolved to select a group of astute individuals from the nearly trained army to serve as intelligence gatherers. This, given the significant changes occurring in the strait. It is only now that we have learned of them through the merchant, and we cannot ascertain their veracity. To prevent ignorance in the future, it seems imperative that we establish an intelligence unit. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Upon hearing this, Dis nodded in agreement. Recognizing the importance of intelligence as akin to vision, without it, one is effectively blind. Had they established an intelligence network earlier, they would not be left in the dark. Contemplating potential candidates, Dis recalled a particular young man he had recruited. Your Highness, your words remind me of someone. He has been the sharpest among the recruits since I began assembling the army, possessing a wealth of clever ideas and a keen instinct for gathering intelligence. As if he were born for this role. Oh, who is this remarkable young man who has garnered such high regard from you, the commander of the Windyish Peninsula forces? Your mention of him has piqued my curiosity, and I find myself eager to meet him. With a humble demeanor, Dis remarked, Your Highness, this is no exaggeration. This individual possesses genuine talent. After several months of relentless training, he has emerged as the most outstanding among us. Currently serving as the captain of a battalion under my command. He has not disappointed me, managing the battalion with remarkable organization. Moreover, his aptitude is the finest among this group, exhibiting an exceptionally rapid growth in his abilities. He is now capable of engaging in combat with some of the personnel who have consumed the seeds of life energy. He is merely a meeting with your Highness away from being bestowed with the seeds of life energy, thereby joining the ranks of the extraordinary. Those seated in the 2 rows had evidently heard of this individual and, unusually, refrained from voicing any objections, clearly convinced and smiling in unison. Li Geng stated, Given your remarkable capabilities, you shall indeed be granted the seeds of life energy, allowing you to join our esteemed ranks. Seize this opportunity and bring him forth. It would be ideal for him to independently form an intelligence team, selecting personnel from the army, preferably those who are astute and sensitive to information. Your Highness, please hold for a moment, Dis replied, turning to Lin behind him and instructing, Lin, go summon that lad to Sai. He is likely overseeing the patrols at present. Lin promptly responded, I shall do so at once, my lord. Li Geng, observing this, surmised that a brief wait would be necessary to meet this prodigious talent, and thus continued to inquire about the recent developments in the territory. How much has the population grown in the past month? Li Geng directed his question to the middle-aged man seated opposite Dis, a knowledgeable individual initially recruited for his expertise, who subsequently managed the records of population growth in the territory. The middle-aged man, unhurried, produced a ledger and handed it to Li Geng, stating earnestly, Your Highness, the recent population growth has not been substantial, likely due to your benevolent measures in Junlin City, which have led to a significant decrease in recruits from there. The majority have come from the surrounding villages or those who have fled the territory, now comprising the bulk of our population increase. Currently, we have recorded a total of 54,231 households and a population of 103,210, marking an increase of over 20,000 households and more than 40,000 individuals. Li Geng murmured to himself while perusing the dates of household registrations, glancing at the middle-aged man in surprise at his meticulous record-keeping, as well as the unexpected population surge. No wonder the construction progress has accelerated. He then pondered the capacity for self-sufficiency in grain production and inquired with curiosity, how much has the crucial arable land increased? Without hesitation, the middle-aged man continued, approximately 20,000 hectares have now been cultivated, and these fields are already sown with grain, anticipated to yield a bountiful harvest in a month or 2, with further expansion ongoing. Your Highness has previously stated that grain is of utmost importance, and we should not exhibit the slightest negligence. The cultivated arable land continues to expand. Aegon nodded in satisfaction, realizing that entrusting these responsibilities to such individuals was indeed a sagacious choice. Chapter 59. Intelligence. The middle-aged man spoke methodically while Aegon reviewed the recorded data in his hands, listening to the report with precision. Upon the conclusion of the middle-aged man's briefing, Aegon gestured for him to sit, saying, You have performed commendably in these matters. It is due to your assistance that our territory flourishes. He expressed his contentment with the outcomes and added, Additionally, remember to double the bonuses for this year's diligent contributors, who have made significant sacrifices. I hope you will continue your commendable efforts. Upon hearing of the doubled rewards, excitement illuminated the faces of the group. Witnessing their smiles, Aegon returned a genuine grin and, once they settled, continued, Rout, how have the revenues from the products produced on the Wendell Peninsula fared recently? Rout, an elder who had completed his studies in a scholarly city, was a scholar of economics and astronomy who wandered across Westeros. Drawn by the flourishing scene upon arriving at the Wendell Peninsula, he decided to settle here. During Aegon's recruitment of learned individuals, Rout participated in the selection process out of curiosity. After witnessing the various miraculous occurrences under Aegon's guidance, the scholar resolutely chose to remain on the Wendell Peninsula. Subsequently, Aegon bestowed upon those loyal to him the seeds of life force. This assembly comprised 72 individuals, each excelling in diverse fields. Among them were the manager forging armaments, Master Redo the blacksmith, the knight Lilin, the army recruitment overseer Sir Dis, the soon-to-be appointed intelligence chief Tessa, the manager of crows, Keeman, the steward of wealth, Rout, and the young squire, Lion, responsible for training soldiers returning from King's Landing. As a scholar in economics, Rout was naturally appointed as Aegon's financial steward. Possessing a clear understanding of fiscal expenditures, Rout was a remarkable individual, since being granted the seed of life force. He regarded Aegon with reverence akin to that of a fervent devotee towards a deity. Before his venerated figure, Rout presented a bound report approximately 5 centimeters thick with unwavering respect. He then declared, Since your highness issued the command to expand the production scale before your journey to King's Landing, various products, including sea salt, soap, fabric, spices, oil, and seafood, have yielded considerable profits. The primary markets for these goods include the Westerlands, the Riverlands, the Vale, King's Landing, Stormlands, and Dorne, mostly exchanged through barter or paid in golden dragons. Moreover, in the grain-deficient north, the majority of lords purchase goods with furs and golden dragons. The transactions in these regions, based on the principle of barter, approximate a value of around 500,000 gold dragons, particularly considering the pelts we have harvested, which yield higher profits after several rounds of processing. After accounting for these, the actual payment made by the lords amounts to 712,000 gold dragons. Once we deduct the expenses for labor and materials, approximately 120,000 remains. Further subtracting the costs required for land reclamation, city construction, dragon lairs, metal refining, armor forging, weapon crafting, soldier training, warhorse procurement, port construction, timber harvesting, shipbuilding, military expenses, and managerial salaries. These various expenditures total around 500,000 gold dragons. Thus, after all expenses for the month, a sum of 620,000 remains, added to the original surplus of 1,200,000, resulting in a total of 1,820,000 gold dragons in your highness's treasury. Yagen displayed a faint expression of astonishment upon reviewing and listening to Lot's report. He had not anticipated such substantial wealth, nor the remaining nearly 1,820,000 gold dragons. The individuals present gasped. Prior to becoming Yagen's subordinates, they had toiled for mere fragments of gold dragons. They never imagined they would one day witness such astronomical sums. Even though this was not their first encounter with such figures, the shock remained profound. Not to mention the monthly expenditures of 500,000 to 600,000 gold dragons. Consider that one gold dragon equates to 30 silver moons or 210 silver deer, valued at nearly 12,000 copper. Those present, as Yagen's trusted confidants, naturally received the highest salaries, nearly 60 gold dragons each month, translating to 1,800 silver moons or 12,600 silver deer. The expenses for just these confidants alone approached 40,000 gold dragons, which, when converted into other currencies, amounted to nearly a full chest. This was, of course, due to their privileged status and extraordinary capabilities. However, Yagen did not overlook the lower-level managers. Each of these individuals received salaries several times greater than before, resulting in their expenditures totaling around 10,000 gold dragons. He had just mentioned doubling the bonuses for these managers, which would require an additional expenditure of at least 200,000 gold dragons. Nevertheless, Yagen remained unconcerned, believing that money must circulate to create greater value. Compared to these individuals, the lower echelon had fewer resources. Yet their situation had significantly improved. They now enjoyed stable incomes and farmland, greatly enhancing their happiness. When it comes to income, even the 7 great dukes of the kingdom could not rival him. Your Highness, that concludes the financial overview. Yagen nodded, having briefly scanned the figures recorded in his hand before placing them on the table before him. He was quite satisfied with his current subordinates. Each individual, having been empowered by the life force seeds, exhibited enhanced intellect and physique, promising to become one of his strongest foundations in the future. After seating louder, the fervent devotee of Yegen, the towering figure of Li Lin, entered the room, accompanied by a comparatively diminutive young man. Of course, the young man's stature was merely modest when juxtaposed with Li Lin, who stood over 2 meters tall. Yet, the young man was certainly not short, measuring over 1.80 meters. Adorned in armor and equipped with a sword, he possessed a head of golden hair and a pair of pale golden eyes. While not strikingly handsome, he exuded an air of calm composure. "Your Highness," both men greeted Yegen with utmost respect, having never been properly scrutinized by him before. Though he could recall their names and general appearances, his brief interactions left him uncertain about their capabilities. Upon encountering this youth for the first time, Yegen was confident that, among the few he had met, few displayed such a serene demeanor. "Please, find a seat," he said. After they settled down, he turned his attention to the young man sitting in the lower right. "You are one of the captains of the Silver Knights, Tersai, correct?" The young man, referred to as Tersai, humbly replied, "Yes, Your Highness. I am grateful for your recognition and the promotion from Commander Dis. I am now a member of the Silver Knights." Yegen nodded. The Silver Knights, established less than 4 months ago, was the first battalion he had formed and one he held in high regard. Every member had mastered the foundational body tempering technique, receiving ample life force daily, coupled with rigorous training and enriched provisions. Their equipment was lavish. Each soldier was mounted on a warhorse nourished by life force, clad in seamless heavy armor, wielding a long sword, a crossbow enhanced by master blacksmith Leto, 2 quivers of arrows, a hand shield, and a spear, truly armed to the teeth. This battalion had already seen bloodshed, having eradicated the majority of mountain dwellers and bandits that had emerged within the imperial forest. It was a force in which he placed great hope, comprising a total of 600 men. Although 2 additional battalions had begun to form, they were evidently inferior compared to the Silver Knights. Chapter 60. A decision in his heart. In Yegen's plan, he envisioned possessing an army of at least 100,000 to 200,000 soldiers. The rationale behind such an ambition was clear. Although he currently occupied the entirety of the Imperial Forest and the Windy Peninsula, regions capable of sustaining at least 5 million people, he considered the future uncertainties. A dense population could attract a dragon's wrath. Furthermore, the area itself appeared rather ordinary. To the west lay the River Bay, to the south the Stormlands, and to the north the Royal Domain, effectively placing him between 2 powerful dukes and the king. Mountains were scarce, primarily concentrated within the Imperial Forest, while the region where he was constructing a city was predominantly flat. The highest peak might well be the mountain designated for the dragon's lair. Given the current rate of population growth, within a decade, the populace here will surpass that of King's Landing. At that point, Aegon could muster a military and naval force exceeding 100,000, provided that his domain is fully established and without interference from the other dukes and lords. Those commoners who have lost their lands or have been compelled to live as outlaws will likely flock to this place. Naturally, this hinges upon the successful execution of the tournament, as the dukes and lords will not permit the loss of their labor force, which is essential for generating wealth and power. Commoners and landless individuals, being the lowest tier of society, belong to whichever lord's territory they inhabit. Although the realm of Westeros ostensibly prohibits the trade of slaves, the lords covertly wield the authority over life and death within their domains. Aside from a handful of benevolent lords, most regard commoners as mere tools, insignificant and expendable. The Dorne Peninsula, however, is notably more compassionate. Aegon has provided the previously allied commoners with a stable livelihood, ensuring they have food and clothing and a salary for their diligent efforts. For others, this situation is akin to paradise. Yet, such generosity may invite conflict with his fellow lords, as he seeks to undermine their population resources. This is where the allure of intelligence comes into play. The news of his endeavors has yet to reach some remote corners. It requires individuals of keen insight to guide the narrative. With this thought, Aegon's resolve solidified. He turned to the young man before him, his expression earnest as he inquired, "There is a matter of utmost importance that requires my establishment of an intelligence network. I need someone to organize and complete this task, and you, being the most outstanding in this regard within the territory, come highly recommended by your superior, Sir Dis. I wish to know if you are willing to bear this heavy responsibility." The young man, named Tessa, initially appeared stunned, but soon his face transformed with joy. However, he quickly harnessed his formidable self-control to regain composure. With unwavering determination, he replied, I am grateful for the trust placed in me by Sir Dis and your highness. I am willing to undertake this task and pledge my loyalty to Prince Aegon. Please, command me, and I shall exert every effort to fulfill my duties. Aegon nodded in satisfaction, softly stating, since you possess such confidence, I shall proceed with my directive. Tessa, I have come to understand your character. You are an exceptional young man, composed and exhibiting a maturity beyond your years. You are not only well-versed in your surroundings, but also remarkably perceptive. Therefore, I have decided to appoint you as my chief of intelligence. Do you have the confidence to accept this role? Without hesitation, Tessa rose, placing his right hand over his heart, and proclaimed, Thank you for your trust, your highness. I am willing to serve as your chief of intelligence. To be the eyes of the prince. Li Geng nodded in satisfaction and continued, As for the other members, aside from the Silver Knights, you may freely select from the other battalions. Aim for a group of approximately 800 individuals, ensuring they possess a certain cleverness. Yes, your highness, Tessa replied. You may begin your selection now. These individuals will form the foundation of your intelligence organization, with the prospect of further reinforcements in the future. I hope you will live up to my expectations and quickly establish a presence throughout the city-states of the Strait. Rest assured, I will provide ample financial support. Tessa nodded with excitement. Dith and Lilene were the first to offer their congratulations, patting him on the shoulder before saying, Congratulations, lad. As the intelligence chief for his highness, you must dedicate yourself wholeheartedly and never forget our loyalty to him. Let us not forget the support he has given us. Congratulations. I fondly remember the times we fought side by side to eradicate bandits. Who would have thought you would ascend to the role of intelligence chief so swiftly? I have always known of your exceptional qualities. Tessa humbly replied, I owe it all to his highness's promotion and appreciate your care during this time, my lord. The others also stepped forward to express their congratulations. Li Geng, seeing their harmonious camaraderie, smiled warmly. All right, everyone, let us pause for a moment. You may host your own celebratory feast later. I trust the salaries I provided will suffice. However, I have matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent and returned to their seats. Keeman, I recall the ravens sent by the Academy some time ago are under your care. Keeman responded promptly, Indeed. Your Highness, the quality of this batch of ravens is quite satisfactory. With a little training, they have adapted and are now capable of delivering messages. Li Geng candidly remarked. That is reassuring, yet I still harbor some reservations about the ravens sent from the Academy. What sort of institution is the Academy? What does it resemble? Li Geng surveyed the room with a serious expression, particularly scrutinizing those he had recruited, bachelors who had either dropped out or graduated from the Academy and now wandered aimlessly. It was likely that those who had truly encountered the Academy's secrets were well aware of this institution, which held dominion over the knowledge of the entire continent. It was not as innocuous as it appeared, an organization that has endured since the dawn of the heroic era, with a legacy spanning over 10,000 years, is certainly more complex than it seems. Lot, Li Geng's current financial advisor, was also one of the scholars who graduated from the Academy. He understood well that the Academy possessed a restricted area, accessible only to those who became true administrators of the institution. Lot, through his own cleverness, had been chosen as a student by an Academy administrator and had the rare fortune of entering that forbidden zone once, a memory he cherished to this day. He encountered stories chronicling the heroic era of Azor Ahai, a figure whose legend resonates even across the eastern continent, revered as a messenger of the gods, heralding the dawn of humanity. Chapter 61. Vigilance. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Despite the fact that the majority of those present had little direct interaction with the scholars from the Citadel, they were aware that these scholars served various lords, including the Iron Throne. Following a reminder from Aegon, they gradually realized that while the scholars claimed to serve their lords indefinitely, the lords' affairs were, in truth, well known. It was difficult not to suspect that this was a deliberate arrangement by the Citadel, ensuring that no secrets remained hidden from scholars on the continent. The Citadel boasts a rich heritage, and long ago, it was home to giants, children of the forest, and wizards, natives of Westeros. One could hardly dismiss the notion that, despite the ebbing tide of magic, the Citadel remains acutely aware of such matters. Though the Citadel publicly espouses a pursuit of knowledge and truth, proclaiming itself free from sorcery, it is essential to remember that it also delves into the arcane. This study of life itself encompasses the realms of magic and witchcraft, indicating a lack of internal dissent, albeit tempered with restraint and rationality, unlike the unbridled obsession seen in the ancient Valyria. Aegon, seeking to establish a formidable network of intelligence, could not afford to overlook Old Town or the Citadel. The towering structure of the old town's Great White Tower, an architectural marvel, would be inconceivable in a world of limited productivity, let alone the so-called Nine Wonders. Aegon suspected that some of these wonders were manifestations of magic, akin to the castle of his family on Dragonstone. Common and Lot, upon hearing Aegon's intentions, were taken aback. For only those who had genuinely entered the citadel and ventured near its forbidden zones could comprehend the gravity of the situation and thus regard the citadel with such caution. Aegon, with his perceptive nature, had already begun to harbor suspicions toward the citadel, earning the admiration of the two men. Exchanging glances, their brows furrowed momentarily before breaking into smiles of understanding. Common encouraged Lot to speak first, and without hesitation, Lot earnestly remarked, "Your Highness, you are not mistaken. The well-meaning scholars dispatched by the citadel secretly manipulate the entire continent's affairs. Even the towering maesters of the citadel are not fully aware of the extent of their influence. Those maesters foolishly believe that their citadel harbors no secrets from them, having participated in some of its developments. Yet this is merely a smokescreen the citadel has cast over them. They remain oblivious to the fact that those who forged the Valyrian steel rings of the scholars possess unique means of communication. It was only once, under the guidance of my mentor, that I entered a clandestine place, a location seemingly ensorcelled, perhaps even beyond the reach of great sorcerers. Without a specific guide to lead the way, one might easily become lost in an unknown place, potentially succumbing to starvation. Within those confines lay a vast assortment of tomes, the very thought of which still eludes my imagination. Books on blood magic, the birth and nurturing of dragons, and even the methods of forging Valyrian steel. Alongside records of their evolution, ancient texts spoke of the Dawn and the Shadowlands, as if they possessed an omniscient awareness. It was as if I had been rendered foolish. For that place seemed to be the nexus of the world, chronicling the journeys of countless civilizations. Yet, during the era of the conqueror Aegon, those truly capable individuals appeared to deliberately evade his gaze, congregating instead in that secretive realm. According to my mentor, some of those who inhabit the Forbidden Grounds have surpassed lifespans of 500 years, still living. I could scarcely believe it. Could anyone truly exist for such an extended period? It is noteworthy that before the Prince's emergence, both Balerion and Vhagar were already showing signs of age. If this trend continues, it is certain that these two ancient dragons shall not exceed 200 years. The longevity of these individuals surpasses that of the great dragons, a notion both astonishing and perplexing. As I delved deeper into understanding, my trepidation grew, a fear that lingers in my memory and haunts my dreams. It was only when I arrived in the territory of His Highness the Prince and received his blessings that such nightmares began to fade. And I have not experienced them since. My exposure to this mysterious realm was limited, and after realizing my lack of accomplishments in the arcane arts, I applied for graduation. A request my mentor graciously approved, though he never mentioned the Forbidden Grounds. I remained silent on the matter, embarking on a life of wandering. Aegon listened intently, while within him, alarms of caution rang loudly. I had often wondered why, in a world abundant with magic and divinity, where one might expect prolonged lives, such tales had never surfaced. It became evident that they had concealed themselves. I yearned to accumulate my own strength and develop my qualities, and it was time to earnestly execute my plans. Determined to arrange matters accordingly, Aegon unhesitatingly assigned Tessa to lead a contingent of 800, imparting instructions before initiating an urgent recruitment. He allowed other operations to proceed as usual, retaining only Master Blacksmith Redo and the duo of Lot and Corman. In times of boredom, Aegon often immersed himself in their family library, and even just last month, after completing his tasks, he had lost himself in tomes. Amidst the scant records of blood magic and the fragments concerning the forging of Valyrian swords, supported by the unknown seed now grown into a small tree within the realm of life, he meticulously structured and optimized a viable method for casting spells. Currently, he primarily mastered the art of enchantment, imbuing weapons and armor with properties of resilience, sharpness, lightness, rebound, and enhancement. Once these enhancements were applied, even ordinary equipment could rival Valyrian steel weapons, and in certain respects, even surpass them. The process of forging Valyrian steel is exceedingly intricate, suitable only for limited production. There exists a crucial material found solely beneath the depths of the 14 volcanoes on the Valyrian Peninsula. This substance has not been accurately named. Thus it is referred to by Aegon as fire iron, a steel imbued with the essence of fire magic. It undergoes rigorous forging, requiring immersion in dragon's blood to take shape. One can easily envision the madness that characterized ancient Valyria. Additionally, there exists a method to replicate this in urban settings. significantly enhancing the city's defensive capabilities. Aegon envisioned it as a magical array, designed to absorb the ambient magical energies and the strength of the earth to amplify the defensive fortifications. This was part of a plan he intended to implement, ensuring this enhancement permeated every corner of the city. Particularly concerning the dragon's lair, Aegon sought to infuse it with fire magic, for in the presence of flames, the growth rate of dragons accelerates significantly, which would greatly benefit the future development of the young dragons. The reason Aegon retained the master blacksmith, Reader, was to impart to him the ability to enchant. With such a skill, Reader's craftsmanship would advance further, establishing him as the preeminent blacksmith not only in the Vendor Peninsula, but across the entire realm. Chapter 62. Enchanted forging. Aegon had already risen early and redirected his gaze from the dissipating shadows of his other subordinates back to the three individuals before him. After reclaiming his focus, he accepted the longsword presented by the guard and remarked, "I trust you three are quite curious about the reason for your presence here." Reader, unusually vocal at this moment, replied, "Indeed, we are quite perplexed. However, your highness has summoned us for a reason. Your highness, please give your command. Without your guidance, my blacksmith shop in King's Landing would have long since dissolved along with my apprentices. I would not have the stable employment and flourishing workshop I enjoy today." Upon hearing this, Aegon shook his head and said, "All of this is the result of your hard work. I merely provided a platform for your success." Aegon promptly shifted the topic, stating, "Let us first visit the blacksmith shop. I have discovered a method of enchanted forging through my readings in King's Landing, based on subtle clues. During the meeting, I refrained from elaborating, as among those present, aside from the two scholars and you, Tori, the rest possessed either rudimentary knowledge or lacked understanding of forging entirely, hence my silence on the matter. Now, let us proceed to Tori's blacksmith shop. I wish to explain this method of enchanted forging, encouraging the three of you to dedicate some effort to mastering it. Should you succeed, I plan to enchant both the dragon lair and the city's fortifications, substantially reinforcing our city's stability. Furthermore, in terms of weaponry, if we can achieve mass production of this enchanted forging technique, we shall possess a method exclusive to Valyrian steel, significantly more accessible than traditional Valyrian forging. This will significantly enhance the overall strength of our army." The three individuals exchanged astonished glances, their eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge, eager to begin their learning at once. However, cognizant of the necessity to first reach the blacksmith shop, they refrained from the slightest delay and in unison expressed, "Thank you for your trust, your highness. Shall we proceed to the blacksmith shop immediately?" Egan chuckled heartily. "Let us depart now." Accompanied by the three of them and a few guards, Egan exited the lord's manor. The blacksmith shop, a crucial site for the crafting of weaponry, was not far from the manor, as the transport of forged weapons required a nearby location. Before long, they arrived at the blacksmith shop, which was expansive, featuring rows of neatly arranged forges, all ablaze with roaring flames. Bare-armed apprentices and craftsmen collaborated tirelessly, skillfully shaping the iron blocks atop their workstations. Dripping with sweat, they casually wiped their brows with towels draped around their necks, continuing their vigorous labor as the heated iron transformed under their expert hands. Upon arrival at the blacksmith shop, Leto felt as though he had returned home, eagerly providing introductions. "Your Highness, my previous batch of apprentices has graduated. Subsequently, we recruited a group of exceptionally skilled blacksmiths from the many newcomers to our territory. After minimal training, they adapted swiftly, and these individuals are now capable of crafting high-quality equipment independently. Items such as plate armor, chainmail, fine long swords, spears, shields, crossbow bolts, and bows are all well within their grasp. Ever since your highness discovered and exploited the iron mine adjacent to our territory, production has surged remarkably, and the ore quality is superb. With just a touch of refinement, it yields a continuous supply of products." Egan, curious about the output, redirected his gaze to the blacksmith master and inquired with some puzzlement, "What is our current inventory of forged weaponry?" Leto scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he had yet to conduct a thorough inventory assessment. A flicker of discomfort crossed his stern visage, but it was quickly subdued. "Your Highness, I apologize. While I excel in blacksmithing, my management skills are indeed lacking. Fortunately, the scholar you assigned to me is responsible for the inventory and oversight. I can summon him now. No need for that. As long as we have enough weaponry for our use, it suffices," Egan replied, revealing no discontent. After all, everyone possesses their own strengths. Leto was exceptionally skilled in forging, yet utterly inept in management. Egan had considered this beforehand, having witnessed it during his time in King's Landing, and thus had assigned him a scholar to handle the inventory. as Leto observed that Egan did not hold him accountable for the matter at hand. A flicker of shame stirred within him. After all, Egan placed immense trust in him, entrusting the entire forge to his stewardship. Moreover, the establishment could hardly be referred to merely as a forge. Smithy would be a more fitting designation, given its considerable scale. Presently, the workforce within the forge exceeded 500 individuals, with around 1,000 engaged in forging, while apprentices and laborers numbered over 1,500. Apart from the initial cohort, the subsequent workers were selected from among the commoners who had settled in the territory, most of whom possessed commendable skills, with only a handful lacking competence, a few of whom had already been dispatched by Egan to mine iron ore. The remaining workers were generally honest and hardworking individuals, many with respectable backgrounds, driven by the need to provide for their families through their craftsmanship. Egan did not impose harsh conditions on them. Rather, he offered substantial wages, ensuring that each could support their household, often with surplus. The gratitude of these blacksmiths was palpable, evident in their fervent dedication to their work, eager to contribute to his endeavors. Despite their loyalty, Egan harbored concerns about the potential spies lurking from various factions, not only from the prominent lords and academies within the continent, but also from across the strait, where the infamous faceless men of Bravos operated, alongside pervasive intelligence agencies, sorcerers, and blood mages. Egan planned to first impart the art of layered forging to the three individuals before him, as they had already undergone transformation through the seed of life's energy. He also intended to station a contingent of troops at this location. Following this, he would initiate reforms within the forge, implementing a militarized management and training system for these individuals, thereby enhancing their strength and endurance, facilitating their craftsmanship, while simultaneously securing himself against the potential revelation of this enchanted forging method. Furthermore, these individuals would eventually be instrumental in the transformation of dragon lairs and urban spaces. A multitude of ideas surged through Egan's mind. He resolved to first share the forging techniques with the three present before methodically pursuing his envisioned plans. Egan led them to a secluded workshop, instructing his guard to remain outside as he entered with the three. The furnace had already been ignited by an apprentice, its temperature gradually rising. Chapter 63, Busyness. Egan began by teaching the trio to replicate the magical runes that enhanced the furnace's temperature and the magical array that fortified its structure, ensuring that the flames would not reach destructive levels. He diligently explained each detail, and fortunately, the three had undergone fortification through the seed of life's energy, constantly reinforcing their capabilities. They were thus able to comprehend the intricacies of Egan's illustrations, diligently recording every detail, as though etching them into their minds. Once they had absorbed the crucial knowledge, Egan transitioned to the main subject of their lesson. With the necessary materials prepared, he commenced his enchanted forging demonstration. While the three watched intently, eager not to miss a single nuance, Li Geng meticulously elucidated the process, wielding a nearly 50-pound forge hammer, striking rhythmically, each blow resonating a melodious symphony, as the hammer danced in his hand as effortlessly as a feather. He continuously hammered and quenched, extracting impurities from the iron block, a fundamental yet essential first step. Through the high temperatures and relentless forging, these iron blocks shed impurities while simultaneously enhancing their hardness. The second step led to the crucial phase of enchantment forging. This process did not merely replicate runes. Rather, it involved the intricate crafting of runic patterns through continuous hammering, imbuing the metal with enhanced sharpness, strength, and lightness. The third and most critical step was the final quenching, wherein the choice of liquid was paramount. Composed of condensed life force, imbued with potent magical essence. This was the very reason why the enchanted weapons rivaled Valyrian steel, a testament to Li Geng's confidence. After enduring these three rigorous processes, the creation of a long sword adorned with unique patterns was complete, its double-edged blade and sharp tip reflecting the flickering flames. Throughout this endeavor, Li Geng narrated while forging, elucidating the two pivotal steps, after which even an ordinary blacksmith could manage the remaining tasks. He shared insights for nearly an hour, imparting various details, and managed to craft two long swords, one a single-handed sword and the other a two-handed sword. Following the same sequence, he meticulously forged a complete suit of armor, providing detailed explanations throughout, completing the entire process in less than 3 hours, primarily due to his extensive commentary. The rapidity of his forging was attributed to his extraordinary attributes, 6 times that of an average person. Recently, he had not neglected his training, achieving remarkable results. having surpassed his previous physical capabilities that were 5 times that of an ordinary individual to now 6 times. A few gathered to experiment with the enchanted long sword, discovering it effortlessly cleaved through ordinary swords, leaving substantial gashes on well-crafted blades, while the enchanted sword remained entirely unscathed. Excitement illuminated the faces of Leto, Heman, and Lot. However, they soon pondered a pressing concern. Uncertain of Li Geng's true intentions, they worried for the plight of ordinary blacksmiths witnessing such intense forging methods. Even the 2 scholars, unversed in blacksmithing, recognized that achieving a level of craftsmanship akin to Li Geng's would require considerably more time and might be beyond the endurance of typical artisans. Leto, as a blacksmith, understood well that while these artisans could initially forge 2 to 3 items, they could now manage only 1, expending significantly more effort in the process. The efficiency may suffer significantly, potentially lagging behind the advancements in equipment, prompting an unreserved inquiry from within. "I beg your pardon, Your Highness. But these enchanted weapons and armor are indeed remarkable. I have been bestowed with extraordinary power and possess physical attributes that surpass the ordinary. This level of labor is manageable for me, yet the ordinary blacksmiths may not share the same fortune. I am genuinely concerned that the work efficiency may not meet Your Highness's expectations. Furthermore, the water designated for the final quenching process is likely not an ordinary substance." Li, fully aware of their apprehensions, attentively listened to their concerns before methodically articulating his plans. "Master Rito, I have indeed contemplated the matters you mentioned, and thus I have prepared several proposals. First, we shall suspend the current forging process and renovate all the forges in the workshop by inscribing various enhancement magic arrays. Second, both blacksmiths and apprentices within the forge will undergo militarized training to learn the fundamentals of body tempering, thereby enhancing their physical prowess during the renovation period of the forges. As for the liquid for the final quenching, I possess an ample supply and can replenish it at any time." The 3 individuals appeared enlightened, having not anticipated Li Geng's prior preparations. He continued, "Let us commence today. I trust you have nearly grasped the concepts." Seeing no objections from the trio, Li Geng promptly summoned a guard from outside, instructing him to inform the blacksmiths and apprentices within the forge to follow the escort to the training camp. After issuing these directives, Li Geng busied himself with the renovations, while the 3 newcomers adjusted to their roles, gradually becoming adept as the forges were transformed one by one. Initially bewildered, the apprentices and blacksmiths were escorted away, and upon their arrival at the military camp, their expressions varied. Some wore looks of confusion, others observed intently, while a few pondered deeply. However, due to their trust in Li Geng, no chaos ensued. They engaged in occasional hushed conversations. "What is happening?" inquired one individual clad in thin garments. Turning to a familiar companion, the latter shook his head, leaving the inquirer without useful information, prompting him to seek answers from another nearby. "Do you know why the prince's guards have brought us here?" The other person clearly shared the same perplexity, equally bewildered. "I have no idea. I am even more curious than you." Meanwhile, a younger individual, evidently more interested in military affairs, could not help but ask his mentor, "Master, have you ever heard of the legendary Silver Knights?" The middle-aged man, referred to as a teacher, though aware of the illustrious reputation of the Silver Knights, replied without hesitation, "Though I am not a youth, I have heard whispers of the Silver Knights, who safeguard our territory and our safety." The young apprentice, filled with curiosity, piqued the interest of his teacher, who proceeded to share what he knew. The Silver Knights, though established not long ago, boasted a cadre of soldiers endowed with formidable power, particularly their commander. It was said that Sir Dis, the esteemed leader of the Silver Knights, was a knight anointed with holy oil, a figure second only to the prince in strength within the realm. Periodically, they would launch campaigns against the bandits lurking in the royal forest, consistently returning their soldiers unscathed with remarkable victories. The young man, inspired by such tales, yearned to become a knight himself, to fight valiantly for their lord. Chapter 64. News. A multitude of blacksmiths and apprentices engaged in fervent discussions regarding the recently established Silver Knights, simultaneously speculating on the motives that brought them here. Soon, over 500 individuals gathered in the expansive arena, where Dis, the overseer of military training, awaited at the center on a raised platform. Upon seeing the imposing figures of Dis and Liren, the blacksmiths and apprentices quickly fell silent, anticipating the delivery of the prince's orders from Dis. They inwardly prayed that their lord, Egan, did not harbor disdain for them, wishing to distance them from their stable livelihoods. As the crowd gradually quieted, Dis cleared his throat and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Prince Egan, in his benevolence, has considered the strenuous nature of your daily labor and the necessity of maintaining robust health. Thus, without hesitation, he has summoned you to the heart of our territory for an intensive training regimen lasting over 2 months, designed to bestow upon you extraordinary physical prowess. His Highness has invested immense financial and material resources to ensure that you emerge from this month enriched and strengthened. With this newfound strength, you shall be better equipped to provide improved living conditions for yourselves and your families, while also enhancing the security of our soldiers. We aim for you to forge superior equipment, preventing our warriors from falling on the battlefield due to inadequate gear. This endeavor transcends your individual fates. It is intrinsically linked to the advancement of our territory. Therefore, during this period, I implore you to heed the arrangements and diligently fortify your bodies. Should any of you excel, the prince will not hesitate to bestow generous rewards. Without further ado, let us commence. The Knights of the Silver Knights will instruct you on how to enhance your physical capabilities. Upon hearing these words, the crowd wore expressions of disbelief, for it was rare for a lord to show concern for the lives of common folk. The territory where Egan resided was indeed unique, offering not only lucrative employment, but also humane management, fostering an environment where hard work could yield tangible rewards. Even in the absence of direct territorial authority, they would strive relentlessly to fulfill their own aspirations. Dis merely uttered a few words, heedless of the murmurs from the crowd below, and promptly assigned instructors from the Silver Knights Order to commence the systematic division into squads. These instructors guided the individuals in the foundational practice of the body tempering technique. This rudimentary method of cultivation was meticulously selected by Li Geng from a plethora of techniques to establish a solid groundwork. Mastery of the body tempering technique to its utmost depth could endow one with physical attributes surpassing the ordinary by a factor of 21. Although this required the synergistic infusion of life force or the energies emanating from the cosmos. While the upper limit of growth was indeed capped at 21 times, only those with innate talent could reach such heights. However, when supplemented with life force, even the average individual could attain this maximum. Beyond that, further advancement would necessitate additional training methods. Despite its simplicity, this foundational practice was pivotal, as each doubling of the human body's metrics signified a qualitative enhancement. In this realm, apart from the gods concealed in the shadows, bestowed with seeds of life force and combat energy, and the mighty dragons, those who had practiced the body tempering technique could be regarded as the second tier. These individuals began to revel in their daily augmentations of physical prowess, becoming increasingly engrossed in their progress. Li Geng, too, remained diligent, frequently inspecting the sites undergoing transformation. His presence was ubiquitous throughout the territory. The construction of the city progressed steadily, and the militarized training of the blacksmiths and apprentices was nearing completion. Although these individuals were not endowed with extraordinary talents, their prolonged engagement with forging hammers and the heat of the forge endowed them with a certain resilience. Within a mere 2 months, they had acclimated to the rigors of military life, their spirits buoyed by a diet rich in meat and ample life force. Most encouragingly, some particularly gifted individuals had already achieved physical attributes 5 times greater than the norm, while the average enhancement among others exceeded twofold. It is undeniable that the efficacy of the body tempering technique not only facilitated rapid elevation of strength and solidified the foundation, but also fostered unwavering loyalty among its practitioners towards Li Geng. As time elapsed, the blacksmiths and apprentices would only grow stronger, leading to the production of increasingly superior weapons and equipment. As the final stages approached, Li Geng, along with Leto, would occasionally impart knowledge regarding weapon enchantment to them. The blacksmiths and apprentices exhibited remarkable learning speed, a testament to the enhancements they had received in various attributes. Thus, their rate of learning was brisk, with nearly everyone having grasped the imparted knowledge of enchantment, awaiting only practical application. During this time, the forge in the blacksmith's workshop had also been fully upgraded. Keeman Louder and the master blacksmith Reto had long been engaged in the transformation of the dragon's lair alongside the learned blacksmiths and apprentices. As their familiarity with the enchanting methods deepened, the pace of the renovations gradually quickened, bringing the project closer to completion. The dragon's lair had shed its former appearance, with the assistance of Igon. Magical arrays were incorporated to absorb the energies of nature, transforming flames and intense heat, thus rendering the space more suitable for dragons. Additionally, the surrounding walls and semi-roof were reinforced, enhancing the durability of the materials to withstand the ravages of time. Even after millennia without care, as long as ample energy was present, the place would remain pristine and unblemished. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had elapsed. One day, Aegon's extensive network of intelligence brought forth news from Dragonstone. Rhaenys had given birth to a daughter, named Rhaenys Velaryon. The message from Dragonstone was succinct, merely notifying Duke Storm and their family. His intelligence network had proven effective, and after 2 months of diligent effort, he had grasped the general circumstances of most of Westeros, the Stepstones, and the Free Cities. He received this news well ahead of Dragonstone's official announcement. To commemorate the birth of this child, a modest celebration was planned. Reportedly at the behest of Aemon, the uncle of the Prince of Dragonstone. They intended to host an internal family gathering in 2 days, inviting Aegon to attend. Naturally, Aegon planned to make the journey in person, bringing along a charming little fawn, which he had captured within the royal woods, along with a delicate bracelet inscribed with a minuscule magical array capable of absorbing external energy to gradually enhance the wearer's constitution. Aegon also prepared local specialties, including 5 enchanted weapons, 1 destined for the king, and others for his father, uncle, and 2 brothers. Chapter 65. Gifts. The territory was steadily under construction, expected to be completed in 2 months. The venue for the tournament had already been established. Furthermore, 5,000 able-bodied youths from King's Landing arrived at the territory on the 7th day of Aegon's return, led by the Iron Guard, Lion. This group had been assigned to Lion for training, and while they trained, they would also engage in some construction work within the territory, primarily focusing on the tournament grounds. Aegon designated the tournament venue near the royal woods, reserving an area approximately the size of 5 football fields in the center, flanked by 2 grand viewing platforms. Magical arrays were replicated, and the earthen and stone structures appeared even more immaculate and robust. In the center lies an arena for lance combat, an archery range, and a battleground for team skirmishes, flanked by provisions of bows, arrows, and dulled weapons. At the pinnacle of the arena, a banner depicting a 3-headed dragon on a crimson background flutters majestically. Upon receiving the invitation, Aegon promptly began preparing the gifts he intended to present. Realizing the abundance of offerings, he commissioned Dis to arrange for a vessel, assigning a small team to oversee transportation, with their leader being a devoted squire of Liren, who was fervently passionate about martial arts. This time, Aegon not only prepared enchanted weaponry and armor, but also unique products from his domain, a breed of warhorses nurtured with his life force. These steeds were scarce, numbering less than 600, with a third still being foals. Each horse boasted attributes exceeding tenfold of their original qualities and displayed remarkable intelligence, particularly his white stallion, which was exceptionally formidable. This white steed had ascended to the status of king among this new breed, and fortune smiled upon him as he had chosen an equal number of males and females during breeding, ensuring the continuation of this novel species. At the time of breeding, some mares had already given birth, and their progeny inherited various physical traits. Thus, he selected one of these foals to accompany a little white deer as a gift for Rhaenys' newly born daughter. These warhorses, possessing approximately tenfold the original vitality, could absorb the ambient energies of the world, and this ability was also passed to their offspring. However, Aegon speculated that unless the world's energy increased, even the first generation of warhorses would struggle to surpass their current physical capabilities. Only through mutations, akin to his own white stallion, which bore scales reminiscent of dragon hide, could they transcend their limits and achieve formidable defenses. Consequently, Aegon named this new breed dragon scale horses. Naturally, he harbored great hopes for the emergence of more such mutated foals, yet regrettably, the first generation yielded none. Thus, only one dragon scale horse existed, his white stallion. This new breed had been cultivated in secrecy, known only to the Silver Knights and his immediate subordinates. While numerous seekers attempted to uncover the secret, they were discreetly dealt with. Once these arrangements were completed and he observed the items being loaded onto the warship, Aegon entrusted Liren with their safekeeping and bid farewell to the departing vessel. The port, bustling with a wealth of materials, had grown significantly, featuring shipyards where most craftsmen hailed from the slave bay across the strait. Although Westeros prohibited the slave trade, considerable loopholes remained. These shipbuilding artisans were ostensibly dispatched, yet in reality, they had been procured through merchants commissioned by Aegon, who found the arrangement mutually beneficial, especially with the prospect of earning a commission. After nearly a year of diligent effort, Aegon has received 2 batches of shipbuilders. With an ample supply of materials, they have commenced the construction of vessels in accordance with his vision. Although wood remains the primary material, certain critical areas have been reinforced by Leto and his team, replicating the robust designs of formidable ships, resulting in vessels that are notably larger than typical ones. The propulsion system is still rather rudimentary, relying on sails. Meaning speed is contingent upon the weather, and given the considerable size of the hull, the power is somewhat insufficient. Li Geng has attempted to create a simple engine, but various complications arose, and the output was minimal. However, he later integrated magical formations to devise a powerful propulsion system that can utilize water as a substitute. Akin to a steam engine, though the crucial energy source is water imbued with life force. This system enables a vessel weighing between 8,000 and 12,000 tons to maintain a cruising speed of 25 knots. Watching the ships depart, Li Geng beheld the latest creation of the craftsman under his guidance, a vessel weighing approximately 6,000 tons, measuring over 80 meters in length and exceeding 20 meters in width. With the implementation of Li Geng's propulsion system, the time taken for the ship to traverse to Dragonstone has significantly decreased. Currently, another such vessel is under construction. Observing the port's rapid transformation, it is likely to evolve into a bustling port city in the future. After making all necessary arrangements, Li Geng proceeded to the dragon's lair. The walls surrounding this cavernous space appeared as if constructed from black stone, absorbing the heat and light that fell upon them, as well as the ambient energy that permeated the air. This reflected the unique ambience of each distinct area within the lair, particularly the vast central chamber, now the abode of the Black Death God, where an intense heat pervaded the atmosphere. Members of the Silver Knight Order, tasked with guarding both the dragon's lair and the Lord's Keep, ensured that this region was impenetrable. In addition to their protective duties, they also bore the responsibility of feeding the mighty dragons, establishing a mental connection with the slumbering Balerion. The dragon stirred its immense head and cautiously emerged from its resting place, glancing around with a wary demeanor as if afraid of causing any destruction. This resting spot brought it immense satisfaction, evoking memories of its early days after hatching, reminiscent of the ancient Glaveria during its era of magical abundance. As a being of blood and magic, with a profound sensitivity to arcane energies, it was no wonder that Balerion had once carried Princess Aria, the third rider, to the ruins of Glaveria, where she was injured by magical creatures, returning to Westeros with a battered body and uncertain fate. The monstrous entity, as dark as ink, continues to instill a sense of dread in Balerion, known as the Black Death. Though Balerion was not as formidable as he is now, he was still acknowledged as the oldest and most powerful dragon in plain sight, possessing a certain pride of his own. However, the events encountered in the ruins of Valyria made him acutely aware that there are indeed beings far mightier than himself. As Aegon sensed the emotional fluctuations of this ancient creature, he was filled with an indescribable sentiment. Alongside an eager anticipation for the day he could venture into those ruins to unearth the unknown. Chapter 66 Summary. Aegon glanced at his humble interface, which projected itself before him as usual. Name: Aegon Targaryen. Attributes: tenfold human constitution. Bloodline: ancient Valyrian dragon king bloodline. 20. Note: your bloodline power has surpassed that of any dragon king from ancient to modern times, making you the unique bearer of true dragon blood in this world. Abilities: cultivation of life force, creation of life energy seeds, extraction of life force from the life space, capable of resisting any mundane fire. Titles: Young Dragon King, son of the Prince of Dawn, rider of the Black Death, Bloody Knight, Lord of the Vendee Peninsula, Lord of Dawn City, Benevolent Lord, Wealthy Lord, Pets, the largest known beast in the world, Balerion, Black Death. A golden dragon egg, hatching, expected to take another year. 50 dragon eggs, currently hatching, approximately 5 months required. Items: life space, 1 unknown sapling, basic body refinement technique. Valyrian steel longsword, Valyrian black armor, several self-made enchanted armors, 1 life energy seed. Aegon observed his modest panel, with the most conspicuous feature being a life energy seed, alongside his true dragon bloodline. Perhaps due to the influence of life force within the life space, his bloodline had transformed into true dragon blood. In his original world, such a title was often claimed by self-important emperors and sovereigns. The term true dragon held remarkable significance, embodying the ability to soar through clouds and wield various mystical powers. Although they were referred to as descendants of dragons, this was an imaginative construct of their ancestors, embodying lofty aspirations. Despite the initial flourishing cultivation civilization in the universe Aegon inhabited, the life space, upon its arrival on his planet, failed to uncover any trace of such a civilization, instead finding a plethora of myths and legends. The life space, having wandered to his world, found this peculiar and hastily documented the developmental history of their civilization. To this day, Aegon continues to peruse various texts whenever time permits, including those from other cultivation civilizations. This way of life has fostered in him a profound love for reading and research. Upon encountering the rudimentary panel that bore the name of the bloodline, Yegen was engulfed in reminiscence, and a wave of introspection washed over him. He pondered whether he could ever return to the place where he once lived during his lifetime. Though an orphan, that place was imbued with memories and hopes. The true dragon bloodline endowed him with the capacity to withstand mundane flames, allowing him to utilize the energy of fire to heal his wounds even in times of injury. Furthermore, his affinity with the colossal dragon had increased significantly. The accumulation of life force seeds underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving from 1 per month to 6. This indicated that since his physical attributes had surpassed the tenfold of an ordinary person, Yegen could sense a profound metamorphosis within himself. On the very day of his breakthrough, he effortlessly hurled a spear towards a target 10 kilometers away, achieving only a minor deviation, which was inconsequential. It was likely that the legendary Night King, who was said to have slain dragons with ice spears, did not possess strength comparable to his own. Ordinary blades could scarcely penetrate his skin unless they were enchanted. His digestive capabilities had also intensified remarkably. He realized that, fortified by his robust life force, common toxins posed little threat to him. Thus, it could be said that his formidable physical constitution granted him a semblance of immunity to all poisons and blades. Yet, he remained humble, exhibiting none of the arrogance that such power might inspire. Most striking were the dragon eggs. The 50 dragon eggs of the bipedal dragon bestowed upon him by his grandfather were still in the process of hatching. In 5 months, he would welcome a new generation of young dragons, and as they matured, he would command an unparalleled army of dragons. Additionally, the golden dragon egg gifted by the queen had been incubating for nearly 8 years, recently revealing signs of life, yet it would require another year before hatching. It was difficult to fathom the extraordinary lineage that necessitated such an extensive absorption of life force. Yegen speculated whether his earlier attempt to infuse the dragon egg with his blood might have contributed to this prolonged incubation, given his bloodline's indication of true dragon heritage, which was certainly thought-provoking. Regaining his focus, Yegen swiftly donned his simple soft armor and grasped the newly reforged conqueror's sword. He had actively participated in the sword's forging process, intricately inscribing complex enchantment arrays and incorporating a small branch from a sapling within his life space. The weight had increased considerably, and the blade shimmered with a chilling luminescence. Upon completion of the forging, Yegen had tested its might, effortlessly slicing through a 1-inch thick iron block, leaving the sword itself unscathed. Once fully equipped, he hastened to the dragon's lair, summoning his companion. With agile steps, Yegen ascended rapidly. He gently patted the dragon's flank, and Bellerin obediently flapped its wings, taking to the sky with a swift leap into the azure expanse above. Yegen also observed that recently, Beleriand had become remarkably docile, perhaps due to his recent breakthrough, which endowed him with even greater power, or perhaps a consequence of his enhanced bloodline. The colossal figure carried Yegen towards Dragonstone Island, not far from his territory, and curiously, the weather today was exceptionally fine. The once tumultuous narrow sea lay in serene stillness. As Yegen felt the fierce winds against his face, brought on by the rapid flight, he found that his formidable physique rendered these gusts akin to a gentle breeze. In recent times, Beleriand had grown slightly larger, giving him an even more imposing presence. His scales glistening with a smooth sheen, resembling an impenetrable armor. Below them, the massive vessels he had constructed and modified sped swiftly across the waters, having set sail early enough to nearly coincide with their arrival. Before long, Dragonstone Island came into view, where numerous dragons had already landed in the vast clearing beside their family castle. The king and queen's dragon, Vhagar, known as the Bronze Fury, was present, alongside the ever-affectionate silver-winged dragon that remained close to Vhagar. His father's dragon, the mother of dragons, Vhagar, and his mother's red queen, Meraxes, were also among them, as well as his 2 brother dragons, Meraxes and Euraxes, along with Dreamfire, the dragon Yegen had helped to reclaim. These dragons were engrossed in savoring the exquisite delicacies that Dragonstone Island had to offer. Soon, as if sensing a powerful presence, they raised their heads almost in unison. At the sight of the approaching titanic figure, they roared in chorus, particularly the irritable Bronze Fury, Vhagar, and Vhagar. The other dragons joined in, and as the mightiest among them, Beleriand was unwilling to be outdone. With his formidable strength, it was evident that even if all the dragons united against him, their fate would be one of defeat. The massive figure descended into the center of the gathering, where the dragons bared their teeth, as if on the brink of war. This was their second congregation, yet unlike the first, perhaps due to the absence of their dragon riders, each had grown increasingly agitated. Li Geng found this scene somewhat troubling. But in order to avert any potential conflict among the dragons, he slid down from Balerion and approached their midst, shouting in a thunderous voice, "Silence!" Simultaneously, he emanated an aura of bloodline power, and the dragons, sensing something terrifying, ceased their roars and lowered their heads, sniffing the air. Eventually, tranquility was restored. The guards in the distance, having heard Li Geng's commanding voice, marveled at the extraordinary sight and exclaimed, "Father of Heaven, Holy Mother above." Chapter 67. Reunion. Li Geng paid no heed to the astonished guards, instead focusing on calming the formidable dragons around him. Balerion, in his profound wisdom, chose not to engage with the other dragons, lowering his immense head as if seeking a reward from Aegon. The other dragons, upon detecting a familiar scent, gradually fell silent. For standing among them was their deity, the harbinger of extraordinary change. They too sensed in him the essence of dragon blood, purer and more formidable than their own, stirring an involuntary urge within them to submit to his dominion. After soothing the dragons, Aegon infused each with a measure of life force, further calming their spirits. Once these matters were addressed, he turned his attention to the current state of Dragonstone. The vessels he had dispatched had already docked, establishing themselves beside the only village on the island, unloading meticulously prepared gifts. Due to its geographical constraints, Dragonstone was unable to cultivate sustenance. Thus, the villagers relied on the bounty of the narrow sea for their survival. Most of the inhabitants bore silver-golden hair, predominantly the illegitimate offspring of noble families, along with a number of Valyrians who had sought refuge with Aegon's family prior to the cataclysm. Both the dragon guards of King's Landing and those of Dragonstone were drawn from the robust youth of this small village. Adjacent to it were the tents adorned with the sigils of House Velaryon and House Baratheon. Rhaenys, the current Countess of House Velaryon and a dragon rider of House Targaryen, was the daughter of the Duke of Baratheon's sister. The birth of a new life called for a grand celebration. However, due to Prince Aemon's directive for a more modest and somewhat hurried affair, it was likely that the nobility of Westeros would not gather in full force. This led to some discontent from Duke Boros Baratheon and his sister Jocelyn, who, while understanding, harbored significant reservations. Ultimately, under Aemon's decisive command, the matter was settled. Had it been otherwise, they might have organized a grand tournament. But given the pre-established timing of the event and the unique nature of the tournament, celebrating the king's 45th year of reign, the union of House Targaryen and House Vale, and the completion of the city of Dawn in the Vendor Peninsula, such considerations prevailed. Dawn, the name designated for Aegon's nearly completed city, was destined to become the largest and most prosperous urban center in Westeros within a few years. Aegon held great hopes for Dawn, envisioning it as a beacon of light to illuminate the world. Aemon, as a mature heir, understood the gravity of the situation. At this moment, Aegon wore a serene expression, fully aware of the traditional practices of the Long family. In their pursuit of preserving their bloodline, it was common for them to engage in consanguineous marriages, leading to a rather convoluted web of relationships. Although Aegon comprehended this practice, he did not condone it, which was precisely why he resolved to carve his own path as a lord. After all, his parents served as a prime example, as did his grandparents. He felt a certain relief, perhaps due to the magical realm, where deformities were a rare occurrence. Yet, even in this enchanted world, stillbirths and difficult deliveries were not uncommon. When it came to addressing his blood relatives, Aegon often found himself at a loss for words, occasionally troubled by the complexities of their kinship. Fortunately, his adaptability had improved over the years, allowing him to gradually acclimate to this absurd and chaotic network of relations. Choosing to let go of such thoughts, he decided to embrace the natural flow of life. After all, in a world steeped in magic, one could not rely solely on previous theories. As long as he maintained his moral compass, he felt assured. In a moment of introspection, Aegon sensed a surge in his mental fortitude, perhaps a result of his newfound clarity. Although he had previously wrestled with his emotions, adaptation did not equate to understanding. With a faint smile, he unraveled the confusion that had clouded his heart. Dismissing these musings, he approached the guards before him and, with a hint of authority, requested, "Could you kindly arrange for a group of individuals to procure a batch of cattle and sheep to present before the great dragon?" The captain of the guard, quick-witted and efficient, responded without hesitation, "Rest assured, Your Highness. The prince has already instructed us to ensure that the dragons are well fed." Nodding in acknowledgement, Aegon proceeded towards the castle. Along the way, he He was greeted warmly by those he encountered, to which he responded with a gentle smile. Upon entering the castle, he found his two brothers and Boros, the son of Duke Bilexi, engaged in a friendly spar in the training yard. The 12-year-old Boros had inherited his father's martial prowess and was quite tall for his age. Daemon, also a fierce warrior, could not resist the urge to spar with the equally combative Boros. Their rivalry, reminiscent of their earlier encounters on Taz Island, was marked by a competitive spirit, though it had not escalated to drawn swords. Observing their spirited exchange, Egan chose not to interrupt, but instead approached the sidelines where Viserys stood watching. Upon hearing the commotion, Viserys turned and, upon recognizing his younger brother whom he had not seen in months, greeted him with warmth. "Egan, I did not expect you to arrive so soon. I thought it would be a while longer." With that, he embraced Egan enthusiastically. Egan reciprocated the embrace, then, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Viserys, did you not travel to the valley with father a month ago to propose? What was the outcome?" Without a moment's hesitation, Viserys replied, "It was indeed a success. Duke Eileen has promised his daughter, Emma, to me." The Eileen family, as guardians and dukes of the valley, belonged to a lineage with a long and illustrious history, possessing a discerning perspective. Simultaneously, our Targaryen lineage, as the Dragon Lords, possesses the ability to command the presence of mighty dragons, making the Vale quite eager to unite with us through marriage. Furthermore, our two families share a history of alliances. The previous generation had also intermarried, and Emma's mother is of our bloodline. During their conversation, Daemon, leveraging his formidable strength and the skills honed through prolonged combat training against Aegon, outmatched Boros. In any realm, the strong command respect, and Boros is no exception. Although they share a competitive bond, there exists a mutual admiration. Having been bested by Daemon, Boros swiftly regained his footing, dusting himself off, and remarked with genuine admiration, "Daemon, I never anticipated that our brief separation would see you grow even stronger. Your prowess now surpasses mine significantly, along with your exceptional combat skills." Daemon, adorned with a smile, clearly relished the praise, responding playfully, "You are not lacking either. It appears that since our parting on Dragonstone, you have exerted yourself even more. Despite our advancements, we still cannot rival that peculiar boy, Aegon." Intrigued by this remark, Boros recalled how he had often been bested by Aegon on Dragonstone, yet he held a profound respect for the boy who was 4 years his junior. Chapter 68. The duel. Aegon and Daemon embraced with vigor, and upon seeing Aegon merely smile faintly, Daemon curiously inquired, "Aegon, witnessing your current condition brings me solace. I feared that since you returned to fulfill the king's assignment, you might have neglected your martial skills. Yet, in our few months apart, you have nearly matched my height, which suggests substantial progress in your abilities." With a grin, Daemon guided Aegon to the weapons rack adjacent to the arena. "Hurry, let me see how much you have improved recently." Aegon, equally smiling, shrugged and unsheathed the long sword from his waist, picking up a training sword and shield from the rack. He lightly weighed the sword in his hand, calmly stating, "It feels a bit light." Although it was a training weapon, it was by no means ordinary. It was a two-handed sword weighing at least 12 pounds. Yet in his grasp, it felt effortlessly light, and he began to wield it with ease. Approaching Daemon, he said nonchalantly, "Come on, Daemon, has the indulgent life on Silk Street dulled your martial prowess?" Daemon remained silent. While he was unfazed by Aegon's teasing, he approached their duel with utmost seriousness, his gaze sharpening with intensity. The two began to circle one another slowly. Daemon wielding a one-handed sword in one hand and a small round shield, emblazoned with the image of 3 red dragons, in the other. A tentative slashing motion was made, and Aegon, aware that this was merely a probing attack, stepped back cautiously. As Daemon, unable to discern the depths of his opponent's capabilities, tightened his grip on his weapon and shield, he swiftly approached. Aegon, equipped with formidable physical prowess and mental fortitude, had already perceived the trajectory of Daemon's attack, as well as the numerous flaws in his technique. As the distance between them diminished, Daemon, without hesitation, executed a lateral slash. Aegon, with remarkable agility, adeptly blocked the strike with his two-handed sword, the force of their clash barely registering as a minor inconvenience to him, which he effortlessly dispelled. Witnessing his lateral strike being effortlessly parried, Daemon promptly altered his strategy, employing clever footwork to gain an advantage. Aegon, feigning a slight opening, lured Daemon into making a direct thrust, a chance he had anticipated. With ease, he deflected the thrust with his shield, simultaneously delivering a strike with the back of his sword onto Daemon's back. Even with minimal force, the impact sent Daemon sprawling to the ground, causing him to grimace in pain. Undeterred by the setback, his resilient spirit compelled him to rise hastily and launch a series of fierce attacks, slashes, lateral cuts, thrusts, and upward strikes, all executed in fluid succession, yet still easily countered by Aegon. The armored Daemon bore numerous marks from their clashes. After an extended exchange, Daemon, having expended much of his stamina through vigorous assaults, found himself at a disadvantage. It was worth noting that Aegon had also bestowed vitality upon his two brothers, endowing them with significantly enhanced physical attributes. Despite this enhancement, Aegon felt no pressure whatsoever. In fact, he remained completely unfazed, not even a bead of sweat gracing his brow. Leaning on his one-handed sword, Daemon, breathless, gazed at Aegon, who occasionally revealed fleeting expressions of change. With a resigned tone, he remarked, "Aegon, your stamina rivals that of a dragon. Since our battle began, I have yet to see you sweat. Perhaps the only time you did was during the battle on Tar's Island? I hardly know what to say." Aegon, beaming with a smile, replied, "Perhaps it is merely an innate talent. As members of the Dragon King lineage, we possess a unique bloodline that allows us to command dragons and become exceptional warriors. You are one of those, Daemon." Daemon glanced at Viserys beside him, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, shrugging in mutual exasperation. In truth, they greatly envied Aegon's extraordinary gifts and capacity for learning. At their age, they had been rather playful, disinterested in acquiring knowledge of nobility or honing martial skills. They vividly recalled how, as soon as Aegon could walk, he would wield a small wooden sword, following them and training alongside their father. From a young age, he had exhibited remarkable abilities, and they still remembered the impressions of his childhood, the encounters with the Grim Reaper and his affinity for dragons. From childhood, they were evenly matched. Yet Aegon had never once triumphed over Daemon. Daemon jestingly remarked, "Aegon, perhaps it is the allure of the silk-clad noble women that has dulled your fighting spirit, leaving you enamored and distracted." Although Aegon had made significant strides in his technique, his strength seemed to have been sapped away. Daemon shrugged nonchalantly, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "What does it matter? Let us not forget, we are dragon riders. While my dragon may not rival Balerion, who is known as the Black Dread, I am not intimidated by the other dragons. Even the glutton lurking behind Dragonstone would dare to engage me in combat." Aegon chuckled in resignation, acknowledging the truth in Daemon's words. Daemon's dragon, Vhagar, had grown increasingly akin to his temperament, and their synergy was remarkable, with Vhagar's size expanding rapidly. The growth rate rivaled that of a fully mature dragon over 50 years old, boasting both an impressive physique and formidable fighting prowess. This exemplified the legendary notion that dragons mirror their masters. Not only do dragons mold their riders, but humans also elevate their dragons. Beside them, Boros watched the thrilling duel with eager anticipation, hastily seizing a warhammer from the rack. He turned to Aegon and said, "Aegon, it has been 6 months since we last sparred since the Isle of Tarth. Now that we have the opportunity, do you dare to engage in a bout?" Daemon regarded Boros with disdain. Despite the lad's extraordinary strength and prowess with a warhammer, he was no match for Daemon, let alone for Aegon, a prodigy in combat. This was nothing short of courting disaster. Viserys, considering the broader implications, cautiously approached Aegon and whispered in his ear, "Aegon, today is a celebration of Rhaenys' child's birth. We must strive to avoid any bloody scenes." Aegon shrugged indifferently, understanding his more composed brother's intent. After all, there was no animosity between them. Although there had been a conflict on the Isle of Tarth, it had ultimately been resolved through their duel, which had tempered the combative spirit of this fiery individual. "Let us proceed swiftly," he declared. "After all, the king and queen, along with our uncle and the newly born princess, await us for the festivities." Boros readily agreed and swiftly moved to the center of the arena. He began to rain down powerful blows with his hammer, yet each strike was deftly neutralized. Ultimately, Aegon delivered 2 swift taps with the flat of his sword, sending Boros sprawling to the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 69. The feast. Boros was effortlessly subdued by Aegon, who employed the simplest maneuvers to bring him down. The heavy training attire he wore had already drained much of his stamina, and the exertion from his sweeping attacks further exacerbated his fatigue. Despite Boros's remarkable endurance, he was still in his growth phase, lacking the innate advantages that Aegon had possessed since childhood, nurtured by a robust life force, and he had not been infused with life energy like Daemon. The rapid expenditure of physical energy is entirely normal. After Bolos was defeated, he took quite a while to regain his composure. When Aegon saw him seated on the ground, he refrained from uttering any words. Instead, he extended his hand to assist him in rising. Although this individual is notably combative, displaying his emotions openly. He does not possess the delicate heart akin to that of his father, Duke Beaumont. Nevertheless, despite lacking his father's finesse, he exhibits a fair amount of cleverness. One could argue that he is a valiant warrior, though not necessarily a commendable lord. Once Bolos was helped to his feet, he ceased to utter his prior boastful remarks. Egan, you are quite formidable, but in time, I shall surpass you. I will challenge you whenever I please, especially since Stormland lies in close proximity to your domain. I can seek you out at any moment. With that, he turned away and walked to the edge of the training ground. Shedding his heavy training armor and placing his sword upon the rack before departing the arena, Egan, upon hearing his words, remained unfazed, merely shrugging and casting a bewildered glance at his two brothers. Viserys, equally resigned, waved his hand and softly remarked, "This fellow truly knows how to make bold claims. Were it not for the fact that he will inherit Stormland, he would likely be a mere soldier, given his combative nature." Demon, with a mischievous grin, disdainfully retorted, "This man lacks self-awareness. If not for the old Duke Beaumont, he would have long since found himself hanging at the city gates. Enough, Demon. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is unbecoming. And it is possible that Bolos has been sent to gauge the situation due to the recent expansion of my territory near Stormland." Egan interjected, redirecting the conversation. Demon shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to such matters, and thus remained silent. Seizing the opportunity, Viserys suggested, "Let us conclude our training for today. After all, it is the day of celebration for Rhaenys' daughter, and your presence at the training field is rather inappropriate." His brother likely believed that Egan's pride stemmed from the favor of the king and queen, hence the well-intentioned admonition. Egan did not dispute this, for his two brothers have always shown him kindness. "Then let us first pay our respects to the king and queen before visiting Rhaenys' daughter. I have prepared numerous gifts, some for children, and others for their majesties and my uncle, including gifts for both of you. I wonder what you have prepared?" Upon hearing that there were gifts for them as well, Demon's eyes brightened, and he produced his own offering. "Not long ago, while riding Ulrax to Volantis, I purchased a bracelet made of Valyrian steel, intended for my yet-to-be-met niece." Egan gazed at him with a hint of bewilderment. It seemed likely that this fellow could only bestow trinkets such as bracelets or necklaces. Perhaps his irreverent nature was deeply ingrained within him. For even the old king found his grandson's antics quite exasperating at times. Instead of remaining in King's Landing, he often ventured forth on his dragon, accompanied by his garrison, to frolic in distant lands. In contrast, his gentle older brother was far more meticulous. After Demon finished speaking, he continued, "What I have prepared is rather ordinary, consisting of garments essential for a child's growth. These were specifically crafted by the artisans of the court. Additionally, I have arranged for toys, which I have already sent to Rhaenys. I suspect the child will take great delight in them. Egan, what about your gifts?" Egan raised an eyebrow, glancing towards the sidelines where numerous crates had been brought in, some directed towards the hall and others to Rhaenys' chamber. His two brothers naturally noticed as well. With a casual demeanor, Egan pointed to the boxes and said, "These are my offerings, a simple little white deer and a foal that I have personally reared. I have also brought you some weaponry. Enchanted equipment that does not belong to Valyrian steel." Upon hearing weaponry, Demon's eyes sparkled with excitement. What boy could resist fine arms, especially one who relished combat and dragon riding? Egan, flanked by his two enthusiastic brothers and the squire Lyron, who was responsible for managing the crates, made their way towards the hall. The hall was bustling with activity. Most of the servants were hastily preparing items needed for the evening banquet, including hanging candle holders for illumination and tables for the dinner. As they navigated through the banquet preparations, they arrived at a crucial chamber showcasing a map of the north and Westeros. The king and queen sat at the head of the table, with the Duke of Storm's End, Boros Baratheon, and Count Corlys Valerion seated beside them. Prince Aemon, his wife Jocelyn, their father Baelon, and mother Alyssa were present, along with Rhaenys, who cradled a small child. Upon seeing Egan enter, the king and queen greeted him with warm smiles. Without hesitation, Egan placed his right hand over his heart and respectfully declared, "Your Majesties." The king, with a voice tinged with warmth, replied, "Enough of the formalities, little rascal. Just call me grandfather." Egan, unsurprised, continued, "Thank you, grandfather, grandmother." After exchanging pleasantries, Egan unveiled his gifts, introducing each one in turn. After listening to the introductions, the usually composed king rose from his seat, surveying the array of boxes before him. He retrieved a shimmering sword from one of the crates containing enchanted longswords and gestured for the captain of the Kingsguard to draw his own sword. Giles, without a moment's hesitation, as a member of the White Cloaks and the king's personal guard, regarded the king's command as the utmost honor and dutifully complied. Two long swords clashed against each other, resulting in a neat notch appearing on Gales's sword, while the king's enchanted sword remained unscathed. The spectators, including the king, were left in awe, marveling at the sheer ferocity of this weapon, whose sharpness even slightly surpassed that of the famed Valyrian steel sword. Though marginally heavier than the Valyrian steel, the extraordinary sharpness rendered its weight inconsequential. Upon receiving the king's sword, Aemon expressed his admiration with a look of wonder. Beron, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly picked up the nearby enchanted armor and summoned his squire, Raymond, a bastard from the Riverlands. Beron, impressed by the young man's exceptional skills and determination, had taken him under his wing after Edel. Under Beron's guidance, Raymond donned the enchanted armor, which was slightly oversized for him. The king and the onlookers did not intervene, fully aware that Beron intended to test the armor's defensive capabilities. After Raymond had donned the enchanted armor, Beron unsheathed a finely forged long sword and struck the armor without hesitation. Though he utilized only half of his strength, such force would ordinarily leave a deep mark on regular armor. Yet, to their astonishment, the enchanted armor bore no trace, not even a faint imprint. Beron, feeling embarrassed under the gaze of the onlookers, slowly inquired, "Shall I try again?" As he unleashed his full might, the impact caused Raymond to stagger several steps back. Yet he remained unharmed. After this demonstration, the crowd gathered once more to scrutinize the armor, discovering, with amazement, that even with all his strength, no marks had been left upon the armor. Chapter 70. The Gathering of Lords. Everyone present was utterly astonished by the weapons and equipment brought by Aegon. Following his father's experiment, the most immediate impression was undoubtedly that of the squire, Raymond. The armor he wore was not only remarkably comfortable, but also possessed exceptional defensive capabilities, as even a finely crafted long sword could not leave a mark upon it. As Beron's squire, Raymond was well aware of Beron's exceptional martial skills and strength. He had planned to rest for several months, but the armor had brought him an unexpected delight. Beron, astonished by the armor's formidable defense, eagerly exclaimed, "Aegon, did you forge all these weapons and armor? How were they crafted? It's simply unbelievable. What is the production capacity for such equipment?" Aegon nodded earnestly, his face aglow with confidence. "I can say they are indeed my creation, but the majority of the forging process is reliant on the skilled blacksmiths within my domain. If all 2,000 of our master blacksmiths were to work at full capacity, they could produce at least 700 sets of armor and 1,000 long swords each month. What? Such remarkable weapons can be produced in such quantities every month?" Even the most composed Prince Aemon could no longer remain at ease, while Berlan, though initially taken aback, soon found joy in caressing the armor and longsword. It is crucial to recognize that even in King's Landing, producing a batch of superior weaponry demands substantial manpower, resources, and time. To discover that such extraordinary enchanted equipment could be manufactured at a staggering rate of 500 pieces in just a month was nothing short of astonishing. After a brief moment of surprise, the king and queen adopted a demeanor of acceptance, having witnessed the myriad of remarkable abilities possessed by Aang. With the energy of the world being absorbed by the seeds of fighting spirit, their health improved significantly, and their bond with their dragons grew ever closer. Although Berlan had focused his attention on the weaponry, he could not help but overhear the conversation between Aang and the others. The realization of such high production rates ignited within him an immediate desire to possess a set of this armor and longsword. "Aang, this must be the gift you have brought for us, and I shall graciously accept it," he declared, hastily gathering the armor as if fearing it might be seized by another. Alessa's eyes sparkled with excitement. As an active mother, she was eager to partake. Yet her reserved nature as a woman and mother restrained her from losing composure before her child. Observing her husband's expression of frustration, she subtly approached him, her hand moving to her waist and giving a gentle twist. Berlan gasped, his expression shifting continuously. Those present, including Aang, noticed this, but he maintained his serious demeanor, affirming, "Indeed, this was intended as a gift for all of you. Besides the present for my niece whom I have yet to meet, this is something I wish to share with you, as possessing such equipment can significantly mitigate unforeseen dangers, ensuring greater safety for all. Moreover, given your mother's penchant for adventure, it is only fitting that she receives a share as well." Alessa, undeterred by Berlan's fluctuating expression, responded with warmth. "I am truly grateful, my dear son Aang. Who among us would not appreciate such stylish, lightweight, and highly protective armor?" They understood the wisdom behind Aang's words, having experienced firsthand the benefits and drawbacks of their dragon blood lineage. While they possessed the blood of dragons, some lurking in the shadows fixated on them with envy. Although other bloodlines existed, such as his uncle Vang and Aunt Synira, who remained outside, they too faced the gaze of greedy onlookers. Yet perhaps due to their lack of dragons, a desire to remain hidden, or enmity with the kingdom, they were often overlooked or found no gain from confronting them. Though all shared the essence of dragons, the disparity in talent was evident. With the king's tacit approval, those present were bestowed with a set of armor and a long sword. The king reflected upon the group of 5,000 young men, recruited by the lords of King's Landing, who had been undergoing training in the City of Dawn for the past 4 to 5 months. He distinctly remembered that the promise made by Egan was to equip each soldier with weapons and gear. Upon witnessing such exceptional equipment, the king did not hesitate to inquire, "Egan, the arms and armor you produce are of remarkable quality. Therefore, I intend to have you equip the 5,000 young men you are training with these weapons." Egan, upon hearing this, immediately displayed a look of exasperation. Initially, he had intended to outfit his own troops before considering others. To his dismay, this generous act had inadvertently backfired. The king, noticing Egan's reluctance, understood that his request was indeed excessive, given that the army was being trained at no cost and was already being provided with equipment. "Egan, I realize this places you in a difficult position. Thus, you may propose 2 reasonable conditions, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." Egan, relieved by this concession, responded calmly, "Your Majesty, I do have a couple of conditions." The king, displaying patience, urged him to speak. Egan continued, "My territory is currently quite sparse, with very few inhabitants. Might I request that your Majesty negotiate with other lords to allow the displaced populace to come to the City of Dawn? I could offer a modest compensation in exchange. Of course, this is not a matter of human trafficking, which is forbidden across the continent." Without hesitation, the king replied, "Very well, I shall have the scholars send letters to the various lords immediately. Is there anything else?" Egan replied, "Not for the time being." The king noted, "Let us keep this in mind. Do not forget about the weapons and equipment." In response, Egan nodded in agreement. The others present looked on with envy, wishing the king's words had been directed towards them. Once this exchange of gifts was concluded, the evening soon descended upon them, and the hall became lively. The king occupied the central position, flanked by the queen, followed by the second generation, and then by Egan and his contemporaries. The wine-bearers filled their goblets with the exquisite wine from Qingting Island. Without hesitation, Beaumont raised his goblet, proclaiming, "Let us toast the king, who brings peace to the continent." The assembled guests echoed in unison, raising their glasses in salute. As they drank, the queen added, "Now for the second toast. To celebrate the newborn Lana Valerian and her mother, Rhaenys, who bestowed upon her the gift of life." The atmosphere crescendoed into a jubilant celebration as goblets clinked and laughter resonated throughout the hall. Time passed, and the 4th day arrived. Egan had spent 4 days on the island, attending the ongoing festivities each day. Owing to his numerous responsibilities in his territory and in the City of Dawn, Egan was the first to take his leave, for he needed to prepare for the upcoming tournament in a few months. Presently, a significant number of lords had already set forth to King's Landing. As the tournament drew near, lords from various regions of the continent, even those from afar, began their journeys to King's Landing. In the north, Duke Ellerad Stark and his heir, Banyan Stark, had embarked southward with many of their vassals, traveling on the ships of House Manderley from White Harbor. The succession of House Stark had become rather commonplace since the current king's ascension. More than 5 dukes had taken the title, if not more. This frequent turnover may be attributed to the harsh environment of the north, perhaps too close to the domain of the frost god. The direwolf lineage had long ruled the north, overshadowed only by the Targaryens, who, under the banner of the Black Flag with 3 red dragons, nominally governed the original 7 kingdoms. Other rulers either perished in dragonfire or surrendered their crowns. Kneeling before the Dragon King's house, Torrhen Stark initially intended to contest with the conqueror, Aegon I, but upon witnessing the devastating fury of the flames, he promptly relinquished his crown to avoid a similar fate. Though later referred to as Torrhen the King Beyond the Wall, he established the site of his surrender, known as the Kneeling Place. In earlier times, the North was reluctant to submit to the conqueror, resulting in minor skirmishes. However, the ever-changing environment soon preoccupied the lords, who gradually adapted to life post-surrender. Duke Ellerad glanced back at Winterfell, where, despite the season being summer, thick layers of ice and snow still enveloped the landscape. In this land of unpredictable seasons, long winters coexist with prolonged summers. The recent years had marked the onset of an extended winter, causing many northerners to perish quietly within their homes, some from starvation, others from the cold. Consequently, those who survived the harsh conditions of the north were often robust and fierce warriors. The dire wolves exemplified this resilience, and each winter, the northern side of the wall was besieged by the ancestors of those trapped beyond, a tribe often referred to as wildlings. Alongside the legendary giants and cannibals, seeking survival and plunder in the lands south of the wall. Duke Elarad's journey was not solely to partake in the tournament. He also aimed to procure grain from the south. As the Duke and Protector of the North, he, like his forebears, actively sought to unite the northern folk against the fierce winter. Their ancestral saying, "Winter is coming," serves as a testament to this enduring commitment. He is now burdened with heavy thoughts. Although the kingdom is thriving under Jaehaerys' governance, the north seems to be isolated from the world. Aside from the king and a few visits from the queen, or the occasional procurement of grain, there is little communication with the outside realm. Alad's journey south to participate in the tournament presents a splendid opportunity to negotiate an alliance with the king, hoping to secure a pact that would enable the people of the north to endure the harsh winter. As a young man bearing the blood of the dire wolf, Banyan possesses the characteristic long face of House Stark, with his tall stature, dark brown hair, and gray eyes, all testaments to his lineage. This heritage imbues him with a wild and spirited nature. Growing up as a wolf in Winterfell, he is naturally curious about the world beyond, and his excitement is palpable. Such excursions from the north have been few and far between. Despite being a scion of House Stark, he yearns for the chance to experience the wider world. Cousin, is it true that the south is as the traveling merchants say, with fertile lands, a temperate climate, and an abundance of food? Alad gazed affectionately at the youth, for he had no offspring of his own, having chosen this cousin with the wolf's blood as his heir. Those are merely the fanciful tales of wandering bards, he replied. While the south boasts of its fertile and bounteous lands, it is burdened with an excess of lords and knights. On average, their situation is only marginally better than ours. However, they indeed possess an ample supply of grain, something we in the north lack. Though our lands are vast, most are unsuitable for cultivation, and we struggle to grow food. Banyan, a perceptive youth, nodded in understanding. The north is indeed inhospitable to farming, especially in winter. While there are opportunities for agriculture in summer, they are fleeting. Most residents prioritize hunting in the nearby forests, perhaps due to the sparse population. The region is rich in wildlife, yielding bountiful pelts with each hunt. This abundance attracts many southern merchants who venture north to acquire furs, providing the north with sufficient income to purchase grain. Most goods in the north are traded through the White Harbor, within the lands of House Manderly. Meanwhile, the Vale, one of the central players in the upcoming tournament, is preparing diligently. Known as the Eerily, it was once an independent kingdom ruled by House Arryn before surrendering to the Conqueror, who granted them the title of Duke of the Vale and Protector of the East. The Vale is renowned for its cavalry, surrounded by mountains that offer a unique geographical advantage and plentiful equine resources. The constant skirmishes with the mountain folk have endowed its knights and cavalry with extensive combat experience. Roderick Arryn is the current duke, and it is his daughter, Aemma Arryn, who is poised to enter into an alliance with House Targaryen. Aemma is the offspring of his second wife, who hailed from the Targaryen lineage and tragically succumbed to a fever shortly after giving birth to her. Recently, Aemma had a brief acquaintance with Viserys, and as a noblewoman of suitable age, she cannot escape the fate of a political marriage. After her fleeting encounter with the Targaryen prince, Aemma accepted the union with remarkable composure, finding no aversion to the gentle and kind-hearted prince. Fortuitously, she was invited to experience a ride on his dragon, an honor not bestowed upon many. Roderick Arryn places immense importance on the upbringing of his son. Having lost his father at a tender age and ascending to the dukedom at merely 10, he holds himself to rigorous standards, embodying the virtues of a wise, assertive, and just heir. Consequently, he often imposes similar expectations on his son, as well as on his first wife's son and heir, Ellis Arryn. The heir of the Vale is now in his 30s, yet he shows little interest in his inheritance, preferring instead the thrill of swordplay. Recently, he engaged in a friendly spar with his future sibling, Viserys, and he holds the prince in high regard. Not only is he a dragon rider, but he is also a remarkably gentle soul. Ellis feels reassured about his half-sister marrying such a man. Chapter 72. The city of Dawn. The Vale is well prepared this time, not only bringing along the family's knights, but also a highly elite cavalry unit. The total number approaches 500, nearly summoning all of his vassals and knights. Even the Stark family, despite rallying all their lords and knights, numbers only around 300. The Lannister family from the Westerlands has likewise gathered a considerable force, with Duke Tybalt Lannister leading his knights to the Crownlands, amounting to about 300 as well. Duke Tybalt Lannister is somewhat of an enigma. Despite wielding immense power as one of the wealthiest dukes on the continent, thanks to the vast gold mines of the Westerlands, he has recently been the subject of several unsavory rumors. It is said that he fathered twin sons, Jason and Tyland, under questionable circumstances while inebriated, though the truth of these claims remains uncertain. Nonetheless, the Duke continues to be one of the most influential figures, admired by many noble maidens. This could very well be a facade he presents, for the ability to gather all his vassals and knights speaks volumes about his character. In the Riverlands, two factions currently vie for power, one led by the Duke and Protector, Tytos Blackwood, and the other by the Hate family of Old Town. Though these two families are ostensibly bound by a hierarchical relationship, the noble house Targaryen, as guardians, finds it exceedingly challenging to subdue their ambitious vassal. Consequently, the realm has bifurcated into two factions, engaged in a ceaseless struggle both overt and covert. Nevertheless, the Riverlands, particularly the affluent region of Riverrun, retains its status as one of the wealthiest locales. As the Guardian family, the Targaryens, having capitulated to Aegon I during the conquest, were not only appointed as the protectors of the Riverlands, but also inherited the legacy of the Gardner family, thereby ensuring their prestige rivals that of the most venerable houses. Yet, they remain unable to command the respect of the long-established vassals of this prosperous territory, such as the Hightower family of Old Town, the Tully family of the Vale, and the Redwine family of the Arbor, who regard the Targaryens, once mere stewards, elevated to guardianship, with palpable disdain. This animosity has led to several rebellions in the past, all of which were ultimately quashed by the Targaryens with the assistance of the Targaryen dynasty, though these conflicts have undeniably inflicted significant damage upon their standing. It is indeed curious that while most nobles are interrelated, they remain fiercely competitive, particularly the Hightower family of Old Town. Despite the frequent disputes, the wealth of the region, though divided into two factions, remains formidable, with both parties comprising over 800 lords and knights, a testament to its affluence. Furthermore, the Tully family of the Riverlands is also immensely prosperous, possessing one of the continent's two bounteous plains, characterized by its intersecting waterways and fertile soil. Perhaps it is this very abundance that has birthed deep-seated rivalries among the vassals. The richness of the land has led to a dense population, which inevitably breeds conflict. Nonetheless, despite these tensions, it is reported that over 200 lords and knights have assembled under the auspices of the Tully family for the upcoming grand tournament in the city of Dawn. The Stormlands, being the closest territory to Dawn, will also see over 200 knights and lords, summoned by Duke Beaumont, participate in this prestigious event. In addition to the contentious Martell family, the Greyjoy family has found itself marginalized since the conquest, while the Martell family has recently faced increasing tensions with the Iron Throne due to the stepdiles. Naturally, they are wary of exposing themselves at what they perceive to be a treacherous banquet. The Iron Islands Greyjoy family, in stark contrast, is comprised of a clan of pirates who revere ancient traditions and the drowned god, reveling in plunder along the coastlines. Thus, they shall not grace this assembly, particularly since Euron, upon inheriting his father's position, has already launched several incursions upon the west coast, provoking both the Lannister and Stark families, and thus will refrain from joining the fray at this event. Time, as it does, marches inexorably onward. Conqueror, January 1993. It has been 3 months since he returned from Dragonstone after attending his niece's birthday celebration, and Aegon has intensified the construction of Dawn City. On the third day of his return, lords from various regions received a royal edict detailing not only the time of the forthcoming assembly, but also a modest request from Aegon to guide the landless vagrants to the Dawn City on the Dorne Peninsula. The lords, astute individuals, were well aware of the wealth Aegon had amassed over the past year, recognizing that he was no mere pawn. His might as the dragon rider of the most formidable dragon, coupled with his acumen as a ruler, distinguished him significantly. Although their inquiries were cursory, they gleaned that Aegon's monthly income neared 2 million gold coins, a testament to his terrifying prowess. With formidable power, a keen intellect, and the favor of both the king and queen, these lords were perceptive. Their families were also in their prime, boasting 9 dragon riders and fearsome dragons such as the Black Death, Vagr, the Mother of Dragons, and others. No one dared to provoke their family, and to foster a favorable impression for potential collaboration with Aegon, they readily directed the idle vagrants within their lands to Dawn City. By the second month, individuals began arriving in succession, some following the lords attending the tournament. Aegon ensured proper arrangements were made, and over the course of the next month, these displaced farmers arrived in a continuous stream, swelling the population of Dawn City to approximately 150 households, with around 320,000 inhabitants, a number that continued to grow. Once a desolate city, it now buzzed with life. Despite the burgeoning population of nearly 320,000, along with the influx of lords and merchants attending the tournament, the total number surpassed 400,000. Yet, in light of the grand vision for a city of 1 million, significant demographic deficiencies remained. The assembly of lords and their retinues exceeded 12,000, surpassing any previous tournament. Within the city, Aegon, equipped with rune-imbued armaments, rendered obsolete the rough, discarded armor of the past, which was warmly received by the lords. In a matter of days, the surplus weapons and equipment were sold off, yielding a substantial revenue for Dawn City. Chapter 73, The Astonished Lords. The Dorne Peninsula has long since shed its primitive state, with a population now exceeding 600,000. Upon this vast expanse of land, 3 cities have been established: the City of Dawn, the City of Twilight, and the City of Yorn. Following the completion of the City of Dawn, the other 2 cities were gradually erected, with the City of Twilight by the harbor and the City of Yorn near the tempestuous lands, forming a triangular configuration alongside the City of Dawn, which is situated close to King's Landing. It is well known that a triangle embodies stability, allowing for both defense and offense to be firmly in one's grasp. Since the formation of these 3 cities, Yorn has felt an unprecedented sense of security. Surrounding the 3 cities, numerous small villages have sprung up, collectively housing nearly 300,000 inhabitants. The cultivation between the cities and the surrounding wilderness has proven to be remarkably effective, yielding a harvest sufficient for self-sustainability, with ample surplus remaining. Currently, these fields, interwoven by a network of roads, present a magnificent sight. As the new planting season arrives, many individuals are busily tending to the fertile lands. With the population of the Windy Peninsula now exceeding 700,000, including those in the villages, this number continues to grow steadily. The majority of these individuals possess their own plots of land, which, while belonging to Yorn, grant them the right to sow but not to trade. Yorn has also significantly reduced their taxes, ensuring that the latest farmers within his domain can not only satisfy their hunger, but even have surplus to spare. They may sell their excess to Yorn, who purchases it at fair market prices. Within this territory, Yorn has earned a resounding title that eclipses all others. The populace affectionately regards him as the most benevolent messenger of the divine. Yorn, eager to live up to their expectations, has been diligently training his military for the past 6 months, forming 3 experienced legions apart from the Silver Knights. With his considerable wealth, he swiftly established the Dawn Legion, the Aurora Legion, and the Dragonfire Legion. In addition to these 4 standing legions, he has also instituted garrison forces to maintain order in the 3 cities, with each city housing its own garrison. The City of Dawn, as the seat of Yorn's lordship, has its garrison duties consistently managed by the Silver Knights, alongside the other 3 legions stationed nearby, creating a formidable stronghold. As for the other 2 cities, the City of Twilight and the City of Yorn, Yorn has recruited 2 security garrison units, each comprising no more than 600 personnel, typically entrusted to the capable leadership of Commanders Lien or Dis. The Silver Knights, as his elite guard, stand as the finest of the elite, despite their number of only 600. Each member possesses the capability to best 100 soldiers from the other legions, thanks to nearly a year of rigorous training. Li Lin has ascended to the esteemed position of commander of the Knightly Order, while the former Iron Guard, Ryan, alongside Commander Dis, has taken on the role of chief instructors for the entire army stationed on the Winter Peninsula, overseeing training and deployment. The 3 legions stationed around the City of Dawn have been entrusted to the former captains of the Silver Knights, individuals who are unwaveringly loyal to Yang, having pledged their very lifeblood to him. Among them is Saya of the Dawn Legion, once one of the chief captains of the Silver Knights. Victor of the Dragon Flame Legion, who also once held the rank of captain within the Silver Knights, and Delania of the Dawn Legion, a former captain of the Silver Knights as well. These 3 knightly orders are composed of a total of 200 men, nearly doubling the numbers of the Silver Knights. The squad leaders now command 32 men, the company leaders oversee 320, the battalion leaders lead 640, and the legion commanders direct 200. 10 squads form a company. 2 companies constitute a battalion, and 2 battalions make up a legion. The organizational framework is rather rudimentary, were it not for the loyalty of the leaders and soldiers within. Yang would likely have implemented a more intricate system of checks and balances. However, for those who remain steadfastly loyal to him, a simple division suffices. allowing ample room for advancement for his devoted followers. As for Desai, he is not disappointed, as his intelligence team has expanded from 800 to 200 members, infiltrating various sectors, particularly among merchants traversing the continent and trading with the free city-states. With 3 standing legions, 2 security battalions, a royal guard, and an intelligence unit, his military force has nearly reached 20,000 personnel. At this very moment, a fully armed contingent of knights approaches the outskirts of Yang City. Among them, the foremost group of banners is particularly striking, featuring a majestic stag standing upright, its antlers reaching skyward. The knights wear armor adorned with this same stag on their chests and capes. Leading this procession is a middle-aged man accompanied by a burly young man, followed by numerous knightly lords, each brandishing banners representing their houses, one red and one white griffin opposing each other, and a green banner embroidered with a black raven. At the forefront of this assembly are Duke Beaumont of Windwhisper Keep and his heir, Boros. Trailing behind are his vassals, including the Clinton, Morgan, and Tars families. Gazing into the distance, one cannot help but notice the grand structure that looms, a castle no longer, but a city that dwarfs even King's Landing, comparable to those of the free city-states. It is astonishing to witness Yang's wealth. Yet, it seems excessive, as he has constructed this city to the very edge of Stormland, a statement that borders on an affront to House Baratheon. Beaumont gazed at his son, who was wearing a disgruntled expression, and merely cast a sidelong glance. As a duke of many years, he had learned the art of composure. Understanding that calamity often arises from careless words, he said with an air of authority, "Enough, Boros. Is Prince Aegon someone you are in a position to critique? Tread carefully, lest you invite disaster." Upon hearing these words, Boros instinctively recoiled. Though he possessed a combative spirit and a modicum of cleverness, he felt dwarfed in the presence of his father. His thoughts drifted to Aegon's formidable prowess in battle and the monstrous dragon that towered over the walls of Wind's Rest, its chilling gaze and terrifying stature evoking fear. It was likely that few dragons of Valyria could rival this black specter of death. Noticing his son's sudden silence, Beaumont began to ponder the situation thoughtfully, nodding in approval. Little did he know that his son was grappling with an overwhelming sense of dread towards Aegon, too fearful to utter another word. The prince's constructed fortress lay within his domain, a decree from His Majesty the King, beyond dispute. "I understand, father," Boros replied. Meanwhile, the Earl of Clinton, from Griffin's Castle, stood in awe as he gazed at the towering city walls and the lines of soldiers clad in armor, with only their eyes visible. The Earl swore he had never witnessed such a multitude of elite troops. Even the combined forces of all the Knights of Storms would likely be no match for them. Little did the Earl realize that this was merely an ordinary garrison. Chapter 74. The King's arrival. The Earl of Clinton had never encountered such a spectacle. Though familiar with the free cities, King's Landing, and Wind's Rest, he was witnessing for the first time a square city with imposing, thick walls. The broad, well-paved roads and the flourishing fields of grain lining either side captivated him. The vast, meticulously planned wheat fields stood in stark contrast to the meager patches in his own territory, which felt like mere child's play in comparison. Perhaps due to his astonishment and embarrassment, a rare flush adorned their cheeks, especially that of the Earl, whose own wheat fields were nestled within a narrow valley, leaving little arable land. The sight of endless flatlands and gently sloping fields, akin to terraced rice paddies, filled him with a longing for this place. He held great expectations for this young prince of House Targaryen and was eager to expedite his visit. He was impatient to learn the agricultural techniques practiced here, particularly those suitable for the gentle slopes surrounding his territory. Mastering such methods could significantly increase his income and alleviate his pressing financial concerns. The other lords were no exception. Each pair of eyes sparkled with anticipation as they engaged in hushed conversations. In terms of agriculture alone, they are undeniably lagging far behind, lacking reasonable planning. Some of the lords' territories are situated amidst forests, where, although most are merely small hills, a few consist of majestic mountains and valleys. Given the meager agricultural income from their lands, some knights find their earnings from mercenary tasks to be swifter. There are even those who take over a decade to save enough to purchase a suit of armor, a longsword, and a warhorse. This explains their astonishment upon encountering such vast fields and imposing city walls. The two of them perceived within these structures the remarkable strength and wealth of their builders, further heightening their anticipation for their destination. A fully armed cavalry unit surged forth from the grand city gates, quickly converging towards them. The Duke of Stormland, Beaumont, alongside the lords accompanying him, felt an immediate tension upon seeing such well-equipped, robust cavalry. Fortunately, the captain of this small contingent stepped forward promptly to clarify their intentions, allowing the others to gradually lower their guard. This group had received a report from a farmer working in the fields, who claimed to have spotted a fully armed army approaching their city. Upon learning of this, the garrison responsible for defense and maintaining order swiftly dispatched an elite cavalry unit to investigate the situation. The captain of the garrison, a trusted aide of Li Geng, recognized the various banners instantly, realizing that these individuals were the Duke of Stormland and the lords arriving to participate in the tournament. They did not neglect the customary courtesies, even thoughtfully providing a small escort to guide them to the City of Dawn. Meanwhile, Duke Alad of the Stark family and his heir, Banyan, were also disembarking at the only port city under construction, the City of Dawn. As they first laid eyes on this magnificent port city, they stood on the ship's bow, watching as a small black gradually transformed into a grand city, their anticipation morphing into awe. Duke Alad Stark had encountered structures more magnificent than this before. He had once accompanied his father to the Wall, which, despite its frigid climate, was astonishing in its monumental craftsmanship. Today, he beheld an even more splendid port, with its continuous coastal walls. Although not as towering as the Wall, it exuded a similar aura of grandeur and weightiness. From his vantage point, he estimated that the height from the sea surface to the top of the walls was at least 200 feet, accounting for the sheer cliffs nearby. However, the walls that were level with the sea surface were at least 100 feet high. The continuous coastal walls stretched for at least 20 miles, while the Wendell River, with its placid waters, seemed to have been widened, capable of accommodating 6 240-foot-tall ships sailing side by side. It was not only Duke Stark and his heir who were taken aback. Even the Mandrill family, accustomed to dealings with ships and ports, were utterly astonished. It was as if they beheld the banner of their family, the merfolk, not to mention the other lords of the land, of whom they had never even heard. In such an immense harbor, even those among them who had witnessed the ports of Old Town, White Harbor, and King's Landing perceived this burgeoning port as the largest upon the continent. As the fleet gradually glided into the harbor, the first sight to greet their eyes was a row of longships, adorned with numerous fishing nets, where many individuals busily sorted their bountiful catches into baskets, transporting them to the waiting carts on the shore, all orchestrated with remarkable precision. As they ventured deeper, they encountered well-equipped troops, mounted upon formidable steeds, patrolling the expansive coastline. Not far from their position lay two vessels unlike any they had ever seen, seemingly enveloped in a metallic casing, their lengths exaggerated. Even the lords from the free cities had never beheld such colossal ships adorned in metal. These nobles spared no detail in their keen observations, as if fearing they might miss something significant. With the fleet finally docking, they stepped on a solid ground once more, finding respite from the months of tumultuous seas. Upon closer inspection, they noted that the area where they landed was flanked by imposing walls, encircling both the mouth of the Vendor River and the bustling harbor. The captain of the Dawn City Guard, upon learning of the arrival of Duke Stark from the north and the accompanying lords, wasted no time. He promptly dispatched a contingent to guide them to the City of Dawn. As the esteemed dukes and their lords entered the inner sanctum of the three cities, they were met with a vibrant and orderly scene. Even the small towns and villages they traversed were remarkably clean and well kept. Moreover, the homes of the farmers in these villages surpassed those of some lords who led more dismal lives, causing the nights of those impoverished lords to flush with embarrassment. Upon entering the vicinity of the City of Dawn, they beheld several colossal dragons soaring in the sky. Among them, the most striking was the Black Dread, Balerion, alongside Vagor, the Bronze Fury, and Silverwing. While they may not have been surprised by the presence of these dragons, for their existence was well known to any lord with a modicum of information, they also grasped that the king had arrived. However, aside from these great dragons, the multitude of smaller dragons flitting in the sky was somewhat disconcerting. Though they were but a small cluster, their presence was enough to send shivers down the spine. These great dragons frolicked in the heavens, while the citizens of Dawn City, much like those of King's Landing, appeared accustomed to the sight of dragons soaring above, treating it as an ordinary occurrence as they busied themselves with their daily tasks. The distant dukes and lords were profoundly astonished by the spectacle before them. It was no mere collection of dragons, but a vast multitude, each displaying a myriad of colors. Aside from the few adult dragons already bonded with their dragon lords, the younger dragons were considerably smaller. Indeed, in recent days, Li Geng had finally succeeded in hatching the dragon eggs entrusted to him by the king. These eggs, having been nurtured by the essence of life within the life space, and placed in a modified dragon lair, quickly emerged, lively and soaring through the skies. Chapter 75. Omen Duke Alad Stark and his heir, Banyan, gazed upon the flock of dragons above, particularly mesmerized by the jet-black dragon that loomed ominously. Alad could not help but murmur, such terrifying creatures can be controlled by man and wielded as instruments of war. No wonder the ancestors of the Stark family, Torrhen Stark, were honored by the lords of the North and the continent as the king of subjugation. Torrhen cared little for such titles. Any wise individual, upon grasping the true power of this beast, would unhesitatingly offer their crown, lest they wish to endure another fiery wrath. Banyan, standing close by, heard Alad's words distinctly. Although he bore the bloodline of the running wolf and possessed exceptional martial prowess, as the heir, he understood the necessity of valuing not just strength, but also the wisdom of governance and the teachings of his forebears. He was acutely aware of Alad's musings and did not perceive the last king of the North, Torrhen, as a coward. Rather, he believed that Torrhen possessed extraordinary wisdom, and his subjugation had spared the North from the scorching flames of dragons, preventing further trauma to a region already facing harsh conditions. Though there had been a few minor disturbances thereafter, none were severe enough to cause significant harm. That year had witnessed an exceptionally harsh and prolonged winter, lasting no less than a decade. With the aid of the Iron Throne, they navigated through this adversity, which affirmed the unique foresight of the North's first Guardian Duke. Now, less than 70 years had passed, and the North faced yet another brutal winter. After all, summer had lingered for 11 years, and as they gradually approached winter, such an extended summer suggested that this forthcoming winter would last no less than 11 years, with ominous signs already emerging. Not only had the enigmatic organization of the Old Town's Academy sent forth white ravens to herald the impending long winter for the various lords, but the wildlings north of the wall had increasingly descended to plunder the lands. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch had already dispatched several letters, detailing the escalating frequency of wildling incursions since the beginning of the year. In his correspondence, the Lord Commander recounted the gathering of numerous wildlings at Hardhome and the frequent appearances of wildlings within the Shadowlands of the Haunted Forest. In the village of White Tree, the frozen coast has also gathered the majority of the wildlings. Most rivers have begun to freeze, and the phenomenon of ice has likewise appeared in the Bay of Cold. This is an occurrence that has never been seen in previous years. The Night's Watch has already engaged in confrontations with several groups of wildlings, resulting in numerous members sustaining varying degrees of injury. The manpower is gradually dwindling, and so too are the supplies of food and equipment. In summary, the commander of the Night's Watch has recounted the dire plight of the men guarding the wall. The incessant flow of troubling news has left Eddard, the Guardian of the North, in a state of considerable distress. After all, it is not only the Night's Watch facing shortages. The North itself is similarly afflicted. Although a fair amount of resources has been accumulated in recent years, it is still woefully insufficient to endure the protracted winter ahead. Eddard turned to his heir, Banyan, who appeared lost in thought, and could not help but inquire, "Banyan, what is your perspective on this matter?" Banyan, roused from his contemplation by the sudden question, paid it little mind, for he had long grown accustomed to his cousin's abrupt inquiries. After a moment of reflection, he replied with conviction, "Cousin, the commander of the Night's Watch has already conveyed their situation to the Iron Throne. As you have witnessed, the dragons soaring above bear testament to the current zenith of the Iron Throne's power. They must surely have devised their own strategy, so we need not be overly concerned. Our objective for this descent to the south should be to meet our expectations without undue ambition." Eddard tightened his grip on the ancestral sword, Ice, which is a massive two-handed blade usually kept within the castle. As a weapon passed down through generations of House Stark, its composition is undoubtedly extraordinary. Its broad and lengthy form might suggest great weight. However, contrary to appearances, it is remarkably light and resilient due to being forged from Valyrian steel. Gently pulling at the reins of his steed, he realized they had arrived at their destination. Gazing upon the expansive grounds before him, Banyan could not help but exclaim, "It seems that Prince Aegon has put considerable thought into organizing this tournament, demonstrating both diligence and wealth. The lavishness of even the resting area is astonishing. I can hardly fathom how much it must have cost." Not far from the City of Dawn, near the Royal Gardens, a vast area had been cleared. The ground was laid with a thick layer of cobblestones, a foot deep, serving to effectively prevent the accumulation of water during rains and to mitigate the formation of mud. Duke Eddard, standing beside his cousin, took a careful glance and nodded in agreement. Prince Aegon is renowned for his bravery and fearlessness. It is surprising to discover that he possesses such a talent for acquiring wealth. The Targaryen family truly has produced a remarkable heir. I am eager to witness his endeavors firsthand. Banyan, I hope you can forge a friendship with this legendary prince. Perhaps his compassion may herald a turning point for our struggling north. Banyan shrugged and replied, "Let us hope so. If it is possible, selecting one of our unmarried cousins to unite with the prince in matrimony might be a splendid solution." The Duke of Alad spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "It seems there are no suitable candidates among our generation." Banyan lamented, "What a pity that is." In the center of the grand arena, designated for the tournament, which spans the size of 5 football fields, the surrounding architecture occupies a considerable expanse. The noble viewing area can accommodate 10,000 spectators, with ample space left in the center due to the arrangement on either side. A fence encircles this space, allowing an additional 50,000 commoners to witness the competition from outside. When it was constructed, Li Geng placed great importance on this venue, ensuring that the seating was elevated. Besides the noble viewing area, there is indeed a section for the common folk. This vast circular structure is adorned with tiered seating exclusively for the populace, rising approximately 60 feet high. Reinforced with numerous formidable magical runes, it is remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding the weight of countless spectators without fear of collapse. The outer expanse is dotted with numerous tents, the largest and most opulent of which is reserved for the king, proudly displaying the banner of their family, a black field emblazoned with a 3-headed red dragon. Surrounding this are the pavilions of various dukes, including the Stark family's sigil of the dire wolf, the Tully family's silver trout leaping upon a red and blue striped field, the Arryn family's azure eagle soaring over a white moon, the Lannisters' golden roaring lion upon a crimson ground, the Baratheon's regal stag on a golden background, the Tyrell family's golden rose blooming amidst verdant fields, and the Valyrian's silver seahorse upon a sea-green field, as well as the Tytos family's red crabs scattered on a white background. Chapter 76. The tournament commences, Part 1. Once the various dukes and lords settled in, they awaited the king's summons. Familiar faces engaged in conversation. Duke Roderick Arryn was conversing with his heir, Illian Arryn, and several other dukes and their heirs. As some of the most powerful families on the continent, they were naturally well acquainted. Duke Roderick beamed with delight, excitement radiating from him as he spoke with the other dukes, his eyes sparkling with pride. "My daughter Emma is to wed Prince Viserys," uniting the great houses of Dragon and Eagle once more. The expressions of those present were filled with a peculiar hue, for how could they remain oblivious to this signal? The connection between the dragons and the eagles, during the reign of the current king, has already witnessed 2 unions, which would significantly fortify the authority of the Iron Throne and the alliance with the Vale. They were acutely aware that Viserys was the eldest son of Prince Baelon and Princess Alysanne. It is worth noting that these 2 royals had not only one eldest son, but also 2 brothers. Setting aside whether he himself possessed such a colossal dragon, his 2 brothers equally commanded dragons, with the youngest brother, Aegon, boasting immense wealth, formidable might, and the most powerful dragon. As for Storm's End, it is needless to say, it has been a staunch supporter of the Iron Throne, with historical ties dating back to the Conqueror's era, and had early on forged a union with Prince Aemon, the heir to the Iron Throne. At this very moment, the countenance of the Duke of Storm's End appeared rather grim, while his heir was engrossed in conversation with peers, oblivious to the prevailing tension. Deep within, Duke Boros felt a twinge of anxiety. Although their family was a steadfast supporter of the Iron Throne, it was in favor of Prince Aemon. It should be noted that Prince Baelon, having been raised by Prince Aemon, naturally shared a close bond with the prince. However, while Aemon, as the heir, had only one daughter, who is now wed to Lord Corlys Velaryon, and has recently given birth to another daughter, Baelon, on the other hand, boasted 3 male heirs, each more remarkable than the last. Should misfortune befall Prince Aemon one day, the king would inevitably pass the claim to the throne to Baelon, although the queen would undoubtedly oppose this. Nevertheless, the lords and nobles across the continent would largely endorse the king's decision, for in the lineage of Westeros, the advantage of male inheritance greatly surpasses that of females. Currently, the duke was thoroughly perplexed, distractedly engaging in conversation with other lords. As evening approached, Aemon rode into the gathering place of the lords, accompanied by Baelon and his 2 eldest sons. Aegon, however, remained directly by the king's side, elucidating his 3 cities and domains. Aemon and Baelon were there to invite the various dukes to the banquet prepared by the king at Aegon's behest. His 2 brothers were tasked with visiting the dukes, mingling to build rapport, and primarily to observe his elder brother's fiancée. Upon seeing Aemon and the princes, the lords greeted them with hand over heart, exclaiming, "Welcome, your highnesses." Following this, Duke Roderick was pushed forward, beaming as he said, "Prince Aemon, has His Majesty summoned us?" Without a moment's hesitation, Aemon nodded affirmatively, stating, "His Majesty has prepared a banquet and invites all lords and dukes to attend. I have come to ensure that all arrangements have been made accordingly." Roderick spoke without hesitation, expressing gratitude for His Majesty's benevolence and the meticulous arrangements made by the Lord of the Wender Peninsula. The resting area for this tournament can be deemed the most exceptional gathering place in the history of such competitions. Aemon felt a swell of pride for his clever nephew. "As long as everyone is satisfied, please make your arrangements, and then follow me to meet His Majesty the King." The most formidable dukes and lords nodded in agreement. "That is indeed the case, Your Highness. Were it not for the king's failure to summon them, they would have surely visited him by now." For many of these lords seldom laid eyes on their sovereign except during significant occasions. Within the Grand Hall of Dawn City, the king, the queen, along with Aegon's mother and his siblings, engaged in conversation. The king, seated at the head of the table, spoke with a serious expression. "Aegon, I cannot believe that in just a few months, your city has transformed so remarkably. This city may rival King's Landing. After all, it is the seat of the Iron Throne. Such a spacious and luminous hall, with buildings arranged so neatly, resembles a work of art. Even the Red Keep of King's Landing pales in comparison to what you have here. It makes me contemplate establishing a permanent residence." The king said this with a mix of jest and sincerity, while Aegon sat nearby, feeling a flutter of anxiety. Although the king was his grandfather, Aegon was not the heir. That title belonged to his uncle Aemon. The establishment of such immense cities under his uncle's leadership and the gathering of so many people was indeed a formidable feat. Fortunately, the old king and queen, having benefited from the vitality and longevity bestowed upon them by Aegon's butterfly-like influence, were unfazed by these miraculous occurrences. Their trust in him was profound, as they had entrusted him with the dragon eggs accumulated by their family over generations. With the conditions set for raising these majestic beasts, they exhibited unwavering confidence in him. The king regarded these dragon eggs as crucial weapons for the family, leaving no room for doubt. Aegon did not disappoint. He had successfully hatched these dragon eggs, and the king, witnessing the resurgence of prosperity reminiscent of the Valyrian era within their family, felt an immense joy. As they were engaged in this dialogue, the king's hand, BAS, stood and addressed the gathering. "Your Majesty, the lords have now all assembled outside Dawn City, and the tournament is ready to commence. However, we have yet to finalize the rewards for this competition. Should we not deliberate on this matter? Currently, the restructuring of King's Landing is underway, which allows for the provision of alternative rewards." At this moment, the Minister of Finance, Linman, also rose to speak. "Indeed, Your Majesty. At present, the transformation of King's Landing is still underway, and the Iron Throne may not be able to allocate overly generous monetary rewards. Recently, the king has refrained from traversing the continent and has remained in King's Landing. Thus, he is acutely aware of the continuous financial expenditure associated with the city's renovation. It remains to be seen what prudent suggestions Minister Lyman might offer." The Chancellor of Finance, Lord Lyman, cast a glance at the king before shifting his gaze to Prince Aegon beside him. "Your Majesty, I have heard that Prince Aegon possesses substantial wealth. Should we not consider borrowing a sum from him to reward the victors of this tournament?" Aegon shot a disgruntled look at the minister. Though his pockets brimmed with coin, his expenses were equally plentiful. Chapter 77. The Tournament Commences, Part 2. Ahem, ahem. As Aegon listened to the words of Chancellor Lyman, he could not suppress a few awkward coughs. Upon hearing Aegon's coughs, Lord Lyman realized the impropriety of his remarks in the presence of the prince. To speak thus before one's face could be seen as an affront, and he wisely chose to remain silent. The king observed this exchange, his lips twitching momentarily before settling into composure, while the queen beside him chuckled at the scene. The king had not anticipated that these ministers, with whom Aegon had minimal interaction, would exhibit such trepidation towards him. One must remember that Aegon had earned his formidable reputation through enduring numerous brutal conflicts, instilling fear in their hearts. Lord Bass, witnessing the scene, was initially taken aback but soon regained his composure, smiling as he stroked his beard. Having spent many years in the king's company, it was his first experience witnessing such a warm moment. Even the two princes and other princesses were no exception. Yet they exhibited particular leniency towards Aegon, the grandson, with an enigmatic charm. Chancellor Lyman first offered an apology, then sensibly refrained from further speech. The Minister of Naval Affairs, Lord Corlys, remained silent, observing the proceedings while absently fidgeting with a decorative object before him. The Minister of Justice, Prince Aemon, was currently stationed at various lord strongholds, leaving his position vacant. Grand Maester Alyssa, a calm figure, had served the king for 30 years and was well acquainted with his temperament. Thus, He patiently awaited the king's command. Before him lay a stack of parchment for correspondence and a quill, ready for the king's directives. The captain of the king's guard, Sir Gerald Hightower, stood resolutely beside the king, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. As expected, it was not long before the queen spoke up. As the tournament approaches, lords from across the continent have traversed great distances to arrive in Dawn City for the celebration of the king's 45th anniversary of ascension. Additionally, we shall commemorate the forthcoming union of Viserys and Aemma, as well as the completion of the construction in our Aegon's territory. With so many joyous occasions converging, the rewards must not be meager. Let us not dwell on the forthcoming jousting tournament, nor the team battles and archery contests. Just among these three competitions, 3 champion factions will emerge. And what of the second and third places? This represents a considerable expenditure, yet it is undoubtedly worthwhile. The king, sitting nearby, interjected. The queen speaks with great wisdom. This event transcends mere tournament contests. Today, nearly 70% of the lords and knights of Westeros have gathered here. Some come seeking victory, others prioritize participation, while some harbor ulterior motives. This tournament is truly a singular event in the annals of our continent's history. Therefore, our prizes should be more generous and deserving of greater emphasis. While it may be challenging to allocate financial rewards, we could bestow knighthoods upon the distinguished participants and land upon the landless knights, perhaps even a modest village. As for the monetary rewards, shall we leave that to the discretion of the hosting lords? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Aegon, seated beside him. What are your thoughts on this, Aegon? Aegon, unfazed, had anticipated this outcome when the Minister of Finance initially presented the matter. He held no objections, considering it merely an additional expenditure of several tens of thousands of gold dragons. When the king inquired, he promptly replied, "Of course, your majesty. As the host, it is only fitting that I provide financial rewards and the venue." The king regarded him with mild surprise. While it was customary for lords to fund each tournament, the scale had never been so grand, and thus, the financial burden was typically light. However, this occasion was different. It attracted a multitude of knights and mercenaries, surpassing any previous assembly. The king earnestly asked, "Are you aware of the considerable number of participants in this tournament? Although you possess considerable wealth, I understand that much of it has already been allocated to the construction of 2 other cities." Aegon gazed earnestly at his grandfather and replied without hesitation, "I am indeed aware, your majesty. From the moment I pledged to host this tournament, I had already determined the amount of the rewards. Furthermore, the prize distribution has been established." Seeing Aegon's confident demeanor, the king's curiosity was piqued. "So soon have you made these determinations? How do you plan to distribute the rewards?" "Indeed, your majesty," Aegon clarified. "I have divided the rewards into 4 categories, 1 for the champion, 1 for the second place, 1 for the third, and a consolation prize for those who are eliminated but still rank among the top 100. Aegon organized his thoughts clearly and decisively. He then summoned his bodyguard, Laenor, to retrieve the carefully documented plans he had prepared. The king extended his hand to receive the document, peering into its contents, and could not help but feel astonished by Aegon's meticulous planning. The proposal detailed the rewards on offer. Firstly, for the champion of the martial arts competition, the first tier featured a staggering reward of 90,000 gold dragons, which encompassed prizes for the team championship, the jousting champion, and the archery champion. The reward for the second place was also quite generous, amounting to 60,000 gold dragons, allocated based on the intensity of the competition. The third place garnered nearly 30,000 gold dragons, similarly divided according to the competition's rigor. Additionally, those who ranked among the top 100 participants would each receive a consolation prize of 1,000 gold dragons. Furthermore, during the 15 days of the competition, all meals and accommodations would be provided by the city of Dawn, or rather, contracted by Aegon. Just these expenses alone amounted to nearly 600,000 gold dragons for the martial arts competition. One cannot help but commend Aegon for his extraordinary generosity and financial prowess. However, it is essential to acknowledge that the gathering of various lords and knights at the Dawn battle would incur expenses far beyond these. The lords and knights, seeking to forge connections or procure their own equipment, would naturally indulge in spending, which would ultimately benefit Aegon, rendering him a substantial profit. Thus, the relatively modest sum of 600,000 gold dragons was of little concern to him, as he skillfully cultivated a favorable impression among the visiting lords. As news of the prosperity of the city of Dawn spreads, a continuous influx of wealth would undoubtedly follow from all directions. Chapter 78. The spear contest. The king and queen were taken aback, their faces displaying astonishment, but soon found solace in the revelation. However, the ministers below stood in stunned silence, grappling with the outrageous rewards, totaling 600,000 gold coins, which surpassed the fortunes of some among them. It is worth noting that for certain lords, particularly those without a long-standing lineage, this sum represented an astronomical figure, one that could only be amassed over generations. The king and queen, however, were acquainted with Li Geng's remarkable endeavors and visionary ideas. When they had presented him with dragon eggs during a visit, they had witnessed the extraordinary operational methods of the City of Dawn. The towering edifices, roads, and houses constructed from an unknown material, later revealed to be cement, left an indelible impression on them. They also observed various personal care items, such as soap and fragrances, alongside unique culinary practices. It was not difficult for them to envision how Li Geng, with his extraordinary ideas, amassed wealth. Yet they were pleasantly surprised by his earnest commitment to the martial arts competition. They felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that Li Geng was dedicated to making the tournament a momentous occasion. This not only showcases the strength and affluence of their family, but also highlights their brief tenure in Westeros, if one disregards the ancient lineage of Valyria and begins the narrative with the Conqueror. Were it not for the dragons, those formidable creatures of blood and magic, the prospect of dominating the entire continent would be exceedingly slim. Without their substantial heritage, complemented by the terrifying might of magical beings, it would be nearly impossible to achieve such a feat with merely a few thousand soldiers at their disposal. It is important to note that while the continent was fraught with chaos and numerous kings, the arrival of outsiders would incite a unified response from these rulers. Through their unique bloodline, formidable strength, and relatively lenient governance, they were able to subdue this tumultuous land. From the era of Aegon the Conqueror to the present reign of King Aegon I, spanning merely 3 generations, there have been fluctuations. However, the ultimate reliance on the dragon's formidable power, combined with the current king's gentle approach, has reinstated peace across the realm. Under the current king's benevolent rule, the kingdom has begun to flourish anew, celebrating the 45th anniversary of the king's ascension with a traditional tournament, a fitting tribute, for without the king's wisdom and compassion, the current tranquility would not exist. As the rewards were determined, evening fell, and lords and knights gathered at the grand banquet hall of the City of Dawn, invited by Prince Aemon and the king. Within the hall, lords of count rank and above congregated, while outside, sumptuous feasts were laid out in accordance with the hierarchy of titles. As the banquet reached its zenith, familiar lords engaged in jovial conversations, relishing the exquisite dishes and fine wines before them. The king announced that the tournament would commence the following day, prompting lords both within and outside the hall to raise their goblets in celebration of the king's 45 years of reign. The festivities continued into the evening, and the lords departed the hall, satisfied and ready to return to their respective lodgings. At the highest point of the tournament grounds, members of the royal family, along with various dukes and duchesses, were seated. The dukes engaged in conversation with the king, while noble women conversed amicably with the queen. In the center of the tournament arena, a modest platform was erected for the officiators and judges to announce the results. The host, adorned in splendid attire, ascended the platform and, using a specially designed amplifier, proclaimed with fervor, "Welcome to all lords and dukes of the continent for this grand tournament. I invite our wise, benevolent, and just king, who has brought peace and stability to Westeros, to address the knights and lords participating in this event." The assembled nobles and common folk responded with enthusiastic shouts, "His Majesty, the merciful king! His Majesty, the wise king! Long live the just king!" The king rose without hesitation, a hint of a smile gracing his authoritative visage as he raised his hands, gently pressing them downward to beckon the crowd to silence. The arena, filled to capacity, fell into a hushed reverence, all present assuming an attentive demeanor. "Esteemed lords of the realm, valiant knights, and honorable citizens, you have traversed great distances to gather here for this momentous assembly. Let us convene in the City of Dawn, amidst this grand tournament ground. This gathering is a fortuitous occasion, a symbol of the kingdom's stability, allowing us to revel in the joy and glory that this event bestows. For the brave knights participating in the joust, may the arena bestow upon you boundless honor. And for the spectators, may this splendid tournament leave you with unforgettable memories of joy. Now, I hereby declare the tournament officially open." The air erupted with cheers, the jubilant clamor rising in waves. The host at the center of the arena joined in the fervor, and after a moment, the cheers gradually subsided. The host then utilized a specially designed megaphone to recount the history of the tournament. "First, we shall witness a contest of courage and strength, the highly anticipated jousting tournament. This tournament will span 7 days, culminating in the crowning of the mightiest knight among thousands, who shall be rewarded with abundant riches and everlasting glory. Now, let us invite the competitors for the first duel. The host tantalized the audience, observing as two knights emerged slowly from the passageways, adorned in armor emblazoned with their family crests and cloaks befitting their lineage. They hailed from the north, Sir Brynden Stark, son of Count Cameron Stark of Castle Stark, and his adversary, Sir Edmund Blythewood, son of Count Royce Blythewood from Tree Crow City in the Riverlands. Let us anticipate their gallant performances and cheer for these noble knights. As the host's words faded, the two knights positioned themselves on either side, readying their specially crafted lances. Crafted from a relatively fragile wood, these lances were prone to splintering upon contact. Once both competitors were prepared, the host bellowed. The first jousting match officially begins. The steeds, urged by their riders, galloped swiftly forward. Both knights exhibited remarkable equestrian skill, raising their lances as they approached, aiming fiercely at each other's chests. Clad in heavy armor, they bore small shields on their fronts, the designated targets for their assaults. Two figures swiftly approached under the galloping of robust warhorses. Upon the contact of their lances against each other's chests, the similarity in their strength caused both to lean back under the influence of inertia and the force of their weapons. However, through their remarkable equestrian skills, they quickly regained their balance, even as their lances splintered into several fragments. The two knights urged their steeds forward, swiftly taking up newly crafted lances, and charged once more at each other. Chapter 79. Demon. The two knights, having honed their equestrian prowess over many years, were evenly matched in their duel. The final clash came from Sir Brynden Stark, the son of Count Cameron Stark of the northern city of Caher, who emerged victorious through his formidable physique. His opponent, Sir Edmund Blythewood, son of Count Royce Blythewood from the river city of Crow's Tree, regrettably faced defeat. However, the fallen knight did not seek a rematch. He left the field with a look of disappointment. It must be said that the spectacle of this contest was thrilling, igniting the passion of the surrounding commoners and noble youths alike. The collisions of lances, each encounter brimming with an aesthetic of violence, captivated many young admirers, particularly of the northern knight. The host continued to preside over the subsequent matches, with victorious participants wearing expressions of joy, for they not only triumphed under the watchful eyes of the king and various dukes, but also drew closer to their rewards. Aegon did not participate in the tournament this time, as his physical condition would have allowed most knights to falter beneath him in a mere round. Similarly, Viserys abstained from the competition, being averse to conflict, and today, as the groom, he had significant matters to attend to. Daemon, however, was quite different. From the onset of the tournament, his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly stood beside Aegon, ready for action. Soon, the dawn of the second day arrived. After nearly 500 matches the previous day, only about 200 individuals remained, able to move freely. Given the perilous nature of the contests, each tournament was fraught with unknown dangers. While a minor fall could result in a few days of recovery, more severe injuries could lead to broken bones, or, in the worst cases, a grim fate at the hands of strangers. This extensive and prolonged competition would continue for approximately another 10 days, with the archery and team combat tournaments proceeding smoothly alongside. The final 5 days were reserved for the lance tournament, culminating in the championships for archery and team combat. The surviving knights, who had not been unseated, predominantly hailed from noble or knightly families, with mercenaries being a rare presence. Currently, only 2 mercenaries occupied the stands, Declan from Pintos and Raykind from Bravos. Both individuals possess remarkable physical prowess and exceptional martial skills. Their competition was won with ease, though their opponents were no slouches. Ultimately, it was through their superior swordsmanship that they emerged victorious. Yegan had already sent emissaries to engage with them, discovering that both harbored a spirit of adventure and had previously served in mercenary bands. However, finding it difficult to integrate into a mercenary life driven by greed, they chose to abandon their roles and instead journey through various city-states. Recently, they arrived in Westeros, having landed in Dawn City. Upon hearing of the martial tournament, they decided to participate, driven by a spirit of experimentation. The duo remained contemplative regarding Yegan's invitation, for both cherished their freedom and were not inclined to accept offers lightly. Although Yegan held them in high regard, he acknowledged that every member of his army surpassed them in martial prowess. What intrigued Yegan was their extensive travels, and he envisioned that if they joined Dawn City, with a bit of guidance, they could become 2 exceptional seafarers. While Yegan pondered his future plans, the host on the arena stage, with an expression of excitement, proclaimed in a spirited voice, "Now, our next match promises to be the most exhilarating of all." For the contenders were none other than Prince Daemon Targaryen, son of the illustrious Targaryen family, and Princess Alyssa, alongside Boros, the heir of the Duke of Storms. As the host's words faded, Demon appeared clad in a suit of black armor, a gift enchanted by Li Geng for his family. The armor bore the emblem of House Targaryen, a red, three-headed dragon on a black field, and his helmet was fashioned in the shape of a dragon with wings unfurled, suiting Demon's flamboyant nature. Upon hearing the cheers, Demon exuberantly waved his arms, showcasing his armor. The king, queen, his parents, and Prince Aemon were all amused by his antics. In contrast, Boros, his opponent, exuded a composed demeanor, perhaps hindered by the weight of his heavy armor, which slowed his speed. After exchanging greetings, both competitors returned to their positions. Their attendants had prepared their steeds, and as they mounted their horses, they received long spears from the attendants. With gentle encouragement, both horses surged forward, Demon's mount, a new breed nurtured by Li Geng, far outclassing ordinary steeds. The dragon-scaled horse, exponentially superior to standard mounts, rapidly closed the distance between them, leveraging its speed. Demon, filled with exhilaration, brandished his spear, tilting his head in a mocking gesture as he charged forward. Perhaps it is due to the favor of the gods that the combative spirit within Daemon manifests so vividly. Had it not been for the strict upbringing from his parents, he would likely have already earned the moniker of the wayward prince amidst the raucous crowd. His nature is inherently straightforward and candid. He is not one to mince words or engage in subtlety. The opposing warhorses, despite being ordinary steeds, sensed the formidable aura radiating from the dragon-scaled horse and felt a tinge of trepidation. Had it not been for Boros urging him forward, these horses would have likely hesitated in fear. As two warhorses galloped forth, they drew perilously close to the central barrier. Without it, they would have surely collided. The disparity between the two steeds soon became apparent. One surged forward like a flash of lightning, while the other lagged significantly behind. This was evident to the onlookers and also highlighted the differences between the horses. Before they could ponder further, the confrontation was imminent. The two combatants on the field were well acquainted. They had sparred privately on numerous occasions, yet this was their inaugural contest with long spears. As they drew near, Daemon swiftly thrust his spear towards Boros, who, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated with a rapid jab of his own. Their spears clashed against their armor. One suit celebrated its exceptional defensive capabilities while the other boasted sheer weight. The spears shattered upon impact, but Daemon's decisive strike, coupled with his formidable strength, nearly sent Boros tumbling from his mount. Boros, encumbered by his heavy armor, found his agility compromised, making it challenging for him to regain his balance. He quickly maneuvered into the designated area, grasping the spear handed to him by an attendant. Daemon, leveraging his advantages, launched an immediate assault, but Boros, unfortunately, was less fortunate, being unseated by a piercing thrust. Fortunately, his robust armor spared him from injury, and he promptly regained his footing. Glancing towards the presiding official at the dais, he spoke with a hint of indignation. "I request to continue the duel." Meanwhile, Daemon had already begun his celebration, riding his steed with arms outstretched as if to embrace victory. Chapter 80. The fight resumes. Boros had just fallen from his horse, feeling the impact keenly as he staggered to his feet. His combative spirit and refusal to concede drove him to push away the attendant who rushed to assist him. Raising the visor of his heavy armor, he gasped for breath, his face etched with determination as he addressed the officiant at the center. "Is the duel not still permitted? I have not yet been defeated. I demand a rematch." The Duke of Beaumont, seated beneath the king among the nobility, felt a pang of anxiety for his son's reckless bravado. Others in attendance, including fellow dukes and ladies, shared his concern for this tempestuous heir. Fortunately, the king displayed no overt emotion, instead observing the spectacle with keen interest. Beside Aemon, Jocelyn gazed anxiously at her nephew, her hand firmly clasping his. Aemon gently patted her hand, signaling her to quell her worries. In stark contrast, the other nobles and commoners erupted into cheers, their adrenaline surging with the thrill of battle, nearly exclaiming their exhilaration. Each person exhibited a unique response. Some appreciated the spectacle, others shouted in excitement, while a few shook their heads. The more astute among them having recognized that Boros was no match for Daemon, yet they held a genuine admiration for Boros's audacity to challenge. The tournament, a sacred and equitable form of combat, adhered to established regulations that had long been respected. The dueling aspect was crucial, as some individuals might lack prowess in horsemanship but excel in other skills, thus not conforming to typical competition norms. It bestowed upon the people a sacred opportunity to request a duel to determine the victor, with glory reserved for the champion and a sobering acknowledgement of disparity for the defeated. The host, an elder experienced in presiding over 2 previous tournaments, was well aware of these sacred rules and promptly declared, "Sir Boros requests a duel. Let us cheer for him." All present turned to Demon, who regarded the situation with a bemused expression, nodding his head with an air of defiance. Prince Demon consented to Boros's challenge, igniting anticipation for their imminent clash. Demon gracefully dismounted his steed and received a knight's sword and a shield emblazoned with the Targaryen family's black background and three-headed red dragon from his attendant. The knight's sword was blunted, specifically designed for tournaments. Demon twirled the sword in his hand a few times, then wielded it with a few practice swings, nodding in satisfaction as it felt just right. Boros had already grasped his warhammer, taking up a shield adorned with a stag. Fully recovered from the aftermath of his earlier fall, he was unsure what had prompted him to impulsively challenge Demon, a reflection of his combative nature, at times clever, yet occasionally lacking in foresight. Dazed from his tumble, his blood surged with fervor, leading him to unhesitatingly request the duel. Nevertheless, he harbored doubts, fully aware of the strengths and weaknesses of both himself and his longtime rival. Seeing that both combatants were armed, the host wasted no time and declared, "The duel officially begins." Boros, having reached this point, removed his visor without hesitation, wielding a massive shield in one hand and his warhammer in the other. He let out a ferocious roar, charging forth in heavy armor like a rampaging bull, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. With a fierce determination etched across his face, Demon brandished a shield in one hand and a knight's sword in the other, charging forward with fervor. As the two combatants swiftly approached one another, they were met with their first clash. Boros, undeterred, seized his warhammer and delivered a straightforward strike aimed directly at Damon's visage. Damon, however, was not one to succumb easily. With agile grace, he deftly swayed to the left, evading the warhammer as it plunged into the ground, creating a small crater. The impact sent a shower of debris flying in all directions. Boros's direct assault left his back exposed, prompting Damon to take advantage of the opening. He swung his shield with force against Boros's back. But Boros attempted to counter with his own shield, albeit a moment too late. The shield connected with tremendous impact, nearly bringing Boros to his knees. Fortuitously, his armor, bolstered by his extraordinary physique, allowed him to withstand the blow. Realizing he could not defend himself effectively, Boros discarded his shield, rolling to retrieve his warhammer, and launched an attack from Damon's right side. Damon, unwavering, raised his shield to block the impending strike, yet the warhammer's immense force shattered the shield into splinters. Surprised by the sheer power of the blow, having only sparred with swords in their previous encounters, Damon felt his arm go numb from the jolt. Seizing the opportunity, Boros pressed forward with a second wave of attacks. Damon swiftly discarded the remnants of his shield, shook off the tingling numbness in his arm, and grasped his knight's sword firmly, ready to confront the incoming warhammer. He deftly redirected much of the strike's force, causing the warhammer to veer off course, and followed up with a series of precise slashes, executing his moves seamlessly. Boros bore multiple white marks upon his body. Despite the weight of his armor and the protective layer beneath it, the relentless onslaught from Damon was overwhelming. The collisions of their weapons reverberated through him, leaving him uncomfortable and rattled. Yet, gritting his teeth, he persisted in his assault. After Damon once again neutralized Boros's attack, he delivered a powerful kick to Boros's chest, catching him off guard. Seizing the moment, Damon unleashed a flurry of strikes. The weight of Boros's heavy armor, combined with the fatigue from their ongoing battle, rendered him vulnerable. The sudden assault knocked him to the ground, and as he attempted to rise, the burden of his armor proved too great, forcing him back down. Breathing heavily yet brimming with exhilaration, Damon raised his arms in triumph. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting his name. Damon! Damon! Meanwhile, Boromund, concerned for his fallen son, rose to his feet, and Jocelyn stood nearby, equally worried. Simultaneously, she cast a disapproving glance at Demon, who reveled in the cheers of the crowd. After all, Boros was not merely her nephew but also her husband and a steadfast supporter of her daughter's claim to the throne. Any hint of loss could jeopardize their current favorable position. She had always placed great importance on power, for otherwise, she would not have maintained her status as the wife of Prince Aemon, despite having only one daughter. Beyond Aemon's genuine affection for her, she undoubtedly possessed remarkable qualities. Chapter 81. The champion Demon undoubtedly clinched victory in this contest, having undergone epic enhancements. Had he been measured by his original strength, he would have taken much longer to achieve such prowess. However, with Aegon's intervention, who infused life force into his two brothers, coupled with Aegon's monstrous physical capabilities and swordsmanship, their martial skills surpassed their original abilities, and their equipment was decidedly superior. At this moment, Boro's father, Duke Baemon, was also present in the stands, having arranged for the family's knights to attend to the bruised Boros, taking him for treatment. The spectators had been ignited by the fierce battle, their blood surging as if they were participants themselves, with the fervor and cheers nearly ceaseless. The day of intense competition swiftly passed, revealing numerous outstanding contenders in the tournament. Among them were Brynden Stark of the North, bearing the bloodline of the Running Wolf, and Banyan Stark. From the Vale, there was Illian Arryn, and from the Stone City of House Royce, James Royce, a knight of the Royce family and nephew of Jobert Royce, who had selected James to participate in this tournament. To attend this grand contest, Jobert Royce brought along his heir, Leah Royce, hoping to find a suitable husband for her amidst the competitors. Clearly, members of the Targaryen family seemed the most fitting choice, and he had been discreetly evaluating Daemon in the arena, as well as Aegon sitting nearby, both excellent prospects. He demonstrated a notable preference for Aegon, who appeared composed and tranquil, a prince of immense wealth and the youngest knight. Unbeknownst to Aegon, he had already caught the attention of Jobert, but even if he were aware, it would hardly concern him. The king would not intervene in matters of his marriage, as it primarily depended on his own inclinations. The current king and queen possessed extraordinarily long lives. While Aemon was the official heir, they would remain alive even if their grandchildren aged and passed away, thus maintaining their dominion over the kingdom. Consequently, their interest in the marriages of future generations was chiefly focused on the potential emergence of dragon lords. Additionally, Edmure Tully, a cousin of the Tully family from the Riverlands, emerged as a formidable contender for the title of champion. In contrast to his cousin, Edmure Tully was undeniably an exceptional knight. In the serene valley of House Tarly, young Samwell Tarly appears to have inherited his grandfather's valor. After claiming the ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Heartsbane, and assuming the title of Count, he quelled the unrest surrounding Hornhill. Following this, he joined the Tully family to participate in the grand tournament, quickly establishing himself as a formidable contender for the championship. From the Vale, the brave Davos Darklyn of the town of Duskendale exhibited remarkable valor. The esteemed Lannister family, represented by the lesser-known Lorien Lannister from the Westerlands, also made a commendable showing. The Stormy Lands, known for their martial spirit, saw several notable families, including Ronald Clinton of House Clinton and Cameron Tarth of Tarth, perform admirably. As time gracefully slipped away, 14 days passed, and today marked the decisive moment of the tournament. These distinguished knights achieved victory time and again, while some were unexpectedly eliminated by sudden challengers. In the jousting event, only two remained, Daemon Targaryen and an unexpected contender, Eddel Sadiga from Crab Isle. During his brief 2-month stay on the Vendor Peninsula, Eddel's training significantly enhanced his combat skills, allowing him to outshine his peers and vanquish formidable foes, culminating in the final duel. Daemon and Eddel were well acquainted, having both served under their father and frequently crossed paths as members of the King's Landing Guard. Little did they anticipate that the tournament's champion would emerge from their rivalry. True to expectations, both displayed exceptional skill, shattering 10 lances before opting to engage in a swordsman duel on the ground. Their lineage was equally matched. Yet it was Daemon's unorthodox swordplay that ultimately led him to victory, securing the championship title. His cunning tactics drew gasps from the audience, while the king and queen turned their eyes away in dismay, not to mention the impending ire of their father, Baelor, and the fiery temperament of their mother, Alysanne. Following the tournament, Daemon would undoubtedly face their stern reproach. The archery competition also crowned its champion, with Samwell Tarly emerging victorious. The team event, devoid of suspense, was decisively claimed by the Dawn City's Lyran and his 5 guards. Meanwhile, Aegon spent most of his time tending to the other young dragons in the Dragonstone Keep, seldom attending the tournament. To him, the competition resembled mere chicks pecking at each other, lacking in allure. Bored, he dedicated his days to nurturing the hatchlings, which, under his attentive care and the infusion of his life force, grew at a remarkable pace. They had transformed from the size of a raven to that of a small dog, and among them emerged leaders, a silver dragon, a golden dragon, and a jet-black dragon. During this period, the fearsome Black Death, Balerion, along with other dragons, undertook the task of nurturing the young. The proximity of the Vindel Peninsula to Dragonstone Island posed a significant threat, as a particularly cruel dragon resided atop Dragonstone Mountain, a voracious predator that feasted upon dragon eggs, hatchlings, and even dragons slightly smaller than itself. Thus, the dragon's duties were straightforward, while they meandered around the Dawn City of the Little Dragon Gate. They were responsible for guarding the young ones against the predation of this insatiable beast. This feral dragon, the largest of its kind, had an uncertain age. Yet it was believed to be no younger than the Bronze Fury, and might even surpass Dreamfire in age. Historical accounts from the second king of the realm, Ines, offer but fleeting glimpses into its existence. Opinions varied. Some asserted that its age exceeded a century, with its size seemingly not commensurate with its years, possibly due to neglect or malnutrition. Comparatively, others suggested that its age was only marginally greater than that of Dreamfire. Aegon had yet to encounter this dragon, and thus held little knowledge of its dimensions. However, to ascend as the king of wild dragons, one would presume it possessed considerable size. After all, it had once escaped unscathed from the combined assault of the Bronze Fury, Vormesser, and Silverwing, which undoubtedly spoke to its prowess. Recently, Aegon had been meticulously searching for any trace of this dragon, yet his efforts had proven fruitless. On the final day of the martial competition, as the host, he was naturally present. In the presence of a multitude, Aegon generously presented his rewards, unloading box after box of golden dragons. The onlookers were stirred, noting the towering guards, each exceeding 2 meters in height, clad in gleaming armor and wielding long spears, which somewhat quelled their desires. The Silver Knights, numbering 600, were summoned, representing the most elite of the royal guard, renowned for their formidable stature and strength within his army. While other lords may have been unaware, the populace of the Vindel Peninsula was well acquainted with the prowess of this force, fully aware of how the royal guards had systematically vanquished bandits one by one. Chapter 82. The Dragon Eagle Union. Aegon observed as the rewards were distributed smoothly, and the king began bestowing honors upon the champions of the martial contest. Congratulations. This tournament has concluded successfully. Daemon Targaryen has indisputably emerged as the victor, and I hereby declare him a knight. As the king spoke, the nobles and commoners alike erupted in jubilant cheers for Daemon, who was only slightly older than Aegon. Long live the king. Young Prince Daemon, may the seven bless you. May the old gods bestow their favor upon you. The king, witnessing such a lively scene, beamed with pride, for this moment belonged to their family's legacy. The atmosphere mirrored the celebration that had greeted Aegon at his birth and knighthood, when the citizens of King's Landing had cheered for him. After a brief pause, the king raised his hand to signal for silence. The recent tournament has concluded splendidly, marking a fervent celebration of the classic achievement of the 45th anniversary of the Ascension. We also warmly celebrate the emergence of new knightly lords during this grand event. Furthermore, I bear significant news to share. The bond between the dragon and the eagle shall be reaffirmed, uniting once more in joyous matrimony. My grandson, Viserys, is to wed Aemma Arryn of the Vale, thus perpetuating an era of tranquility and stability. Under the watchful eyes of the seven, the king's ministers, dukes, and lords erupted in resounding applause and jubilant exclamations. Duke Roderick Arryn of the Vale, beaming with joy and relaxation, wore a broad smile. Although this union had been established, the lack of public announcement had cast a shadow of uncertainty. However, the king's declaration before a multitude of lords and commoners signified its solid confirmation and stability. Congratulations. Cheers erupted from the lords and dukes surrounding Duke Arryn, who responded with a radiant smile. The evening was filled with vibrant festivities, attended by Aegon and his family, with the queen graciously navigating among the lords' wives and engaging with their youthful offspring, all in pursuit of the perfect match for Aegon. Although Aegon had yet to contemplate marriage, he dutifully accompanied the queen, honoring her wishes. The king and queen had always been exceedingly kind to him, their affection deepening as he matured, surpassing even that of his own parents. The banquet proceeded seamlessly, with lords and guests reveling in the merriment. The announcement of the marriage between the dragon and the eagle came after the tournament's conclusion, set to take place 2 days hence at the great Cathedral of Dawn. This cathedral, devoid of clergy or idols, is adorned with numerous vivid engravings of dragons, seemingly poised to spring to life. Each sculpture is inscribed with magical runes, and the hall can accommodate tens of thousands for prayers and blessings. This grand hall stands as one of the iconic edifices of the City of Dawn, open to the common folk for their devotions. However, the well-fed, healthy populace of the realm, blessed with peace and abundant resources, seldom frequents this hall, for their needs are met, rendering their visits to such sacred places infrequent. Perhaps the ambiguity of the deity worshipped here, lacking definitive representations, invites both believers and non-believers alike to pray, embodying a somewhat inclusive spirit of reverence. Perhaps it is due to the fact that Yegan possesses his own contingency plans, which renders him largely indifferent to these so-called deities. Instead of reverence, he feels a sense of curiosity and skepticism. In his mind, these so-called gods are not the legendary titans who shaped the cosmos. They are merely extraordinary beings who have mastered certain powers, yet to reveal their true forms. They exist solely to bask in the tributes of mortals. Yegen has speculated that the power of these so-called gods may derive from humanity or the forces of nature. However, they lack the ability to create worlds or possess any grand supernatural prowess. Perhaps in a decade or so, Yegen will be capable of subduing these so-called gods with his own strength. Currently, Yegen's power is inexplicably growing at an astonishing rate, and he senses that this development is beneficial and harmless to him. After attending the banquet, he returned to his chamber, where on a vast balcony lay a rare chaise longue, one that might not exist anywhere else on the continent. This chaise was crafted by Yegen himself, adorned with intricate magical sigils that not only absorb the energies of the surrounding world, but also nourish him as he reclines upon it. Taking a deep breath and stretching his limbs, Yegen dispelled the remnants of intoxication, feeling remarkably light. He reclined gently in his chaise longue and gazed upward at the starry sky, where countless stars illuminated the night. In this brilliant expanse, memories of his former self resurfaced. Once an orphan, he had never truly taken the time to appreciate the beauty of the night sky, constantly preoccupied with the relentless demands of life. Now, at the tender age of 9, he had established his own endeavors, accomplishing feats he once believed were beyond his reach, surrounded by caring parents and grandparents. As he contemplated the bright night sky, Yegen's thoughts meandered through myriad reflections. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar star, a deep crimson hue, flickering ominously. It appeared to vanish for an instant, only to shine brilliantly the next. Yegen observed intently, yet could discern no meaning in its behavior, and eventually abandoned his scrutiny. Reclining comfortably, he internally summoned a panel that only he could perceive. This was a creation of his own design, meticulously updated to provide insights into himself. Name: Yegen Targaryen. Attributes: 16 times the physical constitution of an ordinary human. Bloodline: Ancient Valyrian Dragon King bloodline. 30. Note: your bloodline power has surpassed that of any Dragon King family in history, making you a unique bearer of true dragon blood in this world. The origins of your bloodline are shrouded in mystery, compared to the so-called Dragon Kings. You embody the essence of the world's only true dragon. Abilities: cultivation of life force, creation of life energy seeds, extraction of life force from the realm of existence, capable of withstanding any dragon flames in this world, forging and replication of magical arrays. Titles: Young Dragon King, son of the Prince of Dawn, wielder of the Black Death, Bloody Knight, Lord of Windy Peninsula, Lord of Dawn City, Lord of City of Light, Lord of Yegen City, benevolent overlord, affluent sovereign. Companions: the largest known behemoth in existence, Valyrian, the Black Death, a golden dragon egg, currently hatching, expected to take another 6 months, and 50 hatchling dragons. Items: life space, an unknown seedling, basic body tempering technique, a steel long sword, black armor forged from iron, several self-crafted enchanted armors, numerous golden dragons, and 9 fruits of life. His physical prowess is undergoing constant transformation, perpetually enhancing. He no longer fears dragon flames. Everything is progressing favorably.